Chapter 271 mission ended. I don't know if her specious words really fooled the system. Anyway, when Lu Jingu led the Taoyuan First Army and rushed into the research institute along the passage, the Taoyuan system did not react at all. This move was too cruel. Da Qishunai really didn't expect it at all. The Taoyuan army took the initiative to go out for the first time. Lu Jingu. It was a self-defense counterattack. And the effect was absolutely amazing. Although the research institute occupied the advantage of the terrain, it was still quickly captured. Da Qishunai still relied on his high mental power to break out with his brother and a few confidants. But she refused to let him escape again and ordered a Taoyuan army team to chase him relentlessly. This time, the goddess of luck was on her side. After the core members of these research institutes were shackled, the situation was basically stabilized. When she returned to the Taoyuan on the ground with a large group of captives, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Outside the city wall, the densely packed black beast corpses were piled up layer by layer, almost 2/3 of the height of the city wall. Fortunately, the quality of the buildings produced by Taoyuan system is reliable. Although it has experienced a tragic struggle, the city wall has withstood the test without any serious damage. Lu Jingu was also glad that she had chosen a higher level building when it was built. The combat team that stayed here did not suffer any losses in general. But the battle lasted too long, and the black beasts were almost endless. They were like a small boat in the vast ocean. And the psychological pressure was the most terrible. After asking, the battle here lasted until more than 10 minutes ago. After calculating, it should be when they attacked the research institute. So those modified black beasts should have gone back to help. But why didn't we meet them? Chu Hong and others were very puzzled. She thought for a moment and said, "Didn't they say there is more than one test site here? Maybe they went to other places. That's even more strange. The Oki brothers are the leaders of this research institute. Shouldn't we save them first? Maybe there are more important things for them somewhere else." She didn't care much about this matter. Anyway, the research institute's information was in the Taoyuan system, and the brain was in her hands. Even if there were any omissions, it wouldn't be too difficult to reproduce them. Of course, the most important point is that after catching Oki Shunta and others, the Taoyuan system issued an alarm. It seems that the tolerance for the actions of Taoyuan First Army has reached its limit. So even if she wanted to go to other places to make trouble, she was powerless. It's better to be content. After making some corrections, she formally said goodbye to Chu Hong and others. "You want to separate from us?" Chu Hong was stunned. Separate? This word sounds really strange, she thought secretly. But she just acted normal on the surface. The matter of 7,444 star is basically over. Your mission has been completed. You can return to the team. After a pause, her tone became heavier, the body of the sacrificed. Has it been recovered? Chu Hong and others' faces suddenly became sad. And they said him after a long while. Does he have any relatives? He has a wife and a young child. And it seems that his father is still alive. Grant answered him. Lu Jingu nodded. Didn't say anything more. Just insisted on sending them to the spaceship. The 6 combat teams still boarded a spaceship each. But as soon as the spaceship took off, the 6 captains couldn't help but open the dedicated communication channel. Grant was the first to speak. Have we completed the mission? Chu Heng's face was cold. What do you think? Chu Hong, don't be so stern. It always makes me feel that the adults are possessed by you. Grant shrank his neck exaggeratedly. Since you are so respectful to the Lord, why can't you use your brain before doing anything? Why didn't I use my brain? You are still not convinced? Okay. Then let me ask you. The Lord knows the meaning of spiritual connection. But why did he ask us not to reject Miss Jean? Didn't you say this? Grant pouted. The Lord values Miss Jean, but her spiritual power is not strong enough. For future development, she must always be bound to a spiritually strong person. In this case, if we can get her favor first, we can get twice the result with half the effort. Since you know, then what were you and the others doing in the tunnel? The few people who were accurately pointed out by Chu Hong were all those who clearly expressed anger and dislike towards Lu Jingu when they were in the hiding place of the Wanchi clan, including Grant. Several people showed expressions of shame and dissatisfaction. Grant even shouted directly, "We understand that we need to complete the mission, but it is difficult to force personal feelings. The Wanchi people are in such a miserable situation. Even if we don't want to make a loss, can't we bring up this matter later?" Although the other people didn't say anything, Their expressions showed that they agreed. Chu Hung couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Since there was no one else around, he didn't care about his image and cursed with a straight face. A bunch of idiots. Just talk. Don't curse. Gret was not convinced. I'm not as smart as you. But I'm not stupid either. You're not stupid. If you're not stupid, can't you see that Miss Jean is trying to prevent those people from committing suicide? Grant asked a soul-searching question. Except for him. The other people immediately showed thoughtful expressions. Chu Hung felt relieved. At least there was only one person who was hopelessly stupid. He patiently explained to Grant. And after a long conversation, he saw the other party slap his forehead. Oh my god. It turns out that Miss Jean was trying to save people. After he completely reacted, he looked annoyed and regretted it very much. I wronged Miss Jean. What should I do? Should I apologize now? Okay. Chu Hung didn't indulge him at all. The other people also said that they would contact Lu Jinggu to apologize. We all realize our mistakes. Why are you still bothering? Grant looked at Chu Hang's still frowning brows in confusion. I think this mission is a complete failure. Why? I think Miss Jean likes me quite a bit. Stupid. Chu Hung really didn't want to talk to this stupid comrade anymore. So he cut off the meeting. At this moment, Lu Jinggu had returned to planet 7133. And Taoyuan First Army brought the prisoners and transferred them directly through the barracks. Then of course, these people were thrown into the cell. And this was the first time she used the underground fifth floor of the cell. According to the rules of Taoyuan cell, the lower the cell level, the more types of punishments can be selected, and the higher the punishment intensity. With her disgust for the Dachi brothers, she almost threw several people directly into the bottom layer. It was only because she wanted to extract enough research information from them that she settled for a medium level one. Chapter 272 Rebuilding Home. As soon as the captives were settled, Wanchia came with the Wanchi people. When she returned to star 7444 before, she did not bring the little girl with her. After all, they were going to find a place, and naturally they could not let the little girl fall into danger. However, she also promised that once star 7444 was safe, she would let Wanchia go back to worship her relatives as soon as possible. They did not come here for this matter. At first, she was a little confused. She didn't know what the rhythm was for several Wanchi people standing in front of her without saying anything. After all, it was really difficult to see the expressions on their faces. But Wanchia broke the silence with a shout. Sister, my people have misunderstood you. I come with them to apologize. Yes, Miss Lu, we have caused you trouble. You saved us, but we still thought so. Sorry. Now we know that you want us to have the motivation to live. Xiaoya told us that you loved her like a sister, paid for her education, let her live in such a beautiful place, and worked hard to help us. We are really too ungrateful. Sorry. After the Wanchi people put aside their initial shyness, they began to rush to apologize, crying one by one, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Don't take this to heart. I understand your feelings at that time. If you stay in the dark for a long time, you will feel anxious even if you have the opportunity to go out. I really understand. She persuaded them softly. Now the matter of 7,444 star has come to an end. You are safe here. There may be ways to recover in the future. So don't have the will to die. Although I regard Xiaoya as my sister, some people are irreplaceable. She suffered a lot in order to save the tribe. You are alive and well. It is most important for her. Yes. Wanchia also wiped her tears and said, I have lost my mother, and my father is now unconscious. Please don't leave me again, the little girl said, and threw herself into one of the arms and burst into tears. No matter how brightly she smiled, as if she was really happy, the matter of the Wanchi tribe was always like a mountain pressing on her heart. And only at this moment did Wanchia really vent all the pressure, pain, and hesitation. When they were struggling to survive on planet 7444, they were struggling to survive because they couldn't let go of the children who escaped. Now that they were in front of them, their little faces were wrinkled with tears, and they begged them not to abandon them. How could these Wanchi people have the heart to make such a cruel decision? So after a long cry, they finally gave up their desire to die. Feeling that the low aura that lingered around them had dissipated, Lu Jinggu also breathed a sigh of relief. Only by living can hope come. They went to the prison to see Wanchiya's father and others. Those irrational tribesmen inevitably made them cry again. After finally calming down, The Wanchi people brought up another topic. Miss Lu, we can't eat and drink for free. Although it's inconvenient for us to appear in front of people like this. If there is any work that doesn't require us to show our faces, we are absolutely competent. Please be sure to arrange something for us to do. Once their perception of her changed, these Wanchi people became very cute. It can be seen that this is a tribe that expresses love and hate very frankly. She had no such plan at all. These people had suffered so much. And in her opinion, they should rest and relax. Moreover, she was now a big family. And there was no pressure to support these Wanchi people. But they refused. And even Wanchi said that if they did not arrange work for the tribesmen, they would not dare to eat or use, and would not be able to rest well. Their attitude was too firm, and she could not refuse it anyway. But now there was really no one in the work of Taoyuan group who could completely avoid others. After thinking about it, she simply asked, "Do you have anything special? And now you have left star 7444. And you will have to rebuild your home in the future. You can also tell me where you want to live, and I will help keep an eye out." Then everyone's eyes, including the little girl, lit up. Home. This word made them dream. And they thought that they could only go back to the place in their dreams forever. Now they can rebuild it? Everyone was so excited that they suddenly knelt down to her. At the same time, the system, ding dong, sounded. System prompt, Ray surrender challenge task. Rebuilding the Wanchi tribe's homeland is open. She didn't get it, but suddenly she picked up a surrender task, which is one of the tasks for level 6. She couldn't help but feel happy. Sure enough, good people will always be rewarded. After helping several Wanchi people up with great difficulty, she quickly bought the latest model of optical computers from the trading house and gave one to each of the new Wanchi people. They insisted on converting the price of the optical computers into rewards in their future work. But this time she refused very firmly. After that, she taught them to open the star map. Anyway, several nearby planets were already in her name. If they liked any, they could just go there and build a paradise. Just as they were talking about this issue, Levi, who had settled the tribesmen, ran over and bumped into the Wanchi tribe. Both sides were shocked, and the Wanchi tribe members hurriedly hid. After asking, they learned that they were shocked by the beautiful elves, and their first reaction was not to scare him. Fortunately, Levi was very calm. After the two sides introduced themselves to each other, they also roughly talked about the tragic experiences of their respective tribes. It was really that each had their own pain, and for a while, they actually felt a sense of mutual sympathy. Another emotion that could be empathized was gratitude. Both sides were grateful to Lu Jinggu. Therefore, after Lai learned that they were choosing a place to rebuild their home, she secretly told the Wanchi tribe the reason why the elves chose planet 7131. They slapped their thighs and made a decision immediately. 7132? Are you sure? Learning about their decision, Lu Jinggu was a little confused. This planet is a semi-metallic planet, which is very different from the original environment of 7444. You may not be able to get used to it. It doesn't matter. It just so happens that we hit it off with Prince Greenleaf. It's not bad to be neighbors. When the Wanchi tribe member answered, he smiled at Greenleaf. It seemed that they really became good friends in a short time. Although it must be said that the two extreme looks standing together are really exciting. But she felt that since they had decided to rebuild their homeland, she didn't have much to say. She just took people to take a look. If it was really not suitable, it was not impossible to make a new choice. As soon as they said it, the group went directly to 7131 through the post station, and then took a spaceship to the neighboring 7132. Chapter 273 Bad News and Good News. Originally, Lu Jinggu was still confused. With the current favorability of the Wanchi people towards her, it would be no problem to directly surrender. Why would it become a challenging task? It is not difficult at all. When they arrived at the 7132 planet, the Wanchi people confirmed again that they would rebuild their home here, and then bowed to her very embarrassedly and made a request. Then she realized that the system never makes mistakes. A challenge is a challenge, and the difficulty comes later. Compared to the elves, the migration of the Wanchi tribe seems much easier. But in fact, if she cannot complete the task, this tribe will be extinct by the generation of Wanchi. She only found out today that the 7444 planet was chosen to build a secret research institute, and the Wanchi tribe was captured as the first test subjects. which was also destined, as mentioned before. When the 7444 star was not polluted, it produced a special pink stone that could be used as a dye. After being ground into powder, it could also be used to make medicine that conceals the level of spiritual power. It was also a very precious thing. But she never expected that this stone was indispensable to the Wanchi people. The spiritual power of the Wanchi people was very special. To explain it in a way that she could understand more easily, they were born with two sets of spiritual power. The two sets of spiritual power complement each other. One can be detected externally, and generally the level is not very high. The other set cannot be detected by anyone except the owner, and the level is 3 to 5 levels higher than the surface spiritual power. For example, Wanchiya. The surface spiritual power is E, but the inner spiritual power is A. Moreover, the two sets of spiritual power operate independently without interfering with each other, and even the awakened skills can be completely different. It sounds like a person with two brains, because of this special spiritual power. On the first day of the full moon after the birth of a newborn of the Wanchi tribe, the water soaked in the pink stone, which they call Danxia stone, must be added with a mixture of several other medicinal materials to stabilize the power. If this medicine is not taken on the first day of the full moon, the newborn is destined to die at the age of 1. After learning about this, Lu Jinggu was silent for a long time. No wonder when they entrusted their children to the care of the 7444 star. They only said that they hoped that the escaped children could live well, but did not mention anything about the revitalization of the tribe. It turns out that it is not that they don't want to, but that they know they can't. Without Danxia stone, the Wanchi tribe will never be able to continue. And for the system, if a race dies in 1 generation, of course, it is not a successful surrender. Therefore, the challenge mission of the Wanchi tribe is not focused on the homeland, but on the continuation. There is no Danxia stone left on planet 7444? No more. The Wanchi people shook their heads in frustration. After being polluted, the Danxia stones in nature have become highly toxic and cannot be used at all. We originally had some surviving stones, but they were all searched away. She originally still had hope that since it was taken away by Dachi Shunta and his men, maybe she could get some back. So she returned to the cell on planet 7133 and asked the person involved. The result was disappointing. The Danxia stones had long been made into medicines by them and auctioned at a high price at Chiang Trading House. Sure enough, since the Taoyuan system has released this as a challenge task, it will not be so easy to complete. Is this another thing that cannot be rushed? She can only post the acquisition information at Taoyuan Trading House and Chiang Trading House. But there is no response for a while. In fact, she also knows that Danxia stone itself is not like Artemis gemstone, which is a treasure that nobles are willing to collect. Its value lies in the finished product. So even if the price is very high, it may not be purchased. So now it is just a try. On the contrary, another thing was progressing well. After she came back, she started looking for people based on the information provided by the Wanchi people, in the name of Taoyuan Group. As expected, she got feedback very quickly. In less than half a month, all the children who escaped with Wanchi were found, except for one named Wanchi Sheng. Before that, they were almost all slaves, and their lives were naturally miserable. But fortunately, they finally escaped from the sea of suffering. Among the surviving Wanchi people on star 7444, there was one who was Wanchi Sheng's cousin, but only Wanchi Sheng had no news until now, so he couldn't help crying again. But anyway, this ending was much better than they had originally imagined, and the Taoyuan giant tree on star 7132 had also been planted. But the Wanchi people were unwilling to bother him more, except for a few houses for them to live in. They said they could build other buildings themselves. Just then, Isabella sent a message saying that she had already contacted her father, and would set off to see him in a few days. Lu Jinggu really couldn't make the arrangements, so he handed the drawings to Wanchia, and let them plan their new home themselves. She went to Planet 6 to meet Isabella, who was temporarily staying there, and paid attention to the previous kidnapping case. As a result, she learned that the Black family handed over several servants who had taken action to Sinyiqing. It was said that they were involved in an underground organization. After realizing Sinua's skills, they planned to kidnap and sell the person to the organization to make a lot of money. They hid the person with Miss Anna, and also wanted to use the name of Anna Black to transport the person out without anyone noticing. As for Isabella, Her price in the black market was also high. It happened that she had a good relationship with Senua and often had dinner together. So the gang planned to kill two birds with one stone. In short, the investigation conclusion given by the black side was reasonable and the evidence was solid, and the Sin family could not find any problems. But Lu Jingu always felt a sense of déjà vu of seeing temporary workers have problems. However, it is more difficult to do as one pleases in such a game between top nobles. So she did not say more after she mentioned it, so as not to let the Sin family think that she was dissatisfied with the result and made things difficult for them. If you want to make things difficult, you have to find trouble with your opponent. Isabella has recovered from the shock of that time, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Although she was very popular before, it was nothing for the level of the 7 major families in the parliament. People like Senua, who came to chase stars with a noble surname, are already considered outliers. That is to say, in a family like the Sin family, which is called crazy, it can exist. If it were any other surname, Senua would definitely be forced to give up his hobby of chasing stars. But this time, because Senua was in danger, the Sin family had to comfort and compensate her. So they invited her back temporarily, which was also a disguised protection. Since they lived in the same place, they would have some contact. Isabella successfully made the Sin family feel better about her. Now in the eyes of some Sin family members, stars are divided into 2 categories, Isabella and others. Because they have a little preference for me, I have received a red blood endorsement. You know, this kind of brand usually doesn't look for stars. When the two chatted privately, Isabella was very happy to reveal the news. And those who know nothing about fashion looked confused and said, I really don't know. But no matter what, she at least heard that this was a great boost to her good friend's career. So she was very happy for it. Chapter 270 for the only remaining mermaid. The artificial sea specially prepared by the Alliance for the mermaids is located on planet number 10. Because the mermaids are already a critically endangered species. In order to protect them to the greatest extent, this planet is not allowed to enter and leave at will. Even if Isabella's father lives here, if she wants to come to visit, she must apply several months in advance and get the consent of the management unit before she can go. And because Lu Jingu will be with her this time, the application review is more stringent. The background of the accompanying visitors must be investigated to prevent some extreme racists from mixing in. The wishes of the visitee must be inquired. Mermaids are intelligent creatures and have the right to refuse visitors they do not want to see. All these things have not been approved until now. But it does not mean that they can see the mermaids immediately. After setting foot on planet number 10, they must undergo comprehensive disinfection. It is said that this is because the physique of the mermaids is getting worse and worse. Even the most common and mediocre bacteria can directly kill them. After the system finally detected that the bacteria content met the standard, they changed into specially prepared sterile clothes and walked into the artificial sea along the passage. To be precise, it was a huge fish tank that looked a bit like the underwater world in the previous life. The place where they stood was the undersea tunnel where they could see the scenes in the water. Isabella sighed, took the lead and took a few steps, approaching the instruments that were placed at intervals in the tunnel. She operated it for a while, and the green light on the instrument came on. Dad, I brought my friends to see you. The instrument translated her voice into sound waves that could propagate in the water and sent it to the deep bottom of the water. After a while, the water waves swayed, and several black shadows swam up from the bottom of the water. The first thing that attracted people's attention was of course their long fish tails. Unlike the mermaid seen in the time segment, their fish tails were longer and more slender. Unlike Senaine, which showed both strength and beauty at the same time, they gave people a feeling of weakness. The human-like upper body also gave people a sense of fragility. Whether it was the pale skin with blue blood vessels visible, or the thin and easily broken wrists, Lu Jingu suddenly understood the cautious mentality of the Alliance. These mermaids looked really fragile. There were a total of 7 mermaids swimming up, one of which slowly approached the tunnel and then put its face close to it. He is my father Zell, Isabella introduced. Those are Uncle Taisai, Aunt Sophia. After introducing the 7 mermaids floating in the water, she said sadly, these are all the existing mermaids. Then she introduced herself to the mermaids. When she heard the number of mermaids left, she was shocked. She never thought that there were only 7 mermaids left, and they all looked sick and unhealthy. At this time, a clear voice came from the instrument. Sasha. Long time no see. Hello. Sasha's friend. Zell's mouth had a string of bubbles, and it was obvious that he was talking. The other mermaids bent their bodies in her direction. Isabella didn't know about her magical experience, and took on the job of explaining. Not all mermaids can speak the common language of the Alliance. Their vocal cords are different from those of humans. Only when their strength reaches a certain level can they break through this natural limitation. Lu Jingu nodded, and his eyes swept over the other mermaids. Judging from their body shape, they were thinner and weaker than Zell, which must be a reflection of the difference in strength. Isabella said to her father again, "My friend has always wanted to meet you. Her skills are very magical. She can purify pollution, and has built a forest park and a real ocean on planet 43. As she spoke, she turned on the optical brain, opened the promotional video of the natural forest park, and played it to several mermaids. The lush green forest rolled into waves in the wind, slowly transitioning to the fine sandy beach, and the blue sea water hit the shore, turning into pools of white foam. Now there are some creatures obtained by the trading house in the sea, including a pair of whales. In the promotional video, there is a picture of them floating up to breathe. Crystal clear water droplets suddenly sprayed into the air. The camera zoomed in quickly, gave a close-up of the whales, and then quickly lifted up, just in time to capture a rainbow reflected by the water column. The mermaids were all tightly attached to the glass of the tunnel, watching the promotional video intently, until the screen was pressed down and the Taiyuan Group logo began to appear. They still couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Their beautiful eyes were full of desire and amazement. Sure enough, although they were closely protected by the Alliance, their desire for freedom was still very strong. Zell spoke on behalf of the tribesmen. Sha. Play the video again. She sighed, stepped forward to stop Isabella from replaying it, and imitated her, speaking on the device. Everyone, each visit has a limited time. We can keep this video later and ask the staff to play it for you on a loop. But now, please listen to me. Zell and the others looked over, looking a little surprised. Before this, some people asked those with visiting rights to take them to see them, but most of them were curious. After all, in many literary works handed down, there are legends of mermaids or mermen, and they are so rare now. So at the beginning, Zell and the others did not pay much attention to her. What Lu Jingu didn't know was that if the mermaids had not given face to Isabella, who was half of their tribe, they would not have paid any attention to such an unrelated visitor. But the mermaids never expected that she would drop a bomb as soon as she opened her mouth. I plan to rebuild the Mermaid Bay. But this aspect. She suddenly closed her mouth, because the female mermaid named Sophia suddenly rolled her eyes, and sank to the bottom of the water, with her belly facing the sky. The other mermaids quickly surrounded her, because of their bodies blocking her. She took a while to see that they were pressing Sophia's rinjong. So did this mermaid faint? She was a little flustered for a moment. After all, something went wrong when she heard her words. If something really happened, she would probably get the hostile debuff of other mermaids. She couldn't help but look at her friend and whispered, "What happened to her?" But Isabella looked calm, and Sophia faints easily when she gets excited. Don't worry too much. Dad and the others are very experienced in dealing with this situation. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Sophia's fishtail shook, and she turned over and stopped sinking. She soon swam in front of her again. It was just a bright red mark on the philtrum, which was particularly eye-catching on the pale face. Other mermaids also rushed over, and this time all their anxious eyes fell on her. Chapter 275. This is not a coincidence. Seeing their eagerness, Lu Jingu certainly would not keep them in suspense, and quickly said, "I know that the Mermaid Bay has been your home since ancient times. I got the opportunity to rebuild the Mermaid Bay through some special channels. But there is too little information in this regard, so I would like to ask you some related questions." After a pause, she added, "When the Mermaid Bay is completed, I will apply to the Alliance to let you live there." Swish, in a flash, only Zell was left among the 7 mermaids. Because the other mermaids could not speak human language, they swam quickly in front of her, using actions to show their excitement. Zell couldn't hide his excitement and asked a series of questions. "Are you really going to rebuild the Mermaid Bay? How did you know this? Can we really return home?" "I will try my best." She nodded vigorously. "I hope you can help me so that I can build the Mermaid Bay as soon as possible." Okay. No matter what you want to know, I will tell you everything." Then Isabella and several other mermaids were just responsible for watching. Although Isabella has half mermaid blood, except for her charming appearance and her stomach that can never adapt to the nutrient paste. She has not inherited any other magical skills. And she has only a superficial understanding of the history of mermaids. She can't get a word in about the mermaid bay, which has disappeared for a long time. The other mermaids were very excited to express something, but they couldn't communicate in the language, and machine translation was too slow. It would be faster to listen to Zell talking to her directly. This time, Lu Jingu had a lot of harvest, and got a lot of information about the mermaid bay. She left reluctantly until the stipulated time for the visit was up. With this information, she had a good idea of how to build the mermaid bay. The next step was to find a suitable planet. According to Zell, the biggest limitation of the mermaid bay was the land. She had heard Sinning mention this before, but the data Zell gave was more detailed. The ratio of land to sea in the mermaid bay was about 1 to 2. And for the mermaids, for distinct seasons were better than 4 seasons like spring. In addition, their diet was not all marine life. In fact, the powerful mermaids could transform into legs. So they took on the task of hunting on land regularly to change the taste and strengthen the physique of the tribesmen. The mermaids' stomachs were very fragile, and because of this, they needed more abundant food to maintain the balance of the flora in their stomachs. And she also knew why Zell and others were all sick. By the way, I also learned that, thanks to the pure natural food produced by Taoyuan, they have improved somewhat. It is simply unimaginable what they were like before. She drew a picture of the planet she needed in her mind. It doesn't need to be too big, but it must have distinct 4 seasons and rich terrain, so as to ensure species diversity. At the same time, it is best to provide a place suitable for human activities nearby, because the mermaids are not good at planting, but they can exchange various seafood with humans for the fruits, vegetables, and food they need. Due to the distinct 4 seasons, the 2 planets near the 7133 star lost their eligibility for selection. After a lot of screening, she finally locked on 4 targets. Unfortunately, 2 of them are public planets under the name of the Alliance. She consulted Sun Hai-chung and knew that such planets are almost impossible to buy and sell. The remaining one is in the hands of Blake. She doesn't want to have any dealings with this family unless it is absolutely necessary, so she had to exclude it. As for the last planet, she checked everyone and couldn't help but sigh. Good guy. This is not that she wants to catch a sheep and pluck its wool, but it is fate. Dongsheng has gradually returned to calm recently after a period of uneasiness. At present, his nominal boss Lu Hongda is still under investigation, and from the information, he has tried every means to find out. This ambitious boss, who is willing to use his own father as a stepping stone, has a very low possibility of regaining his freedom. Therefore, the current situation of the Lu family has not only not improved, but has also deteriorated due to the daily quarrels of several young masters and young ladies who have the right of inheritance. The reason why he has not withdrawn is, firstly, because of Lu Jingu's meaningful next time at the beginning, and secondly, he found that the remaining heirs are a bit brainless. If he can manipulate them, he may be able to get a regent minister with real power. This is too tempting for Dongsheng. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Lu family is at least a middle-class noble family, and the title of noble is not just measured by money. If he can be a behind-the-scenes manipulator so comfortably, he thinks it is also very good. Until this day, when the number that did not exist in the optical brain, but he could already recite popped up, he suddenly woke up from his dream. Dongsheng, long time no see. Lu Jingu pretended not to notice his unnatural look and greeted him politely. Hello, miss. She had heard about everything he had done in the Lu family company recently, but she didn't mention it at all at this time. She just got straight to the point and said, 626 planet. Do you have any impression? Dongsheng immediately replied. It is a planet under Lu Hongda's name. It has been developed into a tourist destination because of its beautiful scenery. However, after the extinction of the ancient species, all the scenery can only be realized by holographic technology. The cost has increased sharply, but the income has been declining, so it has basically been in a semi-closed state a few years ago. After saying that, he blinked. Are you interested in this planet too? Yes. So I have to ask you again. She smiled and didn't think there was anything wrong with getting another planet from Lu Hongda. Dongsheng couldn't help but showed a speechless look. And after a while he said, why don't you take a look at the planets or other properties under Lu Hongda's name? What else are you interested in? That means to say it's better to get it done at once. But she felt it was unnecessary. To be honest, she didn't do it specifically to disgust Lu Hongda. It was just a coincidence. Well, she admitted that she was still happy. But there was no need to let Dongsheng know this. She smiled calmly. Let's talk about it next time. These 4 simple words, falling into Dongsheng's ears, meant that she would take revenge for every grievance. And her revenge on Lu Hongda was not over yet. After hanging up the call, Dongsheng couldn't help wiping his forehead, and once again secretly warned himself, the eldest lady has a strong desire for revenge, and he must not offend her. Otherwise, he will never live in peace for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, all thoughts of secret manipulation were put to rest. He now remembered that Lu Jinggu also had the right of inheritance. With this person's character, means, and background, if he wanted to take back the Lu family, it would be effortless. Chapter 276 New Function. With Dongsheng's help in the secret operation, it was only a few days before Planet 626 fell into her pocket. The other party was not wrong. This place was indeed in a semi-closed state. Even the passing flight only came once every 3 months. Fortunately, the next flight was in 2 days. She quickly bought a boat ticket, packed up, and went to Planet 626. Dongsheng had asked before whether to deal with the remaining items on this planet. Lu Jinggu keenly noticed that the other parties seemed to be more attentive than before. She didn't dare to use such a person as a confidant. But it was okay to let him do some peripheral things. So Dongsheng took the initiative. She was happy to see it happen. So she asked him to transport all the equipment left on Planet 626 away. So now she is facing a desolate and empty planet. The drone she carried with her was launched into the air, and the pictures sent back showed the planet in front of her more intuitively. It can be seen that before the extinction of ancient species, this place was indeed qualified to be a scenic spot. There are mountains, deep ravines, long rivers and seas. There is nothing missing here. Unfortunately, now, there is only a handful of yellow soil left everywhere. She carefully looked for a suitable place to plant the flower branches. Originally, she thought it would be better to plant them by the sea. But then she thought that 2/3 of the Mermaid Bay is in the sea, and the giant trees occupy a large area. Planting them by the sea may affect the construction of the Mermaid Bay. She thought about planting them on the mountain. But she felt that the giant trees would be an eye-catcher and would dominate the main building. Her sight wandered aimlessly, and suddenly fell on a piece of land hanging alone. Judging from the location, she should be in front of the sea. And that piece of land is naturally an island. And it is not small. She felt that it would be very special if the giant trees were planted there. She did it as she thought, and sent the flower branches to the island. The flower branches took root, and she chose the mermaid style in the urban style. In the time fragments, she once built an underwater paradise, also using this style, and thought she would see gorgeous coral treasure trees again. But this time, a super large crystal tree rose from the ground. Yes, it was really crystal, from head to toe. It was all translucent crystal, reflecting a very beautiful light in the sun, and it was also dazzling enough. She was a little surprised and couldn't help asking the system. It turns out that the performance of the giant trees in the same city style will be different. System prompt. Taoyuan system will intelligently judge the type of giant trees most needed at the moment based on the environment and host plan. Oh, it's so smart. She blinked. Then why does star 626 need a crystal tree the most? Taoyuan system did not respond again, but took practical actions to let her understand why. Spring water will flow out from the roots of each Taoyuan giant tree. And at this moment, in front of her, this crystal tree began to gush out light blue water from its high branches. These water flows vertically downward, forming thin waterfalls. But this is a giant tree, and the number of large and small branches is countless. So there are countless water flows. They fell directly from the tree into the deep trench below. How long does it take to fill the sea of a planet with waterfalls? Lu Jinggu saw it this time. For 10 whole days, the sunstream on the crystal giant tree kept pouring out water, directly filling out the original ocean part on planet 626. She secretly tasted it, and found that the giant tree was directly pouring out salty and bitter sea water. She gave a thumbs up to the Taoyuan system, which was really amazing. While waiting for the ocean to reappear, she was not idle, and upgraded this Taoyuan directly named Mermaid Bay to level 4 in one go. Why not level 5? Because the area of this planet is limited. The level 4 Taoyuan is enough to cover the entire planet. This is also the first planet in the Alliance that has been completely transformed into Talyuan. Even if one day the Alliance is really invaded by interstellar pollution, this planet will not have any problems. What she never expected was that when Planet 626 was completely covered by Talyuan, the system suddenly refreshed a prompt. It was detected that the owner of Talyuan had a completely purified planet, and the vertical and horizontal function was turned on. What function? She opened the Talyuan system in surprise. Sure enough, there was a new function in the management interface. After selecting it, a star map unfolded in front of her eyes. Among the many dim stars, there were more than a dozen that were particularly bright, and one of them was not only very bright, but also surrounded by a halo, which naturally stood out. Her attention fell on this unique star, and the star was immediately pulled closer and enlarged. Is this star 626? The enlarged planet was still a ball of light, and the logo of a crystal giant tree was clearly visible. The system confirmed her guess. So what is the use of this function? Regarding the explanation of the new function, Talyuan system had no hesitation and immediately gave the answer. After careful study, she finally understood. In simple terms, she can connect dots into lines, and then from lines to surfaces. Originally, the purification range of each Talyuan was calculated based on the area covered by the giant tree after the upgrade, and the height was capped by the height of the giant tree. Outside the range, even if it still belongs to the atmosphere of the planet, the purification effect cannot be achieved. But the Talyuan covering the entire planet is different. It will automatically join the vertical and horizontal function. Once there are other Talyuans that meet the conditions around, the two will be automatically connected. Then the range between the two Talyuans, including the planets that have not yet built Talyuans in the range, will be purified. After understanding this function, people who have been accustomed to the powerful Talyuan system still couldn't help but open their eyes in surprise. Doesn't that mean that as long as you plan well, you can use this function to purify the entire alliance? There was no answer, but the giant tree pattern of the Talyuan system shook its branches and leaves, and it seemed to be more upright, giving people a feeling of, I am very powerful and proud. She smiled and praised generously. You are indeed the most powerful system in the world. But this function is not without limitations. First, the range of distance that a planet can connect to other points is limited, and it seems that it should be determined according to the level of the Talyuan. In addition, although all Talyuans that completely cover the planet will automatically appear in the Zongheng star map and become selectable items, if she really wants to open this function, she must first determine a starting point. Yes, this function does not support the strategy of blooming everywhere. A level 5 Talyuan can only determine one starting point, and one more can be opened for each level up. Of course, if she wants to use this function now, she has no choice but to start from star 626. But after hesitating for a while, she temporarily turned off the Zongheng star map. Intuition told her that this function needs to be treated with caution, and she should discuss it with Guduo and others as soon as possible before proceeding. She sent a message directly to Guduo, Sun Yuqing and others, indicating that there was something very important to discuss regarding the complete purification of interstellar pollution. Then she temporarily turned her attention back to the construction of the Mermaid Bay. Chapter 277, Surprises in Succession. At this moment, the foundation of the Talyuan has been formed. She went back to planet 7133 and took out the mermaid statue from her private vault. After returning to planet 626, she accepted the construction task of the Mermaid Bay. All miracle buildings have a construction time limit. The longest time limit she has seen so far is half a year. But when she saw the time limit for the Mermaid Bay, she was greatly shocked. 3 years. A full 3 years. The Talyuan system will not relax the task time limit for no reason. So this long time limit can only mean one thing. The construction of the Mermaid Bay is much more difficult than she imagined. When she saw the overall three-dimensional map of this miracle building, she suddenly understood why. This is no longer a building, but a huge building complex. In the seabed, there is of course a mermaid city. There is even a town in the bay. There are quantity requirements for the number of houses and types of shops in the town. Just let her build 2 towns. In addition, the Mermaid Bay also has regulations on biodiversity. Seeing the needs of those numerous and complex creatures, she found that 3 years might be tight. After all animals that meet the pure requirements of the Alliance need to be imported by the trading house. Thinking about her Boaz and other mermaids, that I will let you return home as soon as possible." She couldn't help but hold her forehead. But the great man of the flower-growing family said that there are no difficulties. "But we must go. And there are difficulties. And we must overcome them. In addition to actively finding ways to complete the task." She had no choice. First, send a message to the person in charge of the management of Taoyuan Group's construction workers, and assign the task of the new construction that is about to start. At present, Taoyuan Group already has a group of stable construction workers on duty. When there is no task of miracle construction, they will participate in the construction of Taoyuan City. But once the group has a task, they can arrive at the post in the shortest time. But the construction of the Mermaid Bay was too complicated this time, and there were still not enough people. So Taoyuan Group once recruited workers. Although it was a temporary task and temporary position, the salary was generous, and a wave of registration was set off for a while. Then new tasks were arranged for the caravans. As the level of Taoyuan increased, the number of caravans also increased. Now there are 22 caravans in the trading house. I believe it will not be too difficult to gather the creatures needed in the Mermaid Bay. Then go to Taoyuan number 3 and spend a day to upgrade it to level 5. This is the first Taoyuan to be upgraded to the top level, except for the main body of 7,133 stars. It successfully covers the entire 6,752 stars and lights up the second position that is qualified to be the starting point of the vertical and horizontal. But she still did not touch the new function, but asked Bao Yuan Shan to select a group of people with mechanical maintenance technology to come over. She wanted to plant raw materials in all the vacant places of Taoyuan number 3. There is no way. The basic materials required for miracle buildings must be produced by Taoyuan, and the gap is too big. It was too slow to cultivate the fields with robots. So she stayed here for another 3 days, and paved all the extra vacant land after the upgrade into farmland. As a result, she got another surprise. The system prompts, achievement. I am a little planting maniac. Taoyuan number 3 gets planting bonus. The growth rate of all products increases, and the output increases. There is such a hidden benefit. She was overjoyed. Since there is an achievement system, there must be more than one achievement. She immediately asked, System, what other achievements are there? And what are the conditions for achieving them? After a silence of 10 seconds, she curled her lips, knowing that this situation generally means that the Taoyuan system will not give an accurate answer. Sure enough, the system prompt popped up. Please explore on your own. Okay. People should not be too greedy. At worst, she will build experiments one by one in the future, in order to study this so-called planting bonus. She stayed in Taoyuan number 3 for 2 more days, and soon saw the difference. Basically, the production cycle of each product was shortened by 1/10 of the time, and the output increased by 20%. It doesn't sound like a lot, but the entire 6752th planet has become a planting base. So the shortened time and production volume are considerable. Because of this unexpected surprise, the robots originally equipped were actually a little insufficient. So she had to urgently customize a batch of new ones to be sent over, which barely maintained the balance. After doing all this, the construction of the Mermaid Bay was on the right track. But she didn't even have time to breathe, because of the previous information about completely purifying pollution. She had been bombarded with news these days, and everyone wanted to meet with her as soon as possible to discuss how to proceed with this thing that sounded difficult to achieve. Finally, she was free, and she was about to contact Sun Yuqing and others again to confirm the time and place of the meeting. As a result, Sun Haiqing's communication came in first. Ajin, come to the forest park quickly. She thought something had happened, and went directly to Planet 43 through the post station. As soon as she got off the carriage, she was pulled into the internal special suspension car by Sun Haiqing, who had been waiting for a long time. By the way, since the forest park opened to the public, the daily flow of people has been rising. In order to ensure the ecological environment and the experience of playing, they had to limit the number of people entering the park. As a result, the reservation date has been scheduled for 1.5 years later. From the moment she saw Sun Haiqing, she knew that nothing bad should have happened. Otherwise the other party would not be so excited. It's not that she didn't ask curiously, but she was evaded by the other party with "you will know in a while." She supervised this place bit by bit, and was familiar with all the places. She only took a look at the changes in the scenery outside the car and determined that the suspension car was heading towards the Moon Goddess Palace. Sure enough, the suspension car finally stopped at the back mountain of the Moon Goddess Palace. The two entered the main palace at the highest point through a special passage. There are no guest rooms here, but it is used as a large theater. There are different performances every night. If tourists stay in the Moon Goddess Palace, they can watch the performance for free, which is also one of the popular projects in the Forest Park. Logically, the theater should have started preparing for the performance at this time. But Lu Jingdu noticed that the surroundings were quiet and couldn't help asking, "Is the theater closed tonight?" According to regulations, there are 5 batches of performers in the Luna Theater, which can fully achieve a round of performances all year round. But Sun Haicheng's answer confirmed her guess. Yes, an announcement has been issued, and compensation plans have been given to guests staying at the Luna Hotel and tourists who have already purchased performance tickets. Basically everyone has accepted it, and there is no problem for the time being. What happened? Obviously, this rest was a temporary decision. Otherwise, there would be no tickets for the performance. She had a vague guess in her heart. The construction conditions of the miracle building are harsh, and the task has a time limit. But so far, apart from being particularly beautiful, it has not shown anything special in other aspects. It is inevitable that people feel that some of them rely on their looks to make a living. But now, her heart pounded, and she felt a sense of anticipation. Chapter 278: The Magic of Miracle Buildings. They finally stopped outside the center of the main palace. The main hall of the Moon Goddess Palace is a circular building, with gorgeous rooms and corridors surrounding an open-air circular atrium. There are no plants here, and the stone floor is surrounded by layers. And finally there is a small pool in the center. When it was built, she noticed that all the positions of this building should have been carefully calculated. So no matter where it is, this pool must be illuminated by the moonlight every night. And the Artemis gem was broken according to the requirements of the drawings and thrown at the bottom of the pool. She remembered that this approach caused strong opposition from many people at the time. Even Sun Haicheng, who had seen many good things, said that this was a waste of natural resources. But she had no choice. This was the construction requirement of the Moon Goddess Palace. In the end, no one dared to do it. So she still went into battle herself, broke the Artemis, and evenly threw it at the bottom of the pool. Because of this, the depth of the pool is as black as the night sky, and when the moonlight falls on it, it will show a very beautiful color. However, it is not dark yet, so such a beautiful scenery is naturally not available. But when she received Sun Haicheng's hint and walked into the courtyard, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. There is a place in the pool where the light reflected by the sun is particularly bright. When she walked to the edge of the pool, she found that it was an Artemis gem the size of an adult's fist. Because it is black, it almost blends with the bottom of the pool from a distance. It's just that the luster is much more concentrated than the fragments, which makes people see the difference at a glance. The pool is not deep, and she has already held the gem in her hand when she leaned over. When the cool gem fell into the palm of her hand, it made people feel that all this was not a dream. Sun Haicheng reminded, "Look carefully in the pool again." Since she said so, there must be something in the pool. Lu Jingdu squinted her eyes and searched for a while, and finally saw it clearly. In addition to this large Artemis gem, there are also many small Artemis scattered in the pool. The big ones are like longan seeds, and the small ones are only like mung beans. Sun Haicheng then explained, "These Artemis should not have appeared just now, but they were all small and mixed at the bottom of the pool before, and no one found them until this big one appeared." Admittedly, Lu Jingdu is not short of money now. Even if she has a few more Artemis, it will only make her wealth more beautiful. But it must be said that this gem is too beautiful. No one can resist adding a few more such beautiful collections to their wealth. But this gem is also accompanied by blood and sin. She suddenly thought of the experience of Bao Yuanshan's family, and she was a little emotional. Sun Haicheng also looked at the gem in a fascination. After a long time, he looked away with difficulty and whispered, "Don't worry. I am the first discoverer. After that, I found a reason to temporarily close this main hall. Don't worry about any trouble." This sentence interrupted her thoughts. After calming down, she asked the business, "So what's the matter with these gems? This is the product of your skills. You ask me?" Sun Haicheng glared at her unhappily, but finally said his own speculation. "I suspect it was bred in this pool. But this is too magical. Is this a treasure pool? In fact, Her guess is similar to Sun Haicheng's. It seems that the construction drawings have a series of strict requirements for the location of the atrium, the depth of the pool, etc., which are not unreasonable. In fact, it is not surprising to think about it. After all, the cost of landing a miracle building is not low. But so far all miracle buildings have not produced anything, which is equivalent to losing money purely for completing the task. However, from the perspective of the civilization system, miracle buildings are closely related to the revival of major civilizations. If it keeps losing money, any owner of the Taoyuan system who is a little selfish will not be interested in the miracle building, and will not pay more attention to it as long as the upgrade requirements are met. But the situation is completely different now. Even if she is not a person who is crazy about money, as long as she thinks that she may steadily harvest Artemis gems in the future, she feels a burst of heat in her heart, suddenly thinking of the things she was going to discuss with Guduo and others. An idea came to her mind. She carefully selected some Artemis gems of uniform size, and put them away together with the largest one. She made up her mind. I will transfer some Taoyuan troops over later. The main hall will be bounded by the atrium. The front will continue to operate as a theater, and the back will be closed to the public on the grounds of private ownership. I will also give the task of observing the condensation of the pooled gems to the Taoyuan troops. You keep it secret for me for the time being. Sun Haicheng noticed the word temporarily. Are you going to do Artemis business? I want to remind you that this gem is a bit evil. Almost every time a relatively large gem appears, it is accompanied by bloodshed. Although most of them are accidents, they still make many people afraid. So you see, although the nobles all regard collecting Artemis as one of their status symbols, there are almost no people who actually wear jewelry made of this gem. Faced with this kind reminder, she naturally would not be ungrateful and nodded with a smile. I know what I am doing. Don't worry. Sun Haicheng stopped talking about this topic and didn't talk about it again. Originally, there was no barracks on Planet 43. But now, in order to facilitate the transfer of troops, she could only find an inconspicuous corner and temporarily divide it into a restricted area to build a barracks. By the way, she calculated the number of Taoyuan now, except for those that belonged to private individuals. The others needed troops to be stationed to maintain order. Now the few Taoyuan troops seemed a bit stretched. So she opened the recruitment function that had been closed before, and then transferred half of the Taoyuan 1 army here. After arranging the work in the main hall courtyard, she began to consider writing invitations. First, she sent a message to Guduo, Sun Yuqing and other close people, inviting them to go to Guanghan Palace in 3 days to discuss matters related to pollution purification. The reason why it was set in 3 days was also helpless. After all, they were all busy people. If they were not given time to deal with the matters at hand, then the only option is to have an online meeting. But she was planning to go big this time, so it would be better to meet in person. It wasn't because she hadn't seen someone for a long time. She quietly denied it in her heart, and then silently added a few words, like quite important to the message to Guduo. 3 days passed in a flash, and as the person who initiated this meeting, Lu Jinggu arrived at Guanghan Palace first. Taoyuan Earth started trial operation half a month ago. As one of the affiliated attractions, Guanghan Palace has also received several groups of guests. But today it is quiet, and there is a sense of loneliness, like Chang'e living alone in the moon. Because the flower-growing children have a special interest in mythological stories. She also specially wore a moon-white long-sleeve dress, and came with a white rabbit. So when Guduo and others got off the carriage, they looked up and saw a cold figure on the Faxian bridge facing the huge osmanthus tree, as if it would fly away with the wind at any time. Chapter 279 Miss Jean. I'm sorry *in. Guduo's heart skipped a beat, and the sudden panic almost made him rush out to grab the person. If there hadn't been a low voice behind him, so beautiful, he might have really done it. Calming down, he glanced back while walking. Chu Heng and Grant came with him this time, and they would be so heartless to sigh at this time, and would not think of anyone else except Grant. But he also noticed that although Chu Heng didn't say anything, the surprise in his eyes was no less. His heartbeat suddenly became a little heavy. Speaking of which, why didn't I see Xinglian and the others? Sun Yuqing suddenly asked in a low voice. Guduo forcibly shifted his attention away from his 2 subordinates, so as not to get angry because they were staring at Lu Jinggu, and replied, You want to ask about Yida, right? The person whose thoughts were exposed did not hesitate, and smiled faintly. Why? I can't be together and I can't think about it. As if he heard the sound of his heart being stabbed. His eyes sank. And after a long time, he reluctantly pulled his lips. I can't control your business. Of course you can't control it. Sun Yuqing maintained her fairy-like image, but rolled her eyes when others were not paying attention. But I rarely have the opportunity to see him. Why don't you bring him here? They just happen to have a mission, and couldn't get away for the time being. Really? She looked at him suspiciously. It's not that Yida doesn't want to come. No. After all, the two grew up together. Sun Yuqing stared at him for a while, and accepted this statement. At this time, Lu Jinggu also saw them. They were all acquaintances. So she didn't care about her image, and waved to them happily. Sun Yuqing smiled, but didn't do the same exaggerated behavior. Gu Duo didn't even frown, looking indifferent. But several people following behind waved enthusiastically. Sun Yuqing looked over again in confusion. But Gu Duo pretended not to notice. Lu Jinggu ran down from Feitian Bridge. Although she knew she should restrain herself in front of everyone, she couldn't help but take a good look at the person she hadn't seen for a long time. She seemed to have lost some weight, and it seemed that she was really busy recently. Her expression was still the same indifferent. But if you see a smiling face, it would be frightening. While watching, she sighed in her heart, and the person who felt her scrutiny couldn't help but glance over. It just so happened that their eyes met. She immediately showed a bright smile. For the first time, Gu Duo discovered that it was so difficult to control the movement of facial muscles. Although he tried his best to stop it, the corner of his mouth seemed to have its own will, and lifted slightly. He immediately controlled that point to calm down. But the person opposite him obviously still caught the smile, and said with a smile, It's really not easy to see you smile. Gu Duo, He silently looked away, and decided not to let this happen again before leaving. Wei Wei felt that his attitude was a bit strange. But before she had time to think, a person suddenly flashed in front of her, bowed 90 degrees directly, and apologized loudly. Miss Jean, I'm sorry. She was startled and patted her chest before she realized that Grant was standing in front of her. He still kept the posture of bowing and repeated the sentence Miss Jean. I'm sorry 3 times. She looked at Gu Duo with a question mark in her head, but saw that he seemed to have a strong interest in Guanhan Palace, half sideways admiring the building, and did not receive her doubts at all. However, his move exposed the people behind him, and she saw Chu Hung with a smile on his face. She felt that Chu Hung probably knew Grant's train of thought better than Gu Duo. So she asked, What is he doing? Chu Hung smiled and shook his head. He accepted the commission of his comrades to apologize to you for what happened on planet 7444. Grant did not stand up, but said in a muffled voice, Yes. We all regretted it after knowing your intention. Knowing that I could meet you this time. They all urged me to apologize to you. We misunderstood you before. If you are still angry, just scold me, and I will bear their share. Puff. Perhaps because they are not in a dangerous place now, and everyone is relaxed. Why does she feel that Grant is more stupid than before? After laughing, seeing that he was still standing at a 90-degree angle, he quickly helped him up and waved his hands, saying, If you hadn't been protecting me at that time, I don't know what would have happened. Besides, I said those words myself, so it's normal for you to misunderstand me. It's all in the past, and I don't take it to heart. Please go back and tell everyone that they don't need to remember this matter. Have you forgiven us? Grant looked at her hopefully. Yes. Yes. I forgive you. You don't need to mention it again. Great. A loud roar startled everyone again. Grant waved his fist and jumped on the spot. He turned his head and said to Chu Hung, I knew Miss Jean would never be stingy. Chu Hung looked speechless and spoke in a coaxing tone. Yes. Yes. You are right. At the same time, he gave her a helpless look. On planet 7444, she and Chu Hung were the last to have tacit understanding. Therefore, after feeling his teasing meaning of the child is too naive, please forgive me. She also smiled very respectfully, just as she was about to ask them about their situation after they returned. She suddenly heard Gu Duo ask, You asked us to come here just to chat? Although her tone was calm, she always felt a hint of displeasure. She was slightly startled and quickly said, Of course not. Come this way. Let's sit down and talk. A group of people finally sat down in a side hall of Guanghan Palace. She had already prepared tea and desserts made by herself. After everyone sat down, she went straight to the point. In fact, I asked everyone to come here this time, because my skills have been upgraded. At this point, she was already very accustomed to pushing the various performances of the Taiyuan system onto the mutant skills. At this time, she described the new abilities after the upgrade without changing her expression. The upgraded skills have a new ability called vertical and horizontal. Vertical and horizontal? Everyone showed an interested look. She briefly described the effect of vertical and horizontal. Before she finished speaking, Gu Duo stood up. Although Sun Yuqing did not move, her expression was no longer calm. She confirmed it again in disbelief. You mean? If the peach garden can cover the planet where it is, it can be connected to the nearby peach gardens to purify all the pollution in that area. Yes. Sorry. I'm a little too excited. Please give me some time to calm down. No one had any opinion on Sun Yuqing's loss of composure. In fact, Gu Duo had already walked back and forth several times, and the performances of others were even more exaggerated. The only one who remained calm, besides herself, was the jade rabbit, who was silently chewing grass. Chapter 280, The Reason for All the Inconvenience. Lu Jingu fully understood their feelings, so he gave them enough time to digest. After 15 minutes, Gu Duo and Sun Yuqing barely managed to control themselves. This was very rare for the two of them. Gu Duo sat down again, rubbed his face vigorously, and asked a question that everyone was concerned about. Can we see the Zonling star map? Yes. She had tried it before, so she immediately gave a positive answer. She pretended to fiddle with the light brain, but in fact she secretly called the Taiyuan system, and then shared the star map of the Zongheng function. The translucent image appeared in front of everyone, and everyone couldn't help but gather around. She introduced it a few words, and everyone understood the star map. Gu Duo and Sun Yuqing were still calmer at this time, and did not speak rashly. Grant looked left and right, and saw that the boss and Chu Hung had no intention of stopping him. So he couldn't help asking, so now there are 2 planets that meet the conditions? Yes. Then where do we start? Grant suddenly found that after saying this, everyone looked at him, realizing that he seemed to have said something wrong. He scratched his head awkwardly and muttered, aren't there only these 2 places that can be used as starting points? Chu Hung looked helpless and saluted Gu Duo first. Sir, I shouldn't have pleaded for Grant. I am willing to be punished. So Lu Jingu understood that Grant was able to come here this time, because Chu Hung helped to plead for him. Gu Duo also had an expression of this is not my subordinate. I don't have such a stupid subordinate. After a while, he waved his hand. It's okay. Anyway, it's not the first day that his brain ran away from home. Puff. It must be said that when his poisonous tongue is used on others, it is really funny. Grant had a calm face, obviously used to being teased by the boss, and even asked very seriously, Boss, if we don't use these 2 places as the starting point, what should we do? Gu Duo twisted his fingers and pondered. Since we can only determine one starting point at present, the location must be chosen carefully. In addition, it must be dazzling enough. Sun Yuqing added. Lu Jingu thought about it and followed up. I think it may have enough meaning. Meaning? They didn't seem to think of this. She nodded. For example, the Earth. This was an idea she had long ago. Although the humans of the Alliance may have a great difference in blood with the people of the Earth, in the final analysis, everyone came from that blue planet after all. She firmly believed that some things were hidden in the bones, which might be forgotten, but would never really disappear. Earth? No one thought she would make such a proposal. Of course, although the Earth was given to her as a gift, in the minds of these people, it was not considered a strategic choice. However, Gu Duo knew Lu Jingu well and quickly reacted. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. This is not appropriate. She was a little disappointed, but she didn't hesitate too much. She just nodded. Then I listened to you. The first starting point must have enough weight. The Earth is not enough in the eyes of the Alliance. However, if the first starting point can attract attention, the Earth can be used as the next starting point. At that time, it will be better to promote themes such as seeking roots. She didn't expect him to explain so much. She was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Okay. I know. She knew Gu Duo's personality. He was not a person who liked to explain everything. But he said such a long sentence because he refuted her words. Maybe he had different ideas in his heart. And he felt sweet when he saw his difference. And his smile naturally showed some points. Gu Duo was watching her explain. But suddenly, he looked away as if he was burned by fire. The smile froze slightly, and she felt something was wrong again. I couldn't help but look over there inquiringly. But Gu Duo had already turned to talking about the location of the first starting point of Zongheng. In this regard, only Sun Yuqing was as knowledgeable as him. The two of them talked back and forth, and finally looked at each other, and pointed to a location at the same time. The others subconsciously looked in the direction of their fingers, and were all surprised. Capital Star. Lu Jinggu thought about this starting point, and they would definitely choose the most influential position. But she never expected that the two would be so bold. Capital Star. She pondered and had to admit that this was indeed a wonderful choice. As long as she could deal with the other few families. Will the others agree? Gu Duo naturally replied, leave Gongsun to me. Those Blake families. I can try. Sun Yuqing did not hesitate. Although the Sun family and the Gu family have recently cooperated again, it is through the third party of Taoyuan Group. In the battlefield of the parliament, the Sun family still adheres to the principle of neutrality, so they can still have a good dialogue with Blake, Alexander and Dachi family. In fact, although there are three families, as long as Blake can be dealt with, the other two will follow. In this way, the most mysterious Xia family is left. She was about to ask what to do with the Xia family. Sun Yuqing suddenly looked at Gu Duo. Speaking of which, didn't the Xia family express the hope of marrying you? I think the Xia family should be handed over to you. Before Gu Duo spoke, she couldn't help but exclaimed, what marriage? Looking at the two of them, she slowly frowned. All the feelings of why during this period emerged one by one, and she seemed to understand why. Her heart ached, and she felt a little confused at the same time. She didn't have time to express her feelings, but she didn't know that all possibilities had long gone. It seems quite miserable that the first heartbeat in two lives ended without any result. The funny thing is that strictly speaking, she didn't even have the qualifications to express such sadness. After all, there was no promise between the two of them. Lu Jinggu felt that she was split into two halves. One half was fragile and sad, for the love that she didn't have time to confess. The other half was struggling to maintain her reserve and dignity, and strictly taught herself not to show any clues. She lowered her eyes and took a deep breath. Finally, she suppressed all the surging emotions, then slowly raised her lips and raised her eyes to make up for the previous question. You didn't tell me that you were going to get married. It's really not nice. She never knew that sometimes it was quite difficult to laugh. No. Gu Duo's cold voice sounded. I have already told my family that I refuse. So the Gu family is happy to see it happen. She was not happy with this answer, but she immediately thought of other places. Yes, the Xia family has a daughter who is sought after by hundreds of families. After all, 70% of the strong men came out of the Xia family's daughter's belly. At this moment, it was hard for her not to think of a word. Well matched? Obviously, the Gu and Xia families are indeed a perfect match. Chapter 281. Breaking off the friendship, or breaking off the friendship, or breaking off the friendship. In fact, since they have already decided to start from the capital star, there is not much to say next. The first thing is of course to convince those people to build a paradise on the capital star. And she just didn't want to stay any longer. As time went by, a kind of sadness gradually turned into an inexplicable anger. That kind of feeling of although it's not your fault, I just want to get angry at you. Before her emotions got out of control, she decided to withdraw and leave, so as not to turn the scene into a farce. Since the meeting was over, it was of course no problem for her to leave because she had something to do. Grant and Chu Hung, who got a vacation because of this trip, also went to visit Guanghan Palace with Gu Duo's consent. However, the two separated after leaving the side hall. Grant was really heartless and trotted away all the way, but Chu Hung pursed his lips and silently followed the direction where Lu Jinggu left. She didn't walk far. She was sitting in the garden with her rabbit in her arms in a bad mood. When she heard the noise, her heart jumped. She turned her head quickly, but the person who came was not the one she wanted to see. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly covered up this emotion, looked at Grant who was a little out of breath, and pretended to smile calmly. What do you want to see me for? Ajahn, can I call you that? I didn't expect the other party to say this first. She was stunned for a moment, and smiled, of course. My friends call me that. Then she was confused, because Grant stood straight in a military posture. He said in one breath, I am the seventh son in the family, with 4 older brothers and 3 older sisters. My parents live with my eldest brother on star 420. They are all very kind people, and will never make you feel uncomfortable. I currently have a house on star 427 and a deposit of 3 million star coins, which is basically saved from my monthly salary. It is estimated that I will have about 10 million after retirement. Of course, it cannot be compared with your assets, but I am willing to do property notarization, and I will never use your money for my own benefit. The more she listened, the more confused she became. There was something wrong. So she interrupted him. Wait. Why are you telling me this? What is property notarization? Then she saw him look embarrassed. This is the first time I do this kind of thing, and I am not good at speaking. I may not organize my words well. In fact, I just want you to understand my situation. And then I want to ask you to consider whether you can become my marriage partner? Lu Jinggu felt that her expression management was out of control for a moment. She was so stunned that she couldn't speak for a long time. It's not that she hadn't heard that people in the interstellar age were extremely efficient in falling in love and getting married. But she was still shocked by the fact that they had just known each other for less than half a year and had never said I like you before. But they went straight to the proposal scene. She subconsciously stepped back and asked, Are you kidding? Grant said firmly. How can you joke about this? That would be even more terrifying. Okay. I can't agree to this. She felt absurd when she thought that the other party was really asking for marriage. This is not appropriate. She felt that she had clearly rejected it. But the other party looked confused. Isn't it appropriate? What's appropriate? She was a little crazy. You have connected with my spiritual power so many times. Grant scratched his hair, pursed his lips, and looked a little aggrieved. No rejection reaction at all. Isn't this the most appropriate performance? She wanted to know the crux of the problem. And she quickly explained. I had no choice but to borrow spiritual power before. My spiritual power was not enough. Besides, I didn't just borrow yours. And I didn't have any rejection reaction with other people. The implication is that you are not the most special one. And it is impossible to consider the issue of marriage on this basis. The next second, Grant said, It is precisely because your spiritual power can match theirs that I have to take the initiative. She was extremely helpless. No one will be like you, running to me to get married because of this kind of thing. Why not? Don't say that this is the adult's intention. You are good and beautiful. They will definitely take action. If I don't. When Grant's mouth was blocked from behind, she just asked, What do you mean this is the adult's intention? Chu Hung looked helpless and speechless, looking at the man who was still struggling. He threatened Grant in a low voice, If I report what you just said to the adults, you will be put in solitary confinement for at least 3 months. Do you believe it? Grant was puzzled. But when he thought that his friend's words had basically come true every time, he immediately became obedient. You go first. The person who was driven away still looked regretful and looked at him reluctantly for several times. However, Lu Jinggu no longer cared about him. She just stared at Chu Hung, eager to find out what was going on. Grant left, and the surroundings became quiet again. What is going on? She had a vague guess in her heart, and the emotion called anger was slowly rising. She just wanted to get an answer now, and then decide whether to vet it hard and thoroughly. Sorry. Grant is too reckless. That's not what I want to hear. She interrupted without hesitation. If you don't say it, I can go ask Gu Duo directly. Although she might not get an answer, she couldn't calm down until she figured out the matter, probably feeling her determination. Chu Hung hesitated for a moment, but still told everything truthfully. But in the end, she couldn't help but explain, although this matter started with the adults' opinions. We are not robots. I believe Grant did this today out of sincerity. She was upset at the moment, and she didn't care about sincerity or falsehood. She nodded randomly, and just wanted to find Gu Duo immediately. As for what to do after seeing him, she hadn't figured it out yet. But all this had nothing to do with Chu Hung, and she didn't want to spread negative emotions at will. So she barely maintained a calm appearance and said that she had something to do. No matter how delicate Chu Hang's mind was, he didn't know her well enough after all, and didn't realize that this was the calm before the storm. Hearing this, he took the initiative to get up and leave. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment, but still whispered, Actually, Grant is not coming. And today I also want to ask you. What to ask is naturally self-evident. But at this moment, these words only have the effect of adding fuel to the fire. She is now certain that when she sees Gu Duo later, she must first scold him severely before she can vent her anger. As for whether she will break up or break up after scolding, it depends on her mood afterwards. Chapter 282 Unexpected Confession. Just when Lu Jinggu was shocked by the truth. In the garden, Gu Duo was also talking to Sun Yiqing. Why did you suddenly mention the matter of the CF family? Sun Yiqing no longer acted like a fairy in front of acquaintances. She sighed and said lightly, I see you and Jean are awkward and anxious. However, the person involved obviously did not appreciate it. Her brows were wrinkled into a big lump, and she uttered 4 words. Mind your own business. Yes, it is true. She did not deny it. But I don't want to see you like me. Gu Duo's body trembled. As if thinking about something. Sun Yiqing understood his personality. He was sensitive to everything since he was a child. But he was particularly slow in emotions. Because the 2 brothers of the Gu family were handsome. There were always some girls, who were early in love, who couldn't help but express their affection for them. Gu Qing was needless to say. He was a truly perfect person. Even if he was rejected, he would never make people unhappy. Gu Duo, on the other hand, had no idea why people were blushing in front of him. When she was naive and ignorant of the world, she had once had a little bit of amorous feelings for the 2 brothers. But fortunately she stopped in time. Sun Yiqing patted her chest lightly, congratulating herself for her young and ignorant self. But Gu Duo hesitated and said, but I'm not because. Gu Duo, I have something to tell you. His words were interrupted by someone who rushed in. Of course, it was Lu Jinggu who came. Her face was tense, and even a blind person could feel the anger emanating from her body. Sun Yiqing stood up consciously, speaking of which, I haven't been here since Guanghan Palace was built. It's just right to take this opportunity to go shopping and chat. Thank you. She really couldn't spare the mind to be polite now. So she simply thanked him for leaving space for her, and then turned back to stare at Gu Duo. The latter of course also noticed her emotions, and actually felt a little nervous, which was rare. Sun Yiqing simply left decisively, and he stood up subconsciously. Gu Duo was born tall, and because of his military style, he always stood like a pine tree. When he was in a good mood, he was naturally pleasing to the eye. But at this moment she came to settle accounts, and she felt that this person was too hateful, and actually used his body to put pressure on her. This is intolerable. If the height is not enough, can't you use tools to make up for it? So the person who was angry and had a little confused did something that would never be possible at ordinary times. She climbed onto the table all of a sudden. Very good. This time she occupied an absolute height, and looking at Gu Duo's eyes that had to be raised, Lu Jinggu was very satisfied. Now the height difference made her feel full of momentum, and she finally began to denounce the behavior. Gu Duo, I can't believe that you, a grown man, have a hobby of being a matchmaker. Unfortunately, this girl doesn't need it. I am naturally beautiful, wealthy, gentle, cute, kind and generous. I can find any man I want. Do I need you to arrange it for me? She spoke a long paragraph almost without stopping. She took a breath and rested for a while. Without waiting for the other party to speak, she started to fire again. I know you are the young master of the Gu family, and I shouldn't be so wishful when I come from a small family. But the young master doesn't have to think of relying on marriage to keep me. You have been a noble master for a long time. You really think this is a feudal society? You give me a personal servant, and I have to be grateful, right? Bah! The more she spoke, the angrier she became. If she didn't know she couldn't beat Gu Duo, she really wanted to beat him. So whatever she thought of in her heart, she said out of her mouth, and she didn't even know what she just said. Gu Duo was very sharp most of the time, except for being slow in some aspects. He accurately caught a hint of the hidden meaning in such a long string of words. He suddenly raised his eyes, and his gaze was instantly hot. You? What are you dreaming about? A furious person cannot distinguish the hidden meaning of other people's words very well, but only understands them literally based on instinct. The 4 words wishful thinking said by Gu Duo were certainly not good words to her ears. She was so angry that she jumped up and down and yelled, yes. I was delusional. I dared to secretly like the young master of the Gu family, and planned to confess my feelings. I didn't know my position clearly. I didn't know that you had already planned to pick some people from your subordinates for me to choose freely. Huh? Should I thank you for your trouble? At least you didn't give me some crooked melons and cracked dates. When it comes to quarrels, they can only become more fierce if there is a give and take. Once you say a lot of nonsense, and the other party doesn't respond, it is difficult for the excited party to maintain a high mood. This is the current situation. Lu Jinggu attacked together, and Gu Duo suddenly fell into the chair with his chest covered, as if he was suddenly hit hard. She subconsciously wanted to care. And then she remembered that she was angry, and hurriedly held back the words that were about to come out. Then, she finally remembered what she had just said. Fuck. She couldn't help but curse secretly. She was here to settle accounts. Why did she act like she was furious and confessing, when she thought about how she seemed to be full of vigor just now? But she had said all kinds of nonsense. Her toes curled up in shame, and she could almost dig out another Guanghan palace. She just wanted to run away now. Settling accounts was a small matter. The most important thing was to save her last bit of face. However, Gu Duo, who had just slipped off the table and delayed, finally responded, "So you like me? I don't like you." She subconsciously wanted to refute. But this was her first relationship in her life after all, and she couldn't say such self-deceiving words. Embarrassment, grievance, shame, anger, all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. She bit her lips and tried to hold back, but she couldn't control her eyes and reddened. Even if she didn't look up, she could feel that Gu Duo was still staring at her. Suddenly, she felt like throwing the kin away. She suddenly said, "Yes, I like you." "Why? Master Gu, who is so high up? Can't I even like you in my heart?" As she spoke, she forced herself to look up, not wanting to show weakness in front of this hateful man who made her heart beat. However, when she saw his face, all her emotions suddenly froze. The complex expression of surprise and pain on his usually calm face made her unable to tell what kind of mood he was in. Gu Duo's arm suddenly moved, and for a second, she thought he was going to hug her. However, he just took 2 steps back in restraint, turned his head abruptly, pursed his lips tightly, and seemed to have made up his mind not to say a word. It was hard to tell what kind of mood she was in at that moment. She gave up everything and threw away her girlish modesty at her feet. But she didn't get a single answer. Even if she refused directly, she wouldn't pester him. After they talked it out, wouldn't it be better for them to continue to get along as ordinary partners? What is this now? Hesitant to accept? Or half-hearted? Thinking of the more casual lifestyle of the Alliance people in terms of emotions. My fiery heart gradually cooled down. Chapter 283, Breaking the Dilemma. She was silent for dozens of seconds, or maybe a few minutes. She was in a very messy mood, and her perception of time seemed to be wrong. Gu Duo never meant to speak. She pulled the corner of her mouth and decided to let go of the last bit of unwilling expectation. She took a deep breath and said, "Just pretend you didn't hear what I said today. You caused the trouble with Chu Heng and the others. You are responsible for handling it. In the future, you will find someone who can make the decision to contact me about the affairs of Taoyuan Group. In the future." She paused, deliberately ignoring the dull pain in her heart. "In the future, we will try not to contact each other, so as not to embarrass everyone." After leaving the last word, she turned around and left. If she didn't leave, she was afraid that the last bit of her dignity would be shattered. The wind suddenly blew behind her, and then her arm was pulled by someone. Lu Jingu looked back expressionlessly. First looked at her hand that looked pale because of too strong a clench, and then slowly raised her eyes to the handsome face. "You heard me," she said calmly, as if she had really let go of everything in the past in an instant. Gu Duo quickly let go of her. His movements were panic. "Anything else?" As soon as her arm was released, she immediately looked away and asked calmly, "I'm sorry about Chu Heng and the others." Gu Duo finally spoke up. "I know I made a wrong decision, but at the time, I really thought it was better for you. Better for me." She couldn't help but sneer. "You matched me with a few handsome men without my knowledge." "Gu Duo, are you insulting me? Or are you insulting your comrades, who have been with you through thick and thin?" "Sorry." He was suddenly so well behaved that she couldn't get angry at all. After a moment of silence, she uttered a "huh," not knowing whether she was responding to the apology or mocking herself for being soft-hearted. "In short, there is no need for these extra concerns in the future. If I consider getting married, I will definitely choose someone I like, and he also likes me. So you don't need to worry about it." She seemed to be possessed by Gu Duo, and she also had a blank expression on her face. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave again. Then she was grabbed again. "What else do you want?" Although she didn't intend to lose her temper, it didn't mean that she was in a good mood now. Besides, she didn't think there was any point in the two of them arguing. So she became impatient. Gu Duo pursed his lips. He probably hadn't met anyone who dared to treat him with such an attitude. But she didn't care. But after waiting for a long time, Guduo didn't mean to let go. He grabbed her and began to ponder. What? Is she helping to promote thinking or something? She struggled for a while. But her arms were not free, which made the person who was pulling her come back to his senses. He said seriously, I'm glad to know that you like me. Lu Jin laughed proudly. It's my honor. I like you too. This is also mine. What did you say? The second half of her voice broke, and she was in a state of being dumbfounded. How to say it? She felt as if she was hit by a bull head-on, and even her soul was almost knocked out of her body. For a moment, she couldn't do anything except staring at the other person blankly. Guduo paused and repeated clearly, I said, I like you too. She struggled hard again, and this time, the action was very intense. So he had to let go. She covered her head with both hands, as if this would calm down the thoughts running through her mind. However, it was useless. It seemed that someone had forced a brainwashing loop in her ears, and Guduo's confession was repeated endlessly. I don't know if it was the additional effect of this sentence, but now she always felt that Guduo's gaze was full of affection, as if he stretched out a thread of gentle lines, which almost made her lose the ability to think. No. No. I stand further away first. Guduo, ? Lu Jin-gu muttered, and quickly retreated several steps. And in a blink of an eye he had already leaned against the wall. What made him even more speechless was that her eyes were wide open, and they were filled with a feeling of facing a great enemy. This made a person who had never doubted herself feel this way for the first time. Wasn't I just confessing my feelings? Didn't I say something like a declaration of war because I was too nervous and inexperienced? On the other hand, she felt that after being away from Guduo, her mind was finally clearer. Various thoughts came to her mind. The first question she asked was, when did you like me? I was sure when I was on star 584. The doubt almost turned into substance and flowed out of her eyes. Then why did you arrange the Chu Hung scene? I didn't know you liked me at that time. Even if I don't like you, is it appropriate to arrange a date for someone casually? She didn't accept this reason. Guduo pursed his lips, and after a long while he reluctantly said, I have my reasons. Stop it. But she didn't buy it. I tell you the whole process now. You noticed that you had a crush on me a few months ago, but you didn't realize that I also had that thing about you. And then, there was a reason that I don't know yet, which made you think that we couldn't be together. So you just found a man for me. She paused, and finally asked, listen to it yourself. Is this logical? Is it reasonable? Guduo was silent. Since we are so frank today, why don't I say a few more words? She didn't finish. I don't accept anything that is used as a reason to decide other people's lives without authorization. I am an adult who can be responsible for my own life. Guduo, if you really want to do it for my own good, if you really have any reason that causes you to give up your feelings for me, then, I also hope to know the truth. He looked over suddenly, as if examining the truth of these words. She shrugged. I personally believe that no one in the world can't live without someone else. If the hardship you mentioned is due to family pressure, or something like that, I believe I have enough pressure resistance to face it with you. If it is indeed something that cannot be disobeyed by human power, I will never die for it. Saying goodbye to this relationship properly, and everyone as well, is also an ending I can accept. She said it casually, but it was inevitable that she felt a little bitter. First love. Who doesn't want sweetness? If it can only be forced to end, it will be a regret in life when you look back in the future. However, these words fell into Guduo's ears, and it was really like a thunderbolt, splitting the horns he had been digging into. The anxiety, worry, and even fear since the incident. The pain of having to suppress it in front of the person he liked, not daring to show any clues, and even having to personally arrange happiness for her, all disappeared in this moment. Chapter 284. What is the hardship? The two sat down again, and the atmosphere was a little weird. Let's say it's serious. After all, they just confessed to each other. To use a more literary way, they are now two pairs of eyes that are washed by spring water. When they look at each other, they can't help but sparkle. But if you say it's full of pink bubbles, sorry, she is not in such a mood for the time being. If she doesn't figure out the so-called hardship, she doesn't have the sense of reality that the person she likes also likes me. Suppressing the messy thoughts, she looked at Guduo and said seriously, now you can tell me what the so-called hardship is. Gu Duo looked very serious, and after a long time of words, he slowly said, I once had a brother. His name is Gu Qing. He is the real genius of this generation of the Gu family. Lu Jinggu thought he would hear some family resistance, responsibility and difficulties, but he never expected it to be such an opening. She had heard about Gu Qing before, and knew that this person's affairs were a knot in Gu Duo's heart, so she had never tried to find out. But she never thought that this former genius, who was assumed to have died for many years by most people, would become the reason for the obstacles in her and Gu Duo's relationship today. The elder brother mentioned by Gu Duo can only be described as perfect, even if he has the dual filters of good brother and beautification of memories. It can be heard that he is indeed a very good person. Gu Duo never believed that his elder brother would die like this. He firmly believed that there was still hope as long as the body was not found. Even if his family stopped looking for Gu Qing, he never stopped his efforts in this regard. So far, the search has not yielded any results. On the contrary, when he returned to the capital star, Gu Duo expressed his determination to get her to his father. Wait, you mentioned your feelings for me to Uncle Gu? She couldn't help interrupting him and asked incredulously. Gu Duo, however, took it for granted, since I have confirmed my feelings for you. There is no need to hide it. She groaned and raised her hand to cover her face. The power of a straight man's straight ball is hard to resist. She buried her face in her palms, and her voice seemed muffled. You continue? His words probably shocked his father. And soon after, he revealed a secret to him. A secret related to the 7 major families of the parliament, and also closely related to Gu Qing. She was inexplicably nervous. It was obvious that Gu Duo chose to suppress his feelings because of this secret. And of course she couldn't help but guess the content of the secret. Is there something wrong with the bloodline of the 7 families in the parliament? Or is there any tradition? Or is there any secret hidden in their power? But what does this have to do with Gu Qing? It was after that tragedy that the 7 families in the parliament really stood at the top of the alliance and became the existence that everyone admired. Gu Duo has been speaking slowly. Although the research on the spiritual power of illusion has been banned, it is undeniable that our 7 families have gained some long-term benefits from it. Strong people above SS level basically only appeared in our 7 families. This is not just a coincidence. And my eldest brother has always claimed to be a 3S level strongman. Even I think so. Because the reason why my eldest brother is called a genius, who has never appeared, is because he has awakened 5 major systems and 30 skills. She accurately captured the meaning of this sentence and asked hesitantly, so your eldest brother's real spiritual power level is more than 3S? Gu Duo put his 10 fingers together and nodded heavily. No wonder he is a genius that has never appeared before. You have to know that the 3S level of mental power is the highest level that the Alliance recognizes that human mental power can reach. And Gu Qing actually surpassed this level. I just learned about this not long ago. Because the eldest brother's mental power is too strong. The Alliance's standards cannot define him at all. But such power is also terrifying. After all, the tragedy at the beginning is still fresh in the memory of the older generation. But they are reluctant to give up the eldest brother's talent. So they join forces to conceal this matter. He laughed with an ambiguous meaning. This is the first time that all 7 families had joined forces after they split into 3 camps. She didn't know how to react for a while. It sounded like there might be a secret behind Gu Qing's death. This must be difficult for someone who loved her eldest brother very much and never gave up looking for him to accept. After thinking about it, she silently moved to Gu Duo's side and covered the back of his right hand with both hands. Gu Duo was slightly shocked, looked up at her, and then turned his palm. His palm was very large, and he easily held both of her hands. Her face began to turn red again, but she did not struggle. She just bravely looked back and told the other person with her eyes, I'm here. Don't be sad. The cold light in Gu Duo's eyes softened a lot. And he continued, for spiritual power, level is the foundation. But the stronger the power, the more practice is needed to fully master it. So my eldest brother often participates in those dangerous tasks, and controls his spiritual power little by little in actual combat. But that time, there was an accident. He closed his eyes. Recalling Gu Qing's death was too painful. And he finally chose to skip this part and return to the matter of secret. Father told me that my eldest brother's spiritual power surprised everyone. But in fact, it was also expected. The 7 families have never stopped their private research on the crystal core of Wan. The reason why they didn't tell me was that this research was actually nearing the end. And now this research has already entered the stage of practice. Practice. What are they going to do? What? Huh? You are so smart. How can you not guess it? Yes. She actually had some ideas in her mind. But she was too shocked. And after knowing the tragedy, she instinctively rejected the possibility of this guess. Gu Duo understood from her expression, nodded, and let the other boot fall to the ground. You are right. They are still reluctant to give up Huan's powerful mental power, and plan to try to use this power again. It is true that people die for money and birds die for food. She resisted the urge to curse, sighed, and asked, but what does this have to do with Gu Qing? No. Is it? Her tone became horrible. Gu Duo nodded very slowly. Brother, it is one of the results of practice. And it is also the only semi-finished product. They implanted Huan's mental power into Gu Qing? To be precise, our mother had already implanted a trace of Huan's mental power when she was in the Xie family. But after special treatment, the mental power was temporarily inactive. And then with special means, when the mother was pregnant, this mental power was transferred from the mother's body to the embryo that had just begun to develop in the abdomen, and then slowly activated it bit by bit. Lu Jinggu felt creepy and couldn't help blurting out, too crazy. Chapter 285 Eliminating the Barrier. Gu Duo agreed, it's really crazy. So your mental power. Lu Jinggu was extremely worried and subconsciously held Gu Duo's hand tightly. He and Gu Qing were born from the same mother after all, although they were several years apart in age. Who knew if there would be any hidden dangers in the mother's body where the illusion had been preserved? Gu Duo was silent for a moment, but chose to tell the truth. Nothing happened for the time being. For the time being? That is to say, there was actually something wrong. She felt uncontrollably terrified, and her whole body tensed up. Gu Duo pursed his lips and said nothing, but suddenly stood up and took her into his arms. It was the first hug after they confessed their feelings to each other. But she didn't feel shy, but felt her heart trembling. Is this the hardship you're referring to? Yes. And no. Gu Duo patted her back gently, his chest shaking slightly as he spoke. For so many years, my mental power has been stable at 3s. I should not have been polluted. Yes. Pollution. This is how most people in the Alliance feel about illusion. But who would have thought that the families that hold the greatest power in the Alliance would try to actively accept pollution? But there are some things that I can't do as I please, even if I'm a member of the Gu family. What are they? She suddenly thought of what Sun Yiqing said. Marriage? Well, the eldest brother's mental power has been stable for more than 30 years, which gives them hope and makes them feel that they can make some more attempts. But the amount of mental power implanted into the mother's body must be strictly controlled, which means that embryos with a good foundation must be selected. The offspring born from the combination of strong mental powers are more likely to become new strong mental powers. So the new test subjects are naturally the offspring of our generation. As far as she knows, the 7 children of the same generation as Gu Duo are Anna Black, Gong Sunqi, Sun Yiqing's sisters, De Qi Shunta brothers, and several children of the Alexander family. One of the parents of the child must be a member of the Xie family, which is a double insurance for the level of the offspring. He added, there are no boys in the Xie family this generation, which can rule out Miss Anna and Sun Yiqing's sisters. The 2 brothers De Qi are now captives in her hands. Even if it is to reduce the chance of Gu Duo being selected, she can't let these 2 scourges go free. As if knowing what she was thinking, Gu Duo said, this experiment cannot be included in the Gongsun family. Their research institute is too important. She nodded to show that she understood. So with this calculation, Gu Duo's chance of being selected is still very high. He lowered his eyes and looked at her, and threw another bomb. The Xie family clearly stated that they prefer me. Boom, this is really a bolt from the blue. She shook slightly, but quickly stabilized. Don't panic. Gu Duo himself refused. And there is room for maneuver in this matter. What did Uncle Gu say? Father hasn't given in yet. He smiled bitterly. If my family agreed, I would have been kidnapped back long ago. What does Uncle Gu think? She felt that this matter must be understood so that she could deal with it in a targeted manner. The Gu family has sacrificed too many times. She was speechless for a while. There are many holographic memorial halls on the Star Network. But no matter when, the one with the largest flow of people is always the Gu family Hero Memorial Hall. She had visited once, and as soon as she stepped into it, she was shocked by the photos and eulogies on the wall. So she could fully understand this sentence. The Gu family has indeed shed too much blood. Besides, Unexpectedly, Gu Duo had not finished what he wanted to say. Although I feel that I am not contaminated, I cannot be completely sure. Gu Duo rubbed his temple. In recent years, I have become violent when I overuse my mental power. Isn't it because I was attacked before, and the poison has not been completely removed? The poison is one aspect, but perhaps there are other reasons. He rubbed his temple. Her heart sank again. Gu Duo pursed his lips. If there is really a problem with my mental power. My eldest brother was 32 years old when the accident happened. She immediately understood the unfinished meaning of the words. Gu Duo is already 27 years old, and there are only a few years left before Gu Qing's accident. He is worried that if there is really a problem, he will follow in Gu Qing's footsteps. When he rubbed his temple just now, the two of them had loosened their hands. Now Lu Jingu took the initiative to reach out her hand again, put it on the back of his hand, looked up at him, and said softly, "This is not a problem." Gu Duo was slightly startled and looked into her eyes. "We can face the things you are worried about together," she said firmly. "You know how powerful Taoyuan is. At worst, I will work hard to upgrade. Maybe there will be a way to solve this problem in the future. As for the experiment," she pondered for a moment and confirmed again, "You don't agree with this experiment, right?" Gu Duo's answer was firm. "Yes." "Then we have the same position." She nodded. "I think as long as there is no conflict on the principle, we can work hard to solve other things. What if the Xia family likes Gu Duo? As long as he himself doesn't want to, it's fine. Besides, the Gu family's position has not been determined yet, and she thinks there is still a chance to fight for it." Gu Duo was not surprised by her attitude. This time he didn't get stuck in a dead end. His thoughts suddenly became much broader, and he even wanted to laugh when he looked back at his previous thoughts. Why did he go crazy and think that such an arrangement was good for her? But she forgot that she was never a person who was willing to accept the arrangement of "this is for your own good," but a person who had her own principles, bottom line and ideas, and was able to put her ideas into practice. And wasn't he attracted by such characteristics at first, and then gradually became moved step by step? The two hands clasped together again, after the previous estrangement was resolved. When they held hands and looked at each other like this, the temperature between the two suddenly became abnormal. Lu Jingu felt as if there was a ball of fire around her, which made her whole body hot. Gu Duo's deep eyes seemed to have turned into two whirlpools, and when he looked at her without blinking, he almost sucked her soul in. She couldn't help but lower her eyes. Her thick eyelashes trembled slightly, and she shook her lips lightly without intending to. But she didn't know that these small movements had earth-shaking power in Gu Duo's eyes. Feelings are like this. If you let it go, it's fine. Once it has been suppressed, when it erupts again, it will be like a volcano, like an earthquake, like a tsunami. It will never stop until it turns people's habits and rationality upside down. At this moment, Gu Duo felt that something was roaring in his body, and he had to do something to calm this impulse. He followed his own way and leaned forward slightly, and instantly closed the distance between the two. Lu Jingu suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his first thought was, "Too fast." But his body was honest and motionless. Chapter 286. You want to make trouble. "Boss, are you there?" Grant's loud voice suddenly stopped. Lu Jingu and Gu Duo turned their heads and saw two clay sculptures at the door. Sun Yuqing followed slowly behind, and then said, "I was just about to tell you. Don't go in yet." Lu Jingu, Gu Duo, Chu Heng and Grant looked at each other. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Sun Yuqing didn't know about Gu Duo's previous magical operation, and just thought that the two of them had bumped into the boss's intimate scene. So she glanced over jokingly. In Gu Duo's brilliant life, there has probably never been such an awkward moment, and it took him a long time to react. "You two follow me." This means that she has to explain to her subordinates in private. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to get involved in this matter, but pulled Sun Yuqing away again. The latter was speechless. "I just came back." "Then come with me again. I show you something." He pulled her away, then took out a box and stuffed it into her hand. "Take a look." Sun Yuqing had a calm face, until she opened the box and saw what was inside. Her pupils suddenly trembled. When inviting each company to discuss the starting point, Taoyuan Group can't be too stingy. "What do you think of using this as a voucher for entry?" Sun Yuqing took a deep breath. "You are too generous. Otherwise, how can it have enough weight in front of you 7 families?" She tilted her head and smiled. Sun Yuqing, Pa. She closed the lid of the box hard. And blinked hard. Then suppressed the uncontrollable obsession. And sighed, you are going to make trouble. So as a starting gift for making trouble. Is the weight enough? She did not deny it. But blinked mischievously. That's enough. This is the voucher. She reached out to take the box back. And took out 2 more. This is a gift for you and Haicheng. Sun Yuqing didn't open it immediately. But took a deep breath again and asked, where did you get these? It can be regarded as a byproduct of skill upgrade. It can be seen that if it weren't for her upbringing, the eldest daughter of the Sun family would like to say something to vent her turbulent emotions. In the end, she just took a deep breath for the 3rd time. Your skill. No wonder so many people are staring at it. At the same time, Bao Yuanshan received a package. And after opening it, she first saw the note stuffed by Lu Jinggu. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law strictly followed her instructions. After returning home, they hid in the room and didn't even let the children see it before opening the 2 boxes inside. As soon as they saw it, they were stunned. The 2 necklaces placed in the slightly larger box were both hanging with a finger-sized gem. The exquisite inlay could not match the charming moonlight shining in the pure black gem. Ah, Artemis gem! Xu Xiaoxia was not as calm as her mother-in-law. She couldn't help but let out a low cry, and was immediately covered by Bao Yuanshan's lips. There was also a card next to the necklace, with delicate handwriting saying, the Artemis gem was a relief to me, but it was originally an item left by your son and husband. I feel guilty about it. I have gained something today, and I will give you a small compensation. I believe you will use it soon. Mom, Miss Jin's compensation is too precious. Xu Xiaoxia spoke immediately. Bao Yuanshan nodded, yes. And without Miss Jin's help, we can't live such a good life now. But the 2 women thought about it, and understood that Lu Jinggu didn't give them the things directly, just to prevent them from refusing in person. And finally the things couldn't be given away. With a sigh, Bao Yuanshan made up her mind, put the things away. In the future, we must work harder for Miss Ajin to live up to this gift. I know. Mom, what's in this box? The other box was thin and light to the touch, and Bao Yuanshan couldn't guess what it was. After opening it, the 2 were stunned again. Inside was the priority purchase certificate for the house in Taoyuan, Mars. Now her family still rents a house in Taoyuan No. 1. But with the increasing population, the housing here is becoming increasingly tight. Although according to regulations, a number of houses in Taoyuan No. 1 have always been held by the management for rent to Taoyuan residents who cannot afford to buy a house for the time being. The living conditions have inevitably declined. In the past, as long as you have money, you can rent all of a large intermediate residential building. But now you can't do it even if you have money. They all rent by room. And it is normal for several households to live in one yard. As for the houses available for purchase in Taoyuan No. 1 now, it's better not to mention it. The supply is in short supply, and the price is naturally rising. However, the purchasing qualification of Mars, Paradise, has never been opened. I don't know how many people are holding their breath, waiting to grab the purchasing qualification. And now, the opportunity is in front of them. After studying the instructions on the back of the purchase certificate, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law realized that with this purchase certificate, they can now go directly to the Mars Taoyuan administration and directly choose the location of the house they like to buy. And there is also an internal discount price. This, Xu Xiaoxia gasped again and again. Who doesn't know the value of Taoyuan real estate? Not to mention that this gift is more difficult for them to refuse than 2 necklaces. However, after thinking for a long time, Bao Yuanshan decided to return the things. No merit, no reward. Not to mention that she has always felt that her family has received too many favors. However, she couldn't contact Lu Jinggu, so she could only go to He Ping. But the latter told her that the arrangements had been made above, and these were not exclusive to her, but were benefits for old employees who had made contributions to the construction of Taoyuan. With that said, Bao Yuanshan certainly had no position to refuse. Not to mention that from the bottom of her heart, she also longed to have a property belonging to her family. Anyway, there are post stations connecting the various Taoyuans, so it doesn't matter which Taoyuan they live in. And they soon found out why Lu Jinggu left a message saying will be used soon. Chiang Trading House issued a high-priced task to purchase the Artemis gem necklace. The task was accompanied by a holographic picture of the purchased item, which was exactly the same as the necklace in their hands. As the largest business in the alliance, Chiang Trading House also has a branch in Taoyuan No. 1. But for Taoyuan residents, they are more accustomed to going to Taoyuan Trading House. So the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law soon discovered that Taoyuan Trading House also issued a task shortly afterwards. But it was not to purchase, but to help anonymous transactions. Customers who want to sell Artemis necklaces can operate anonymously in Taoyuan Trading House. And then they will trade with Chiang Trading House according to the selling price set by the customer. In this way, the identity of the seller can be completely confidential. But Taoyuan Trading House will charge a 10% fee. Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaoxi immediately saw that this was almost tailor-made for them. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law secretly wiped their tears and silently remembered this kindness. Back to a few days ago, after Lu Jinggu and Sun Yuqing admired the jewelry made of Artemis gemstones for a while, Gu Duo came over. Chapter 287 shocked them. Agreed? After a while, the people who had just experienced the confession phase had calmed down a lot and looked at him naturally to ask. Yeah. Sun Yuqing saw something was wrong. What stupid thing did he do? If you think about it carefully, it is really a stupid thing. She curled her lips and exposed his shortcomings mercilessly. As expected, she got a very shocked look. Gu Duo, has your brain run away from home? I think so too. She agreed firmly. Gu Duo, The previous mutual confession had already dissipated a lot of Lu Jinggu's anger. At least he could treat this issue calmly. So he couldn't help but be curious. What did you think at the beginning? Why did you suddenly become a matchmaker for me? As he said that, he touched his face and wondered, do I look like I'm eager to get married? However, people who grew up in the interstellar fast food love mode cannot understand what eager to get married means. Cultural barriers kill people. She explained helplessly. Do I look like I'm in a hurry to get married? No. Gu Duo denied it outright. After a pause, he slowly explained his previous thoughts. In the final analysis, it was because she had a phantom mental power in her mind. Even now that she had Senua's skills as a cover, her mental power growth was too amazing. In addition, he knew that Taoyuan's skill sometimes consumed a lot of mental power. After thinking about it, he thought of finding her a trustworthy husband so that she could use mental power far beyond her level under legal and reasonable circumstances, so that everything would not be suspicious and noticeable. I know Chu Heng and the other 6 very well. They are all trustworthy people. Especially Chu Heng. So he only gave Grant and others the task, but gave Chu Heng a few hints. This subordinate was very smart, and he was sure that the other party would understand the meaning behind those words. Facts prove that Chu Heng did not disappoint his expectations. Not only that, he pressed his temples with a headache. At least Chu Heng and Grant really admired her. He was not kind in this matter, so he couldn't even say anything extra now, lest people think that he was using his power to suppress others, which would ruin the friendship between comrades. Stop! Lu Jinggu interrupted him and said seriously, Gu Duo, we have to make it clear first. No matter what happens in the future, we will discuss it together. Don't use this kind of reason of I think this is good for you to make decisions for the other party. Okay? Seeing her serious expression, Gu Duo's throat rolled slightly and nodded. Okay. She had too many things on hand, so she didn't waste time on this matter. She just showed the things to Gu Duo again. He was surprised for a moment, but he didn't show any fascination at all. He nodded quickly. Very good. This is enough to attract everyone's attention. Sun Yuqing blinked. Is that your reaction? Once, he was no longer concerned with emotional matters. He immediately regained his alert and calm appearance, raised his head slightly and asked, what else can I do? Aren't you curious about where Jean got these things? No. He denied it. Paused and added, with her magical skills, it's not surprising that she can take out anything. Feeling that he was looking at him, Lu Jinggu also looked back and smiled. Sun Yuqing, I felt that I was fed a handful of dog food for some reason. In short, the matter was settled. 2 days later, each family received the invitation and token sent in the name of Taoyuan Group. The invitation was handmade and very delicate. The whole thing looked like a pavilion. With a gentle pull along the mechanism, the flat invitation would open and become a 3-dimensional palace. The doors and windows could all be opened, and the invitation written in a font they had never seen before was hidden behind the palace. Although the invitation was exquisite and ingenious, the people who received it were all nobles, so they were not very surprised. Instead, The admission token attached to the invitation made many people show shocked and sluggish expressions. In different places, people all expressed the same doubts. Is this the Artemis gem? As a token, it was the necklace she gave to Bao Yuanshan and her mother-in-law. Each one had a pendant inlaid with a small piece of Artemis gem. These gems naturally came from the moon goddess palace. As she expected, the Taoyuan group's move immediately shocked these nobles, who were looking up to the top. Those who were not very interested in this invitation also changed their minds instantly. The sudden acquisition trend of the trading house was also because after the news of Taoyuan group's upcoming banquet spread, some people found that what was needed to enter was not an invitation, but a token. In other words, as long as you wear the necklace with the Artemis gem, you can attend the Taoyuan group's banquet. Each necklace can bring a companion into the venue. So those who feel that they can't buy a necklace actively began to seek the position of male/female companion. For a time, the communication between the nobles became much more frequent. As Lu Jinggu had expected all this, he deliberately extended the time from sending out the invitation to the official start of the banquet a little bit, a full month, so that they had enough time to prepare. During this period of time, she certainly had no time to rest. On the one hand, she had to pay attention to the construction of the Mermaid Bay, and on the other hand, she asked around about the existence of Danxia stone. Unfortunately, even the 7 members of the parliament did not have such a storage, let alone the civilians. At the same time, she had to take a look at the construction of Star 7131 and Star 7132 from time to time. The elves and the Wanchi tribe had some special requirements for the living environment, and she had to go over to help adjust it from time to time. It is worth mentioning that Wanchi also got some use rights of the system, so she, like LVE, could help her directly build. Fortunately, otherwise she would have to worry more about the construction of the 2 planets. In addition to the busy work, of course, there is one thing that must be done. Video. She and Gu Duo just talked to each other. It was the freshest time, but they were both very busy. As the commander of the 7th Army, Gu Duo could not leave the station for a long time and frequently, so the time they met was very limited. If the 7th Army had a paradise in its station, it would certainly be much more convenient after building a post station. But the marginal station was not as lax as the 679 star, and private buildings and territories could not be added without permission. Therefore, the two had to rely on video date to relieve their lovesickness. As for what happened before, the two tacitly stopped talking about it, and Chu Hung and others did not appear again. It was unknown whether they felt the situation was awkward and avoided themselves, or whether Gu Duo used some means. Until one video, Gu Duo suddenly threw a bomb. Chapter 288 Marriage Application. What did you say? Lu Jingyu rubbed her ears very inelegantly, seriously suspecting that she had hallucinations. But she saw Gu Duo directly call up a report to share with her. Look for yourself. Looking closely, it was a military marriage application. The applicant was Grant, and the application stated that he had found a partner who he felt he could spend his life with, and hoped that the organization would approve his marriage to the other party. And the name of this partner? She rubbed her eyes again. Was He Ping? That's right. Not the same name. But it was indeed He Ping, the current nominal deputy of Taoyuan No. 1. The actual full-power manager. Her right-hand man. Staring at the application. Her first reaction was, unreliable. Can't agree. Not to mention anything else. Grant seemed to have mentioned to her. Meeting the parents. Half a month ago. Right. How long has it been now? When did he get involved with He Ping? He fell in love with everyone he met. Obviously not a good person. After she said this, Gu Duo rubbed his brows and said in confusion, since you already know that it is impossible with you, there is no problem if you meet the right person and prepare to get married? Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly paused. I almost forgot that this is the interstellar era, and the speed of separation and combination of feelings can no longer be described as fast food, but high-speed rail. But she is just an Earth ghost in the skin of the Alliance human. Her worldview and thoughts are all stuck in that era. She still cannot accept some practices of the Alliance people. For example, the idea of starting, ending, and restarting relationships at will. It's just, looking at Gu Duo's self-evident expression, she was a little at a loss. Only then did she realize that she still had a long way to go before she could truly integrate into this world. Or maybe she fundamentally refused. And before, Her interactions with the humans of this era were more of a win-win situation in terms of interests. Even if she became good friends with a few girls, friendship and love are different. Now that she and Gu Duo have developed, she suddenly realized that the gap between them is extremely difficult to cross. That is the difference between two different civilizations and different times. Because of these heavy thoughts, she was a little stunned and didn't say anything for a long time. Then Gu Duo saw something wrong, frowned slightly, and asked, "Do you object?" "Ah?" The person who came back to his senses didn't understand his words for a while, and responded stupidly before reacting with a wry smile. "This kind of thing depends on the wishes of the parties involved. What qualifications do I have to object? But if you ask me, if you ask her, of course she thinks Grant is not a good match. But, thinking carefully about the other party's own conditions revealed, his daily behavior and personality, she felt that she was probably the only one who thought so. Gu Duo didn't think it was difficult. "If you object, I will refuse." She was shocked. "No. Wait a minute. Shouldn't we ask Yiping about this? Grant would apply for marriage, so she must not be too impulsive. How can she influence other people's lives because of her own ideas?" However, Gu Duo said, as a matter of course, "Yiping is yours, and you should have agreed to this." She was startled again, and a sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. Suddenly, she deeply realized that no matter how different Gu Duo was, they were still incompatible in some aspects. For a moment, she felt a little panic, and she once thought that the two had the same values. But it became funny. Gu Duo said at this time, "The report was just delivered to me this morning, and Yiping will probably come to you soon." Before he finished speaking, the light brain showed that there was a new communication coming in, and the initiator was Yiping. "She is indeed here. I will talk to her first and contact you later." She was in a state of confusion at the moment, so she simply hung up Gu Duo's call. When Yiping's call came in, she could tell at a glance that the other party's mood was different from usual, because she was the actual manager of Taoyuan No. 1. For the convenience of work and to establish authority, Yiping always showed a more serious image and was more respectful in front of her. But today Yiping was a little more embarrassed and shy. After calling Miss Ajin, she hung her head for a long time without saying anything. Just by looking at the other party's appearance, she could already guess her thoughts on marriage. After waiting for a while, seeing that she was still too shy to speak clearly, Lu Jingdu took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to tell me about your marriage with Grant?" Yiping's eyes lit up. "So you know? Gu Duo just showed me the marriage application submitted by Grant." As soon as the voice fell, she saw the face opposite her blushing, smiling happily, and her eyes seemed to light up with little stars in an instant. In the end, she couldn't help it, and chose a tactful way to ask, "How did you and Grant know each other? Do you know him? Why do you want to get married suddenly?" "Unexpectedly," Yiping said directly. "Miss Jean, are you talking about Grant's love for you in the past?" She never expected that the other party would be so direct. She was embarrassed and stammered, Actually, it was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding." Puff. Then, there was laughter from the light screen. Yiping's expression was still full of shyness of being about to get happiness, and she comforted her in return. "You don't have to take it to heart. Grant told me everything. Since you have already refused, the matter has been settled. You don't have to feel any inconvenience at all. Besides, I must say that Grant wants to eat swan meat a little bit. Isn't this a disguised way of saying that the future fiancé is a toad?" She had never talked about this topic with the women in the alliance, so she found it difficult to accept it for a while. Yiping was amused by her expression. "I really think so. Although Grant is very good in my heart, he is not compatible with you. I can only say that he doesn't know himself well." Seeing that the other party really didn't care, she relaxed a lot and asked more boldly, "Do you really not mind at all? Although the previous incident was indeed a misunderstanding, it has only been more than half a month. Why should I mind?" Yiping was puzzled. He didn't hide anything from me, and his mental level, family, wealth, appearance, etc. To be precise, I am out of his league. Speaking of this, she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course. Thanks to your trust. In terms of work, my conditions are comparable to his. These conditions are only external. You are going to get married. What about the relationship?" Since the other party said it sincerely and directly, Lu Jinggu didn't care so much. Since two people are going to stay together for a lifetime, having feelings is the most important thing. She has never been a believer in love at first sight, but believes that affection can be formed in an instant. But love needs time to settle. Ping and Grant have obviously just met for a short time, and they are directly talking about marriage, which always reminds people of the news of flash marriage and flash divorce in the previous life. Ping was a little puzzled again, but the spiritual power of two people can be harmoniously integrated. Isn't it the deepest level of emotional compatibility? Chapter 289 Earth opens. The two looked at each other, obviously not understanding each other's ideas. But Lu Jinggu at least saw clearly that Ping was indeed very satisfied with Grant, and was willing to start a family with him. Everyone was an adult, so of course she couldn't forcefully interfere with other people's decisions. So she could only send her blessings, since the Alliance people didn't have the custom of holding weddings, and because separations and reunions were too common. If there was such a custom, some people might spend a third of their lives preparing for and holding weddings. So she directly asked them when they planned to register. Ping pursed her lips and smiled. As long as his application is approved, we plan to start this matter. But Taoyuan number 1. Don't worry about the work. The people under you have been trained in the past few years. Just look at the temporary assignment of work. When you confirm the date, tell me, and I will approve your leave. In fact, the Alliance does not have such benefits as marriage leave now. Of course, because the speed of separation and reunion of employees is too fast. If there were such benefits, some people could take half a year off in the first half of the year. So Ping was very surprised. You are too polite. It's just a marriage. Why do you need to worry so much? It should be. But she insisted. Don't even think about a long vacation. 7 days? At most 7 days. She really felt that this vacation was not long. But Ping was grateful, and said a lot of good things. After discussing with the other party, she called Guduo as promised. The call was quickly connected, and it was obvious that he had been waiting. How is it? Although Guduo asked this, she always felt that the other party had guessed the result long ago. It's better to stop in front of Ping, but there is no need to be so polite in front of him. She rolled her eyes. I didn't expect that Grant looked honest, but he seduced one of my generals in a blink of an eye. This statement still carried some personal grudges, and she could never get over the threshold of proposing to number 1 half a month ago, marrying number 2 half a month later. But Guduo pursed his lips. This gesture on a person with few expressions often means displeasure. He stared at her closely and asked, Are you unhappy because of Grant? The person who was about to speak suddenly sounded an alarm bell, and a flash of inspiration came to her. She changed her words in time. No. No. You are talking nonsense. After saying this, she also smiled. Guduo stared at her without blinking. After a while, he silently called up Grant's marriage application, opened the shared screen, and signed the word agree in a flamboyant manner in the blank space below the application in front of her. After signing, he stared at her seriously for a while. Childish, jealous behavior, but very sweet. She couldn't help laughing, but didn't expose the other party. She just changed the topic. What are you going to give them when they get married? Interstellar coin. Sure enough, straight men give gifts. But it must be said that this is indeed the most affordable gift. But since Guduo gave a red envelope directly, she should think about it carefully. Finally, Grant and Ping set the wedding date for a month later. She heard that Grant didn't want to delay it for so long, but Ping insisted on waiting until the big event was over before doing her own things. Considering that the Taoyuan group's banquet was about to begin, it must be said that this did reduce the burden on her shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the time for the Taoyuan group's much-anticipated banquet arrived. The venue of the banquet was in the Taoyuan on Earth, which had not yet been officially opened to the public. And just 5 days ago, she had upgraded this Taoyuan to level 5. Unfortunately, it was still a little short of accommodating the entire Earth into Taoyuan, but it was more than enough to accommodate today's guests. The guests all chose to come through other Taoyuan's post stations. It was not that they didn't want to pay attention to the pomp and circumstance, but mainly because this place was too far from the center of the Alliance, and it would take too long to take a spaceship. For this banquet, Lu Jinggu made a lot of arrangements, and even borrowed a group of people from the elves to help. The elves, led by Greenleaf, did not disguise themselves this time. They were handsome and extraordinary, and their unique features attracted the attention of many people. Wherever they went, they could hear people talking. Who are those people? They don't look like humans. I haven't heard that the Alliance has discovered a new race recently. The elves were sharp-eyed, and naturally heard these words clearly. But Greenleaf had told them not to pay attention to anyone's private inquiries. So they did not know, and just quietly did their own work. Because of this cold look, and because they all wore Taoyuan Group's brooches, no one took the initiative to ask. Some people stared at the elves' beautiful faces, and some ambiguous lights flashed in their eyes. Soon the guests arrived, and it was obvious that each family had chosen a camp, led by the Gu and Black families. Most people moved closer to their own camps, while there were very few families, like Tsun and Xie, who remained neutral. Lu Jinggu, who had not yet appeared, looked at all this with a slightly heavy eye. The more nobles who stood on their side, the more people involved in the undercurrent. The Gu family and the Black family are now linked together. It would be fine if they didn't really fight. Once they completely broke up, the entire alliance might be implicated. The food provided by Taoyuan Group was all top-notch. Although the nobles had a wide range of experience, they couldn't find any faults, but they were a little dissatisfied in their hearts. After all, several leaders of Taoyuan Group had not appeared until now. Gu Duo and Sun Yuqing were out of their reach. Lu Jinggu didn't have a strong background, but he was so arrogant, which made them very unhappy. Some people had already started to speak coldly, but at this time, the huge banquet hall darkened. Before anyone could react, the stars on the ceiling above appeared, and a holographic star map appeared in front of everyone. What is this? Sitting at the table in the front were naturally the 7 major families. Gong Sunqi, who had not appeared for a long time, looked up and heard the confused voices of the Alexander family. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said sarcastically, "This is an alliance star map. The bright one has built Taoyuan. It's okay if the brain is not good, but are the eyes also decorations?" Everyone knew that he didn't like to deal with stupid people. The Alexander family was famous for being muscular and simple-minded, so naturally they became the people Gong Sunqi disliked the most. Today, no one knew who had provoked this genius researcher. For a moment, even Valentine and others frowned slightly, and subconsciously moved away from Gong Sunqi. Completely different from the crazy reputation of the Sun family. It is best not to provoke the people of the Gong Sun family if possible. This is the consensus of the entire alliance. The Alexander who came this time was Edmund Alexander, 3S level, the most powerful warrior of this generation. But he lived up to his character of strong muscles and simple brains. And he was about to attack Gong Sunqi as soon as he slammed the table. Chapter 290. It's too late to regret. Valentine's face darkened, and he winked at Oik Sakurako next to him. "Edmund," Oik Sakurako said delicately, "don't be impulsive. She has a beautiful face and a sexy figure, and her words can make people melt. Her double S mental power and awakened skill are charmer, and she became a famous socialite in the upper class when she was a teenager. Now at the age of 26, she has charmed countless people, including Edmund Alexander, who is rumored to have had a spring breeze with this enchanting beauty. No one knows whether the rumors are true, but at least now that Oik Sakurako opened her mouth, Edmund really suppressed his anger. Gong Sunqi, on the other hand, seemed to be in a really bad mood today. He sneered again and wanted to add fuel to the fire, but was interrupted by Gong Sun Ping. What he whispered in Gong Sunqi's ear made this bomb temporarily give up the indiscriminate explosion state. At this time, the explanation of the star map sounded in the banquet hall. Everyone was very calm at first. After all, Taoyuan Group has been releasing new technologies and new skills from time to time. However, with the explanation of Zongheng, the participants could no longer keep a calm look. Even Valentine, who was known for his gentleman's smile, changed his face in front of everyone. The brief and clear explanation ended quickly, and the star map gradually dimmed. But the banquet hall became very lively. No one did not understand the meaning of Zongheng. At this moment, the so-called aristocratic upbringing was no longer important. The huge interests and the bright prospects it represented made everyone crazy. The only one who could barely keep calm was the table arranged by the 7 major members of the parliament. But they also began to exchange glances secretly. For example, Gong Sun Ping, due to his high seniority, could do anything casually. He turned his head and looked at Guli and said, "Is this matter related to that little girl?" The little girl he mentioned was naturally Lu Jinggu. Since the siege of the city by the Third Army, although Taoyuan Group has not troubled the Gong Sun family, Gong Sun Ping knows that the cooperation between the two sides has basically ended. As the current head of the Gong Sun family, He will not easily express regret for what he has done. But people who are familiar with him can see that he does have some regrets about the last incident. No one could have imagined that a small group that came out of nowhere has become an existence that no one can ignore in just a few years. It is precisely because of this unspoken regret that Gong Sun Ping has a complicated feeling about Lu Jinggu and Taoyuan Group. Gu Li naturally knows what he is thinking. But he is also very helpless about it. When Gong Sun Ping was going to sign the transfer order, he persuaded him several times. However, although the two were equal in family status, the other party was a generation older than him after all, and he could not force himself on what he insisted on doing. Later, when the situation became like that, he also had the idea of asking his son to persuade Lu Jinggu and let the matter end by giving in, but was refuted by his son. Now it seems that fortunately the Gu family rarely uses the method of using power to coerce others. Otherwise, there will be one more person who regrets. Facing Gong Sun Ping's complicated question, Gu Li couldn't say much, and could only answer softly, "That's right." In fact, he got more information from Gu Duo, and knew that this Zongheng was actually the product of Lu Jinggu's skill upgrade. Does this mean that Lu Jinggu's importance will rise again? And those who once had good friends with her, but missed the opportunity will only feel more uncomfortable. But he didn't mention this, although this information will probably be made public in the end. But it's good to let the elders, who are old friends, feel uncomfortable later. In short, the conversation between the two ended quickly, and the person who organized this banquet finally showed up. Lu Jinggu walked out accompanied by Gu Duo and Sun Yuqing. She didn't want to talk nonsense with these nobles at all, and directly opened the app called All Alliance Purification Plan. In the past, who dared to call the plan such a name? The people watching would just walk away on the spot. But now everyone held their breath. For fear of missing a word, she said, "Actually, there is not much to say. Just throw out the bomb prepared by Gu Duo and others." As soon as they heard that Taoyuan Group wanted the Zongheng plan to start from the capital star, the venue really exploded. Capital star? That's the core of the alliance. It's impossible to build Taoyuan casually. That's right. Even for the only ancient species. I can't agree. You forgot that it's the era of ancient species revival now. Oh, yes. I really forgot. But the capital star is still impossible. Don't forget that the main server of the optical computer is also there. Once there is a problem, all aspects of the alliance will be paralyzed. Who can take this responsibility? Not bad. Not bad. Taoyuan Group originally appeared inexplicably. Don't you think this matter is too coincidental? It seems to be planned step by step. Could it be that the original goal was to cause trouble in the capital planet? I also think that everything about Taoyuan Group is too inexplicable. The biggest problem of the alliance is pollution. But the research institutes of the Gongsun family and the Black family can't find a cure. But a group that came out of nowhere did it. It is a miracle to purify a small area. Now even the entire alliance has to be purified together. Is this really possible? I think it is more like a product of some conspiracy. As the old saying goes, benevolence is benevolence and wisdom is wisdom. What a villain sees and hears, he will naturally speculate with his villain's thinking. Some nobles deviated from the topic in a few seconds and kept speculating in the direction of conspiracy theories. Gu Duo took in all these voices and suddenly said indifferently, "I am Gu Duo, one of the shareholders of Taoyuan Group." It was just a short sentence, seemingly irrelevant, but everyone reacted immediately. The conspiracy theorists turned pale and immediately shut their mouths tightly. Now they finally remembered that there was a Gu family member standing behind the Taoyuan Group. Although Gu Li had never said anything publicly, who didn't know Gu Duo's position in the Gu family? If the Taoyuan Group really had a conspiracy to subvert the alliance, wouldn't it also doubt the loyalty of the Gu family? No one dared to say this. Even if the Black family wanted to gain the greatest power in the alliance, they could only do it slowly, and dared not do anything to the Gu family that would be criticized. No way. Law, who made the history of the establishment and growth of the alliance a bloody history of the Gu family. Even in the camps with different political views, there are many people who admire the Gu family soldiers. Lu Jinggu watched these people being terrified by Gu Duo's words, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became tense. He smiled and came out to smooth things over. Choosing the capital star as the first starting point of the Zongheng plan is the result of a joint discussion between Mr. Gu Duo, Ms. Sun Yuqing, and me. Of course, due to the important status of the capital star, I can understand your concerns. So on the basis of the Zongheng plan, I have a second plan here. Chapter 291 Crazy Price Increase. All eyes turned to the newly lit screen. On the top line of characters was Allied Planet Comprehensive New Construction and Reconstruction Plan. In short, this is a super huge project involving thousands of planets. Just reading it all the way, the shock has made many people lose control of their facial expressions. Some young people were still excited by the future she described. If it weren't for the elders at home, they would have jumped up and shouted "I join" on the spot. Although most of the people who can make decisions in each family were shocked by the Taoyuan group's hand, they were also calculating how to benefit their families if this plan was really launched. But they were still calm deep in their hearts. With the support of the Gu and Sin families, the Taoyuan group would take the lion's share of the benefits. Even if they have some means, they dare not use them casually. However, after Lu Jinggu finished explaining the comprehensive plan, the PPT turned to the last page. Everyone just took a look at the table with the words tentative subcontract plan and suddenly opened their eyes wide. Because this table clearly stated that Taoyuan Group would subcontract this huge renovation plan. Taoyuan Group would participate in all the construction and subsequent operations, but would not take the lion's share, and naturally would not take the lion's share of the profits. This is really a solid pie falling from the sky. For a while, the excitement in the banquet hall reached a new high. Even the 7 major parliamentary families could not remain calm in the face of such interests. Valentine saw the sudden fanatical expressions of Oik Sakurako and Edmund Alexander from the corner of his eye, and his eyes sank slightly. Money can move people's hearts, not to mention such huge interests. He had a hunch that even Blake's close alliance would have cracks because of Taoyuan Group, but he had to admit that the other party's move was very effective. Such a huge benefit. Even Blake could not give it up. Looking up at the stage, Lu Jingyu was talking about the subcontracting plan, but he didn't listen carefully, and his thoughts went back to the first time they met. That time he had a premonition that if this girl couldn't be held in his hands early, it would be a big trouble. Now it seems that there are signs of trouble. He suddenly thought of something and whispered to Oik Sakurako, "There is no news about the 2 brothers yet?" Oik Sakurako looked slightly depressed and nodded. "The research institute over there has completely lost contact, and I can't go there recently. I always feel that something happened there. That's a contaminated area. What else can threaten them except the Black Beast?" "That's right." Oik Sakurako smiled tenderly and moved closer to Valentine calmly, glancing at her with a smile. Valentine said coldly, "I advise you to give up your messy thoughts." The charming smile on Oik Sakurako's face did not change at all, but her body sat up again. It was not until Valentine's eyes turned back to the people on the stage that her face darkened slightly. But it was only fleeting, and no one noticed. Lu Jinggu was shocked and gave a general introduction to the subcontracting plan. But she had no intention of discussing it in depth. She had seen the guest list. Although the necklace of Artemis gemstone did bring a lot of shock, which made each family pay more attention and sent representatives with more noble status. There were still too few people who could really make decisions. However, she knew that after tonight, these people would definitely find ways to come. It's just, she smiled. Now she changed her mind. But she would have to pay a little price. At this time, many people saw the pop-up advertisement when they opened the product page of Taoyuan Trading House. The admission ticket for the special invitation banquet of Taoyuan on Earth. Taoyuan Trading House is limited to 20. Curious people clicked in and were blinded by the string of 9s following the price. The price is so expensive that it is equivalent to 3 intermediate houses in Taoyuan number 1. No wonder it was specially marked as valuable goods. Many people murmured in their hearts, thinking that Taoyuan's pricing this time was a bit exaggerated. Ordinary people couldn't afford this money. And the nobles were not fools. No one bought these 20 necklaces. Everyone thought that Taoyuan Group might have misjudged the market this time. Unexpectedly, after dinner, the bored people refreshed the page and saw that the big word "sold out" appeared on the product page. Many people didn't believe their eyes and refreshed the page again. The words "sold out" were still there. And a new acquisition task popped up. Purchase Artemis necklace at a high price. As for how high the price is, as long as the page is refreshed every time, the task price will be updated. Of course, it will be more expensive. However, in just a few minutes, the acquisition price has tripled. The same acquisition task also appeared at Chiang Trading House, and the price continued to soar. The onlookers quickly became numb from their initial shock. and were only curious about how much the purchase price would eventually rise, and whether anyone would bid for the necklace. The trading house was full of shocked faces. So Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaoxia's expressions were not so abrupt. But the two knew very well that the reason for their shock was completely different from that of others. They guessed that the reason why the two necklaces were useful was related to the banquet. So when the purchase task appeared, they anonymously handed the items to Taoyuan Trading House for trading. Who would have thought that the two necklaces had not been sold? And then the banquet began. And the previous trading task naturally became invalid. It would be a lie to say that they were not disappointed. They still had the qualification to buy a house in Mars Taoyuan. And they had secretly visited the layout of the residential area there, and had their eyes on a residential house with a very good location. It was just that the savings in their hands were not enough. But if the two necklaces were sold, they could still have some left after buying a house. But both of them were very grateful. They knew that if they could buy the house in Taoyuan on Mars, it was because they had received Lu Jingu's care. Now that something unexpected happened, they couldn't complain. But they never expected that the situation would suddenly turn around on the first day of the 3-day special banquet. Looking at the rising prices, the two of them were tense. But their hands couldn't help but hold each other tightly. And both of them were sweating. Suddenly, Bao Yuanshan's light brain vibrated. She opened it, and found that it was a message from Taoyuan Trading House. Do you agree to sell two necklaces at a price of 530 million? Bao Yuanshan counted the zeros behind the price and felt dizzy. That's 500 million. She half leaned on her daughter-in-law and whispered, Xiaoxia, pinch me hard. Xu Xiaoxia didn't understand. But she heard the urgency in her mother-in-law's tone, and did it anyway. The pain came, and Bao Yuanshan finally stabilized, and replied with trembling hands, agree. In less than 3 seconds, the message of successful sale came. And then her alliance account sent a message of successful deposit. Let's go! She held her daughter-in-law's arm tightly. And the two of them left the trading house as calmly as possible, even forgetting what they had originally planned to buy. Chapter 292. The Xie family is here. When Lu Jingu was chatting with the people at the first table, she felt the optical brain on her wrist vibrate a few times. But her face was normal, and she did not check the information. She knew in her heart that Taoyuan Group had made a large sum of money again. In a few minutes, many people in the banquet hall were checking the information on the optical brain, including Okiingzi at this table. She lowered her eyes and looked for a moment, and suddenly smiled coquettishly. Miss Jin's methods are really powerful. This time Taoyuan Trading House made a lot of money, and suppressed Jiang Trading House completely. Congratulations. Although she said congratulations, her eyes were cold, and it was obvious that she was speaking in a sarcastic way. Everyone could guess the reason. Jiang Trading House is the most important and profitable business of the Oki family. It used to be the leader in the alliance. But since Taoyuan Trading House opened, it has taken away a lot of business. In particular, Taoyuan Group. No one knows where it got the way. And from time to time, it launches some limited edition and limited time novel products. Exclusive means precious. So some nobles, who originally thought that the new trading house is not stylish enough, quickly became regular customers, or even regular customers of Taoyuan Trading House. And this time, how could Oki Sakurako feel balanced when she thought about the necklace transaction? Knowing that Taoyuan Trading House was making a lot of money, while making a lot of money. But Lu Jingu looked like he didn't understand, and smiled very sincerely. Thank you. And I wish Jiang Trading House will prosper. A loud sneer came from the side. The one who would think of such a weird person was Gon Sun-chi. Oki Sakurako smiled, without saying much, but her pair of affectionate eyes glared at Gon Sun-chi. It was a pity that Gon Sun-chi didn't even look at her, just staring straight at her, and said without thinking, Lu Jingu, let's talk. What to talk about? She shook the wine glass in her hand. It was not the red wine commonly used in Western banquets, but the newly produced Liao Yunlu by Taoyuan Group. It had a low alcohol content, but a very good taste. And the color was so beautiful that it seemed as if the dew had fallen into the glass. Just now, several people had seized the opportunity to express their interest in Liao Yunlu, and hoped to cooperate on this kind of wine. The wine glasses prepared for everyone at the banquet were crystal glasses. At this time, her slender and white fingers gently pinched the almost transparent wine glass. At first glance, it seemed as if the dreamy wine had fallen directly on her fingertips. For a moment, Gon Sun-chi's eyes were attracted by such a scene. He stared at her fingertips for a while. And suddenly a hand pierced out from the side, and took the glass of wine directly. Of course, it also broke the charm brought by the scene just now. Gong Sun-chi came back to his senses, and just heard Gu Duo's low voice, "Drink less. You will get drunk." She smiled, changed a glass of juice, and asked again, "What are you talking about?" Gong Sun-chi restrained his gaze and said lightly, "Cooperation. If the Zongheng plan can really be carried out as scheduled, my research institute can allocate a lot of energy. As long as we can reach a cooperation, Taoyuan Group's research projects in the future will have priority in technical support." He naturally had the confidence to say this. Everyone knew that the Gongsun family's research institute was the most powerful in the entire alliance. But Lu Jinggu just narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. Taoyuan also has its own research institute. It's just a name. Gongsun-chi rolled his eyes. Very good. Still the person who can go back and forth with Gu Duo's poisonous tongue. As the host, of course she would not argue with the guests at this time. But her indifferent attitude has already explained everything. She has no interest in the special cooperation of the Gongsun family, but just treats them as other collaborators who are treated equally. Gongsun Ping frowned and was about to say something when there was a sudden commotion in the banquet hall. Oh my god! Is it the Xie family? Where? Where? Oh my god! It's really the Xie family. They're here too. Even Gu Duo was slightly surprised. Not to mention the others. For a moment, many people didn't care about rules, etiquette, demeanor and so on, and all rushed to the window and the door. A group of people were slowly walking from the post station, each wearing a long cloak and a wide hat that almost covered the face of the visitor, making them look very mysterious. From the left chest to the waist of each person's cloak, there was a lifelike blue rose embroidered. The silk thread that made up the petals must have been specially processed, and it actually shone as they moved, which was very eye-catching. And the blue rose was the family emblem of the Xie family. Of course, Lu Jinggu followed the crowd and came to the outside of the banquet hall, looking at the Xie family, who were gradually approaching with a little thought. The 7 major families in the parliament have extraordinary status, and it is impossible for them to be missed out even if any other family is invited. When she arranges the invitations and necklaces, of course, she will not leave out the Xie family. And she followed the advice of Gu Duo and Sun Yuqing and said 3 necklaces to the Xie family. But until the banquet started, the Xie family had not shown up. This was not surprising. After all, the Xie family has always been shrouded in mystery. Except for marriage, they rarely show up. All matters that need to be handled externally, including attending parliamentary meetings, are handled by agents. Therefore, she sent out the invitation and necklace mainly to show respect for the Xie family. And she did not expect the Xie family to come. But even the agent did not come, which was indeed beyond her expectations. But what is the Xie family doing now? Although this special banquet will last for 3 days, guests with necklaces can choose any time period to enter. But the Xie family will appear halfway, and it is still surprising that they are not agents. While thinking, the Xie family team has arrived in front of them. The leader raised his hand to take off his hat, and 2 white jade arms were naturally exposed. Some young nobles, who were not stable enough, could not help but gasp. Lu Jinggu could understand why these people were so surprised. Just these 2 arms and a pair of hands were enough to make people imagine. Sure enough, after taking off the hat, even she, who was used to the beauty of the elves, felt a visual shock. Beautiful. So beautiful that it cannot be described in words. As if even a strand of hair was glowing. The person in front of her was so well proportioned that she made people feel both love and pity. The woman in front of her smiled slightly, and took the initiative to extend her hand to greet her. "Miss Lu. I have heard of your name for a long time. I am Xie Su." Lu Jinggu only felt a sudden buzzing in her ears. Of course, it was not that she had tinnitus, but there were too many people around who couldn't help but exclaim in low voices. "Oh my god! It's Xie Su." Sure enough, she is the most beautiful woman of this generation of the Xie family. I can't move my eyes away. Xie Su. Goddess. But she only remembered one thing. The Xie family chose Gu Duo for marriage and the next round of experiments. And the candidate who was going to marry Gu Duo seemed to be called this name. Chapter 293. There is movement. Xie Su naturally heard those words, but her expression did not move at all, and her beautiful eyes only looked at her. The other person's eyes were very beautiful. When she looked at a person intently, It made people feel that her world only had you. And she could not bear any reason to reject her. Lu Jinggu smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to shake the other person, and also raised a smile. It is really a great honor to be able to receive Miss Xie. Miss Lu, you are too polite. If you still call yourself a humble place, then wouldn't the residences of us be shabby? Xie said modestly. I am late. I hope you don't blame me. No. No. Please come in, Lu Jinggu said, as he slightly turned sideways, and stretched out his hand to invite the other person. Xie nodded gently, smiled at the people around him as a greeting, and followed her into the banquet hall. Others followed naturally. And someone whispered, for some reason, seeing them chatting with each other always makes me feel a chill. Gu Duo looked at the back in front of him with heavy eyes, and heard the whisper clearly, thinking that this person was quite sensitive. The reason why he felt a chill was that the two women were polite on the surface, but in fact they were testing each other with hostility. He naturally knew why his girlfriend was wary of Xie. But why was the other party like this? Gu Duo couldn't help but feel a little strange. In order to maximize everyone's attention on the Zongheng plan, they had no intention of making their relationship public for the time being. And the Xie family had no reason to target Lu Jinggu. But that's what happened. He suddenly looked gloomy, and felt that Xiesu's mental power seemed to expand outward inadvertently. The two were only a few steps apart, so Xiesu's mental power would cover Lu Jinggu, although Xiesu would not be stupid enough to do anything under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He still released his mental power immediately with caution. However, the next second, he suddenly paused, and Xin Yuqing beside him also froze slightly. The strangeness between the two only lasted for a short time, and it should be that no third person noticed it. But suddenly Gong Sunqi said, huh? Gu Duo looked sideways, and before he could say anything, Gong Sunqi had already said, Xiesu, collect your mental power. If you can't control it well, I have a sedative here. Xiesu pursed her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she held back when she met Gong Sunqi's gaze. The daughter of the Xie family would be sought after by countless people wherever she went. But this definitely did not include the Gong Sun family, especially in front of Gong Sunqi, who seemed to be in a bad mood. It was best to remain silent when being confronted. Otherwise she would only be bombarded more severely. So she held back, and collected her mental power that had gained nothing. He turned his head, and smiled and explained, sorry. I tried some of Sinua's dishes recently, and my mental power has increased a little. So I occasionally have improper control. It's okay. But your mental power should be upgraded when it's like this. Congratulations. As if it wasn't him who just easily blocked the other party's mental power. Lu Jinggu smiled sincerely. Gu Duo retracted his gaze from Gong Sunqi, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Her mental power has increased again. The two of them had not deliberately discussed this issue before, and even he couldn't notice it at the first time. This could only mean that her level has reached S level, or A+ level, which is infinitely close to S. Either one is extremely amazing. Gong Sunqi has seen how poor her mental power was at the beginning, but for some reason, the other party didn't question this question, so he could only hold it back for the time being. The group finally returned to the banquet hall. Xiesu naturally had to sit at the first table, but the Xie family didn't show up on time, so there was no place for her at this table. Some smart staff had come to rearrange the seats, but in a hurry. The newly added seats seemed a bit abrupt. Xiesu glanced at the seats, and before he could speak, Valentine Black had already said politely, Xie, the Gu family is about to get married. How can we not know the situation? Why don't we all move a seat? After he spoke, Edmund Alexander and Oik Sakurako agreed, and without waiting for others to answer, the three of them took the lead in moving. Xiesu's eyes flashed, and for the first time since she appeared, she really cast her eyes on Gu Duo. She didn't say anything, nor did she show any ambiguity, but it made people clearly feel that she was willing to sit with Gu Duo. Xin Yuqing frowned slightly. She was the only one present who knew that Gu Duo and Lu Jinggu had already been engaged, but the Xin family took a neutral position. They had discussed before that it was best not to break this pattern too early, so it was inconvenient for her to say anything now. But if she just gave way like this, she felt subtly sorry for her friend. Just as he was struggling, Gong Sunqi suddenly sat down lazily. The Gu family didn't send me a wedding invitation. It's too early to say anything good. He drank a cup of Tao Yunlu, and the gorgeous liquor stained his lips a little, showing a bit of evil. He put on an attitude of, I just don't want to give in. And Gong Sun Ping, the only one who could suppress him, didn't say anything. And the scene was a little stiff for a while. Lu Jinggu noticed Xiesu's expression from the corner of his eye, but saw that the beauty of the Xie family still had a gentle expression, as if nothing could make her angry. But such a person is a little unreal. And that beautiful face seems to be wearing a mask. She was about to say something to break the deadlock, and Lu Yi suddenly walked in. "Miss Jean," he said, looking very excited. "There is movement in the Nuwa temple." She was startled, then ecstatic. "Really?" "Yes. Do you want to go and see?" "Let's go!" She took a few quick steps, then remembered that the house was full of distinguished guests, and stopped her steps again, excitedly saying, "Would you like to go with me to witness the miracle?" Everyone looked at each other. Even Gu Duo and Sun Yuqing looked confused, just looking at her red cheeks and bright eyes due to excitement. Her intuition told everyone that something great must have happened. Taoyuan group has brought too many surprises. What else can make her emotions so intense? Gu Duo got up first and followed by Sun Yuqing and Gong Sun Qi, with them taking the lead. The others didn't care about being reserved and got up one after another. After insisting on sending out the invitation, she no longer cared about these people and hurried out. The Nuwa temple was not far from the banquet hall. After she ran there in one breath, she saw the solemn building standing quietly in the moonlight. She saw the only difference at a glance. The mountain wall along the winding mountain road was originally full of reliefs, each of which was a legend of Nuwa creating humans, mending the sky, and saving the world. The pictures were different, but equally exquisite and vivid. At this moment, the first relief closest to the bottom emitted a faint white light, which was extremely conspicuous among the other gray reliefs. Chapter 294, The Miracle of Birth. She walked over quickly and took a closer look. It was a relief of Nuwa creating humans. No, to be precise, it should be a relief of Nuwa creating one of the myriad creatures. In the picture, the beautiful and compassionate goddess was kneading a creature with yellow clay, because it was not yet completed. Only a small bird head could be vaguely seen. But Lu Jinggu had a detailed description of the miracle building Nuwa temple in the Taoyuan system, and knew the name of the creation corresponding to each relief. And this one was the birth picture of the blue bird. The blue bird, a legendary auspicious bird, is one of the divine birds and a messenger of good things. When the blue bird appears, good omens come. Now that this relief was the first to light up, it made people feel that it was because of this sentence. She became more and more happy, and was eager to go to the temple on the top of the mountain to see it. So she prepared to take the cable car. But Greenleaf said, "I take you up," thinking of the elves moving freely on the Tree of Life. It seemed that they were faster than the cable car, and she immediately agreed anxiously. The people who followed saw a green light, and in a moment the vines on the mountain path grew wildly, like living things, wrapping Lu Jinggu's waist, and then rising vertically, sending her to the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. And Lu Yi herself jumped lightly, jumping freely on the almost vertical mountain wall, and soon caught up. Seeing this, Gu Duo also did not take the usual way, and jumped onto the mountain wall. Of course, he did not have the ability of the elves, but his strong mental power and excellent skills made any small protrusion on the mountain wall become his leverage point. And soon, he successfully climbed to the top of the mountain. Sun Yuqing cursed in her heart. You value love over friendship. But she had to turn around and said with a smile, "Let's take the cable car up." After all, she was also a partner of Taoyuan, so it was not impolite for her to greet others. Lu Jinggu's somewhat inappropriate excitement had aroused everyone's curiosity, so no one found fault at this time. They all found cable cars and sat down on their own. The staff who followed helped to turn on the machine, and the cable car slowly headed to the top of the mountain. The speed of the sightseeing cable car was naturally not fast. When everyone arrived at the top of the mountain, only Lu Yi was waiting at the entrance of the huge Nuwa temple. He didn't say anything and said directly, "Please come in." He said that, and walked into the temple first. The overall design of the Nuwa temple is extremely simple, so there are naturally no items such as electric lights. Whether it is day or night, there are only burning torches for lighting. So when you walk in at night, you will involuntarily become cautious. Most of the empty temple was shrouded in darkness, which inevitably made people feel daunted. However, at this time, the temple was filled with light, and the statue of Nuwa standing tall seemed to come alive in the flickering light, with its compassionate eyes slightly lowered. Looking at the light, that seemed to be breathing at its feet. Lu Jinggu and Gu Duo stood side by side in front of the light. At this time, many people remembered that in the pre-release video of the Earth Paradise, there was a shot of the Nuwa Temple, and there was a huge tripod at the feet of the statue. At that time, everyone thought that this tripod was a place for tourists to burn incense and make wishes. But now it seems to have other uses. For some reason, the atmosphere was a little solemn, and no one jumped out to spoil the fun at this time. They all silently approached the giant tripod slowly. Then everyone opened their eyes wide. There were only 2 huge eggs in the giant tripod. There were mysterious blue patterns on the white eggshells, and the light flowed endlessly on the eggshells, showing the unusualness of this egg in every place. Suddenly, both eggs began to shake slightly. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, although most people had no idea what they were expecting. A subtle sound of crack was heard, and a crack appeared on the eggshell. "Ah!" many people exclaimed. "It's going to break. What should I do?" In their experience, the egg white and yolk will flow out after the egg is cracked. So they became very nervous at this moment. After all, these 2 eggs don't look like food. Lu Jinggu smiled. "Yes. They are going to hatch." "Crack?" Many people showed puzzled expressions. But she didn't need to explain. Several more cracks were heard, and the eggshell on the left was the first to break. A tender yellow sharp beak was retracted from the crack, but it still caused a commotion among the crowd. But no one dared to speak at this time. Everyone held their breath, fearing that the creature in the eggshell would be scared. After a while, the eggshell on the right side broke into a larger piece, and everyone saw not only the tender bird beak, but also a beautiful phoenix eye flashing through the crack. Everyone watched for more than 40 minutes, until the 2 birds finally broke free from the shackles of the eggshell and rolled out of the huge eggshell. "Oh!" a group of nobles sighed without any knowledge. Everyone lowered their voices, but there were so many people that the temple was filled with the sound of "Oh, oh, oh." The 2 birds were startled by the sound, and their beautiful phoenix eyes lifted up. Many people covered their mouths, fearing that they would scare the 2 birds. As a result, the 2 birds looked for a long time, opened their tender yellow beaks, and "Oh!" The sound was tender and tender, but the tone was exactly the same as the size of the crowd just now. "Oh my God! So cute!" I don't know who sighed, but it just expressed everyone's wish. Lu Jinggu couldn't describe the feeling in her heart at this moment, but her eyes were wet involuntarily. This was not the first pair of creatures to appear in the alliance, but the meaning was completely different, since she found that the Moon God Palace would absorb the moonlight to produce Artemis gems. She has been paying attention to other miracle buildings. As expected, she found that each miracle building had its own mystery and was closely related to their respective names. The mystery of the Nuwa Temple undoubtedly lies in life. After all, Nuwa is the mother of all things. Since she figured this out, she has been looking forward to the first time the special function of the Nuwa Temple takes effect. But she didn't expect that the time was so coincidental, which helped her further stimulate these nobles. Although she had been mentally prepared that the Nuwa Temple might directly give birth to new life, she still couldn't help but burst into tears when she saw this scene. After the 2 birds swallowed the broken eggshells, they snuggled together and fell asleep. I don't know who took the lead and exhaled lightly, and many people followed suit. It seemed that something was discharged from the body with this breath, and some emotions that were difficult to distinguish for a while were brewing in everyone's body. Even Valentine Black was stunned for a while, but he quickly reacted, and when he lowered his eyes to look at the sleeping bird, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, in a blink of an eye, it turned into joy. He smiled and said, "It's really a miracle. How did Miss Lu do it?" Chapter 295. Who is responsible? It sounds like a normal question, but if you really want to make a fuss, Valentine is directly asking about the core secret of Taoyuan Group. Lu Jinggu raised his eyebrows slightly, and naturally, he would not dare to do so, and said directly, "This is a secret inside Taoyuan. I'm sorry I can't tell you." Most people didn't think there was anything wrong with this answer. After all, if they were in their place, if they mastered such a powerful technology, they would never share it with others casually. But Oik Sakurako laughed and said, "The Alliance has the most complete gene bank, but for many years, it has not been able to successfully artificially revive those extinct ancient species. Taoyuan Group has achieved what the Alliance cannot do one by one. It's normal for everyone to be curious." But she didn't expect one thing. Before Siesu came, Her every frown and smile was fatally attractive. But now Siesu was by her side, and her seductive smile suddenly became vulgar. Therefore, when she smiled and spoke like this, the first thing people felt was not she was right, but a bit hot to the eyes. Oki Sakurako had never appeared with the Sia family since she was a child. She never expected that there would be such a problem. After noticing everyone's gaze, she felt very uncomfortable and even forgot her task of playing the supporting role for Valentine. Her face, which always exuded charm, became cold. Even Valentine did not expect this change and was caught off guard for a while. However, Lu Jinggu did not have any special feelings for the Sia family girl and was not clear about the past achievements of Oki Sakurako, a socialite. Instead, he was not affected by these senses and answered the previous words seriously. This is a secret of Taoyuan. Even according to the alliance regulations, it does not need to be disclosed or explained to anyone unless there is conclusive evidence that the items that appeared in Taoyuan are harmful. Since the appearance of Taoyuan, how many people have coveted and envied it? Naturally, this method has been tried privately by some people. But now Taoyuan Group is still standing, which can only mean one thing: that the methods of the evil spirits have failed. So no one can answer this question at this time. Gong Sun-chi bent over with great interest, observing the two sleeping birds. In just a short while, their wet bodies had dried up, and now they looked like two small balls of flesh, pink and tender, and their flesh trembled slightly with each breath, making people want to poke them. In fact, Gong Sun-chi did stretch out his finger, but a layer of shield appeared on the cauldron, firmly blocking his finger outside. Lu Jinggu had seen the updated instructions from the management interface of the Miracle Building, and knew that before the new life born in the Nuwa Temple was completely stable, the Taoyuan system would prevent other creatures from contacting them. This shield could not only prevent physical contact, but also isolate the spiritual power. So she could feel that a lot of spiritual power returned in vain. He was very regretful. Can't I touch it? This question immediately attracted everyone's attention. She saw that as long as she agreed, others would immediately follow up, and the two birds might be touched. So of course she decisively refused, and saw that Gong Sun-chi was obviously very disappointed. Sun Yuqing was actually very curious, but as the head of the Sun family, she had to be reserved. So she had to suppress her excitement and asked softly, "What kind of birds are they?" "This is a bluebird." "Bluebird?" Sun Yuqing repeated the name, her eyes full of hope. "What will they look like when they grow up?" "You will see it after a while. In fact, there are pictures of bluebirds in the system of the escape Miracle Building." But she decided not to make their adult appearance public, leaving a suspense and expectation, which seems to be more beneficial to the promotion of Earth Paradise. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, a strong light burst out from many people's eyes. No need to ask. These people must have put going to Earth Paradise to observe the growth of bluebirds on their schedule. The hatching of the bluebird did make these people more aware of the power of Taoyuan, and their confidence in the Zongying plan also increased inexplicably. Although there is still debate about whether to choose the capital planet as the first starting point, no one disagrees that the plan will be implemented sooner or later. Therefore, how to distribute the more than 7,000 planets that are not currently classified as contaminated areas in the Alliance will naturally become an important topic for the next 2 days. Many people couldn't sleep that night. Those who grabbed the 20 necklaces also rushed over overnight. Behind them, countless people who served the nobles inevitably calculated, discussed, and argued all night, just to get a little more of this big cake. And the person who provoked all this, after a sweet talk with her boyfriend, fell asleep early, and didn't care about how they played games, calculated, and tested each other. On the second day, there was another group of visitors to the Earth Paradise. She still received them calmly. After everyone had breakfast, under the expectant gaze of everyone, she did not directly mention the Zongying plan, but gently tapped the wine glass. The guests, who were already paying close attention to her every move, stopped talking quietly and stared at her. However, a group of people filed in from the door. As for the elves like Louis, everyone had gone from being curious at the beginning to completely ignoring them later. After all, compared with a new race that was still unknown whether it was a gimmick, the benefits brought by the Zongying plan were greater and more amazing. So who would care about them? However, she chose this morning to reveal Li's body movements. Although everyone's main focus was not here, when they heard that their race was elves, the crowd was still shocked. Elves? Aren't they creatures that only exist in legends? Someone asked loudly without caring about their upbringing. Lu Jinggu smiled. The reason why they are legends is that they have been in seclusion for too long. Not that they have never existed. Of course, there was a lot of discussion below. But the elves remained aloof. This was already discussed long ago. They have been away from this world for too long. If they appear to be too approachable, it is inevitable that some people with bad intentions will try to bully them. Now that it is clear that the elves have a close relationship with Taoyuan group, coupled with this no strangers allowed look, a lot of trouble can be avoided. Then she dropped another bomb. The elves are born to communicate with plants and distinguish between good and evil. So they will be responsible for the selection of subcontracting qualifications for the Zongheng plan. Isn't this too childish? Can a race that just appeared out of nowhere really take on such a heavy responsibility? Ms. Jean, I think this is inappropriate. How can the result obtained in this way convince the public? As expected, this decision was opposed by many people. It can be seen that most of the people who did not speak were cautious by nature. So they did not express their opinions at the first time. Which does not mean that they support her. Chapter 296 Decisive Conquest. Everyone was talking about it. But they never thought that Lu Jinggu would be so tough this time. But she was indeed qualified. After all, the Zongheng project was a seller's market. No one could blame her for what she did, even if she didn't discuss it with anyone. This was the power of monopoly. After a mess, everyone had to accept the result. In the next 3 months, Taoyuan Group will announce the Zongheng pilot projects one after another. These pilot projects will be open to bidding. The winners will be responsible for building the Taoyuan city of the pilot project. And the elves will be responsible for acceptance. Because they are naturally close to nature. The elves can easily sense whether the layout of Taoyuan city is reasonable, whether the materials meet the requirements, and even whether the nature of the entire city is happy. In this way, whether the builder is attentive can be seen at a glance. Although the winners must have been prepared because of the advanced leakage of questions, and would definitely not treat the pilot projects carelessly. She was not worried at all. As long as the elves show their abilities at that time, the deterrent effect will be enough. And they will not dare to be lazy when they really start the construction of the Zongheng plan. This matter was decided at her insistence. And then, there were some large and small cooperations. But it was no longer worth her discussing with the guests one by one. Given the importance of Taoyuan Group now, there are only a few families that can keep her company all the time. But this time the 7 major families of the parliament gathered together. Of course no one dared to ask her to abandon these families and accompany herself on the 3rd day of the banquet. Except for some families who were really eager to cooperate with Taoyuan Group and seize the opportunity to finalize the content of the cooperation. Most people ran to the Nuwa temple in a tacit understanding. The newly hatched birds always look different every day. But in just 1.5 days, sparse feather tubes have emerged on the bodies of the 2 birds. But this look is not as cute as the little meatball at the beginning. The beauty-loving ladies couldn't help showing disgust when they saw it. After learning that the birds would have to maintain this ugly appearance for a long time, they lost interest in it, and would rather go to the paradise on earth to wander around. Or go to Guanghan Palace to play the role of a cold fairy. Gong Sunqi, on the other hand, showed great interest in the 2 birds. Not only did he spend more than 10 hours a day observing them, but he also made various records carefully. She didn't say anything special about this, and the other party never tried to contact her again. I think with his arrogant personality, it is impossible for him to try again after being rejected. She always thought so until she accidentally heard the conversation between Gong Sun Ping and Gong Sun Qi, the grandfather and grandson. Why do you only stay here every day? Have you forgotten the purpose of our visit this time? This is Gong Sun Ping's question in a low voice. Gong Sun Qi's answer was very nonchalant. Didn't I talk to her? She refused. Do you call that a talk? The old man was very angry. It was just a question. What else? When I did that, I said that if we failed, our family would lose the upper hand. What did you say at that time? Gong Sun Qi sneered and imitated his grandfather in a yin-yang way. That girl is guilty of possessing a treasure. If she is really smart, she will know that cooperating with the alliance is the best way out. What was the result? Heh. Gong Sun Ping was obviously furious. Is this the way you talk to your grandfather? Unfilial grandson. Unfilial grandson. From the sound, the old man should have used his hands. And then cursed. You are laughing at your grandfather now. Right? Back then. Was what I said wrong? She is an orphan abandoned by her family, holding the treasure of Taiyuan, and is surrounded by wolves. Instead of waiting for Blake and his men to do something in secret, it is better to put the matter out in the open. If she had honestly joined the alliance at that time, the Gongsun family would naturally protect her safety. It sounds good. Gongsun, she was not polite at all. But you are used to using power to suppress others. But it's a pity that you failed this time, because you ran into a tough guy. Since Grandpa has regretted it, why don't you apologize directly to them? Will I regret it? What do I have to regret? You can guess that the old man should be angry now without looking. Lu Jinggu didn't listen anymore and left first. But she didn't know that after she left, the grandparents and grandchildren stopped immediately and turned their heads to look at her. After a while, Gongsun Ping let out a sigh and asked in a low voice, "Is this done?" "Gongsun," she said expressionlessly, "I don't know. Alas, I am really old. Not as clear-headed and courageous as you young people." The old man sighed. "I just hope that Miss Lu can understand that you disagreed with your family on the previous matter and did not participate in it." The young man did not say anything, but just lowered his eyes and looked at the two birds busy eating, as if all his attention was on them. Not long after Lu Jinggu left, he met Gu Duo. The two strolled in the woods and chatted casually. "Where did you go just now?" "I wanted to see the bluebird." "But I didn't see the bird. But I saw a good show," she answered with a smile. Gu Duo looked at her and asked what the good show was. She repeated the conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren. After listening, Gu Duo sneered and didn't comment. Instead, he asked her, "What do you think?" The old man is too proud and doesn't want to admit his mistakes in person. "I can understand. You can see it clearly." She just smiled, thinking that these nobles in the alliance are all cunning. She has seen and encountered so many. How can she not learn to be smarter? "What about your attitude towards the Gongsun family?" "I treat them equally. But if compared with the other families, I can give them some preference." Gu Duo heard that she didn't intend to favor the Gongsun family. But if necessary, it would not prevent some shady operations. After thinking about whether he should explain a few words for his friend, he finally gave up. He didn't want to waste the good time alone, feeling that he was always looking at him. Lu Jinggu tilted his head and smiled. "What are you doing?" Unaware that after the two of them got engaged, she often unconsciously brought some coquettish and naive meanings when talking alone. And every time she fell into Gu Duo's ears, it would make his heart twitch and make him feel uneasy. At this time, under the flowers and the moon, the atmosphere was just right. Gu Duo's throat moved. For the first time, he found that his endurance was so vulnerable when he was with his beloved. The mental power slowly spread out, wrapping the two of them. Lu Jinggu didn't understand why, and tilted his head in confusion. "What are you doing?" The next moment, someone held his shoulders. His eyes darkened, and a gentle touch came on his lips. The brain suddenly became dull, and it took a few seconds to react to what he was doing. Her face was burning like fire, and her shy instinct made her first reaction to struggle. But the warm feeling made people indulge. She hesitated for a moment, and completely lost the opportunity. The man who swept everything on the battlefield was also decisive at this moment. In a short while, he made her throw away her weapons and armor, and she could only retreat step by step without any power to resist. Chapter 297, The Ice Queen's Royal Palace Product. When the two finally separated, Lu Jinggu immediately breathed hard. Her eyes were wet, and she dared not look up. She didn't expect that the two were still talking about business. How could they suddenly? Gu Duo's shy appearance made his heart excited again, and he wished he could do it again immediately. However, the mental power used to isolate the visit sensed that someone was coming. He didn't remember the person's name, but he recognized that it was a staff member of Taiyuan Group. Although mental power can give early warning, it can't make them invisible. Seeing that the other party would see them behind the tree after a few more steps, Gu Duo was very regretful. But he still suppressed his impulse for the time being and let her go first. Lu Jinggu was a little bit unrecovered until he saw He Ping's face. The red cloud on his face had not dissipated. He was afraid that the other party would see the clues, so he had to hide in the shadows. Fortunately, He Ping, who was in working state, did not think much and just reported quickly, "Ms. Jean, you asked us to pay close attention to the changes in Atlantis, Guanghan Palace, and the Palace of the Ice Queen. Just now, we found that Atlantis and the palace had unusual energy fluctuations. Since each miracle building has different products, She could not describe the changes in detail when monitoring. But Sun Haicheng provided an idea before. There was energy fluctuation in the Moon Goddess Palace. But it was not strong and there was no malice. So Sun Haicheng did not pay much attention to it at the time. Later, she thought that maybe it was the energy fluctuation when the Artemis gem condensed. Based on this point, she asked He Ping to arrange for people to install energy monitoring devices in several miracle buildings. And the facts proved that the two were indeed related. When the blue bird was born, Greenleaf monitored unusual energy. Now, such fluctuations have also appeared in the other two places. The news was reported to He Ping as soon as possible. She followed the instructions, and came to Lu Jingu as long as she received relevant news at any time. Gu Duo knew how much she cared about this matter, and he couldn't help but feel very sorry. Now it was impossible to continue later. As expected, she immediately went to these two places to take a look. As one of the nominal shareholders of Taoyuan Group, it was not convenient for him to leave with them. After all, representatives of the Black family and other families were still here, and he had to stay to shock them. Although they were in a hurry to check the situation, the two lovers were still reluctant to leave. He Ping left first to go to the post station to prepare. She took advantage of the fact that there was no one around and suddenly stood on tiptoe to kiss Gu Duo on the cheek. And then said hurriedly with a big red face, "I'm leaving first. See you later." She didn't give him a chance to speak at all, mainly because she was too shy and was afraid that she would lose her composure after hearing what he said. Because she ran too fast, she didn't see Gu Duo touching the place where he was kissed, and a silly smile appeared on his usually indifferent face. Gong Sun-chi turned out from behind the building, but his face was so gloomy that water could drip out. "So you are together?" Gu Duo stopped smiling and said to him, "Do you know what you are doing?" Anger suddenly rose behind his glasses, and Gong Sun-chi rushed over and grabbed his collar. "You might kill her." "I won't." The person being questioned did not struggle, but repeated it again with a firm tone. "I will never." Gong Sun-chi gritted his teeth. "Why do you say that? You know our mental power. I carry it with me. All the time." Looking at the bottle that suddenly appeared in front of him. The lavender liquid in the glass bottle, as long as his middle finger was quite dreamy. But any resident of the Alliance would only stay away from it when they saw it. Mental power dissolving agent. The color of the bottle in Gu Duo's hand was extremely pure, indicating that it was an extremely expensive and top-grade dissolving agent that could work on any level of mental power. Staring at the bottle, Gong Sun-chi was speechless, and there was only one thought in his mind. Everyone said he was a lunatic, and they should really see that Gu Duo was the real madness. "You are so cruel." The man who was furious just now suddenly lost his temper. "After taking a bottle of solvent like this, you will be a useless person for the rest of your life." Gu Duo raised his lips slightly. "She won't dislike it." "Fuck. Don't disgust me." Turning away with disdain, a trace of bitterness flashed across Gong Sun-chi's eyes. While the two were talking, Lu Jingu had already got out of the post-station carriage and took a hover car to the Palace of the Ice Queen. This is the smallest building among the miracle buildings currently. From the outside, it looks like a pile of snow and ice. All the decorations inside are in various snowflake shapes. If you observe carefully, you will find that no two of these snowflakes look the same. It is really exquisite. But because of its small area, it is inconvenient to use it for other purposes. So it was simply built into an ice and snow-themed beverage bar, so that Taoyuan residents can have a cool place to relax after a busy day. There were naturally no guests inside at the moment, so no one saw that in the palace on the top floor. It seemed as if an invisible hand was pouring water into ice, and those ice blocks magically took on the shape of neat cubes, stacked one on top of another, without a single strand of disorder. She naturally recognized this kind of brick. When the Palace of the Ice Queen was built, the core material was this energy, or called Snow God. Just a few pieces can support the full operation of the warship for a month. Because of its scarce production, it is listed as a military material by the Alliance. She had some guesses about the product of the miracle building. She would go to Atlantis later to see if she could confirm this guess. But the most important thing now is to deal with these Snow God energy ores. This is a contraband that is not allowed to be mined and stored privately in the Alliance, and it is more difficult to deal with than the Artemis gem. Fortunately, the output here is in the middle of the night. Out of caution, she came up alone to check, so there will be no trouble for the time being. After thinking about it, she called the Taoyuan Second Army stationed here and asked them to secretly move these energy mines to the private vault of star 7133 for storage. After that, of course, there was an excuse to close this place. Fortunately, the condensation of energy mines was not very fast. As long as they were concentrated at night and moved away at once, there was no need to worry about being exposed soon. After completing the arrangements here, she moved to star 43. The atmosphere here was completely different. As a tourist attraction, the forest park was open 24 hours a day, considering that some creatures could only be well viewed at night. Therefore, there were still many tourists here when she arrived. She went to the beach in a low-key manner and found that there were also some figures on the beach, mostly in pairs. It seems that interstellar people are self-taught in feeling romance at the beach at night. Suddenly thinking of Guduo, she lowered her eyes and smiled, thinking that they could also come to the beach to blow the sea breeze and watch the beautiful sunrise and sunset when they were free. While thinking, she stepped into the underwater tunnel dedicated to employees. Atlantis is a city completely under the sea. After entering the tunnel from the seaside, it takes about 30 minutes to reach the destination without stopping. She felt a little sleepy, so she leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. When she noticed someone suddenly appeared, the other person had already approached her. Chapter 298. You finally showed up. The dagger with spiritual power attached to it stabbed out like a poisonous snake, and the cold feeling gave her goosebumps all over her body before it hit her body. If she was still at the previous spiritual power level, even if she was not stabbed by the dagger, she would definitely be penetrated by this sinister spiritual power. However, Lu Jingu did not change his expression, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly emerged, not only directly forming a layer of protection outside the body, but also a spiritual power stretched out, and in the blink of an eye it was wrapped around the dagger, following the opponent's spiritual power upstream, and stabbed back into the opponent's brain. The attacker was wearing a full coverage mask, and originally exuded a feeling of decision, coldness, but this time he was caught off guard, and he felt a pain in his head and couldn't control. Lu Jingu took the initiative, and would not let her go easily, and his spiritual power gently twisted in the opponent's brain. The attacker didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back. The last sound he made before he lost consciousness was an incredible question. Are you S level? She naturally didn't have to answer this question for someone who didn't react anymore. She just calmly notified the garrison here to come and take the person to the cell. Yes. After returning from star 7444, her mental power has once again undergone amazing changes, from looking at and touching to A level, and directly soaring to S level. It's not the kind of S that barely exceeds the passing line. So if she tests her mental power now, there will be one more name among the Alliance level strongmen. After entering S level, all aspects of mental power are different. For example, she can now easily suppress the fluctuations of mental power, without using it extensively. People with the same level as her, or lower than S level, cannot detect her true level. Another example is this method of using mental power to directly attack the enemy's brain. In the past, she could only do it when the phantom mental power appeared, but now she can easily achieve it without the help of the violent state. And I don't know if it's because the increased mental power comes from illusion. She can easily control them, and will feel difficult to control because of the sudden increase in mental power. No matter who arranged this assassination, the other party obviously misjudged her level, which is why it failed. While thinking, she has entered Atlantis along the underwater tunnel. The blue sea water surges between the buildings. There are no tourists at this time. Only the fish on the seabed are swimming in the city. Lu Jingu wanders in the city wearing special equipment, and soon finds the core position of this miracle building. It is a beautiful underwater garden, surrounded by corals, anemones, and various seaweeds. According to the drawings, many stone sculptures were made during the construction. They are all mermaids with people on top and fish on the bottom. They are either playing, enjoying flowers, or chatting. Their expressions are very comfortable, and people feel that their lives must be very happy. And these mermaids are carved so lifelike that they can be mistaken for living people without getting close. At this moment, each mermaid statue was emitting a faint light, and round mermaid tears appeared in their palms. As expected, her guess has been basically confirmed. Miracle buildings that are not open to civilization inheritance will produce core materials regularly. With the value of these core materials, it is equivalent to adding a large amount of income to her. In this way, Although the construction cost of miracle buildings is high and troublesome, it is still worth it. Collect the mermaid tears and arrange a team of Taiyuan soldiers to come. However, because the garden is an open venue, it is not convenient to close it directly, so they can only take care of it carefully. Once the mermaid tears condense, they must be collected as soon as possible. After arranging everything, she called out the Taiyuan system and asked, "What is the relationship between Atlantis and mermaids?" The system prompts, "Related civilization," for words that are recognized separately. But I don't understand what they mean when they are put together. She had to change the question. Should the Mermaid Bay and Atlantis be built in the same paradise? Because the core material of Atlantis is the mermaid's tears. And there are so many mermaid statues in the city. I always feel that the two should be related. But the buildings in the Peach Garden system can only be demolished and rebuilt after they are built. And they cannot be moved. And it seems that miracle buildings cannot be built repeatedly. If they really should be built together. With her obsessive-compulsive disorder in playing games in her previous life, she might really find an opportunity to demolish the original Atlantis, and then go to the Mermaid Bay to rebuild it again. I don't know if it felt her intention. The system prompt popped up in less than half a second. No need. The 3 exclamation marks accurately expressed the system's eagerness and resistance. Okay. Lu Jingu nodded silently, and didn't continue to dwell on this matter. After finishing the things in Atlantis, it was already dawn. She didn't feel sleepy after staying up too long, so she went back to Earth directly. After showing up, she left. Anyway, the specific allocation of the zoning plan would be done by the staff. She only needed to review it in the end and control the general direction. Guduo was also impatient with these things. When he heard that she was going to the prison cell of Star 7133 to interrogate the prisoners, he left a few guards around him and ran with her. There are still many members moved in the prison cell of Star 7133. The first floor is for those people of the Wanchi clan, and they will not be moved until the construction of Star 7132 is completed. The underground floors are for the captives of the 7444 Research Institute and the previous assassins. She called the 7444 Research Institute the Black Beast Research Institute. Since the captives were sent back, people from the Taiyuan First Army have been interrogating them day and night. And now they have dug up a lot of things. But the solution to the Black Beast that she wanted most has not made any progress. The 2 most critical figures, the Dachi brothers, were very stubborn. The Taiyuan First Army used many means, but they never said a word. Instead, they were severely punished for cursing her many times. If she hadn't told them to keep their names, the brothers might have been executed by the angry Taiyuan First Army. These 2 brothers were like stones in a pit, smelly and hard. So this time she came. She didn't intend to waste time on them. Just wanted to find out the identity of the assassin as soon as possible. It couldn't be a coincidence that someone wanted to kill her just after the zoning plan surfaced. The assassin was also thrown on the 5th floor underground. To get to the other party's cell, he would have to pass by the cell where the Dachi brothers were. Lu Jingu was of course not afraid of being seen by them, so he walked over calmly. Dachi Shota's mental power was severely damaged, and he had not received good treatment, so he was always in a sluggish state, leaning against the corner of the cell, not knowing whether he was asleep or fainted. Dachi Shunta was originally leaning against the prison door, with a cold expression on his face. He only slightly raised his eyelids when he heard the noise. When he saw clearly that it was her, his expression changed. He suddenly stood up and said, "Lu Jingu, you finally showed up. Chapter 299 You have no bargaining chips." Seeing that he looked like he had something to say, Lu Jingu still stopped and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "What's the matter?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Duo had already stepped forward slightly, blocking Da Chi Jun Tai's fierce gaze that seemed to want to eat people. "It's you?" Da Chi Jun Tai's face was gloomy. "Why are you here? If you have something to say, say it quickly." "She is very busy." Gu Duo did not talk to him, but just urged him coldly. Da Chi Jun Tai gritted his teeth and did not speak, looking timid. "If it's nonsense, there's no need to say it." Gu Duo added another sentence, and said, as if he wanted her to move forward. She smiled and cooperated naturally, and then heard Da Chi Jun Tai quickly say, "I want to make a deal with you. You are my prisoner now. What qualifications do you have to make a deal with me?" She deliberately opened her eyes wide, and said in a sarcastic tone. The other party's face changed, and his arms moved, as if he couldn't help but want to make a move. But in the end, He just let out a long breath and said coldly, I know you want the confidential information of the Institute. They don't have those things. They are all in my and my brother's brains. Unless we are willing to tell us, you will never get them. This topic really aroused her interest. She finally turned around and looked at Dachi Shunta, without any nonsense, and asked directly, what do you want? Treat my brother and let us go. He didn't think about it. You are dreaming. She chuckled. Impossible. Dachi Shunta gritted his teeth and looked very angry. You don't want those things anymore? I want them. But I want those materials just to clean up your mess and try to save those innocent people. If I really can't get them, I have done my best and I am not ashamed. But letting you two go is no different from letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Dachi Shunta was speechless for a moment. The intention to let his brother receive treatment was real, and the desire to take the opportunity to escape was also real. The only regret was that this prison cell in Taoyuan used some kind of technology. Their mental power was actually useless here. Instead, every time they tried to use their mental power, they would be immediately electrocuted. The current was also unusual, and there was no way to protect themselves when it appeared, as if their double S level mental power did not exist. If the brother was not injured, the two of them would have had special mental powers to try to escape. But Shota, when he thought of his brother, who had been dying since he was injured, he could not hide his anger. But they were a tiger in a low position, and no matter how difficult it was, they had to act nice and gentle. He tightened his back teeth, lowered his eyebrows and showed a gentle look, and whispered, I can swear with the surname of the Dachi family that I will be an honest person after leaving. If you don't believe me, you can implant a monitor in me. The so-called monitor is a supermicro instrument implanted in the human body. It can monitor all data, including the use of mental power. There are also types that can remotely control explosions. In the Alliance, it is used to control those dangerous people who have committed serious crimes, but have the ability to kill them directly, but are not suitable for using suppression rings. Making such a proposal is equivalent to Dachi Shunta taking the initiative to put himself in the position of prisoner, which seems very sincere. She was unmoved, and only glanced at the other party lightly. Hand over all the information. I can arrange treatment for your brother. The implication is that there is no need to mention other requirements. Even if Dachi Shunta has 10,000 tricks, she will not give him any room for negotiation. So he will have no choice. But the other party was obviously unwilling to accept his fate. Before he could say anything else, she had already turned around and said, Tell me after you considered it. That being said, she seldom replied to star 7133. Those Taoyuan 1 soldiers only followed orders, and would not say a word to him. If he really asked those soldiers to convey something, he didn't know whether it would be successful, or how long it would take to convey it. Oki Shunta originally thought that he had the core information in his hands. Even though he was living under someone else's roof, he still had a chance to turn things around. At worst, he could at least pay the price on the spot. But he misjudged one thing. She was not so eager to get the Research Institute's information. This completely broke Oki Shunta's plan. Even though he was very smart, under the current circumstances, the only bargaining chip in his hand was useless, and he fell into a passive situation. In fact, Lu Jingu was not pretending. Most of the Research Institute's information had already been in the Taoyuan system, and she didn't plan to continue researching the transformation of the Black Beast. She wanted the complete version. But she was just trying to find a way to restore the sanity of those Wanchi people. But the Taoyuan system has clearly told her that there is no way to deal with those transformed Black Beasts. So she really doesn't expect that Dachi Shunta can do anything. The reason why she didn't give up was just to try her best. So Dachi Shunta thought he had grasped the key and tried to open his mouth wide. So she simply turned around and left, too lazy to bother with any more thoughts. So she left as soon as she said she would. And her movements were very straightforward, which was not a tactic of playing hard to get. During the negotiation, if one party had no desires, the other party would naturally panic. And this was the situation between the two of them now. Seeing that she had already walked to the cell next to him, Dachi Shunta finally couldn't help but yelled, Okay. You quickly arranged treatment for Shota. He could use anyone in this world, but not his twin brother. He couldn't watch Shota weaken like this. She stopped her steps and smiled softly. Heh! With just one sound. Guduo, who didn't say a word, and Dachi Shunta, who was panting, both had a strange look in their eyes. The former was slightly surprised, while the latter was a little regretful. She turned around and walked back. Obviously, she was not as tall as Dachi Shunta. But at this moment, she looked down on him and said calmly, "Hand it over." Dachi Shunta gritted his teeth and looked at the cell opposite over her shoulder. It had been more than 10 minutes since Lu Jingu and Gu Duo entered the cell on this floor. But Oki Shota still had no reaction. His mental power was almost empty. And he had been sleeping for longer and longer. If he dragged on, he might never wake up, knowing that the situation was stronger than him. He had lost the room for bargaining and could only say harshly, "Give me a light computer." "That's not necessary." Lu Jingu interrupted him directly, and quickly called a team from Taoyuan First Army over. "Go directly to the barracks to explain." The last ray of light in Oki Shunta's eyes went out. If he could get a light computer, he might be able to find a way to contact the outside world. Now that this road was blocked, he found that he could not think of any way to escape. But retreating now was impossible. So he could only walk away with heavy steps, watching him being taken out of the cell. She was about to continue to the cell where the assassin was imprisoned, but heard Gu Duo say, "You are more cruel than before." Chapter 300,000 Killing Group. People with feelings are often very concerned about their lover's every move. And Lu Jingu is no exception. He immediately looked at them with a fake smile. "Do you think it's bad?" "Very good." Unexpectedly, Gu Duo shook his head very seriously. "In the past, you were too weak and soft-hearted. And you had such a magical mutation skill. Sooner or later, you were calculated by others. And your life and death were out of your control." She was stunned, and suddenly remembered Gu Duo's evaluation of her in the past. All of them were evaluations like too weak, which often made people want to vomit blood and want to hit people. It turned out that he was worried about her, although there might not be much emotional factors in this feeling at that time. It was indeed for her anyway. With a more sincere smile, she lowered her head slightly and whispered, "Thank you." He was at a loss. "Thank you for what?" "It's okay." The mood suddenly became relaxed. She shook her head, and her expression changed when she turned her head. The one who was stripped of all his disguises and nestled in a corner, with shackles on his hands and feet, but still had a sharp look in his eyes. When he saw the two figures, his body moved subconsciously, as if he was a beast that would pounce on and hurt people at any time. This is a woman, or more precisely, a girl. Her face is still a bit immature, but without a trace of childish innocence. There is a small black number tattooed below the left earlobe. 6. Gu Duo saw it at a glance and frowned slightly. 1,000 kill group. What is that? She remembered the report from Taoyuan First Army. This assassin never said a word after being locked up, and he refused to utter a word even when he was tortured. He was just like a diamond. If it weren't for the electric shock in Taoyuan's cell, the other party would also break out in cold sweats because of the pain, and people would have to suspect that the other party was a modified black beast. Looking at Gu Duo's appearance at this time, he seemed to know the other party's origin. He did know the most famous assassin organization in the Alliance. No one knows who the boss of this organization is, where the headquarters is. The price of asking them to take action is extremely high, but they have almost no experience of failure. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, and added, "Including your time. The 1,000 killing group has only 3 experiences of failure." She coughed lightly, not proud of it. If the 1,000 killing group had not misunderstood her mental power level, she would not know whether she could escape. The assassin in the prison did not react to Gu Duo's words, and was not nervous at all about being exposed. She was curious. "How did you recognize it?" "That number." Gu Duo pointed. "It is a mark only for assassins in the 1,000 killing group. People from other organizations dare not pretend to be, so as not to enjoy the service of the 1,000 killing group for free." I didn't expect him to tell a cold joke. And Lu Jingu pulled his lips slightly. I was about to ask the assassin a few questions, not expecting to dig out the details directly, but to try to figure out the other party's personality from the conversation, so that I can prescribe the right medicine. Gu Duo stopped her. "Don't bother. The assassins of the 1,000 killings group can't say anything. Not can't say anything, but can't say anything." She caught this point and looked over in confusion. Their methods are very cunning. These assassins only act like human beings when they take action. Once they fail, they will become silent fools. Gu Duo explained. The 1,000 killings group failed twice before. One assassin committed suicide, and the other was captured. The captured assassin, the Alliance used every means, but never got a word out of him. Later, The Alliance organized the best medical team to check, and found that the assassin's brain should have been modified. Once the task cannot be completed within the specified time, or the assassin's mental power is activated, it will immediately cause non-lethal damage to the brain, eliminating all their ability to communicate with the outside world. Can this kind of thing be done? She was surprised and disgusted. Just by hearing such methods, you can know that the 1,000 Killings group does not regard the assassins as human beings at all, but as tools, with specific skills. Yes. Gu Duo nodded. So she looks fine now. But actually her brain is broken. It's not that she can endure torture, but she can't speak at all. He nodded. Lu Jingu narrowed his eyes, and the look he gave the assassin was complicated. But she's still a child. But she has no future. It seems impossible to find out who wants to kill me from her. It's impossible to completely lock the target. But the price of the 1,000 Killing group is not cheap. And it's not something that ordinary people can find. She understood that the person who wanted to kill her must be rich and powerful, and have a strong conflict of interest with her. The Zongheng plan can clearly benefit everyone, even if private planets have to be expropriated during the implementation of the plan. The gains in the long run will definitely far outweigh the costs. She didn't think this plan would hinder anyone and cause them to want to kill herself. Unless she thought of the matter of transforming the Black Beast. She had a rough look at the Research Institute's information. Toxic fog was needed during the transformation process. If all the pollution was purified, it would be impossible to carry out the transformation. She narrowed her eyes, took another look at the assassin, and made a decision. After leaving the cell, she now built a Chinese medicine clinic on star 7133. Gu Duo realized something, pursed his lips, and did not stop her, but instructed, it must be kept secret for the time being. When the Zongheng plan is fully launched and those people are tied to your chariot and can no longer jump out of the car, whoever wants to touch you will be the first to disagree. I know. She smiled. All kinds of camouflage equipment on star 7133 are in place, and the elves and Wanchi tribes are monitoring the direction facing the inside of the Alliance. So the possibility of exposing the news is very low. Well, just be ready. Let Taoyuan First Army come and bring the assassin, who only had conditioned reflexes, into the Chinese medicine clinic. She wanted to try whether the magical Chinese medicine clinic could cure people. 10 minutes later, the results came out. It was really curable, but it would take about 3 months. Gu Duo was shocked, and could not help but remind her again not to expose the existence of the Chinese medicine clinic. She told Taoyuan First Army about the assassin, and asked them to keep an eye on her, and not allow her to cause trouble after she got better. She took people back to the cell, under the expectant gaze of Dachi Junta. She smiled suddenly. Dachi Junta immediately became alert. Answer me a few more questions, and I can not only cure your brothers, but also give you some preferential treatment, so that you don't have to stay in this cage all day. How about it? You ask first. Dachi Junta did not give a definite answer. Is your research institute backed by only the Dachi family? Dachi Junta looked calm. Hasn't your people asked this question a long time ago? The research institute run by our 2 brothers, of course, belongs to the Dachi family. Oh! She was also calm. Did you see the person I just took away? That was the assassin who tried to assassinate me early this morning. From the 1,000 Killing group. Dachi Junta's expression moved slightly. Anyone who can hire the 1,000 Killing group must be rich and noble. The Dachi family also has a research institute that transforms black beasts. It seems that the person who hired the murderer is about to be revealed. Chapter 301 Unspoken Threats. After understanding the meaning of her words, Dachi Junta could no longer remain silent. He narrowed his eyes. Do you think the Dachi family wants to kill you? Lu Jingu didn't say yes or no, but counted on his fingers. Think carefully. In fact, since the interview with Taoyuan Trading House, we have been looking down on each other with Jiang Trading House. Now that Taoyuan's purification capacity is constantly increasing, it affects your research. The Dachi family does have a reason to kill me. After all, no matter how to compete, it is not as convenient as directly cutting the grass and eradicating it. She said this in a final tone, as if she had seen through everything. Dachi Junta couldn't help but, nonsense. Oh! She didn't get angry, just smiled lightly. I think my analysis makes sense. Not your nonsense. Can be denied. Clapping her hands, she seemed to be making a final summary statement for a meeting. I learned a saying before. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Since someone wants my life, I think it is understandable to do so. I heard on planet 7444 that you have been hiding there for many years, and have no information. You may not understand the strength of Taoyuan Group now. Let me introduce it to you. Now Taoyuan Group has 3 major shareholders. Me, Gu Duo, and Sun Yuqing. In addition, there are 37 forces that have deep cooperation with Taoyuan. 2 days ago, Taoyuan Group has reached a new cooperation intention with almost all the nobles in the alliance. According to the calculation of professional economic talents provided by all parties, the annual profit of this cooperation project is conservatively estimated to be this number. She smiled lightly, raised a palm and flipped it back and forth in the expression of Dachi Shunta, as if he had seen a ghost. More than 50 billion. Dachi Shunta has completely understood what she meant. Money can move people's hearts. Just based on this project, there will be countless people behind her who want to protect her. The Dachi family is indeed one of the 7 major families in the parliament. But compared to the other 6 families, they are new and have the shallowest foundation and the fewest strong people. If a weak persimmon really jumps out of these 7 families, they will naturally be elected without a doubt. Dachi Shuntai gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words for a long time. Despicable. Thank you. Thank you. She smiled with a fake smile, carrying forward the yin and yang of her ancestors. Smart people don't need to speak too clearly. From the other party's expression, it can be seen that he has been threatened. If he admits the laboratory, she will directly put the responsibility of the assassination on the Dachi family. When the news is released, those profit-seeking people will naturally do what they should do. If he doesn't admit it, then he has to tell her who is the mastermind behind the research institute. Dachi Xuantai's face changes, showing his inner struggle. Lu Jinggu waited patiently, but saw that the other party suddenly closed his eyes and leaned back as if he was deflated. The broken jar posture immediately made her feel bad. Sure enough, the next second, Oki Shunta said indifferently, "You think so? Right? I have handed over the information. You must cure my brother." After taking a deep look at him and making sure that he really didn't intend to say anything, she called someone in and carried the unconscious Oki Shota out. When she left, she noticed that there seemed to be a flash of hope in Oki Shunta's eyes, knowing that he was still hoping that Oki Shota could do something while he was being treated. Unfortunately, his plan was doomed to fail. She just went to the Chinese medicine clinic first, found a strong anesthetic, and asked someone to pour it into Oki Shota, and then sent him into the magical mirror for treatment. So far, except for the transformed Black Beast Chinese medicine clinic that could not treat him, she has not been disappointed. This time was no exception, and the speed was even very fast. When Oki Shota was sent out, he was still asleep, but his spirit had already calmed down. The part that was devoured by Huan's spiritual power could never come back. He would stop at F level in this life, and wear the badge of useless with honor. When watching the soldier sending people back to the prison, she suddenly had an idea. Do you think that if someone like Oki Shota relies on Zeno's skills, his spiritual power will still increase? Gu Duo thought about it and shook his head. I don't know either. It would be great if I could try it if I had the chance. Maybe there will be a chance. Things here are temporarily finished, and the allocation of the Zongheng plan is still in dispute. It is impossible to finalize all of them in a short time. However, the opening day of the Taoyuan on Earth has arrived. The number of visitors on the first day exceeded 30,000. Many media called it another money-making holy land of Taoyuan Group. She checked the money in her account and found that if she wanted to retire at this time, these interstellar coins would be enough for her to live comfortably for 500 years. Thinking about how pitiful she was when she first came here, and even had to ask Gu Duo for food, she was full of emotion for a while. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The 2 bluebirds were already covered with soft down feathers, and a few flowing feathers had grown on their heads. The meatball turned into a cute little cutie. They are indeed the legendary divine birds. They can flutter around with just such a small amount of feces. The big cauldron of Nuwa Temple can no longer satisfy them. Once, when the staff who took care of them were not paying attention, 2 little bluebirds ran out of the temple. When everyone found out, the cauldron was empty. This scared the staff, and they searched frantically. The tourists found something wrong, and found out that the cute little bluebirds were missing. They also started to look for them. Some of them had other ideas, but all the little abacuses failed because many people found them at the same time. The 2 little bluebirds actually flew to the tall banyan tree with their tender little wings, nestled at a big fork. and sang happily. From then on, the two bluebirds were unwilling to return to the big cauldron, and the protection mechanism of the big cauldron no longer appeared. Lu Jinggu felt that this was because Nuwa Temple judged that the two little bluebirds had the basic self-protection power. So they simply asked the staff not to interfere with them too much. Sure enough, the little bluebirds lived very comfortably outside, and they seemed to be born with the ability to distinguish between good and evil. If there were tourists who liked them, the two bluebirds would get close to them when they were in a good mood. If there were people who came with ulterior motives and wanted to lure them to get close to them, the two bluebirds would be arrogant and would not even look at them. At first, she sent a group of soldiers to secretly watch them, fearing that the two bluebirds would be captured. After observing for a while, she found that they actually had such a skill. So she finally put her mind at ease, and the two bluebirds lived completely freely. Not long after the bluebird left the nest, the second relief also began to emit a faint light. But the light was extremely weak, and it could only be faintly seen in the dark night without a trace of light. It was estimated that it would take some time before the new creatures were born. At this moment, after countless fierce debates, the Parliament finally agreed to let her go to the capital planet for an inspection. Chapter 302 Strong Emotions. The mysterious capital star of the Alliance has an absolutely important position. From the star map, the capital star is almost in the center of the Alliance, surrounded by 3 satellites. It is said that all the most precious things of the Alliance are kept on the capital star. There are no people living on this planet. Even the 3 legions directly under the capital star are only stationed on 3 satellites. There are only 3 buildings on the entire capital star: the Alliance Archive, the Alliance Gene Bank, and the treasure house that carefully takes care of the ginkgo tree. These 3 places concentrate the most advanced scientific and technological achievements of the entire Alliance, which can ensure constant temperature and humidity throughout the year, even if it is bombed by giant warships for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, the capital star has another nickname, called the Star of Hope. Many people believe that as long as the capital star exists, their past, present, and future can continue. The process of boarding the capital star was checked, and the 360-degree search inside and outside the body was carried out 5 times. That's fine. But there are also 3 comprehensive disinfections and various prohibitions and regulations. After a lot of trouble, she finally set foot on the land of the capital planet. When she got off the ferry from the satellite where the First Legion was stationed, her first feeling was silence. There was silence all around, not even the wind. Looking up, she could not see the natural sky above, and a layer of cover emitting hazy golden light blocked her view. Gu Duo followed her gaze upward and explained, "This is the protective shield of the capital planet. It is the most effective defense against interstellar pollution before Taoyuan. But I have never heard of this thing being used anywhere before." She was very confused. The cost is too expensive. The Alliance can only build such a thing with all its financial resources. So that's it. She nodded to show that she understood. There are no permanent staff on the capital planet. All work is done by machines, according to everyone, because the machines will not make mistakes due to negligence. They can take care of the precious things on the capital planet most perfectly. But people who are used to the birdsong and flowers of Taoyuan, when they walk behind the machine guide, they just feel that this planet is too unpopular. Now that they were here, they had to go and see the ginkgo tree. They first arrived at the treasure house. This was a tall building with a rather strange shape, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. One could not help but worry that it might collapse due to its unstable foundation. It was not until they walked in that they realized why the building was so strange. The entire treasure house actually existed only for the ginkgo tree. So the bottom was narrow, except for the circle where the roots of the ginkgo tree were located. The outer space was only enough for 3 people to walk side by side. The higher you go, the more space is needed as the branches of the ginkgo tree spread out. But she didn't understand. Since it was a tree, why not let it directly cover the sky and the ground? After all, no plant wants to live in an environment without sunlight, except perhaps mosses and fungi. Gu Duo took the initiative to take on the responsibility of explaining, at the beginning. The shield above had not appeared. In order to protect the ginkgo tree, the treasure house was built with precious materials. All of these materials have the function of filtering pollution. Later, considering double insurance, they were not dismantled. She nodded and carefully approached the ginkgo tree to observe. The electronic eyes of the robot guide next to her turned and stared at her. If she made any unusual movements, she would attack. The previous ban education had said that these robot guides also shouldered the work of security. Once someone tried to harm the ginkgo tree, or read the information without permission, or steal genes, they would be immediately ruthlessly destroyed. So she was very careful about her behavior, and did not let the robot guide have any misunderstandings. But she still saw something wrong. The situation of this ginkgo tree does not seem to be good, although it still looks vibrant at first glance. In fact, this tree may be too old, or the accumulated damage in such an environment has finally reached a critical point. In short, the vitality is covered by a strong sense of decay. She touched the beads under her collar and released her mental suppression. It hurts. It hurts so much. I can't hold on any longer. It hurts so much. I want to see the real sunshine. I want to drink a sip of rainwater. When will it snow? I want to sleep forever covered with snowflakes. I feel so lonely. The birds don't come to me anymore. Where are my companions? I haven't heard the sound of the wind for a long time. I'm so tired. So tired. The chattering words came in an instant. And the doubts, pain, and expectations of a tree all reached her mind. Everyone thinks that plants have no desires and spend their lives silently wherever they take root. But they don't know that plants also have joys, anger, sorrows, and happiness. And they are afraid of pain and loneliness. And they also expect gentle wind and rain, and sunshine to favor them. The emotions of this ginkgo tree from the year before were so strong that they came in an instant, causing her to cry uncontrollably. Ajahn Guduo immediately noticed that she was not in the right mood, and hurriedly supported her, asking in a low voice, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Touching her cheek, Lu Jingu realized that she was already in tears. "It's okay. She didn't know how to explain for a moment. "I just think it's too pitiful." Following her fingertips and looking at the ginkgo tree, Guduo was silent for a moment. She smiled bitterly, and found it difficult to explain her inner feelings, probably in the eyes of everyone in the alliance. The ginkgo tree that was so carefully protected and cared for was not pitiful in any way. Just thinking about this, she suddenly heard Guduo say softly, "Compared to those plants in Taoyuan, it is indeed very pitiful." Suddenly looking up at him, "A kind of soulmate is hard to find." But I have feeling of joy rose spontaneously. His slightly rough fingertips gently brushed across her lower eyelids, and he whispered, "Once we build the paradise on the capital planet, it won't have to stay under heavy protection anymore. Don't cry." The tears were wiped away, and the suffocating pain in her heart seemed to be brushed away. She took a deep breath and looked at the ginkgo tree through the elf beads. Its chattering continued. "Don't be afraid," she suddenly spoke. "We are here to save you." The chattering stopped abruptly, and she subconsciously felt that if a tree had an expression, it would be a shocked face at this moment. The funny picture in her imagination further diluted the sorrow in her heart, and she smiled lightly. After taking another look at the ginkgo tree, she turned to the guide and said, "Let's go somewhere else." The machine guide had no human emotions, and was naturally not affected by the picture of her crying with tears just now. It just made a mechanical voice, "Please follow me." They left the treasure house, and soon went to the Alliance Gene Bank. There wasn't much to see here. All the genes were frozen and preserved, with only holographic images showing their appearance. Then, there was the Alliance Archives, which shocked her. Chapter 303 Progress. Books. There are actually a lot of books here. They are not the kind of e-books in the Alliance Library on the Star Network, but real books that can be held and read one by one. In addition, there are many familiar things: globes, vinyl records, Buddha statues. These are all things that were brought when leaving the earth. Gu Jieshua spoke again with due diligence. The records say that there were 5 spaceships carrying history at that time. No wonder there are so many things stored in the archives. But it does not mean that these things can be browsed at will. In order to protect them well, the Alliance not only added a small protective cover to each item, but also coated it with a special protective layer. Therefore, these things can only be viewed but not touched now, and belong to the category of precious decorations. She couldn't help feeling regretful that the people who left the Earth back then could bring so many things out when their homes were almost destroyed. Naturally, they hoped that future generations would not forget their roots. But now, although these things are well preserved, they have lost the function of reminding future generations of history. Looking at the things covered in large and small shields, she suddenly had an idea. System. How to superimpose the architectural library with the archives. What will happen to the original materials? System prompt. After superimposing, it will only affect the function of the original building and will not cause any damage to the original items. Then can these things enjoy the protection of Taoyuan buildings in the future? This time, the Taoyuan system was silent for a long time. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. These are extremely precious historical materials. It is distressing to damage them. And it is also uncomfortable to fail to play the role they should have. So she wants to fight for it. Look, these things are irreplaceable if they are damaged. But it would be a pity to let them become the dust of history. If we can get the protection of Taoyuan, we can find a way to remove those messy protective layers, so that everyone can touch history with their own hands. With a turn of her eyes, she complimented, of course. I also know that compared with Taoyuan study and the collections in the library, these contents are nothing. But they come from different sources after all, which is enough educational significance. Whenever she needs something from the system, she is always the most talkative. And this matter does not interfere with the operating principles of the Taoyuan system. She thinks it should be possible with some grinding. Sure enough, after she talked a lot, the Taoyuan system finally agreed to her request. As long as the library is superimposed on this building, and then the messy protective coatings on these things are removed to restore them to their original appearance, and finally registered one by one in the library system, they will become one of the collections of the library and receive the special protection provided by the Taoyuan system. With his wish fulfilled, Lu Jinggu finally stopped harassing the system. At this moment, they had visited the 3 buildings of the capital planet and returned to the open space. Although it was called an open space, there was not a speck of soil, only silver-gray metal plates neatly laid out one by one, covering the empty space of the entire planet. She recognized these metal plates. Are these the ones laid on star 555? In order to curb Gong Sunqi's rage, Gu Duo destroyed those metal plates by himself. She remembered that the parliament sent people to punish them. Gu Duo nodded, yes. The raw materials used in these energy plates are rare and expensive, and they can accumulate energy from the void at any time. It was really magical. She bent down and touched the energy plate, only to feel that it was cold and hard. But if you want to build Taoyuan, these things have to be removed. Gu Duo naturally knew about this long ago and nodded. This time it is not as urgent as star 555, so it can be dismantled intact. As for where to use it after dismantling it, they don't have to worry about it. Lu Jinggu checked the data of the capital planet from the machine guide again, and estimated the area of the capital planet is not large, and the 3rd level Taoyuan is enough to cover it completely. It's a pity that she came here only for inspection this time. As for the construction of Taoyuan, she had to wait for the parliament to argue for a few more rounds. Fortunately, this time the 4 families of Gu, Gongsun, Sun, and Xie united their front. Although the 3 families of Blake raised some objections, they were not very strong. They were purely for the purpose of gaining more benefits. When the 2 little bluebirds learned to fly by themselves and could successfully hover in the air and land accurately, the parliament finally reached a consensus and allowed her to build Taoyuan on the capital planet. However, she couldn't go there immediately because it would take some time to dismantle the energy board of the capital planet. So she went to Jiren Bay. The task was given a long construction period. But the Taoyuan group is no longer what it used to be. It has money, people, and even raw materials. There is a surplus. So the entire Jiren Bay project is progressing very quickly. Now the part in the sea has been basically completed, and the town in the bay is being built bit by bit. The trouble is to apply to the alliance to let the mermaids move here. After all, it is an endangered species. So people are worried about what to do if something goes wrong after moving away, and the mermaids will be completely extinct. Therefore, even if the underwater part of the mermaid bay is now habitable, the migration applications of several mermaids have not been approved. Even if Gu Duo and Sun Yuqing and others came forward, they could not convince those old scholars. Of course, there are also those stakeholders who are seeking interests in the name of protecting mermaids. The person who finally solved this matter was unexpectedly not any noble. Isabella. Now she has firmly established her position as the #1 female artist on Star Network. And even if she carefully selects, she can arrange the announcements throughout the year. The superstar launched an endangered species protection vote on Star Network. She first released several videos in a row, and she played the leading role in all of them, which naturally attracted countless people's attention. These videos are unique in creativity and beautiful in pictures. But the content is actually similar. They are all endangered species in the Alliance now. One side is struggling to survive under the so-called protection of the Alliance, while the other side is playing freely in the beautiful scenery of the paradise. Sorrow and joy, restraint and freedom, illness and health, silence and laughter. Two strong contrasts left a deep impression on people. When several videos were broadcasted on the Star Network in turn and caused heated discussions, Isabella released a vote with her real name and made the matter of the mermaid's new home public. She already had some mermaid blood. At this time, she raised her arms and called for a position, people's hearts, and a general trend. The vote on the Star Network soon showed the people's will. More than 95% of people chose the new home. At this time, Zell also appeared in public. Although they were kept in the artificial sea, they were still one of the citizens recognized by the Alliance after all, and they had many rights. It's just that the mermaids had no hope in life and rarely cared about these things on weekdays. This time, they suddenly appeared in front of the public. Although it was through live broadcast, everyone suddenly realized they are not pets locked in a huge sea tank, but intelligent lives with the same joys and sorrows, wisdom and hopes. Chapter 304 Pilot. The netizens of Star Network have never been so united. The voices for changing the way to protect endangered species are getting stronger and stronger. In the end, 1 million signatures were signed online. And what Zell revealed in the video, that Taoyuan group helped to recreate the mermaid home, also attracted the attention of many people. At this point, Lu Jingu certainly knew how to cooperate with Isabella to build momentum. So he signaled the staff to release some information about the Mermaid Bay first. Taoyuan has a variety of styles, but the Mermaid Bay is still unique among them. The sea and sky are connected. The beach is pure, and the sound of the waves is very rhythmic. Even if you don't watch the picture, just listening to this sound can make people feel calm. Netizens soon discovered the new function of this video, playing the sound of the waves when you can't sleep to hypnotize. No matter which part of this video you like, you can't deny that the Mermaid Bay in the video is too beautiful. Even if it is marked as unfinished, it already makes people yearn for it. Because compared with the sea in the forest park, it has a little more home feeling. With the Mermaid Bay, what should we choose when we look at the so-called artificial sea? The calls for it increased again, and the relevant parties finally couldn't resist the pressure and agreed to conduct a pilot first. Among the few surviving mermaids, only Zell was in better physical condition, so he had to be the one to conduct the experiment. But better is only relatively speaking. The Alliance has put a lot of thought into Zell's trip this time. Specially modified aircraft, a team of experts on standby, a professional camera team that broadcasts the whole process live. If you don't know, you might think it's a trip by some big shot in the Alliance. Whether the mermaids can move out of the artificial sea depends on the result of this time. Due to the previous hype, many people have been moved, and countless viewers have flocked in as soon as the live broadcast room opened. When Zell made a live broadcast appeal before, hoping to lead his people to settle in Mermaid Bay, not many people watched it. So many viewers saw this mermaid for the first time. For a while, the comments were all, "Aren't mermaids said to be as beautiful as gods? Although his face is still pretty, he is too thin. Is he in a big water tank? So miserable. But can't mermaids transform their fish tails into human legs and walk naturally? Why doesn't he do that? This water tank is too small. It feels difficult to turn around." The above person said that only powerful mermaids can freely transform their fish tails and human legs. He is obviously very weak, and should not be able to do it. It feels like he is really weak, and all his ribs are protruding. It is said that mermaids' stomachs are very sensitive and fragile, and they can never adapt to foods such as nutritional paste. Is this because they are hungry? The above person said that nutritional paste can still be called food now? That is, for a while. Most of the comments were sympathetic and worried about the situation of the mermaids. Not to mention that not long after the spacecraft started, the machine monitoring Zell's physical condition began to alarm. The experts who were on high alert were in a panic and finally stabilized his condition. This made the audience worried again. Some people even began to think that they should not rush to take Zell out of the artificial sea, but should try to treat him and wait until he is in better physical condition before taking this step. There are inevitably some discordant voices questioning the purpose of this transfer, whether Taoyuan group disregarded the safety of the mermaids for their own interests. But not long after such remarks appeared, several shining accounts with platform certification in front of their names jumped out. These barges have special effects and attracted the attention of the audience at once. The words said were of course to refute those discordant voices. Everyone curiously checked who these accounts were, only to find that they were all newly registered users. And the platform certification showed mermaid. It turned out that they were the mermaids who stayed in the artificial sea. They asked to watch the live broadcast for the first time and registered an account with the help of Isabella. They were just silently paying attention to Zell's itinerary, but they couldn't help jumping out because of those remarks. Although they couldn't be seen in the live broadcast, everyone could feel the mermaids longing for their hometown from their anxious tone. At that time, countless people prayed sincerely, hoping that Zare's pilot would go smoothly and make the hope that these mermaids had finally seen come true. Zare's body was indeed not suitable for long-distance travel. Fortunately, he did not have to take a spaceship to Planet 626, but could fly from Planet 10 to Planet 6. With special permission from the Sun family, Taoyuan Post Station on Planet 6 opened a flight to Planet 626, allowing Zare to use this fast and convenient transportation and go directly to Mermaid Bay. Of course, the entourage also accompanied him. These people have been responsible for the health of the mermaids and rarely leave Planet 10. Therefore, many people were riding in the post station's carriage for the first time and were greatly shocked. The live broadcast was interrupted while the carriage was moving, and the aerial footage of the Mermaid Bay was played instead. Fortunately, this beautiful scenery was attractive enough, so the audience did not complain. About 20 minutes later, the live broadcast reappeared. In such a shot, the scene was even more shocking. Zell was carried out. There was limited space in the carriage, and it was impossible to prepare a water tank for him. So he brought a special breathing apparatus, which made him look even more miserable when he appeared on the screen. Lu Jinggu was waiting for them at the post station. Seeing Zell's appearance, he remembered the mermaids he saw in the time fragment. Although they also lived in a bounded sea tank, their spirit was completely different from Zell. The mermaids who could not change their legs did not look weak at all. On the contrary, when they were in the water, their charming faces did not change, but their smooth swimming posture, powerful fishtail, and every fluctuation of their bodies showed their strength. It was a beautiful and dangerous creature, not a pitiful little thing that could be slaughtered at will. Miss Lu, this time we are in trouble. The voice behind the breathing apparatus seemed very dull, but Zell's dim eyes burst into bright light. The gentle wind blew through his long hair like seaweed, as if it also took away the fatigue and pain of his body, and made him have thoughts that had not appeared for a long time running. Playing, picking flowers, watching the moon. He couldn't help but raise his hand and take off the breathing apparatus. Mr. Zell, you can't, the accompanying members exclaimed. However, Zell just opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the sun in the sky, closed his eyes, raised his head, and looked intoxicated. The breeze and sunshine all embraced him. Look at his fish tail. The camera quickly aimed at Zell's fish tail, and an exclamation mark flew across the barrage. Then he saw the dim fishtail trembling, changing little by little with difficulty. Chapter 305, reenacting the Song of the Mermaids. Under the spotlight, countless people witnessed the process of the mermaids changing from fish tails to human legs. Under Zell's robe, two thin legs like bamboo poles replaced the dull fish tail. He moved his toes as if he was not used to it, and carefully put his feet on the ground. The feeling of the grass pricking his soles made him want to laugh. Zell exerted force with his arms, and stood up tremblingly. The pupils of the accompanying personnel were all shaking. They knew the situation of the mermaids best. Zell had never changed his legs since he left Isabella, his daughter, more than 20 years ago. He was getting weaker and weaker, and he could no longer support the consumption required to change his body shape. But today, he not only changed his legs, but also stood up by his own strength. Although he looked shaky and sweaty with just a simple movement, he did stand up. He was still smiling, slightly tilting his head, with his arms open, as if he wanted to ride the wind. I don't know how many people shed tears when they saw this scene. Lu Jinggu also felt his eyes sore, and he blinked hard before he stepped forward to support Zare and whispered, Mr. Zare, let's go. There are still many places worth seeing. Okay, let's go. Anyone could hear that Zare's voice was trembling because of excitement and joy. But changing his legs to feel the earth had exhausted his strength, and it was obviously unrealistic for him to walk again. So he could only continue to rely on the wheelchair. She specially prepared some delicious and soft snacks, a special fish tofu, which he liked very much, although the accompanying staff persuaded him several times, fearing that his stomach would not be able to accept the sudden eating. Zaire hadn't felt this kind of hunger and urgency for a long time, and he couldn't stop at all. Miss Lu, the stomach of the mermaid can't stand this kind of tossing. The staff was anxious, and they all looked at her coldly. There were also some discordant voices on the barrage, thinking that she did not take the health of the mermaid seriously. However, after Zell ate all the fish tofu, he did not show any discomfort, but touched his stomach and sighed. It's been a long time. I finally realized what it means to be full again. The accompanying staff looked a little ugly. After all, what he said could be regarded as a disguised explanation that their work was not in place. However, they thought too much. Before Taoyuan appeared, even the top nobles only upgraded from nutrient solution to nutrient paste with designated flavors. No one would think that they were deliberately abusing the mermaids. Lu Jinggu took the empty plate and handed it to the staff next to him. And then he explained, "This fish tofu is specially developed for you after I studied the taste of mermaids. The main ingredient is small silver fish that is only 3 inches long, supplemented with more than 30 kinds of Chinese herbal medicines. It can effectively regulate the stomach and intestines. Eating some before the formal meal is very helpful for appetizing." Everyone realized that those snacks were not taken out casually. They seemed ordinary, but were very targeted. Zell was still stroking his stomach with enjoyment. He nodded when he heard it. "Indeed, I feel warm in my stomach now, which is very comfortable." As they were talking, the group had already arrived at the bay. The town on land still had signs of construction. She asked Zell's opinion. "You can go to the seabed to feel it today. The land town will take another 2 months to be completed." "Okay." Zell had no objection, but his eyes were shining. The wheelchair was pushed all the way to the position where the waves surged, and he stood up again. His feet sank into the sand, and the waves surged up, just covering his ankles. The sea breeze brought a salty taste, as if calling this wanderer, who had been away from home for too long, to return to his mother's arms quickly. Zell refused everyone's help, and walked very slowly into the sea. Everyone could see that he walked very hard but firmly in the force of the waves coming and going. Every time the seawater surged up, the expression on his face became more and more joyful. Finally, Zell moved to the position where the sea water flooded over his waist. All the cameras were aimed at him, and everyone who saw this picture subconsciously held their breath. Zell was just the opposite. He raised his head again and took a deep breath, and suddenly jumped lightly. Everyone only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the fish tail flashed by, leaving only inconspicuous ripples on the water. "Where is he? I don't see Mr. Zell anymore. Where did he go? It's impossible for the mermaid to drown, right? But he may be out of strength. Let's follow up with the camera." There was no movement on the sea for a long time, and the comments were anxious. The underwater camera equipment sank into the sea in a hurry at this time, and when the camera was half underwater and half above the water, it captured the scene of the mermaid jumping up. "Wow!" At this moment, I don't know how many people exclaimed. Zell fell back into the sea from the air, but the camera clearly captured his happy expression. He swam lightly in the water, turning, and it was difficult to describe the agile feeling in any language. After playing enough on the water, he began to dive to the bottom of the sea. Beautiful corals, gorgeous anemones, beautiful fish. They swayed and surrounded, as if they were welcoming the return of the mermaid. Lu Jinggu and others changed into underwater equipment and hurried to follow the camera. But compared to the flexibility of the mermaid in the water, they seemed too bulky, and only the underwater shooting equipment could keep up with him. So the audience in the live broadcast room saw the magnificent scene earlier than the entourage. "Ah!" Countless people screamed in amazement. It was a city sleeping under the sea, like the hometown of the little mermaid in the fairy tale. Zell swung his fish tail and rushed into the silent underwater city. All kinds of houses made of shells slowly opened, silently welcoming the first returning wanderer. He touched here and there. Zell had never seen the mermaid bay, but the memory buried deep in his blood told him that this was the home that had long disappeared in the long river of history. He shuttled along the road paved with white gravel and finally arrived at the center of the underwater city. There was a high platform made of coral, on which there was a huge, tightly closed shell. Tears rolled down, which no one could see. Zell swam to the huge shell and gently covered it with his whole body. He looked pious and his lips moved gently. Many people saw this scene, But no one could tell what he was saying. The barrage asked questions at once. But even the experts, who claimed to know the mermaids best, could not translate it. Lu Jinggu stopped at the edge of the coral platform, and his face behind the mask under the water was full of complexity. Perhaps she was the only one in the world who could see that Zell was singing silently. It was the song that the mermaids sang collectively to the sky when she left the fragment of time. Chapter 306 New Storm. I want to stay. After Zell finally had a good time swimming in the underwater city, it was already lunchtime. Because the 2 previous changes had exhausted his strength, he couldn't make his legs appear again. So Lu Jinggu arranged a dining table by the water in a unique way. Everyone else sat on the chairs. But Zell was facing a clear sea with a stone pier below for the fish tail to rest on. So he sat at the table, his large tail fin swaying leisurely in the water, holding the tableware in his hand, his eyes shining as he watched the table gradually filled with delicacies. In order to take care of Zell's stomach and taste, the dishes were basically light. But because the main ingredient was seafood, even simple cooking was extremely delicious. Zell's face was flushed with food, which made the accompanying staff open their eyes in surprise. Some of them had been taking care of the mermaids for more than 10 years, and had never seen Zell's appetite so big. The medical staff hesitated to speak, and looked very worried. It can be seen that they are really worried about Zell's health, not people who are doing show for profit. Lu Jinggu took the initiative to explain, "Don't worry. These dishes are specially considered, and the amount of each is calculated, so that he won't be too full. Some special auxiliary ingredients can also gently regulate his stomach," with the previous fish tofu as evidence. Her words are naturally more credible, and the accompanying staff are relieved and eat freely. This makes it difficult for the audience watching the live broadcast in front of the screen. One by one, they shouted, "I want to eat it so much." And those who have the conditions ran to cook seafood to satisfy their cravings. Everyone inexplicably started a eating show, and when they ate all the dishes on the table, Zell said the above sentence. Except for Lu Jinggu, everyone was very surprised. The accompanying staff hurriedly persuaded him, "Mr. Zell, we also think that the Mermaid Bay is very good, but it has not been completed after all, and the various facilities are not complete. The various vital signs monitoring equipment that you need to use for a long time has not been installed. It is really inconvenient and unsafe to live here now." "Yes, Mr. Zell, we can understand your excitement, but everything should be based on the safety of the mermaids." Listening to everyone's persuasion, Zell smiled and nodded slightly, as if he had listened to their words. But after the various persuasion voices subsided, he changed a word and repeated what he had just said, "I want to stay." Want becomes want, and his resolute mentality can be seen. He smiled at the worried people and said slowly but firmly, "I have been here for only half a day, and I feel much better. I want to stay here, and please send my people here as soon as possible." The accompanying staff found that they could not persuade him, so they looked at Lu Jinggu for help. After all, the Mermaid Bay is owned by Taoyuan Group. If she refuses, it will be inconvenient for Zell to stay. But she did not intend to do as they wished, but nodded with a smile. "This is the home of the mermaids. Of course, you can move here at any time." With a final word, others no longer had any reason to refuse or object. The audience also said, "With such a fairyland-like home, who would want to live back in that cramped artificial sea?" Some more emotional audiences even said that just the sight of Zell swimming freely in the sea has made them cry, and they don't want Zell's happy smile to disappear at all. Some Taoyuan residents even said, "There is no need to worry about the environment in Taoyuan, and the health of the mermaids will definitely get better and better." Taoyuan is connected by post stations, so even if there is something missing, it can be transported immediately. That's right. I believe Miss Ajin. She will not joke about the health of the mermaids, and she must be prepared to agree. In short, with the will of the people and the persistence of the parties involved, the originally planned try has become a set decision. The accompanying staff discussed and decided to leave half of the medical team behind. Although the Bay town had not been completed, several buildings were already habitable. They had to stay to look after Zell and make sure nothing would happen. Zell didn't care about that. He had already re-entered the sea with cheers. According to the previous plan, the live broadcast would last more than half an hour, so the underwater camera caught up again. The audience watched the mermaid's swimming-style performance with relish for half an hour. At the last moment of the picture, the camera captured a picture. It was Zell's thin, but still beautiful side face. He put his hands together, and a clownfish was caged in his palms. The mermaid and the little fish stared at each other in the blue sea. And then Zell lowered his head slightly, as if giving the clownfish a kiss. The live broadcast room went dark, but the picture was reflected in everyone's mind at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, a screenshot of the picture appeared on the Star Network. Quick-handed netizens saved it and left comments below. Most of them were similar to, "I cried," "My nose was sore," etc. Isabella did not pay attention to the Star Network. She pressed her cheek against the glass of the underwater tunnel, and the mermaids did the same. They were all crying, but the mermaids' tears fell into the artificial sea, and no trace could be seen. At this moment, they were in sync. Isabella cried and said, "Don't cry. We won't cry. Everything will be fine. You will go home." Although she said that, she cried even harder. Starting from the Mermaid Bay, the Star Network has raised concerns about the endangered races in the Alliance. In the past, in the minds of ordinary Alliance members, the names of those endangered races were just a symbol. A Scion may be extinct at any time. So pitiful. But no one really paid attention to them. But since the relocation of the mermaids, many spontaneous organizations have emerged among the people. Some of them, like Isabella, have the blood of an endangered race and want to do something for their people. Some are really irrelevant people. But in that live broadcast, Zelna's purest smile, when she returned to the embrace of the ocean, completely aroused the kindness in their hearts. So they began to pay attention to the current situation of endangered races, and gradually release many shocking data. There are only a few reasons why a race will become endangered. Either it has extremely demanding requirements for the living environment, or it has some special needs. Of course, there is another reason, that the benefits and values that the race can provide are too touching. The last kind of exposure is more difficult and more dangerous. But it is precisely because of this reason that the speed of revealing the truth is faster. Lu Jingu was surprised when he saw the data. This one saw that it involved high interests of many companies, which was definitely not something that ordinary people could easily get. Even if they got it, it would be a problem whether they would have the life to publish it. She curiously looked up this organization with the purpose of humanitarian protection, and saw a surprising name in the column of founders. Chapter 307 Autumn Harvest Festival. Anna Black. It was her. Lu Jingu didn't believe her eyes. She rubbed them hard and looked over again. It was still the same words. This is too strange. She couldn't help but mutter. Are there no black family members among the beneficiaries? Of course she didn't believe it. In fact, among the names of those who used endangered species for profit, there were families she knew, belonging to the black camp. The reason why this non-governmental organization could collect so much information and expose it smoothly is now clear. With the most noble princess of the black family taking the lead, these exposed families must be confused. She really couldn't figure out what was going on. So she went to ask Sun Yuqing. After hearing her question, the other party pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked back, "What kind of person do you think Anna is?" She blinked in surprise, but still followed the question and recalled Miss Anna's appearance in her mind. Her appearance was undoubtedly beautiful, and different from any beauty she had ever seen. It was a kind of beauty that could only be nurtured by extreme wealth. As for the rest, she thought about it carefully, and found that her understanding of Miss Anna was actually very superficial. She only remembered that her voice was very gentle and peaceful, with the unique reserve of aristocratic ladies. But she would not make the listener feel despised. What impressed her more was the housekeeper Meg, who was meticulous and strict, and gave people a feeling of being difficult to get along with every time she saw her. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, the answers she gave were only those that often appeared on the Star Network. Sun Yuqing smiled knowingly. You haven't actually come into contact with Anna, right? Yes. She is a noble little princess, and I am just a businessman full of money. It is difficult for me to have any contact with her. She shrugged. Her tone was calm, but still revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. As the saying goes, if you hate someone, you will hate him too. It is difficult for her to have no prejudice against the surname Black now. If you ask me, Anna is dragged down by her last name. Blinking, she looked at Sun Yuqing, who looked serious, and heard the meaning of the other party's words. If you have the chance, you can get in touch with her more. Sun Yuqing's tone was full of sighs. Lu Jingu was thoughtful. Sun Yuqing would say this. It seems that she really misunderstood Miss Anna before, but she still found it hard to believe. Can someone really stay out of the mud without being stained? Unexpectedly, not long after, the two met, looking at the gold-painted business card in her hand. The cursive letters of Anna Black on it are very eye-catching. The person who came to give the business card and convey the intention to visit was the impressive housekeeper Meg. Looking at the person in front of him, he was still the same as before, serious and arrogant, and people felt that he was not easy to get along with at first glance. However, she naturally would not show her timidity. She just put down her business card calmly and nodded. It just so happens that there will be an Autumn Harvest Festival celebration in Taoyuan on Earth in 2 days. Please tell Miss Anna that she hopes she can come. Taoyuan Group is waiting for you wholeheartedly. Meg narrowed her eyes slightly. Miss Anna hopes to meet you alone. I can arrange a time after the celebration. But before that, I'm afraid I'm too busy for the time being. She spread her hands, looking as if she was deliberately embarrassing people. But in fact, she was telling the truth. If there were no post stations connecting the Taoyuans, she would definitely be the most famous flying person in the Alliance now. There is no way. The Zonghing plan has already kicked off. And she is really too busy. But obviously, Meg was not very satisfied with this answer. She looked at her with sharp eyes, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, the strict housekeeper said nothing, but bowed slightly gracefully and said in a deep voice, I will convey your meaning to Miss Anna. After watching Ms. Meg leave, she showed curiosity. Anna Black is most famous for her various charities in the Alliance. It can be said that Black has done so many things secretly, but the public support rate is not low, and more than half of it comes from this famous little princess. But she is different. Taoyuan has helped many people, but most of them will make her profit. So the two are not the same kind of people at all. Why does Miss Anna want to meet her now? Touching his chin and thinking for a long time, he finally felt that there was probably nothing else except the endangered species protection incident that has been making a lot of noise recently. Soon the Autumn Harvest Festival arrived. This festival is the recent focus of Taoyuan Group's publicity. As a brand new festival, many people are waiting and looking forward to it. Because the ancient species have been extinct for a long time, many people can no longer understand the meaning of harvest. But Taoyuan Group brought this word back. On this day, those who had registered long ago and obtained the qualifications, under the guidance of the staff, took a specially open post station bus to Taoyuan number 3. This place, which has rarely appeared in the public eye since it was built, is open to the public for the first time in limited quantities. Those who successfully registered come here not to visit, but to work. That's right. Lu Jinggu specially divided a part of the fields and orchards for these people to experience the joy of harvest. When everyone put on special aprons and gloves and took up scissors or sickles, they couldn't help laughing, thinking that this shape was particularly funny. However, when they got to the fields, they realized that if they wanted to feel the joy of harvest, they had to experience the hard work of harvesting. Even the Alliance members, who had worked as coolies on the border, had never been such a fellow. As the robot preached over and over again, everyone was stunned for a long time before they were brave enough to walk under the fruit tree carefully. When he cut the first fruit, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He actually dragged the fruit and showed it to everyone while cheering loudly. Others were infected by his emotions and started shouting. For a while, there were constant cheers on the edge of the orchard, and some people threw hats and gloves. I don't know what kind of happy event has happened. In fact, it was just a fruit that had just been picked. Inspired by this, others also dared to walk into the orchard. One stood under a fruit tree, recalled the key points mentioned by the robot, carefully held a ripe fruit, stuck the scissors on the fruit stem, and then gently clicked. Many people couldn't help but shed tears, eating delicious food and seeing beautiful scenery. It is naturally happy. But the first time to harvest with your own hands, the feeling brought is completely different. I don't know who took the lead in sobbing, and there was a sudden cry in the orchard. Everyone wiped their tears while continuing to cut the fruit. This time, everyone can take away the harvest for free. Crying can't delay the harvest of delicious food. The same is true in the fields next to it. People harvesting with red eyes are everywhere. These activities are of course also broadcast in Taoyuan Live Room. For a while, many people on Xinguang followed and shed tears. Chapter 308. Let's go see the bluebird together. After the picking here is over, they will go to the Earth Peach Garden to proceed to the next step of the Autumn Harvest Festival. There are a large number of holographic propaganda positions here, some explaining the 4 seasons of the Earth, some showing the harvest scenes, and some explaining the significance of the autumn harvest. All are related to the Autumn Harvest Festival. Everyone knew that the Autumn Harvest Festival had occupied an important position in the history of the earth. For a long time, people would even offer sacrifices and pray before and after the autumn harvest in order to pray for a good harvest this year and good weather next year. These things are the past forgotten by the Alliance. Although this little effort is not enough to make everyone remember the glory of the past, it has touched many people's hearts, especially those who were lucky enough to go to Peach Garden number 3 to participate in the harvest session. They were deeply touched. In addition to excitement, they also felt very tired at this time. Were people in the past so hard? If they are willing, the fruits and crops picked can be provided to the people participating in the Autumn Harvest Festival in the Earth Peach Garden for tasting, and the Taoyuan group will give compensation of similar value. Therefore, most people contributed the fruits and vegetables they had just picked. Of course, they also had to eat them. And because they participated in the labor, they all felt that these things were more delicious than what they bought on weekdays. From the current point of view, the Autumn Harvest Festival was a great success. After the bonfire celebration in the evening, it was a successful conclusion. Just when everyone was looking forward to the evening activities, Nuwa Temple welcomed a Loki guest. Anna Black took off the cloak hat that covered her face and greeted Lu Jin-gu with a smile. The noble little princess of the Black family finally agreed to her plan and came to the Earth Paradise in person on the day of the Autumn Harvest Festival. But this time was the first time that Taoyuan held the Autumn Harvest Festival activities. Some small unexpected situations were always inevitable. She was really busy, so she didn't have time to come until now. Of course, Ms. Meg had to follow. And in addition, her personal maid Susan stood behind Miss Anna. I just don't know if it was an illusion. She always felt that this little maid was glaring at her. But thinking about how she had kept Miss Anna waiting for so long, it was reasonable for her maid to feel dissatisfied with her. She just smiled. Sorry, Miss Anna. I've been too busy lately and kept you waiting for so long. Miss Anna smiled gently, and there was no dissatisfaction in her voice. It doesn't matter. In fact, I took this opportunity to have a good look around and felt very happy. It seems that Miss Anna likes the Autumn Harvest Festival very much. She took the opportunity to investigate. Yes, I think this is a very meaningful festival. As the propaganda says, the harvest is a gift from nature and a reward for everyone's hard work for a year. It is worth celebrating. She nodded secretly, no matter what the other party thought in her heart. At least her words and deeds on the surface made people feel very comfortable. No wonder she was so popular. Just as she was thinking, Miss Anna looked around, smiled shyly and asked, Miss Lu, where are the two bluebirds? I really want to see them. Recalling the daily activities of the little bluebirds, she guessed that they were eating and it would be easy to find them. So she smiled and said, Miss Anna, please follow me. Sure enough, the two little bluebirds were eating happily in the place where they usually put food. Seeing them coming, the staff who was responsible for recording the life of the bluebirds came to greet them. Lu Jin-gu took 2 pieces of fresh fruit, took one for himself, and handed one to Anna. The other party was slightly startled, and she suddenly realized that she was still wearing gloves. Wouldn't it be dirty if she took the fruit? With a smirk, she was about to take her hand back, but she saw Anna quickly took off her gloves and carefully took the piece of fruit. The housekeeper and the little maid who followed closely behind all looked disapproving, and then stared at her fiercely. Lu Jin-gu, Miss Anna asked, what should I do? She came back to her senses and ignored the 4 searchlight-like sights. She put the fruit in her palm, stretched out her arms, and called out to the little bluebirds. She spent a lot of time accompanying the 2 bluebirds during their growth. Whenever she came to the Earth Paradise, she would always play with them for a while. In addition, I don't know if it was because she was the master of the paradise, the 2 little bluebirds had an extraordinary sense of closeness to her. When she appeared, they would come over without even greeting her. This time, there were a few strangers around her, so the 2 bluebirds mainly observed. But now she took the initiative to greet them. And there was delicious food in her hand. And the 2 bluebirds spread their wings and landed on her arms one after the other. Now it has been a few months since they hatched, and the weight of the 2 birds has increased a lot. Even though she was prepared, her arms were pressed down and she couldn't help laughing. If you continue to be so heavy, you will really become 2 little pigs. The bluebirds seemed to understand what she said, and cried a few times in dissatisfaction, turning their heads away with an angry look. But after she reached out and gently stroked their chins and cheeks a few times, The two bluebirds immediately let bygones be bygones and lowered their heads to peck at the fruit in her hand. She signaled Miss Anna to come forward with her eyes, and the latter was eager to try. But Ms. Meg dissuaded her. "Miss, be careful that they hurt your hands." As she spoke, she continued to look at her with dissatisfaction. Lu Jingu still pretended not to see it, just looking at Anna, waiting for her choice. Then she saw her hesitate for a moment, but slowly approached for the fruit that was just delivered to their mouths. The two bluebirds did not peck at it immediately, but continued to fight for the piece in her palm, while looking at her with their black eyes. Miss Anna held the piece of fruit, looking very persistent. She heard Susan complain in a low voice, "Don't know what's good for you." She didn't know whether she was talking about her or the two bluebirds. Perhaps to make sure that Miss Anna had no ill towards them, the bluebirds finally stretched out their beaks cautiously. But they did not eat the fruit, but pecked at her palm. Ms. Meg and Susan were both shocked and angry, and said in unison, "Miss, your hand." "Shoo." Miss Anna put her finger to her mouth. "Don't scare them." While speaking, the little bluebird pecked her finger again, and she laughed softly, chuckles, and said softly, "It's so itchy. Don't peck." However, the little bluebird was naughty. Even if it was eating food in Lu Jingu's hand, it would peck here and there for no reason, and would not listen to her. After confirming that there was no danger, one of them simply moved to Anna's hand and pecked her earlobe unexpectedly. "Miss!" The exclamation was louder, but Anna laughed out loud. After several encounters, this was the first time she saw such a smile on the other person's face that was not in line with the noble status. Chapter 309. Do you know the Feather Tribe? Lu Jingu narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, instead of talking about business, she agreed to take Miss Anna to see the bluebirds. She had another idea. Bluebirds are auspicious animals that convey good omens. At the same time, they can distinguish between good and evil and can naturally sense malice. Because of this, those tourists who have something to do with them will never find their traces. Sen Yoqing's words made her curious about Anna Black, so she wanted to use the bluebirds to test her. I didn't expect Miss Anna to be recognized by the bluebirds so quickly, which also shows her kindness. Looking at the two birds, who had finished eating 2 pieces of fruit and ran directly to the shoulders of others to groom each other, she smiled and shook her head. It seems that she was wrong before. White flowers can also grow in the mud. Miss Anna never expected that 2 bluebirds would run all the way along her arms to her shoulders. She stiffened up and dared not move. She looked over for help. "Miss Lu. They, if you are afraid, I will catch them now." As her inner feelings changed, her attitude became gentler. As she spoke, she was about to reach out to catch the birds. Miss Anna shook her head slightly. "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about dropping them." When she said this, her neck stretched slightly to the other side, and her whole posture was a little twisted and weird, which would never appear at ordinary times. For some reason, she thought the other person's appearance was a little funny, but more of it was a little more worldly, which made Miss Anna from a perfect noble lady to a flesh-and-blood person. Seeing that the other person was still cautious, she held back her laughter and explained, "Don't worry so much. The bird's claws are more powerful than you think. As long as you don't bend down suddenly, they can stand very steadily when walking normally." "Really?" Miss Anna's eyes lit up, and she walked a few steps slowly. The 2 little bluebirds really stood on her shoulders steadily, with their 4 little claws naturally curled up, tightly grasping her silk dress. "Miss, if your dress gets snagged, it will be very rude." Ms. Meg had a stern face, as if she had been patient to the extreme, and couldn't wait to turn herself back into the dignified and steady, but lacking in human touch, standard aristocratic girl. She felt that Miss Anna looked more pleasing to the eye like this, and couldn't help but say, "Don't you see that Miss Anna is very happy now? There is no one else here. If the clothes are really damaged, I will just get you a set to change." The second half of the sentence was said to Anna herself. As soon as the other party smiled and nodded, Susan's face turned red and retorted, "Mrs. Clothes are all tailor-made by the best tailors in the Alliance." "Susan." Miss Anna shook her head slightly. "You are rude." The little maid immediately shut up. To Lu Jingu's surprise, Ms. Meg actually followed up and condemned the little maid, and her tone was quite serious, not at all like she was casually agreeing with her master. Blinking, she seemed to understand the character of this scary-looking housekeeper, recalling the moment when she felt pressure every time she saw her. It turned out that this was a person who paid great attention to noble etiquette. No wonder she would speak up about clothes. After thinking for a while, she added, "Don't worry. Taoyuan has a high-end clothing store." After measuring, the finished product can be produced in half an hour at the fastest. As soon as the voice fell, she saw that Ms. Meg's expression eased a little. But the little maid Susan still looked dissatisfied. But she was just criticized by the master and the boss, so she didn't dare to say anything. Miss Anna smiled and nodded, "If you need it, please trouble you." The two little bluebirds probably rested enough, and suddenly jumped up from her shoulders. The action was too sudden, and the master and the servant were all startled. At the moment when Miss Anna was about to exclaim, she raised her hand and gently covered her lips, suppressing the cry that was not in line with her status. Ms. Meg dodged slightly, and in an instant she straightened her back again, continuing to stand there in a perfect posture. Susan was the most out of control among the three. Not only did she scream, she also rushed to Anna to protect her. She seemed to be very loyal to her master. The two little bluebirds just took advantage of the momentum to spread their wings and flew away, without paying any more attention to the humans, who were making a fuss. Her shoulders suddenly relaxed, but Miss Anna showed a trace of disappointment. She looked at the bluebirds disappearing among the treetops from afar, and sighed very lightly after a long while. This certainly did not fit the perfect image of a noble. So she quickly restrained her emotions, showed her perfect smile that seemed to be measured by a ruler, and asked softly, "Miss Lu, I want to talk to you about protecting endangered species." It was indeed this. She had guessed it long ago, so she was not surprised. But she felt a little sorry that the person in front of her turned back into a beautiful doll. But this was someone else's lifestyle, and she had nothing to say. So she nodded, "Okay. But I don't know what Miss Anna wants to talk to me about. There are only a few endangered races in the Alliance, but there are countless races that have never been made public, or have been completely submerged in the long river of history before they could be registered." She couldn't guess which race the other party came for, but she never expected that the other party would still surprise her when he opened his mouth. Because Miss Anna said, "I wonder if Miss Lu has heard of the Feather Clan?" Immediately remembered the heavenly feather clothes that she brought back from the time fragments. If I remember correctly, it seems to be an extinct race. Right? He shook his head calmly. "Feather tribe? I have never heard of it. I think there should be no such thing." Miss Anna nodded slightly. "I also learned about it by accident not long ago." She thought for a while, and introduced the Feather tribe first. The Feather tribe is a very strange race. They are born with wings, but they can only fly with the help of wings when they are young. As they grow older, they can only return to the earth when the individual is fully mature. The wings will shed and fall off. From the appearance, they are almost indistinguishable from humans. So that's it. It's really a magical race. And it sounds like a fatalistic warning. The older you get, the weaker your ability to fly. And finally you become an ordinary person who can only walk on the ground. Miss Anna continued, "The feathers on their wings are very magical. It is said that as long as you carry enough feathers on your body, you can float in the air without any external force for a short time." She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Flying like a bird has always been a human dream. If the feathers of the Feather tribe have such an effect, it would be really attractive. Of course, these have not been confirmed. Miss Anna used cautious words. This race has been confirmed to be extinct many years ago, and there is no evidence for these claims. Nodding to show that she understood. Until this moment, she still didn't know why the other party mentioned an extinct race. The answer came soon. Chapter 310 Miss Anna's Plan. But not long ago, Anna's tone suddenly became heavy. "I got a message from a special channel." For some reason, Lu Jingu's heart was pounding. A little nervous and a little expectant. There are still people of the U tribe alive. The heart that was hanging high fell to the ground, and she breathed a sigh of relief. This is really great. An extinct race actually has descendants, which is good news anyway. However, Miss Anna's expression was still heavy, which made her suddenly realize that there might be something hidden. Sure enough, the other party said in a sad tone, "Their situation is very bad. Here is a video. Please take a look." Miss Lu. The little servant Susan turned on the light brain to play the video. Perhaps because of dissatisfaction with her, the other party did not adjust the light screen to the best viewing position. She could only walk a little closer to find a suitable viewing picture. Miss Anna just turned around, as if she couldn't bear to see the scene in the video. So she didn't notice Susan's reluctance. But Ms. Meg's face was slightly gloomy, and she looked at Susan with a warning. The maid lowered her head guiltily, and adjusted the screen to make it easier for others to watch. Lu Jinggu was completely attracted by the blurry video, and didn't pay any attention to the eye contact. This picture was obviously taken secretly. Not only was the angle of view very strange, but it was also very shaky, and the clarity was terrible. However, the vague picture was shocking. This should be a picture from inside a secret research institute. Several skinny figures were locked in a long transparent container with some solution in it. Long tubes extended from both ends of the container and inserted into the bodies of those people. There were also various instruments connected to them. Some people were moving around the container, injecting some unknown drugs into the bodies of the people in the container through those tubes from time to time. Then an amazing scene appeared. The people in the container suddenly trembled violently. But because the place was too narrow, their bodies could not move at all, and could only shake straight. Because the picture was shot from the front, the situation behind the container could not be seen. But someone went around the back of the container, and soon came out dragging something in his hand. The picture was too blurry, and she couldn't see what they were holding for a moment. Miss Anna seemed to have expected this, and asked Susan to play the short video repeatedly. She also turned her head, with heavy grief in her eyes, and looked at the picture in front of her. During the playback, Lu Jinggu finally vaguely saw what those people were holding. They were long feathers. Her eyes suddenly shrank, and she couldn't believe it. Are those people in the containers the feather tribe? It seems so. Miss Anna's voice, which was always steady and gentle, trembled slightly, as if she had spent a lot of effort not to lose her composure. They use drugs to block the development of the feather tribe, and then keep giving birth to feathers for their research and profit. These feather tribes live worse than death. She couldn't help but be silent, as if her heart was pressed down by something so heavy that it made her feel laborious even to breathe. You know, according to the public documents of the Alliance, the extinction of the feather tribe happened decades ago. If these experimental subjects are really the feather tribe, then they are really in hell. In comparison, the mermaids can be considered happy. This kind of thing makes people disgusted and angry. She clenched her fists and asked in a deep voice, "What does Miss Anna need me to do?" If she didn't know about this, it would be fine. Now that she knew, she felt that she couldn't ignore it. This said that she would take care of this matter. Anna's eyes lit up and her tone became faster. "I would like to ask you to build a home for these feathered people to live in." She was slightly startled. She never thought that the other party would make such a request. This is of course very simple for her. Although the feathered people are also a race with special requirements for living environment. Don't forget that she still has the sky feather clothes in her hand, which happens to be able to build a miracle building. According to past experience, this kind of core material related to the race. The miracle building built will also be related to the race. It's just that she originally thought that Miss Anna would come to her to cooperate with the Gu family and the Sin family to steal the feathered people out. After all, the power that can report a race with descendants to extinction and successfully pass it, and secretly hide its descendants for inhumane research, is probably not that simple. Maybe there are shadows of some people from the 7 families of the parliament. But Miss Anna obviously didn't think so. Seeing her stunned, she explained, "I will find a way to find the Feather Clan and expose this Black Research Institute, and let them accept the sanctions of the Alliance law. But I can't just rescue them and leave them alone. So I hope to cooperate with Miss Lu." The tone of these words was sincere, obviously from the heart. She also added immediately, "You don't have to worry about getting into trouble. If you agree, I will announce to the public that I have bought the right to build a Taoyuan from Taoyuan Group. I have the planet, and you just need to build a few Taoyuans there. This way, she really has no worries." She looked at the other party with some surprise. She thought for a while and asked, "But in this way, you have to bear a lot of risks. The force that can hide the Feather Clan for so long is probably not trivial. Even if you are the Honorable Little Princess Black, you will probably encounter a lot of resistance and even danger." She didn't mean to scare people. It's just that Miss Anna has always appeared as a charity ambassador. It is said that the awakening of her mental power skill is also the common purification of the Black family. The whole person is not aggressive at all. It is really hard to imagine her doing something like robbing people. However, the other party did not intend to back down, and said firmly, "I am prepared. Miss Lu, don't worry." She was a little amused. In fact, she was not really worried about the other party. After all, She was the most favored princess of the Black family. As long as the people in the Black Research Institute were not crazy, they would resist. But they would never do anything to Miss Anna. She was actually more worried that the other party was inexperienced and put the Feather Tribe in danger. It can be seen that she was so determined that it was obviously not easy to persuade her. She thought about it and temporarily agreed. Leave the construction of Taoyuan to me. As long as you are ready. I can start at any time. Then I won't be polite. You can start tomorrow. This time, it was Ms. Meg who turned on the light brain, which showed all the planets under Anna's name. Looking at the densely packed planet ownership certificates on the screen, she couldn't help but take a breath. Wow. She is worthy of being the little princess of the Black family. I'm afraid there are more than 100 planets under her name. Miss Anna said, as a matter of course, you can find a suitable place. I can withdraw all the people above tonight and arrange a spaceship to take you there. Chapter 311 Take Action. There are so many planets that she can't see them all. Lu Jinggu, since it is a planet under your name, you know it best. Why don't you recommend it? After a pause, she added, the construction of Taoyuan is basically not picky about the original environment of the planet. But if the ground is covered with metal such as energy plates, the metal must be removed first. If you pursue speed, it is best not to choose such a planet. Miss Anna nodded and looked at the housekeeper. Ms. Meg was obviously prepared and immediately operated a few times on the optical computer. Hundreds of planet ownership certificates disappeared in an instant, and only 10 were left on the screen. Ms. Meg's calm and flat voice sounded, the location and size of these 10 planets are relatively suitable, and there are not many artificial traces on them, which are easy to transform and demolish. Among them, these 4 planets. Her finger swiped across the light screen, and the 4 ownership certificates were highlighted. 2 by 2 are twin planets. If you choose, it is recommended to build Taoyuan on 2 planets together. Twin planets. This kind of planet she has never seen before. Seeing that Lu Jinggu was obviously interested, Miss Anna asked the housekeeper to bring up the images of the 4 planets. This look made her even more magical. One set of twins really looked like twins. Regardless of size, the surface conditions were like they were carved out of the same mold. The other set of twins was completely the opposite. In the accelerated picture, one planet was suddenly covered with yellow sand, and the other planet was covered with ice and snow. The 2 planets orbited each other. During the rotation, the yellow sand gradually turned white, and the ice and snow slowly melted. In the end, the appearance of the 2 planets was completely reversed. These were 2 contradictory twins. When one was in a desert that looked extremely hot, the other must be covered with snow. But after watching for a while, she felt a strange sense of harmony. Nature is really amazing. She couldn't help but sigh. However, although these 2 sets of twins were amazing, they were not used this time. In the end, she chose a planet not far from the forest park. There was no other special reason. But considering the development of the zoning plan, 1 star 43 and star 39 can complete the full coverage of Taoyuan. It is very likely that they can be directly connected. Then both planets will benefit. Miss Anna had no objection to this choice. And as she said, no matter which planet Lu Jinggu chose to start construction, she was ready to send people there immediately. Now it is even more convenient. Just go to star 43 first, and then take the spaceship arranged by Miss Anna. You don't even need to jump in space. You can reach star 39 in 14 hours. It happened that she had a few days off after the Autumn Harvest Festival, so she agreed to go directly. The construction of Taoyuan does not take long at all. Miss Anna also said that she would take action immediately. In this case, the 2 naturally prepared to leave. The 2 little bluebirds came back at some point, squatting on the high branches and suddenly chirping softly at them. The sound seemed to be singing some mysterious song, which made the listeners feel calm and comfortable. Miss Anna was obviously very happy, and waved her arms at the 2 birds, saying loudly in a very unladylike way, "I see you next time." Ms. Meg's disapproving eyes came over, but as before, it had no effect. The 2 separated in front of the temple, firstly because their purposes were different, and secondly to avoid accidentally exposing their cooperation. It was late at night, and the entire Earth paradise was bathed in the deep night. Only the distant bonfires were like falling stars, emitting bright light. The night wind brought the sound of people laughing and making noises. Miss Anna seemed to look over with envy, but quickly withdrew her eyes and gave her a noble salute, saying softly, "I leave today. Thank you for your hospitality." In fact, she didn't treat anything. From beginning to end, the two of them just stood near the little bluebird's usual place. And they didn't even sit down to discuss the process of deciding to cooperate. Miss Anna also acted as two naughty tree branches for free. She was a little embarrassed, scratched her head and said, "Time is tight this time. I will treat you to delicious food next time Miss Anna comes. It is a tradition of the flower-growing family to entertain guests with delicious food." After saying it, I remembered that for the little princess of the Black family, eating is probably not something worth celebrating. Sure enough, Ms. Meg and Susan both looked a little disapproving. But Miss Anna smiled and said happily, "Okay. See you next time." She seemed to understand why Sun Yichin said that. After really meeting her, she couldn't help but like Miss Anna. If there is anyone in this world who can be called pure and flawless, it may be the one in front of her. Watching Miss Anna turn around and walk away, she was full of emotion and felt a little ashamed for her preconceived ideas. Just thinking about it, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze falling on her. She looked up and saw that the master and servants did not look back, and the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. The mental power flowed slowly in her body, and she did not notice any problems. She blinked and thought that she was probably too sensitive. Soon, the figures of Miss Anna and the other two were completely swallowed up by the night. And she also went to the post station and went to Planet 43. There was indeed a spaceship waiting for her at the airport here. This efficiency refreshed her impression of Anna Black again. This little princess is also a person who does things without hesitation. The journey of more than 10 hours was not difficult to endure. After a nap and handling the affairs of Taoyuan Group on the optical computer for a while, it was over. After that, the process of planting flowers and branches and starting to build buildings that meet basic needs does not need to be repeated. In short, soon, there was a new Taoyuan on this planet. As for the giant bird's nest, a miraculous building, she didn't plan to build it now, and wanted to consider it after meeting the Feather Tribe. As soon as the sun rose, many people found that the Taoyuan Group's Taoyuan list had been updated. There was an additional Taoyuan number 13, built on the 39th star. There was only a simple introduction to this Taoyuan. Taoyuan Group accepted Miss Anna's commission to build it, and the ownership belongs to Miss Anna. This is the fourth privately owned Taoyuan that has appeared so far. It would have made many people who had planned to do this for a long time, but could not get it envious and jealous. But because Anna Black's reputation was so good, no one objected, and they all congratulated Miss Anna. Anna was also not vague. Not only did she follow up with a statement, "Deepening the concept of this Taoyuan is what I want. Taoyuan Group just takes money to do things." She also directly transferred a large sum of money to the Taoyuan Group's account, which was exactly the same price that the Black family paid when they won Taoyuan number 7. Lu Jinggu thought about it, and did not refuse the money. He played the whole game. After the construction of Taoyuan number 13 was completed, she did not rest, but took out the encrypted optical computer given by Gu Duo and contacted the other party through the secret channel. Chapter 312 Super Speed. In a few words, Gu Duo told the other party about his plan with Miss Anna, and he immediately understood what she meant. "You are worried that the rescue operation of Anna Black will not go smoothly, and you want me to help? Well, those feather tribes are too pitiful." She nodded repeatedly. "If it fails this time, it will definitely alert the enemy. At that time, no matter whether the other party transfers or destroys the traces, it will be very troublesome to save people again." Gu Duo thought for a moment and nodded. "I will let Xing Lian follow up on this matter," remembering that he once said that Xing Lian is a good hand at tracking and has strong combat effectiveness. She immediately felt much more at ease. Of course, she wouldn't hang up after talking to her boyfriend, so she picked up a topic to continue. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Xing Lian, Yida, and Yith for a long time. Why don't they follow you recently?" Gu Duo's eyes moved slightly, and he replied calmly, "I feel relieved when I leave some things to them." The things he was talking about must be related to the 7th Army, most of which involved military secrets. She knew better than to ask more questions, but just said, "Then wait until they come back from the mission and bring them over for dinner." Speaking of which, these 3 people are the ones she interacts with the most in the 7th Army besides Gu Duo. Not to mention that Yida once served as her bodyguard for a period of time on planet 7133. And their relationship is different from that of others. To be honest, she still misses them a little. But she heard a slightly strange voice from the other side. "Just call me for dinner." She was a little amused and touched the other person through the light screen. You are jealous of this too? They are your confidants after all. Don't be so petty. Guduo pouted and said nothing. But the meaning of I won't was still conveyed. She felt sweet and helpless about the possessiveness that this person showed from time to time. She shook her head and smiled. And stopped worrying about this issue. The two of them stayed together for a while. And someone from Guduo came to report on the work. And the two hung up the call. The moment the screen disappeared, she saw the figure next to her. And her smile was startled. So Yvette didn't go to perform the mission? Rubbing her fingers gently, she suppressed the doubts in her heart. Perhaps because of the different arrangements. She still believed in Guduo. The only thing that made her a little uncomfortable was that after the change of feelings, she couldn't be so calm about the fact that Yvette liked Guduo. After thinking about it, she put aside her messy thoughts for the time being and decided to talk about the problem of Yvette next time she met with Guduo. The prototype of Taiyuan number 13 has been completed. What specific buildings need to be added will be seen after the people of the Feather Clan come. Originally, it was thought that Miss Anna's rescue operation would take at least 10 days or half a month to see results. Unexpectedly, on the third day after she finished her work, a piece of news broke out on the Star Network. An explosion occurred in the factory under the name of the Alexander family. At first, she did not think of this news with the rescue of the Feather Clan. Until another piece of news broke out not long after, the factory exploded. But an illegal research institute was blown up. What secret research is the Alexander family doing? Illegal Research Institute. The words touched her nerves. When she was about to click on the news to take a closer look, a spaceship fell from the sky. The fully armed combat team rushed down, with several medical cabins. Lu Jinggu was startled, and the mini pistol was already in his palm. Fortunately, an acquaintance came down from another spaceship that followed closely, the little maid Susan. The young lady has to deal with possible accidents later, so she is not available for the time being. She asked me to pass on a message, asking you to take care of these people. Susan's attitude was cold, but she still conveyed Miss Anna's meaning. Through the medical cabin, she could see the people lying inside clearly. They were skinny and pale. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of their chests, they would have looked like corpses. The assault team will tell you the specific situation. The young lady needs someone by her side. I'm leaving first. The little maid hurriedly and perfunctorily saluted, turned around and set off on the way back. She didn't have time to talk to the other party, and hurried to see the situation of several feather tribes. As soon as she turned around, the stinging feeling brought by the malicious gaze appeared again. She looked back suddenly, only to see the hatch gradually closing, and Susan's figure flashed through the gap, probably entering the interior of the spacecraft. She couldn't help but frown slightly. This strange feeling appeared twice. Could it be that the person who had ill intentions towards her was Susan? But she was already an S-level expert now. The opponent's mental power was only C-level. Even if he was dissatisfied with her, it was almost impossible to hurt her. And that kind of malice was clearly caused by the mental power sensing the threat. Could it be that there was a master lurking around Miss Anna? And this master was trying to attack her. But the opponent didn't show up twice. He was probably not much stronger than her. I'd better ask Miss Anna before making plans. With a plan in mind, she didn't take it to heart. She asked the stab team to carry the medical cabin to the empty room while asking about the process of the rescue operation. After listening to their story, I knew why it was so fast. It turned out that Miss Anna had made two plans. Whether she agreed to cooperate or not, the other party would launch a rescue operation. As early as after getting the informant video and secretly verifying it, she arranged for the stab team to collect intelligence and prepare for the raid. So once the action was launched, it would be as fast as lightning. It was just that the strength of the research institute hidden in the factory under the name of the Alexander family was stronger than what they investigated. After the raid, they encountered extremely strong resistance and almost lost it. Fortunately, a team of helpers came out of nowhere, which allowed them to successfully complete the mission. When retreating, the armed forces in the institute chased them relentlessly, causing an accidental explosion. They were protected by various equipments, but they were all injured and evacuated alive. On the contrary, the Feather Tribe, who had been used as experimental subjects for a long time, were hit by the explosion and were in very bad condition. Fortunately, Miss Anna prepared enough advanced medical cabins, which saved their breath. But whether they could turn the danger into safety was not certain for these mercenaries, who had been on the edge of a knife for many years. Lu Jinggu believed that if the Feather Tribe members were sent to the Chinese medicine clinic in Taoyuan No. 1, they would be able to recover quickly. But there were many people there, and they might be exposed if they were not careful. After thinking about it, he contacted Lu Yi. On the one hand, he asked him to rush to Taoyuan on planet 7133 and immediately build a Chinese medicine clinic there. And on the other hand, he asked Taoyuan No. 1 Army to send a team of people to rush over through the post station to send the Feather Tribe members and medical cabins back to planet 7133 for treatment. Unexpectedly, a small conflict occurred when sending people away. The stab team did not agree to let the Feather Tribe members leave their site. Miss Anna gave us the task of protecting these people until she shows up. Now that Miss Anna is not here, no one can take them away. Chapter 3:13 The Temptation of Food. I can understand the actions of the assault team, but she has many secrets, so it is not convenient for them to go. But the situation of the U people is critical, and it is unknown what will happen if we delay any longer. Facing these people who are willing to take risks, reasoning will not work. Lu Jinggu is very helpless and can only suddenly attack. The assault team suddenly found that they were surrounded by powerful mental power. Lu Jinggu is now S level, and there is also an S level strongman in the assault team who can fight with her. However, they were injured when they snatched the U people away. The strongest man in the team was the most seriously injured in order to cover his brothers. Now he has to rely on others to stand firm, and he has no power to fight back at all. As for the others, most of them are A or A+ level. If they are in their prime, they can also fight against the possibility of ants biting elephants to death. But now everyone is injured, and she was unexpected, and the assault team was actually blocked by her alone. Taoyuan First Army received the order, picked up the medical cabin and ran away. The carriage at the post station moved, and they couldn't catch up. After watching several carriages leave her sight, she spread her hands and said, "Now that the people have been sent away, there is no point in being anxious. Why don't you treat your injuries first?" The stab team glared at her, but as she said, it was useless to do anything now, and she was the person entrusted by the employer after all, and they couldn't really do anything to her. A group of big men were very frustrated and didn't have a good face to her at all, but she looked like she didn't care at all. Not only did she take out medicine, but she also brought a lot of food to replenish physical strength, which made them almost unable to maintain their cold faces. When another carriage suddenly appeared at the post station, and several U people got off the carriage by themselves, the people of the stab team jumped up in surprise. A group of big men were originally inarticulate, and they couldn't say a word for a long time in shock. The returning Feather Tribe members were still weak. There was no way to deal with this. It would take time to slowly improve. But the feeling of dying at any time disappeared. They walked a little unsteadily, but at least they walked slowly on their own feet. There were 4 rescued Feather Tribe members, 2 men and 2 women, standing outside the post station at this time, looking a little dazed. The leader of the stab team came back to his senses and whispered, "They should have been locked up since they were very young. So I'm afraid their minds." His finger circled around his temple, and the unfinished meaning was obvious. Lu Jinggu nodded and slowly moved a few steps closer. Then he saw that the 4 Feather Tribe members seemed to be extremely frightened, and they suddenly huddled together, looking at her in panic. With a bitter feeling in her heart, she tried to soften her voice. "Hello? My name is Lu Jinggu. The people who saved you asked me to take care of you temporarily. Don't be afraid. It's safe here. You can live here in the future. You are free." However, they were treated as experimental subjects for a long time, and their fear and vigilance could not be eliminated with a few words. At this moment, they still stared at her motionlessly. After thinking about it, she first distanced them so that they would not be so nervous, and asked someone to bring some semi-liquid food that was easy to digest. The sweetness of the food spread in the air, and it immediately attracted the attention of the Feather Clan, and the assault team, who had just eaten, couldn't help showing eager eyes. She clearly saw several Feather Clan members swallowing their saliva desperately, but still dared not move. With a slight smile, she took a piece of soft cake and took a bite, as if she didn't see their alert look, and introduced it like chatting with a friend. "This is a cloud cake, famous for its light taste, and it has always been one of the most popular varieties in Taoyuan Cake Shop." While talking, the cloud cake, which was only a finger wide, had been eaten. She picked up a small bowl of porridge, This is a porridge that nourishes the chi and nourishes the stomach. You didn't eat well before, so your stomach must have been damaged. Drinking this will help regulate it. After a sip, she showed satisfaction. It tastes really good. Kudong, the keen mental power captured the sound of swallowing saliva. Looking over, several feather tribes unconsciously relaxed their bodies, staring at the food with eyes, looking eager but not daring to come over. This look reminded her of a little bird she had met in winter. Because it was cold and couldn't find food, it fell on her windowsill. So she took millet to it. And the other party also looked at it cautiously, and didn't dare to come over for a long time. But in the end, the bird not only got used to coming to her for help when it couldn't find food, but also had the audacity to jump onto her hand to eat. On second thought, the feather tribe and the bird had a sense of similarity. This thought made her laugh out loud. And the sudden sound made several feather tribe members shudder. The experience of teasing birds is that haste makes waste. So she pretended that she didn't have any experience at all. Stroking the bird, calmly tried and introduced all the food. And finally said, "These are prepared for you. Have a good meal first, to celebrate your new life." After speaking, the Thorn team exchanged glances, and a group of people slowly withdrew from the sight of the 4 feather tribes. Even a member of the Thorn team complained in a low voice, "I want to eat too." She chuckled. And the snacks they provided when they were healing just now obviously did not fill the gaps between the teeth of the heroes. Those are mostly for people with stomach discomfort. I guess you don't like them. Why don't you come with me to eat big pieces of meat and drink big bowls of wine? The mission is successful, and you should celebrate it. These words can be regarded as speaking to the heart of the Thorn team. Everyone's eyes lit up, and the last bit of grudge disappeared. They laughed, "Thank you, Miss Liu." Not long after, the banquet she ordered was delivered from the post station. The table was filled with fish and meat, and there was indeed wine. However, considering that they were all still injured, it was not strong liquor, but medicinal wine. Fortunately, it tasted very good and was loved by these men. The group of people ate happily, and their name for her quickly changed from Miss Liu to Ah Jean, and they almost planned to call her brothers. Fortunately, the S-level strongman was still relatively sober, and stopped the enthusiasm of his brothers. It was a joke. Their employer praised Lu Jinggu in his words, but they became brothers and sisters with him. What about the Honorable Miss Anna? She didn't have any thoughts about these, but she felt that the people of the stabbing team had some similarities in character with the Lianshan heroes. So it was no wonder that Miss Anna entrusted such an important matter to them. While drinking and exchanging cups, she soon learned the whole story of Miss Anna's entrusting them, and was surprised to know that Miss Anna had several armed forces loyal to her. The number of people surrounding the little princess of the Black family was far beyond her imagination. Chapter 3:14. There are still many things to do in the future. Although Lu Jinggu was chatting with the assault team, he always kept a beam of his mental power near the Feather Clan. So he clearly saw that after they left, the 4 Feather Clan members hesitated and struggled for a while. But they still couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and approached the pile of food cautiously. The carefully selected delicacies were scattered on the temporary table, exuding an alluring aroma. I don't know which Feather Clan member first stretched out his finger and poked the small cloud cake hard. A pit. Puff. Seeing the dazed and shocked look of the Feather Clan members, she couldn't help laughing out loud. The cloud cake was really soft, so such a finger would naturally make it hurt. But for the Feather Clan members, who had been persecuted for a long time, this feeling of being in control would make them feel a lot more at ease. So the 4 Feather Clan members had a tacit understanding, and almost at the same time, each of them picked up a cloud cake. The taste of this cake is absolutely worthy of its name. It is as soft and dense as clouds, with moderate sweetness and the aroma of milk. Not to mention the Alliance, a deserted place for food. Even in the previous life, Lu Jinggu's colleagues also liked this kind of cake, and often asked her to bake it for them. So it is not surprising that the Yu people were immediately conquered by the taste of the cloud cake. The small cloud cake can be eaten in a few bites, but there is no 5th piece on the table. This is also what she did on purpose. Their stomachs need to gradually recover their health, which not only requires conditioning, but also requires appropriate stimulation. No matter how soft the cloud cake is, eating too much will not be good for reactivating the stomach. But the 4 Yu people have been aroused by hunger. They can still bear not eating. After eating just a little bit and stopping, the empty stomach will only be more uncomfortable. So no matter how vigilant they are, they can't help but reach out when they see other food, as long as they are willing to eat. She nodded with relief. The assault team had already started drinking and making a lot of noise. She was paying attention to the movements of the Feather Tribe. She didn't say anything for a while, but they gradually forgot about her. She looked around and felt that it was okay to leave for a while. So she left. The Feather Tribe didn't prepare much food, because they were afraid that they would have difficulty controlling their desire to eat, which would further damage their fragile stomachs. So they had almost finished eating. When they saw her figure, the 4 Feather Tribes squeezed together again cautiously. But they were still chewing at this time, and the sense of alienation was reduced a lot. She stopped 5 steps away considerately and said softly, "You are still very weak. Why don't you go and rest first?" She waved her arm gently. "This place is called Taoyuan number 13, which can purify interstellar pollution and has its own defense system. Now you are the only ones living there. Do you see the house over there?" The Feather Tribes turned their eyes hesitantly and didn't say anything. She didn't care. After confirming that they saw it, she continued, "Those are empty houses that can be lived in. You can choose one you like." But a few of the Feather Tribe members looked stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. And then their eyes suddenly turned red. This was not surprising. When building this paradise, the city style she chose was naturally the Feather Tribe style. If these Feather Tribe members still had memories of their race, it would be strange if they were not excited at this moment. The Feather Tribe members, who had refused to communicate since waking up. One of the men suddenly spoke up. "Who built this? We want to see him." His voice was extremely hoarse, as if a scraper was scratching on metal. Very harsh. But the excitement and expectation contained in it were very obvious. Although the other 3 Feather Tribe members did not speak, they also looked expectantly. After a little thought, they realized that they had misunderstood. Alas, although she couldn't bear it, she still told the truth. "I am the builder of this paradise, including those houses." The 4 you people all looked unbelievable. The man who just spoke murmured, "Impossible. This is clearly the traditional architecture of you people. You are a human." She pursed her lips and didn't answer. A painful and hoarse cry suddenly broke out among the 4 people. She turned her head reluctantly, and her eyes were slightly red. They must have raised a fragile hope just now, thinking that there were still people alive in this world. But the bubble burst in an instant, and the cruel reality remained unchanged. But crying so happily was a good thing for them. They needed to vent too much. For the you people who had been persecuted for so long, any comfort at this time was pale and powerless. She just waited quietly, waiting for them to slowly calm down. This sudden cry did not last long, and the cry gradually subsided. She reached out and handed over the handkerchief she had prepared long ago. "Wipe your tears. You must get better as soon as possible. There are still many things to do in the future." It was still the man who spoke. "What else can we do?" His expression was extremely bleak, and the vitality brought by the delicious food just now disappeared completely, like a pile of dead wood, which would be completely silent after the last spark burst. She tightened her fingers and said in a sonorous tone, "Revitalize the race. Take revenge if there is a grievance, and take revenge if there is a vengeance." 4 pairs of eyes suddenly looked over. She smiled slightly. "Those who bullied you are still alive." The anger surged on their faces, but soon faded away. It's not surprising. They have been in the position of victims for too long, and the fear and despair have penetrated into their bones. It's the best news that they didn't suffer from Stockholm Syndrome. But it doesn't matter. As long as there are emotional fluctuations, it's not really despair. She smiled faintly. "Have you heard of the Heavenly Feather Robe?" The 4 of them were all shocked. And the man said in disbelief, "You actually know about the Heavenly Feather Robe?" "Not only do I know. The last piece of the Heavenly Feather Robe is in my hands." Although Senning did not tell her what the Heavenly Feather Robe was for the Feather Tribe, it was specially kept as a holy object by the Mermaid Tribe, which shows that this thing is definitely not simple for the Feather Tribe. As expected, as soon as they said it, they were very excited. They wanted to believe it but didn't dare to believe it, and they stared at her with wide eyes. "The Heavenly Feather Robe is now kept by the Mermaid Tribe. You should have a good rest first. When you wake up, I will take the Heavenly Feather Robe to you to verify its authenticity." "Do you really have the Heavenly Feather Robe?" "It's more real than real gold." It can be seen that they still have doubts, but hope rises uncontrollably. Finally, they wiped the tears from their faces and supported each other to walk towards the residential area. There were several empty bird nest-like rooms. But the 4 feather tribe members obviously did not intend to separate, and all squeezed into a spherical bird nest. Their bodies were too weak, and they had experienced great sorrow and joy before, even though they were worried about the authenticity of the heavenly feather clothes. Once they lay on the soft bed, sleepiness quickly swallowed them up, and they fell into a deep sleep in just a moment. Chapter 3:15. There are also reasons for extinction. When the feather tribe members woke up again, they felt as if they didn't know what day it was. After a while, their brains slowly remembered everything, and they immediately jumped up from the soft feather bed. Walking out of the house cautiously, they saw Lu Jinggu standing side by side with a man with a perfect back, standing in the morning light, looking up and pointing at a tree. The feather tribe members are naturally light and move almost silently, but the two seem to have sensed something, and they turned back as soon as they came out. "You are awake. Eat something first." Lu Jinggu showed a gentle smile and introduced them. "This is Greenleaf Saransi, the prince of the elves." Elves? Elf? They had originally decided not to speak, but they didn't expect that they would make a sound because they were too shocked as soon as they met. For pairs of eyes stared at Greenleaf. As a long-lived species, the memory inheritance of the feather clan is as special as that of the elves and mermaids. As long as they are willing, they can find the forgotten parts from the memory of blood inheritance. Now they matched the characteristics of Greenleaf with their memories one by one, and finally confirmed with shock that this was really an elf that had disappeared for who knows how many years. The 4 feather clan members felt a little dizzy. They had not had the opportunity to contact the outside world for so long, and they felt that the world had turned upside down. The construction of the elves' territory is nearing completion. But as the only elf who has lived outside for a long time, Greenleaf is actually very busy during this period. Lu Jinggu still called him over, and naturally she had her thoughts. And the elf beauty also understood her intention very well, and took the initiative to say, "Friends of the Feather Clan, I am glad that the 2 tribes can meet again after a long time." He walked over slowly, and approached the Feather Clan without much effort. She was right. Compared with humans, the same minority can make them feel more at ease. With Lee accompanying them, the Feather Tribe members were not so nervous, and even nodded slightly when they saw the stabbing team. After they filled their stomachs, Lee accompanied them back to the house, looking at her with a questioning look. Glancing outside, the stabbing team members were drinking again early in the morning, and they should not notice this side for the time being. So she nodded. Lee then opened the bag she had been carrying and took something out of it. Heavenly feather clothes. For hoarse voices rang out, and the Feather Tribe members rushed over together. The beautiful feather cloak was placed on the bed, and they carefully stroked it, with tears rolling down from their eyes. "It's really the heavenly feather clothes. These are the feathers of my ancestor. These are the feathers of my great-great-great-grandmother. I also found feathers from my maternal grandmother's house." Lu Jinggu and Lu Yi. "How did you identify who each feather belonged to?" After a while, the Feather Tribe gradually calmed down, but they still surrounded the heavenly feather clothes and were unwilling to leave for a moment. While Lu Yi had already begun to introduce a series of stories about her and Tao Yuan, the Feather Tribes were so excited that they sometimes exclaimed in amazement and sometimes raised their hearts. She laughed secretly as she listened to them. She didn't expect that Lu Yi had the potential to be a storyteller. She felt a gaze falling on her. She turned her head and saw that it was the Feather Tribe man who spoke first yesterday. He looked at her with a completely new perspective. She calmly let the other party look at her while listening to Lu Ye's ups and downs of Tao Yuan's story. When he stopped with a dry mouth, the Feather Tribe's attitude towards her also eased a lot. The man gently stroked the Tai Nui, silently communicating with the tribesman with his eyes, and finally seemed to have made up his mind. He walked in front of her and suddenly knelt on one knee. Lu Jinggu was shocked. She was not used to these tribes kneeling at any time. Her first reaction was to hold the other party's arm and want to help him up. When she grabbed the thin arm through the wide sleeves, she was slightly startled. Although she knew it was a bit rude, she still couldn't help but push his sleeve up. What she saw was the intertwined and hideous scars, one after another, densely packed, and she didn't know how many layers of new and old scars were covered. It turned out that it was not her illusion. Her eyes sank slightly, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. Carefully smoothing the other person's sleeves, she pursed her lips and managed to steady her voice. "Get up. No matter what you want to say, you don't have to kneel down to me." LVE also gently advised, "Get up, since Miss Jean is in charge of your affairs." She is going to help you. Just feel free to speak boldly. After both of them said this, the Yu-Clan man stood up hesitantly. He was tall, and could only look down at Lu Jingu after he stood up. Such a visual gap made him even more unsure of how to speak. Seeing his uneasiness, she took the initiative to sit down, and said with a smile, "Let's sit down and talk." After sitting down across the table, the height difference of the sight was not obvious. The man of the Feather Clan breathed a sigh of relief, and finally spoke hoarsely. Jean. Miss. We, the Feather Clan, need a nest to continue. Please help us." Perhaps it has been too long since he spoke such a long sentence. His punctuation was very strange. She took a lot of effort to figure out what he meant. Nest? With a thought, she asked, "Is it called a giant bird's nest?" Then she saw that the eyes of the 4 Feather Clan members all lit up. Now that Greenleaf has established an image of well-informed, they don't find it strange that she knows about the giant bird's nest, but are very happy with the explanation of the Feather Clan. She realized that the reproduction of the Feather Clan also has very strange requirements, like the elves and mermaids. The Feather Clan is an oviparous creature, but unlike birds, they can just incubate eggs after laying them. They will lay eggs collectively during a specific breeding season. All eggs must be placed in a giant bird's nest and incubated by the power of sunlight. The heavenly feather cloth must cover them. This magical holy object can adjust the temperature by itself. This is really a unique way of birth. She once again deeply realized that these ancient races would become extinct one by one, or face extinction. And there are still certain reasons for their own. No wonder when she proposed revitalizing the race before, several feather tribes were not very excited. Without this heavenly feather cloth, they simply could not continue the race. But now, everything is easy. She waved her hand. "No problem. Leave the giant bird's nest to me. And all you have to do is to take good care of your body. By the way, Miss Anna's affairs are not over yet, so you should not show up for the time being, so as not to cause trouble." The feather tribes had no objection to this. In fact, they had suffered too long and had developed a fear of the outside world. They were eager not to show up in front of people. This kind of psychological trauma can only be slowly resolved by time. But in short, everything is developing in a good direction. Isn't it? Chapter 316 directly overturned all the cover-ups. While Taoyuan number 13 was peaceful and quiet, Miss Anna was busy as usual. The stab team encountered strong resistance at the Research Institute, and it was inevitable that some traces would be left. The Alexander family probably thought of strike first to gain the upper hand. So they took the lead in attacking, and accused the stab team of having someone behind them to instruct them to launch a sneak attack on the Alexander family's factory, causing them to suffer serious damage. The factory had to be shut down, leaving hundreds of people unemployed at home. This caused an uproar, and the Alexander family successively announced the clues left in the battle, further confirming that there was someone behind the scenes, who was so bold that he dared to touch the tiger's whiskers of one of the 7 major families in the parliament. This became a hot topic of discussion on the Star Network. What no one expected was that, as the matter fermented, the Alexander family actually pointed the finger at the Gu family. The reason was that the attackers were clearly entangled by the factory's defense force. But suddenly a team of supporters appeared. Although the supporters hid their heads and tails, their coordination was definitely not that of ordinary soldiers. There were veterans in the factory, and it was obvious at a glance that it was the most common formation in the army. Moreover, the two sides fought several times, and it could be felt that the supporters were young and definitely not veterans. The Alexander family thought the situation was very clear. The only family that could mobilize soldiers, and was at odds with them, was the Gu family. Although this conclusion was a bit abrupt, the Alexander family always showed a simple-minded attitude. So everyone even thought that this time, they had some logic in it. The Alexander family obviously thought that this reasoning was very rigorous, and launched a verbal bombardment against the Gu family. From a historical perspective, whenever their family started to attack someone, it was not long before a fight broke out. After all, the biggest reliance of the Alexander family was its super high military power. At present, some bored people have already bought melon seeds and peanut drinks, waiting to bet on who is the best among the younger generation, Gu Duo or Edmund Alexander. However, just when the Alexander family was pressing forward step by step, as if they were really going to have a battle to solve the problem, Miss Anna suddenly stood up and said, "I asked me to attack your factory." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. This little princess of the black family who is famous for her charity, made the Star Network strangely appear in a state of silence of stunned. She really has a lot of fans. From nobles to civilians. There are countless people who regard her as a goddess or a beacon. After these people reacted, the first sentence was, "Miss Anna, if you are kidnapped, just blink." Anna blinked as usual at the press conference. But of course she was not kidnapped. But from the beginning, she had no intention of hiding this matter. It was just to give the Feather Clan time to hide. So she kept silent temporarily before. But she didn't expect the Alexander family to take advantage of this to attack the Gu family. She didn't want others to suffer for her. So she hurriedly brought the press conference forward. Because of this, her condition is not as perfect as before. Although Anna did not come to Taiyuan number 13 these days, she has been paying attention to the news of the survivors of the Feather Tribe. The assault team reported to her everything they heard and saw. The kind girl had cried many times because of their tragic experience. And the press conference started in a hurry. Her red and swollen eyes did not completely subside. When many people opened the Star Network link, they saw her haggard appearance that she had never had before. Miss Anna first apologized to all the audience watching the press conference for her image. For someone who has always strictly abided by the etiquette of the nobility, it is obviously a disrespect to show her embarrassment to everyone. However, this apology fell into the eyes of the audience and caused a large number of mom fans to speak, regardless of men and women. They were very angry. What kind of evil person is this? He can make Miss Anna cry red eyes. It is simply unforgivable. And Miss Anna's next speech made everyone's anger pile up higher and higher, almost burning through the Star Network and breaking through the sky. She first admitted that she was involved in the factory explosion, and then released a lot of evidence, including blurry and chaotic videos, recordings with explosions in the background, and various materials that led to the investigation. A conspiracy that had been covered up for decades slowly unfolded in front of everyone. The Feather Tribe was not extinct. In the illegal research institute, extremely inhumane live experiments were being conducted. The explosion was not caused by the attacker, but was detonated by himself to cover up the evidence. When Miss Anna talked about the survivors of the Feather Tribe, her emotions were a little out of control, and she cried in public for the first time. Although she quickly regained control of herself and repeatedly apologized for her previous gaffe, it still made many people feel distressed. For a time, Miss Anna's supporters, the endangered species protection organizations that have recently become popular, humanitarian organizations, etc., all spoke out to condemn. And the public was no less excited than the previous mermaid incident, because Lu Jinggu stayed in Taiyuan number 13 and did not communicate with the outside world in time. She learned about the press conference relatively late. When she hurriedly clicked on the press conference live broadcast, there was already a lot of scolding on the barrage. The Alexander family seemed to have been nailed to the pillar of shame. The argument that they had previously gained a lot of sympathy because the factory explosion stopped work and made innocent people unemployed has been completely replaced by the anger brought by the Black-Hearted Research Institute. After carefully understanding the current trend of public opinion, she also admired Miss Anna very much. This move can be said to be cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, and it has exposed the inside and the face at once. The secret of the Research Institute was exposed in broad daylight. With the aftermath of the mermaid incident, anyone who wants to continue to cover up this matter must consider whether they will drag themselves into the water. She had only one doubt. Didn't they say that the Alexander family was not smart enough and never involved in research? That research institute might not be theirs. When she talked to Guduo, she couldn't figure it out. It is more likely that the Black family or the Dachi family just borrowed the factory as a cover. If she makes such a fuss, wouldn't she ruin her family's pot? People are emotional animals. When making decisions, they are inevitably affected by their feelings. Although Miss Anna is a truly kind person, doesn't she have any favoritism towards her own family? Is there really a 100% helping the right instead of the relatives in this world? She was very curious. But Guduo gave a very strange answer. She should not know that this matter may be related to her family. Huh? He then told her a few things from his childhood, and she understood the meaning of that sentence. It is not an exaggeration to say that Miss Anna is loved by her father Joe Black and Uncle Valentine Black. To what extent do they love her? The dark side of all families has never been revealed to Miss Anna. The pure white flowers growing in the mud have become what they are now because they have been carefully cared for and have not been contaminated by any darkness. Chapter 317 Suspicious of Eth. For a moment, Lu Jinggu was in mixed feelings. It is enviable to be loved like this. But the truth will come out. Can the things done by the Black family be concealed for a lifetime? When the beautiful illusion is exposed, it is not difficult to imagine how much pain the person who is kept in the dark will suffer. She sighed and sympathized with Miss Anna. At the same time, she suddenly understood why Gu Duo, Sun Yuqing and others had such a subtle attitude towards her. This little princess who looks extremely noble is actually just a poor person living in lies. But her kindness is indeed real, which makes those who vaguely know the truth unwilling to be the bad guy who breaks the little princess's dream. Now it seems that she will follow in the footsteps of these people. Sighing again, she changed the subject. How could Xing Lian leave traces? If Miss Anna hadn't stood up, wouldn't it have implicated the Gu family? She felt a little guilty. After all, Gu Duo sent Xing Lian to participate in this matter because of her request. Intentionally. The answer was unexpected. She blinked in surprise, waiting for him to explain further. However, a voice suddenly came from Gu Duo. Boss! We? The next second, the screen was interrupted. Looking at the screen that suddenly went black, her brows knitted tightly. She couldn't hear it wrong. The person who spoke was Yvette. As Gu Duo's subordinate, she entered his office without knocking or reporting. Coupled with the sudden interruption of communication, she felt a little irritated. An idea came to her. She wanted to appear in front of Gu Duo right now to see what went wrong. But now she couldn't leave, since she took on the task of building a giant bird's nest. The feelings of the four feather tribes towards her have completely changed. From alert and fear to dependence and attachment. It was just like a fledgling complex. Now the four people came to her almost as soon as they opened their eyes. Without saying much or asking for anything, they just followed her timidly and silently, making her unable to say anything harsh. Once they couldn't find her, the four feather tribe members would become extremely panicked and nervous, unable to eat or sit still, and even fainted. Fortunately, the assault team had been guarding here and sent the unconscious feather tribe member to the medical cabin in time. Otherwise this already declining race would have suffered another huge blow. With such an incident in the past, she really didn't dare to leave Taoyuan number 13 casually. While she was struggling, Gu Duo's communication came in again. Her hands moved faster than her brain, and she immediately pressed the connect button. The man's slightly frowning expression appeared on the light screen. And the first sentence was, "Something happened just now." It sounded like he was going to vaguely pass over the situation just now. But she didn't want to do that. So she interrupted directly. "I heard Yvette's voice. She didn't go out to perform the mission, right?" Gu Duo closed his mouth at once and didn't answer her immediately. Her heart sank slightly. And she said again, "I also heard her voice last time." After a pause, she added, "So she actually hasn't been carrying out any mission." Raising her eyebrows slightly, she made the final blow. "Last time you said that. Were you deliberately misleading? Or did you have other intentions?" Looking at each other, she did not retreat at all. Gu Duo remained silent for a long time. And this attitude made her feel even worse. Is the first dispute after being together going to happen? However, before she could decide whether to lose her temper, a chuckle suddenly came from the other side. She looked up in disbelief and found that he did have a slight curl at the corner of his lips. You're still laughing." "I didn't." He denied it without paying attention to the facts. "But my girlfriend has always been so sensitive. So it's hard for me to have any secrets." With a hint of teasing, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Her anger was extinguished, and she could only pretend to frown. "What's going on? You must explain it to me today." "It's not that I don't want to tell you. I'm just afraid that there are ears on the other side," Gu Duo said seriously. "I originally planned to explain it to you after the matter is completely resolved. There are ears on the other side." She felt a little nervous, and no longer cared about being hypocritical. She immediately said, "Then forget it. Don't you want to hear it? I can't ruin your business." Gu Duo's mouth corners slightly raised again. She was sure that this guy was teasing her on purpose. Stamping her feet, she said coquettishly, "If you want to say it, just say it. Otherwise hang up." "I'm busy." The man's eyes dimmed. But he finally talked about business. "My communication was monitored before, and I always asked Yvette to track the other party, but never succeeded. The reason she gave me was that the other party was very strong." Lu Jinggu listened quietly. "I didn't have any doubts at first. The person who was monitoring me was indeed very arrogant, and didn't even try to hide the fact that I was monitoring you. But when the battle at the border ended and the Seventh Army returned victorious, I found something wrong. That was the time when I suspected that someone in the Seventh Army was colluding with the Monitor. This person must have certain authority. I didn't tell anyone and conducted an investigation. And finally locked on Yift. Xing Lian and Yida were indeed not there before. After confirming the traitor, Xing Lian helped me continue the follow-up investigation. And Yida? He is Yift's brother. She nodded knowingly. The brother and sister originally worked for Gu Duo together. But now the sister has become a traitor. If Yida is allowed to participate in the investigation or even arrest the sister, it would be a bit cruel. Gu Duo could not let the traitor go. But he still had a little pity for his former confidant comrade in arms. What about Yift now? Recalling the words he heard twice. The other party was not frightened or panicked at all. And he probably didn't know that his identity had been exposed. The person who monitored me has not been caught yet. Gu Duo was concise and to the point. But she immediately understood that he was planning to play a long game. She was overthinking. And she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. However, Gu Duo's next sentence almost made her jump up. I always feel that something is wrong. Yvette seems to have determined that she will become my wife. What? Wife? Well, so she has been acting a little bold recently. It would have been fine if Gu Duo didn't say anything. But once he did, he kept exposing himself. She didn't know what expression to make for a moment. And finally said, why does she think so? This is also my doubt. As he spoke, he spread his hands. Her first reaction was to ask, are you sure you didn't do anything to make her misunderstand? And then she remembered that Gu Duo had a mouth that could make people angry at any time. And the aura that men and women are not distinguished in the military camp. And they are not treated as human beings for training. I always feel that this possibility is very small. So, where does Yvette get the confidence? Although she excused her boyfriend in her heart, she still felt very angry. As if the rice in her own pot was being watched by outsiders holding a rice spoon. So, on impulse, he stared at Gu Duo and said, why don't we make it public right away? Chapter 318 Undercurrents Resurface. Gu Duo was stunned for a moment. Probably because he didn't expect her to say that. Lu Jingu reacted by himself and blushed. When they first got together, they agreed that they didn't need to say anything deliberately. Just let it go. Now she took the initiative to say, public. Is she going to run to Yvette and announce, we are in love? It's so embarrassing to think about it. Just when she was about to say something to make up for it, she heard Gu Duo calmly say, okay. Ah? She said in confusion. But she saw Gu Duo swiping on the light screen for a while, and shared a document. It was a love announcement. She quickly scanned it, her face almost blushing. And her head was almost shaking out of a shadow. No. 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 Don't do that. I was just impulsive. Gu Duo asked back, don't you want to make your relationship public? She immediately subconsciously refuted, I don't. It's just... After hesitating for a while, she explained with shame, we are not big stars. And we don't need to deliberately announce our relationship to the world. He refused to give up, but you just said you would make it public with me. And now you don't want to. She didn't know if it was an illusion. But she actually saw a trace of grievance on his face. Since falling in love, the iceberg male god has turned into a drama queen in an instant. What should I do? However, even if she secretly complained, she still couldn't bear it, and comforted him, okay. Let's make it public. But can we change to a more natural way? Deliberately posting a love announcement was really beyond her tolerance. But Gu Duo's mouth curled slightly. How many times has this happened today? He whispered, I'm just teasing you. This is because you are not in front of me. Otherwise you will kick me. Believe it or not. The person behind Yafut has already found some clues. Wait for me to close the net. And then we will discuss the way to make it public. She breathed a sigh of relief and agreed hurriedly. As for how to make it public in the end, we will talk about it later. After hanging up the call, she covered her face for a while, waiting for the heat in her cheeks to subside, so that she could think about the problem normally. Gu Duo's attitude swept away the uneasiness in her heart. So now she can think about the whole thing calmly. A woman's intuition told her that Yafut's delusion of becoming Mrs. Gu might be related to the person behind her. Who on earth could make Yafut believe that he could help her marry Gu Duo? With Gu Duo's temper. Even if it was a marriage arranged by his parents. If he didn't want to, he would probably say a cold no. She crossed out the names of the people who came up one by one. After thinking about it, she couldn't find a person who met the requirements. After thinking fruitlessly, she had to sigh and give up the speculation. Since Gu Duo said that there were already clues, it would be better to wait for the results. After putting this matter aside, she paid attention to Miss Anna. The Alexander family was probably stunned by Miss Anna's straight punch at first, and they didn't respond until a day after the press conference. It was expected that they would deny the existence of the research institute. This kind of inhumane research would never be recognized even if evidence was released. However, this denial was naturally not recognized by the public. In just one day, nearly 100 planets in the Alliance broke out in demonstrations. Especially some races with a small population, but not yet endangered, united as never before. As the saying goes, one's own kind hurts one's own kind. From the experience of the survivors of the Feather Tribe, they saw the terrible future that might exist. The crisis makes people sober. Some races used to think that the Alliance was still trying to protect those endangered races when ancient species were extinct and pollution was rampant. But now they all began to be suspicious. The Feather Tribe is not the only intelligent race that has been confirmed to be extinct in history. Who knows if they are really extinct or are suffering inhuman treatment in some secret place? Suspicion breeds ghosts. And these sparsely populated races feel colder and colder the more they think about it. Not only is the Alexander family under great pressure now, but other nobles are also implicated. Who knows if you have done such shameful things in private? As the old saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. If this storm had occurred 10 years later, the Alliance would probably have become a situation where those with strong mental power can suppress everything, and naturally no waves would have been raised. However, it is different now. This trend is still developing. So once ordinary people are twisted into a rope, they can still put great pressure on the nobles. This is the case now. Everyone in the upper class is in danger, and has to find ways to appease the people's restlessness. Among the 7 major families in the parliament, the Gu family is probably the only one who can sit on the Diaoyu Island. The Gu family's reputation among the people was originally the best among the nobles. In addition, Gu Duo also did something that made everyone's jaw drop. He also publicly admitted that the mysterious team that was to pick up Miss Anna's team was sent by him. The 7th Army destroyed an illegal research institute when it was carrying out a secret mission before. Based on the clues, we found clues of several other illegal organizations. This is what he announced to the public. It seems that he did not directly explain why the 7th Army's combat team appeared in time. But everyone has already figured out the cause and effect. People said, this is the reason why the righteous have many helpers. Miss Anna is kind-hearted. This is why she happened to meet the 7th Army's combat team. Look, God is helping good people. And some people think more. The moment Dachi Feiyuan saw this message, he typed a secret communication with a gloomy face. Which institute did Gu Duo destroy? There are no problems with other institutes. The only one that lost contact is that one. No contact. Neither of my 2 sons sent back any information. I request that the emergency channel be opened immediately. And we must go to the scene to check it out immediately. The person on the other end of the communication said something. And Dachi Feiyuan's face eased slightly. And he nodded repeatedly, yes. I understand. Okay. I understand. Yes. Yes. After hanging up the communication, he pondered for a while, and dialed another call. This time the light screen lit up normally, and Dachi Yingzi's seductive face appeared. Brother. She opened her red lips slightly, with a subtle temptation. What's wrong? Glancing at the corner of the light screen, there was a messy corner of the quilt, and you could vaguely see the slender and beautiful calves. He chuckled. You are so leisurely. Brother is too busy recently, and he has no time to accompany me. Daichi Yingzi lifted her long hair and threw a coquettish eye. Dachi Feiyuan's throat moved, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Don't be so naughty. Get ready, and go to Planet 7444. Planet 7444 has an extraordinary meaning to the Dachi family. Dachi Yingzi suddenly became serious, narrowed her eyes exactly like him, licked her lips and asked, when do we leave? Now. Chapter 319 Preparations before construction. Miss Anna's battle with Alexander's public opinion is still going on, but she has already found time to come. After all, she is the noble little princess of the Black family. She has a complete team in her hands. If she has to do everything herself, it would be these people who are derelict in their duties. So after the press conference, other people handled the matter. Miss Anna took the opportunity to bring her little servant Susan to Taoyuan number 13, in the name of needing to rest. After this period of psychological rehabilitation, the 4U people are at least not as socially anxious as before. After learning that Miss Anna was the person in charge of this rescue operation, they thanked her with great gratitude. The 4 people who had finally grown a little bit of weight looked much better than what Anna had seen in the video before. Anna was also relieved and comforted them. You don't have to worry about other things. This will be your home from now on. Just live here with peace of mind. Thank you, Miss Anna. You are such a good person. The Feather Tribe had not communicated for too long, and even the words of thanks were dry. Fortunately, Miss Anna didn't care, but smiled more gently. If you need anything, just tell me. Or Miss Lu. In fact, you should thank her more. This paradise was built for you. The person who had been thanked countless times by the 4 Feather Tribes with poor words hurriedly waved his hand. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Anna. Let's talk about business. Okay. Lu Jingu explained the special reproduction method of the Feather Tribe. Miss Anna was thoughtful. Giant bird's nest. I haven't found many records about it. I'm afraid it will be difficult to rebuild it. Don't worry about it. She smiled. I happen to have the blueprint of the giant bird's nest. But now those people must suspect that you have hidden the Feather Tribe. This newly built paradise is probably the focus of suspicion. I wonder if there will be trouble if we start construction at this time. She felt that since the giant bird's nest was used for reproduction, the 4 Feather Tribes were weak and could not consider this issue for the time being. So if Miss Anna was embarrassed, there was no need to rush to start construction. However, the other parties shook his head. Don't worry about these. Since the giant bird's nest is the most important building of their tribe, it would be a comfort to them if it can be rebuilt quickly. She looked at the 4 Feather Tribes, who sat aside obediently and silently, and seemed to have no objection to whatever decision they made. But when they heard this, the light in their eyes still exposed their true thoughts. She was just a builder, so she didn't care about all this. She just confirmed again, are you sure you won't be embarrassed? Yes. Since that was the case, she didn't say much, and directly picked up the Tainui and took on the task of the giant bird's nest. The construction period was 1 year, which was neither short nor long, and it seemed that the construction was not difficult. But she found that this miracle building had special requirements for the first time. Requirements for the construction of the giant bird's nest. The sunshine time must reach more than 8 hours per day throughout the year. This was surprising. But fortunately, after checking the climate records of Planet 39, the sunshine time here was more than enough to meet the requirements. In addition to a large amount of wood, the giant bird's nest also requires a special kind of soil. Soil mixed with feathers of hundreds of birds. She read out the name in confusion. What is this? Only the Feather Tribe can explain this question. Huailing, the first man from the Feather Tribe who spoke, told her, we are descendants of the phoenix. So where we live, there are always hundreds of birds gathering. When the birds molt, the feathers fall to the ground and mix with the soil. We will take the soil mixed with feathers to paint the outer wall of the giant bird's nest. This is a tradition. After practice, his accent and fluency are better now, but his punctuation is still strange. Fortunately, she is used to it, and it does not affect her understanding. Huailing said again, in fact, it is not necessary to do this. It seems that among the Feather Tribe, taking mud mixed with feathers of hundreds of birds to paint the giant bird's nest is just a custom and has no special effect. But it is obviously different in the tasks of the Taoyuan system, since the task specifically points out the need for this material. The consequence of not using it is only mission failure. Fortunately, there are no less than 100 species of birds in the forest park now, so it is not difficult to get this material, while sending a message to the staff there to start collecting bird feathers. She also released a new construction task in the internal communication of Taoyuan Group. In less than 30 seconds, the task quota was snapped up. She sent the drawings, required materials, etc. to the construction team that took on the task, and she didn't need to worry about the rest. However, there was still a small problem. The Feather Tribe still didn't want to stay in crowded places. Hearing that many people would come to build a giant bird's nest, Huailing boldly made a request on behalf of the tribe. Don't you want to stay here and watch the giant bird's nest being built? Lu Jingu was surprised. The 4 Feather Tribe showed a tangled look, but finally shook their heads. Miss Anna sighed softly. You have suffered. Well, since they themselves don't care about this sense of ritual, she certainly won't force it. So she asked Miss Anna what she meant. She saved the people. And according to the default rules of the Alliance, these feather tribes are actually considered Miss Anna's people. So it is naturally inconvenient for her to deal with them casually. Unexpectedly, Miss Anna waved her hand. They are free. And everything is up to them. She looked over with a little surprise. Miss Anna has surprised her more than once. And at the same time, she also felt regretful. It's a pity that her last name is Black. And this last name will one day implicate her. It hasn't been long since the two of them really met. And she has already had the same sigh as Sun Yuqing. She looked at Miss Anna. And suddenly the feeling of being on the back appeared again. She immediately looked around and saw Susan lowering her head. If anyone would look at her with ill intentions, it would only be this little maid. With her eyes narrowed, she decided to solve the problem of the feather tribe first, and then talk to Miss Anna privately. So she turned around and asked a few feather tribes, "Where do you want to stay during the construction? I have a few options here. The 3 paradises of the elf tribe, the Mermaid Bay, and the Wanchi tribe are not open to the public and are very safe, so they can live temporarily. Originally, I thought that they would choose the elf tribe without hesitation because of their attitude towards Greenleaf before. But who would have thought that when they heard about the existence of the Mermaid Bay, they immediately expressed their willingness to go to the Mermaid Bay." Blinking in surprise, she still contacted Mr. Zell immediately. Now the mermaids have all moved to their new home, swimming freely in the sea every day, eating well and in a good mood. And their faces have become much rosier. They have also learned to surf the Star Network without any teacher, and naturally paid attention to the latest news. When Mr. Zell heard that the rescue feather tribe was actually by her side, he said without hesitation, "Of course. You can send them over anytime." Chapter 320 The Ancestral Craftsmanship of the Feather Tribe. Lu Jinggu never expected that as soon as the Feather Tribe set foot on the Mermaid Bay, the system prompt appeared. Ding! The Feather Tribe was detected entering the Mermaid Bay, and the capital of all industries. Buff was activated, currently increasing by 1%. On the Civilization Recovery page, an additional explanation appeared behind the Mermaid Bay. Mermaid Bay has been a gathering place for all races since ancient times. Where the energy gathers, there must be a blessed place. When the increase of the capital of all industries reaches 100%, the guardian spirit of the mermaid can wake up. At the same time, the progress of the civilization recovery of the entire mermaid tribe actually jumped forward a lot, comparable to the progress of Chinese civilization. This is definitely a pleasant surprise. Several mermaids have been waiting in the bay. Now only Zell can change his legs. The other mermaids are just rising and falling with the waves near the coast. When they see the guests, they stretch their arms and shake them vigorously, greeting them from afar. The feather tribe also swept away their tension and restraint and waved happily. The town in the bay is inhabited by a medical team responsible for the health of the mermaids, although they really have nothing to do at the moment. The Alliance decided to observe for a while, so they have not withdrawn yet. After the Feather Clan knew about this, they were unwilling to live in the town, so several mermaids invited them to live on the island. This ocean is very vast. In addition to the underwater city, the sea surface is also dotted with large and small islands like pearls. But there are no buildings for people to live on these islands. To put it mildly, they are all pristine. And to put it bluntly, they are deserted islands. But before she could remind them, the 4 Feather Clan members happily agreed and boarded the boat in the bay directly, and then looked at her expectantly. Okay, let them experience it for themselves. She followed on board and set the destination to an island not far away. After selecting automatic driving, the boat rode the wind and waves and headed straight for the target. Not long after, they boarded this pristine island. The sea breeze was blowing, the waves were roaring, and the bright sunshine was shining on the island. It must be said that if you just want to see the scenery, this place is still very good. But living here, she thought, if it really doesn't work, just build a temporary house for a few feather tribes. Even if it is abandoned in the future, it won't be a big deal. However, something unexpected happened once. For Feather Tribe circled the small island and said with satisfaction, "It's very good here." Aunt Sophia flapped her fins hard, and 2/3 of her body jumped out of the water, as if saying, "I knew it." Zell also laughed. He stood beside Lu Jinggu and suddenly explained, "The Feather Tribe has no habit of building cities for a long time. Although the living habits have changed later, some instincts will always be in the blood." She soon understood what Zell meant, because the 4 feather tribes began to cooperate to build a bird's nest. They tore off large leaves and broke off some branches. They rubbed off the bark with their fingers without knowing how. Then they gently pulled out long fibers, twisted them into strands, and used thorns pulled from the plants to poke small holes on the edges of the leaves. The fiber ropes were threaded through these holes. She was dazzled by the sight. And then a huge bird's nest with a narrow entrance and a wide interior appeared. The feather tribe was laying all kinds of soft cushions inside. I have to say, it was quite interesting. After getting permission, she climbed in and took a look. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple bird's nest. The interior space is actually very spacious. More than enough for 10 people to live in. The pure natural materials are laid into an extremely soft and comfortable bed with a natural fragrance. It must be very comfortable to sleep on. Moreover, this shape, the direction of the opening, and the changes in size are all very scientific. It is not only windproof and rainproof, but even if there are any beasts, snakes, and insects, it is difficult to enter the interior from the entrance. If it is reduced by 1,000 times, it will be a super practical bird's nest. The 4 feather tribes were still a little dissatisfied. This is our first time to build it. It is still crude. But anyway, the housing problem has been solved. Seeing that they were really happy and relaxed, she acquiesced to let the feather tribe live here. Thinking of the buff of the capital of all industries, she quickly sent a message to Louis, asking him to find a few free tribesmen to come to the Mermaid Bay to check out the location. Check out the location? Louis was very puzzled by this statement, but still followed her instructions, and personally brought a few tribesmen from the post station. Sure enough, as soon as the elves walked out of the post station, the system prompt appeared again. Ding! The elves were detected to enter the Mermaid Bay, and the buff of the capital of all industries increased by 2%. Wow! The 100 in this buff is actually a real number rather than an imaginary number. If she wants to increase the amplification to 100%, she has to find 100 aliens. This was not something she could decide whether it would be successful or not. Fortunately, she did not tell the mermaids about it. Otherwise, if they could not gather enough people, wouldn't they be disappointed? She apologized silently in her heart, and decided to keep the buff, and the final effect of the city of all industries in her heart. The 4 feather tribesmen felt very comfortable here, and no longer followed her closely. They could finally do other things. First, go to the forest park to check soil mixed with feathers of hundreds of birds. According to her requirements, the workers really collected feathers of more than 100 kinds of birds, and mixed them in the soil. Fortunately, the material passed the system test, and could be used in the construction of giant bird nests. She arranged for someone to send it to Taoyuan number 13. When she was about to go to Taoyuan on Earth to see the blue bird again, the communication suddenly lit up. Sister, come here quickly. Something is going to happen. As soon as the light screen lit up, Wan Chiya's crying voice came over. With a tight heart, she quickly changed her route to star 7132. The reconstruction of the Wanchi tribe's homeland was not fast. Mainly because of their experience, they hated the Alliance, and were unwilling to let the Alliance people set foot on the new homeland. Therefore, apart from the basic buildings she provided, other things had to be done slowly by themselves. She persuaded them several times, but seeing that they were very persistent and seemed to enjoy it, she let them do it. When she came here, she thought there was something wrong with the reconstruction work. After asking, she found out that the matter was more serious than she thought. Several Wanchi people rescued from the 7444 star were extremely happy when their lives finally had a direction. Unfortunately, the population of the tribe was small. The homeland had not been built yet, and there was naturally little entertainment life. They maintained a life rhythm of working from sunrise to sunset. Coincidentally, among the surviving Wanchi people, a man and a woman had fallen in love with each other before the accident. Now that their appearances were ruined, they were more determined to be a pair of faithful mandarin ducks, and did not intend to separate in this life. Both of them assumed that they were husband and wife. In the past, they were crowded in the hiding place with other people, so it was naturally inconvenient for them to have close contact. Now, it was like dry wood and fire. With this, it was too natural for the woman to suddenly find out that she was pregnant. Chapter 321 The Embarrassing Danxia Stone. It stands to reason that the arrival of a new life should make people happy and excited. But now when they see her, they just sigh. Miss Ajin, I'm sorry. The Wanchi woman who had not yet shown her pregnancy apologized in panic when she saw her. You are so busy, and I am causing you trouble. What are you talking about? She waved her hands quickly. This is a happy event. Why are you all frowning? Several Wanchi people looked at each other. Still frowning. Sister. Wanchi gently pulled her sleeve. Without Don Xiao's tone. The child. The little girl couldn't say anything. Her eyes turned red, and she turned her head away without saying anything. She then remembered that the Wanchi people have special mental power. And when the child is 1 month old, Don Xia stone liquid must be used in combination with other medicinal materials to stabilize the mental power. However, up to now, the Alliance has not reported any disappearance of Don Xia stone. At first, she couldn't help but frown. But then she found that the others immediately became more depressed. She knew that they regarded her as the last hope. So she quickly restrained her expression and pretended to be relaxed. Isn't it Don Xia stone? I will immediately issue a purchase task through Taoyuan Trading House. As long as the price is high enough, I will always find some information. Don't worry. By the way, how long does your tribe take to be pregnant? Fortunately, she asked this question. Although the Wanchi tribe has the appearance of humans, the mother's pregnancy is not 10 months, but a full 16 months. It is said that this is also because of the special mental power, which causes the young to stay in the mother's belly for a few more months to absorb enough energy from the mother and temporarily stabilize this mental power. The existence of this child was discovered later, and it should be 4 months now. That is to say, there is still 1 year and 1 month before he is born. It is not long, nor short, but she must speed up. She comforted the Wanchi tribe a few more times. And by the way, she reset the warehouse here, sent more nourishing food for pregnant women, and told Wanchia that if pregnant women have any special needs, they must contact her in time. If they can't contact her, they should find He Ping. And they must not think it's troublesome and bear it. She had never been a mother in her previous life, but she had seen her good friend suffer a lot when she was pregnant, so she was particularly nervous. On the contrary, the Wanchi tribe did not think there was anything worthy of special attention. Their living habits were still at a very backward stage. However, this was the first child to appear after their tribe encountered a disaster. So under her repeated instructions, they finally promised to be careful and pay attention. She came in a hurry, and now she left with worry. The first thing she did was to issue a purchase task through Taoyuan Trading House. As soon as this task appeared, it caused a small sensation. The reason was that the price was too tempting. In order to get the news of Don Xia stone as soon as possible, she spared no expense and gave a price that would tempt even a middle-class noble family. If Don Xia stone can be directly produced, the price will of course be the most expensive. But as long as clues about Don Xia stone can be provided, an information fee can be obtained after confirmation. However, in this way, the staff in charge of the trading house immediately became busy. Many people claimed to have clues to ask for rewards, and they had to verify and investigate one by one. However, it turned out that many news were just hearsay, or simply fabricated to defraud information fees. A month later, there was no news about Don Xia stone. But some nobles found fabrics or ready-made clothes dyed with Don Xia stone liquid from the warehouse, and asked someone to bring them to the trading house to ask if they needed them. What did she want these things for? However, after seeing those fabrics, she was immediately fascinated. Which girl didn't dream of being a princess in her childhood? And these colors dyed with Don Xia stone liquid are more beautiful than imagined. The deep and light pink are not tacky at all, but make people happy like a fairy tale dream. She couldn't help but be moved and collected all the fabrics. As for ready-made clothes, the clothes of the nobles were all customized, and she couldn't wear them, so she refused to buy them. At this moment, there was a roll of dreamy pink fabric on the table in front of her, which was very pleasing to the eye, but it could not relieve her anxiety. Don Xia stone? Don Xia stone? This material that has disappeared due to pollution. How can it be made to reappear? Ding! The panel of the Taoyuan system jumped out by itself. It took a while for her to react. This was the system responding to the idea in her mind just now. Could it be that the Taoyuan system actually has a way to reproduce this disappeared material? She excitedly opened the system, followed the shining labels one by one, and finally saw the interface of the trading house. She blinked in confusion. She had tried it before, and said Don Xia stone in the priority purchase commodities of each caravan. But so far, no caravan had brought it back. Is it a matter of luck? She thought about it while randomly clicking on the management interface of the trading house. Then she realized that the system prompts were not over yet. On the trading house page, there was another item flashing. Restoration device? She read the name in confusion. Looking again, this item was not in stock in the trading house. It appeared in a caravan report and belonged to a certain trading route. Newly developed products. Since she had said it before, try not to bring back products that exceed the Alliance's technological level. The caravan just made a record and did not bring back this product. Because of this, she could not see the detailed description of the restoration device and could only make some guesses from the name. But anyway, since the Taoyuan system gave this answer, it must be useful. She quickly set up a task to purchase a restoration device and sent a message to the staff, asking them to purchase all the fabrics dyed with Danxia stone liquid, including those that had been made into clothes. She had a hunch that the Taoyuan system would only give her a hint when she touched the fabrics. So all the fabrics must be useful. It would take some time to purchase the restoration device, so she could only wait patiently. Coincidentally, the Alliance received news that the dismantling of the energy panels on the capital star had been completed, and she could go to build a new Taoyuan at any time. But this time, all the people from the 7 major families in the parliament had to be present. The reason given on the surface was that the capital star was too important to the Alliance, so it must be treated with caution. The masters of the 7 major families gathered on the capital star to ensure that any accidents could be corrected in time. But Sun Yuqing told her privately that these were all excuses. In fact, some people were still coveting her mutant skills. When they encountered such an opportunity to watch and monitor openly, they naturally refused to give up. This was also the compromise that everyone had to make after the parliament wrangled. Otherwise the resolution to build Taoyuan on the capital star might not have been passed until now. Chapter 322. Each has his own plans. When he stepped on the capital planet again, everything in front of him changed. After the silver-gray metal plate was opened, the dull yellow-brown soil underneath was exposed. Lu Jinggu leaned over and touched it. It felt very dry and hard, which showed how dry and barren the soil was. Each of the 7 major parliamentary families sent people to follow. In addition, there were also representatives of nobles of all sizes. At this time, they got off the spaceship and stepped directly on the land. Half of them showed disgust. Lu Jinggu saw everyone's reaction and shook his head secretly. Although some people were also striving for the qualification to build Taoyuan, they still looked down on the land, glancing at their cumbersome, complicated and luxurious clothes. She sneered in her heart. Without saying anything, she went straight to see the ginkgo tree. As soon as she approached, she released the shielding of the elf beads, and indeed heard the whispers of the ginkgo tree. She's here again. Is she really here to save me? Impossible. Humans are stupid and weak. What can they do to save me? But since she came last time, those annoying boards are gone, and my roots feel much better. Only fools would believe what humans say. It seems that its life as a tree is really boring, and it has learned to use 2 voices to talk to each other to pass the time. Although old, it is still quite innocent. She held back her laughter and raised her hand to touch the ginkgo tree gently. Satisfied to hear the ginkgo tree continue to talk to itself, she touched me. Ah! I'm not clean. Puff. This time she really couldn't help laughing out loud, causing others to look at her, wondering why she was so happy all of a sudden. She didn't explain. Just talked about business, then I start now. She saw Valentine and others exchanged glances, and then nodded, please. Without saying a word, she took out the flower branches, glanced at the ginkgo tree, and planned to plant the flower branches farther away. Before leaving, she couldn't help but have a naughty thought and reached out to touch the ginkgo again. Along with its exclamation, the system prompt popped up. Detected plants that can be superimposed on Taoyuan wood. Do you want to superimpose? Yes or no? She was slightly startled, and never expected such a good thing to happen. This ginkgo tree has lived for too long, and there are actually signs of decay inside. This kind of disease that rots from the heart of the tree is difficult to reverse, so it will cry out in pain. In fact, if it hadn't lived for a long time and the trunk was thick enough, it would have died because of such a hard disease. The original plan was to build Taoyuan on the capital star and see if Taoyuan's purification power could solve the problem. If not, it doesn't matter. There are various plant medicines in Taoyuan shops, and this 1,000-year-old apricot can always be saved. But now those are no longer needed. Once it is superimposed on the Taoyuan giant tree, it is impossible for it to die of illness. Because of the unexpected system prompt, The others naturally stopped as well. Sun Yuqing asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She smiled and selected yes in the system. The flower branch jumped out from her fingers on its own, startling the others. Various mental powers suddenly appeared, and those with ulterior motives had no time to cover up in a hurry, and all of them probed her mental power. Sun Yuqing narrowed her eyes and released her power instantly. But it was not for spying, but to protect her. Gu Duo was unable to return from the 7th Army this time. Gu Li, as the head of the family, came directly. He had the highest status among the 7 families present. At this time, his face sank. "Don't go too far." The Gu family members all carried iron-blooded auras. His angry shout immediately shocked the others, and those chaotic mental powers also paused and slowed down. Feeling Gu Li looking at her, she also raised her eyes and looked back, but saw that the other party had a touch of comforting meaning. Nodding in understanding, she ignored the actions of others and only looked at the flower branch. The flower branch did not fall into the soil, but directly pierced into the trunk of the ginkgo tree. Those people were scrambling to explore her mental fluctuations, and only noticed this at this time. Dachi Feiyuan immediately attacked. "Miss Lu, you promised before that you would never damage these precious things on the capital star." "I didn't damage them." She spread her hands innocently. Others could not see it, but she could clearly see from the system panel that the reason why the Taoyuan flower branch did not move after piercing the trunk was because the system was treating the ginkgo tree as a giant tree in Taoyuan. It must be intact. So the hidden disease of the ginkgo tree must be cured first before it can be superimposed with it. Dachi Feiyuan didn't know the inside story and sneered, "This tree is a priceless treasure. All of us take good care of it and never dare to hurt it. You stabbed its trunk and you said it was not damaged." He raised his voice suddenly and was about to say something when a violent mental force suddenly came over. The blood-colored mental force seemed to be burning like a flame, and the twisted shape looked more like a huge fist, stopping right in front of Dachi Feiyuan's nose. A drop of cold sweat fell. Dachi Feiyuan's momentum suddenly withered, and he said cautiously, "What does Master Qi want to do?" Then everyone realized that a group of people were surrounding Gongsun Qi and walking towards them from the direction of the airport. Gongsun Ping was also surprised. "Why are you here?" As everyone knows, Gongsun Qi rarely leaves planet 555. His last appearance in Taoyuan on Earth was already very surprising. But after all, the Gongsun family had a dispute with Taoyuan group and wanted to repair the relationship. It was well known that he had a good relationship with Gu Duo, so everyone felt that they could understand it after being surprised. But that time, Lu Jingu didn't give any benefits to the Gongsun family for Gu Duo's sake. This irritable and crazy research madman actually left planet 555 and appeared in front of everyone, which really shocked everyone. She was also a little surprised because Gongsun Qi was sitting in a wheelchair again. A glance at his legs showed no problem, but his face was obviously ugly. To put it in an exaggerated way, his eye bags are almost falling to his chest, as if he hasn't slept for several months. Studies have shown that lack of sleep makes people more irritable and angry, which seems to be particularly obvious in Gongsun Qi. He ignored his grandfather's question, staring at Dachi Feiyuan with a pair of sinister eyes, and said something extremely mean. "Some people are bad, some are stupid, but if they are both bad and stupid, I really don't know what they are doing. A group of people with the top mental power in the alliance are standing here. Can't they see if there is something wrong with this tree?" The wheelchair was pushed in front of Dachi Feiyuan, and he smiled contemptuously. "If your eyes are useless, you can donate them. If your brain is useless, I don't mind using it as a test subject." The manic mental power was still against the tip of Dachi Feiyuan's nose, and the pressure it brought was imaginable. It's not that Gongsun Qi's power can absolutely suppress others, but it just happened that Dachi Feiyuan's mental power and awakened skills are not the type that are good at direct confrontation. So at this time, he was forced to dare not move. His face was blue, red, black and purple, which was very good looking. Gongsun Qi attacked with his mental power, appeared, and started to mock in one go. The others just realized what was happening. Valentine Black suddenly smiled and said, "Master Qi's temper has remained the same for decades." Chapter 323, Coaxing Children and Guarding Against Villains. While speaking, Valentine's mental power was lightly pushed. Gongsun Qi snorted, and the fiery mental power fist moved to the side involuntarily. What a good trick of using a little force to move a lot of weight, which shows how strong Valentine is. However, the man known as a madman would never give up, and he once again mobilized his strength, this time intending to beat Valentine together. Cheer. Gong Sun Ping's face sank. Even if the two camps were not on good terms, they could not fight so recklessly. However, Gong Sun Chi was probably in a bad mood, and he still ignored his grandfather's warning. Instead, his mental power, which was jumping like fire, became more condensed. Just when things were about to get out of control, Lu Jinggu received a prompt from the Taoyuan system that the ginkgo tree had been treated. The mental power that had been consumed also stopped, and the flower branches withered and bore fruit in an instant. But the fruit did not take root on the ground, but fell at the root of the ginkgo tree, and drilled into the ground without any movement. The change of the flower branch just now attracted some people's attention, but she ignored it, and turned around to pat Gong Sun Chi on the shoulder. The latter's body stiffened, raised his face with a bad look, and asked impatiently, What? The momentum has collapsed in just 3 words. Because Lu Jinggu didn't know when he had a lollipop in the shape of a crayfish in his hand. This was her bad taste, and she asked the candy shop in Taoyuan to make it specially. The taste was also very strange. It was a kind of flavor called cassia oil that was unique to her hometown in her previous life. It was a bit spicy, and people who were not used to it would just stay away from it. But she personally liked it very much. So there was always this spicy lobster lollipop in the snack she carried with her. At this time, taking advantage of Gong Sun Chi's stunned time, she directly stuffed the lollipop into his hand and said lightly, Little friend, eat the candy. Don't lose your temper. In her opinion, Gong Sun Chi was in a bad mood and got angry at anyone he caught. Just like a child. When she first met him, she also regarded him as a naughty kid. After several years, it seemed like they were back to the time when they first met. Gong Sun Chi was completely stunned, but some people around him couldn't help but gasp. Good guy. His temper is bad enough. And with the Gong Sun family's crazy reputation, who in the entire alliance dares to talk to Gong Sun Chi like this? I'm afraid even his elders don't dare. Could this bold Miss Lu be killed on the spot by Gong Sun Chi? However, a few seconds later, some people hurriedly covered their eyes to avoid their eyeballs falling out because of shock. Not only did Gong Sun Chi not lose his temper, he actually opened the candy and put it in his mouth. And the situation where he and Valentine were almost directly against each other disappeared in an instant. He sucked a few times and commented with disdain, What is this thing? It doesn't taste good. If it doesn't taste good, give it back to me. She spread her hands. However, Gong Sun Chi had already quickly controlled his wheelchair to step back a few steps and changed the subject even faster. This tree seems to have changed. Everyone's attention was completely turned back to the ginkgo tree. In fact, from the outside, it has not changed much. It is still a tall ginkgo tree. It is the beginning of autumn now, and some leaves are beginning to turn golden. It is about to usher in the most beautiful time of the year. However, everyone who looked at the ginkgo tree agreed with Gong Sun Chi's statement. The feeling of this tree has changed. As for why the Alliance took such careful care of the ginkgo before, not even letting people touch it. The gimmick of the last ancient species is of course an important reason. But there is another point that ordinary people don't know. But those people at the top of the pyramid know very well. This 1,000-year-old apricot tree is dying. It's not that the Alliance has not thought about saving it, but it has failed. It is too old, and the environment of the Alliance is really not suitable for plants to survive. It is a miracle that it can survive until now. It was just that the existence of the last ancient species had become a spiritual symbol for the people, and a kind of inexplicable hope. So this news was strictly blocked. Lu Jinggu didn't know that if she hadn't appeared in the alliance with Taoyuan, the nobles would have been ready to conceal the truth. It was strictly forbidden for living people to board the capital star at will, and approaching the ancient ginkgo was a preliminary preparation. Once the ginkgo tree died completely, they would replace it with the best holographic image. Anyway, the people couldn't get close to it and wouldn't find out the trick. But now those backhands were useless, and all the various mental powers that were explored could clearly feel that the ancient ginkgo had regained its magnificent vitality. Her feeling was more intuitive, because the cheers of the ancient ginkgo almost broke her ears. And finally she had to block the effect of the elf beads again. She reached out and touched the trunk for the 3rd time. She couldn't hear whether the ancient ginkgo exclaimed, but she heard the leaves rustling automatically without wind, as if saying to her, Thank you. You're welcome. She replied secretly in her heart, Live well. and you will witness the changes in this world. Clapping her hands, she turned and looked at everyone. The first step of building Taoyuan has been completed, and we can proceed to the next step. Everyone was at a loss. Some of them, such as Sun Yuqing and Valentine, had seen her building Taoyuan directly, or from the video provided by the slaves. But this time, they were also a little unbelievable. Sun Yuqing couldn't help asking, "But I didn't see that tree. That's the symbol of Taoyuan." She smiled and gently patted the ginkgo tree beside her. "It is the symbol of Taoyuan, the capital star." Everyone was unbelievable, and then looked at the ginkgo tree. Most of them showed surprise and joy. In any case, this ancient tree does have special meaning to many people. A few people had a deep meaning in their eyes, and their eyes looked at her more and more fanatically. However, when she used the flower branches to treat the ginkgo just now, and when the flower branches and the ginkgo were integrated, the power of exploration was disrupted by Gong Sun Qi, and no one succeeded in capturing her mental fluctuations at that time. At this time, thinking of the missed opportunity, everyone showed pain again. She didn't care about these people's thoughts, and turned to the archives first. She had been thinking about the things here for a long time, and immediately chose Taoyuan Library and superimposed it directly on this building. This time, many people explored their mental power early, because they were prepared. They were naturally not as busy as before, and they were not aggressive to her. Sun Yuqing and others were not convenient to take action, but could only look at these people with warnings, asking them to be careful. However, the next second, everyone was surprised. Their power seemed to be blocked by a wall made of ice and snow, and they could not see the situation inside the wall. If they wanted to break through by force, the biting cold would bite back. And some people with weaker mental power had alarm bells in their heads, and hurriedly withdrew their power. For a moment, all kinds of doubtful looks fell on her. Chapter 324 Successful Misunderstanding. Someone whispered, "Her mental power." However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a faint smile on Sun Yuqing's lips, and swallowed the second half of the sentence. Yes, everyone knows that Lu Jinggu has a very good relationship with the Sun family. Since Sun Nuo has awakened such a skill, it is not surprising that he would give her priority to cook. But her mental power has reached S level. Has Sun Nuo become her personal chef? Since Sun Nuo's skills were exposed, the Sun family invested and opened a private restaurant in the forest park. Not only is the price extremely expensive, but reservations are also required. They can directly receive one table of guests a day, and they are not even qualified to order dishes. Whatever Sun Nuo cooks, the guests eat. If the Sun family was not more honest, and used the most expensive ingredients that Taoyuan Group could provide, I am afraid that someone would have made a fuss about this practice. Of course, more importantly, because the ingredients are expensive enough and Sun Nuo's skills are becoming more and more proficient and powerful. Even eating such a meal will have a more obvious effect on mental power below S level. Those who have eaten it have done statistics. If one has just reached the A level spiritual power, as long as he can eat Sun Nuo's private dishes 10 times, he can reach the threshold of A+. If it is lower than the A level, the effect will be more obvious. In contrast, if you want to upgrade to the S level, the number of times you need to eat it will also be multiplied many times. And Lu Jinggu is probably the first person to have this honor. When these nobles think that the woman with ordinary spiritual power is no longer an object they can easily control, they feel very uncomfortable. Some people think long-term, remembering that when the private restaurant was opened, it was stated that some lucky people would be regularly selected to taste Sun Nuo's dishes for free. And it was indeed done. Doesn't that mean that those civilians also have the opportunity to become stronger, or even climb to a position stronger than them? Even if there is only a 1% possibility, it makes them feel more unhappy. But these concerns are not convenient to talk about at this time. Several people exchanged glances in private, and some tacit agreements have been made without words, just as they were flirting. The library's superposition had ended. Lu Jinggu walked in first, and Sun Yuqing and other people who were on good terms with her followed without hesitation. The rest of the people looked at Valentine. He had been repeatedly humiliated today, but he showed no anger at all. He still wore a faint smile and walked in, with him leading the way. The black faction was relieved and walked into the building. When they got inside, Da Qi Fei Yuan frowned. There is no difference. Indeed, the appearance of the building will not change after superposition. It was not Valentine who answered him, but Xie Su, who was wearing a long curtain that almost covered her whole body tightly, It just looks the same. Her voice was soft and moving, and she attracted everyone's attention as soon as she opened her mouth. With this hint, everyone reacted and used their mental power to investigate, and immediately found a huge difference. The original Capital Star archives, although it had many collections, always had an uncomfortable atmosphere. To describe it in a more literary way, it was a kind of decayed atmosphere. But many of the collections here came from Earth, and were thousands of years old. If the Alliance had not used all means, it would have been impossible to preserve them to this day. It was not surprising that they had a decayed atmosphere, so no one felt anything wrong. But at this moment, the facts told them that not all old objects must decay. At this moment, the decayed atmosphere in the entire archives was swept away, replaced by a heavy sense of history. It is said that old objects are easy to come to life. And now they suddenly felt this sentence. All the collections seemed to have woken up from a long sleep. In the induction of spiritual power, each of them exuded a unique atmosphere, which made people want to know more about them. Lu Jinggu had no time to leave them at this time. There was no management staff in Taiyuan, Capital Star, so she had to do everything herself. At this moment, she was busy registering the collections in the archives one by one. Only in this way can they get the protection of Taiyuan's system. This is very important. After all, they are old objects. She is afraid that if she delays for a while, they will be reduced to ashes. After finally finishing this part, her mind was buzzing, and all she could see were system prompts such as confirm to store it as a collection of the library. It happened to be noon at this time, and she proposed to take a break and eat something, and others could not say anything against it. So many nobles gathered together. Of course, it is impossible to eat some dry food casually, so she also built a post station in Taiyuan, the Capital Star, and everyone went directly from the Capital Star to the Forest Park. The private restaurant that was just missed by many people was closed today to accommodate them. As soon as everyone walked to the door of the private restaurant, Senua came out to greet them, and, Sister Jean, you are here. This confusing generational relationship immediately made many people think too much. Senua is Sen Youqing's nephew, and Lu Jinggu and Sen Youqing are of the same generation. No matter how you look at it, she should be called aunt, right? However, when they saw that the two people who were greeted were calm, these nobles who were good at beating around the bush started to think too much. What the hell is the Sen family doing? They couldn't figure out this ghost for the time being. But one thing was certain. This Senua was indeed very familiar with Lu Jinggu. Now they were more certain that the reason why her mental power had such a big leap was because of Senua. If she knew what these people were thinking now, she would definitely laugh out loud. Isn't this the misunderstanding that Gu Duo and the others hoped to create in the first place? The group entered the private restaurant. Senua was well prepared, and soon the maid served the dishes like water. Everyone was from different factions and had different relationships, so naturally there was no chat. So the meal was very boring. When they were almost done eating, Gongsun suddenly said, I have something to talk to you about. He didn't mention any names, but his eyes were looking straight at Lu Jinggu, and everyone knew who he was talking to. I just want to go out for a walk to digest my food. Are you coming? Lu Jinggu stood up. Gongsun directly controlled the wheelchair to the door of the house and answered her with action. Everyone began to exchange glances again, but heard Gongsun coldly say, if anyone dares to spy, don't blame me for being rude. The fiery red mental power flashed, but the violent threat in it was accurately conveyed to everyone. The mental power in the room that was ready to move suddenly stagnated, and after watching the two figures grow small, Dachi Feiyuan said in a yin and yang tone, Grandpa Gongsun, Master Chi's temper is really getting more and more irritable. He won't explode one day. Many people's faces changed, and even Valentine rarely looked slightly gloomy and looked over with a warning. However, Dachi Feiyuan was threatened by Gongsun in public today, and felt very embarrassed, so he didn't care at this moment. Anyway, no matter what, everyone's status is not much different, and Gongsun Ping can't really do anything to him. Sure enough, the old man looked very bad, but in the end, he just responded coldly, Cheer has not had a child yet. Mr. Dachi should still look forward to it. Dachi Feiyuan suddenly remembered the irreplaceable role of the Gongsun family in the alliance, and he couldn't say any more ridiculing words. Chapter 325 New Technology. Lu Jinggu had no idea about the undercurrents and confrontations in the private restaurant. She slowly walked along the path and strolled in the red maple forest. Autumn has arrived. And this red maple forest is like a blazing fire. It has become one of the most popular landscapes in the forest park. Therefore, there are many tourists here. But Gong Sun-chi releases his mental power without scruples. The pressure of the strong can be felt from 50 meters away, and tourists will consciously avoid it. So wherever the two of them go, it is particularly quiet. She was quite helpless about this. Why are you in such a bad mood? Who said I'm in a bad mood? Whoever gets angry like a child is in a bad mood. You are the child. She didn't say anything. Just looked at him jokingly. The angry person's expression froze, and quickly returned to a cold look. But the slightly red cheeks couldn't cover it. The two were silent for a while. But Gong Sun-chi obviously gathered some mental power, and didn't feel so much pressure anymore. Tourists began to appear within 20 meters around him, which was the limit of how close he allowed irrelevant people to get. She didn't say anything about this. It was just right to be neither too far nor too close, so as not to affect other people's play, and not to be overheard by others. After walking for a while, she saw that the other party still had no intention of speaking. So she couldn't help asking, "What do you want to say? Do you remember that the Chinese medicine clinic authorized me to do research?" In fact, she was too busy, and she did forget about this matter. But she nodded calmly. "I remember. There have been some results recently," he said in a low voice. "It can be basically confirmed that the Chinese medicine clinic does use very complete wormhole technology." This was not surprising. So she said calmly. But his next sentence was a bombshell. "Through the research on the technology of the Chinese medicine clinic, I used a small wormhole to build a small model of wormhole crossing. I tried it once." "Wait!" She suddenly raised her voice. "What did you just say you tried?" "Gong Sun," she said calmly. "Wormhole crossing. Although it is just a model, it has all the functions it should have. And the experimental data can be used as reference data." "No." She interrupted him for the second time, stepped in front of the wheelchair, bent down and held the armrest of the wheelchair to stop him from moving forward, and asked viciously, "A new technology whose safety is not yet known. You dare to use yourself as an experiment?" As soon as the voice fell, she saw the joy that flashed quickly in Gong Sun-chi's eyes. Good guy. He is worthy of being the madman of the Gong Sun family. And he actually feels happy. Now it's her turn to be furious. She always feels like watching a naughty child commit suicide, and she wants to teach him a lesson. However, she thought again that Gong Sun-chi was not a real child, and if she said too much, people might think she was nosy. So she kept trying to suppress him, and finally just said, "Your life is your own." Then she stood up and stepped aside. But her face was not looking good. She felt that the person in the wheelchair looked up at her, and she turned her head away unhappily. She really didn't like people who didn't cherish their lives. After an awkward silence for a moment, Gong Sun-chi suddenly explained, "I was sure that I would do this experiment. Don't worry. I won't joke with my life." She snorted and didn't respond. Really? He seemed to care about this issue and emphasized again. "And the facts prove that I came back safely." "You are gambling." She couldn't help but refute. "I won the bet." "Okay. There is nothing to say to such a lunatic." She frowned and simply ran away to avoid beating him. The wheels gurgled and Gong Sun-chi followed. There was another silence until the other party asked, "Don't you want to know the result?" It would be a lie to say that she didn't want to. But she didn't want to pay attention to him now. Gong Sun-chi seemed to have guessed her thoughts and said to himself, because the time was short, "I stayed at the other end of the wormhole for a short time, and the prepared equipment only had time to record a few seconds of pictures." He turned on the optical computer. Her sight drifted over uncontrollably. "Damn." He caught her. Lu Jinggu said dryly, "What did you take?" Gong Sun-chi smiled, and she felt embarrassed. Fortunately, the other party didn't say much and turned on the optical screen directly. Seeing that he was quite tactful, she pretended that the contradiction just now did not exist and lowered her eyes to look at the optical screen. The picture was indeed very short. Only about 4 seconds. But it was enough to make people's pupils tremble. In the middle of the picture, a huge ship was slowly floating by. Yes, it was a ship. In the literal sense. The huge painted boat with carved beams and painted buildings seemed to float in the universe as if it was sailing on water. There was a faint sound of stringed instruments. But after hearing only 2 sounds, the sound and image fell into darkness. In just 4 seconds, the shock was not small at all. When Gong Sun-chi reviewed the video for the first time, he repeated it over and over again. So now he set it to loop playback very well. So the magical scene kept reappearing in front of her eyes. And the music of 2 syllables sounded again and again. The giant painting boat was far away, and she couldn't see any details. But she always felt that the 2 syllables were very familiar. And subconsciously, she was very careful to distinguish them. Gonsun-chi looked up at her. The woman standing sideways seemed to have an extra layer of light around her, because she stood with her back to the sun. She closed her eyes slightly, and was carefully distinguishing the music with a serious look. He couldn't help but stare blankly. The 2 of them seemed to have become 2 sculptures in this abrupt interruption of the music. Until... I know. Lu Jinggu shouted. Gonsun-chi woke up, and quickly moved his eyes away. But she didn't notice the embarrassment of the other party at this moment, and was only immersed in her own emotions. No wonder the 2 syllables sounded familiar. Isn't it the Shui Tiao Gu Tu that is well known to flower growers? In the magical world on the other side of the wormhole, you can actually hear a familiar song. What does it mean? She got excited and couldn't help spinning around, rubbing her hands. Countless associations had already unfolded in her mind, and each one made her more excited. Now even she wanted to go to the wormhole. Unnoticed by the gaze just now, Gonsun-chi quickly calmed down. Her smart brain resumed its working speed and soon realized something was wrong. Do you know what that is? As expected of a recognized brain genius. She paused, thought about it, and vaguely admitted, I have heard that music. After a pause, she couldn't help asking, when do you plan to experiment next time? Gonsun-chi, you just said it was dangerous. Lu Jinggu gritted her teeth. But now she had to ask for help. So she endured it. So she smiled with a fake smile. Ha. Don't I believe you? Chapter 326 The Madness of a Madman. Gonsun-chi's mouth was slightly tightened, and he was obviously trying to hold back a laugh. However, Lu Jinggu could not do anything to him, so he could only turn his head away angrily, pretending that he had not seen anything. Then he heard the other party say, in fact, I tried it again later. She quickly pricked up her ears. But it failed. Failed? Why? I don't know. But if I tell you by feeling, it's like the doors at both ends of the passage. I can still enter from this side, but the door on the opposite side is locked. This statement is very vivid, and she immediately understood what kind of trouble she encountered. But this is a very unfamiliar field for her, and she could not provide any help to Gonsun-chi. But the other party would specifically talk about this matter. Obviously he had an idea. So she simply asked directly, how can I help you? I want an independent Chinese medicine clinic. He was not polite. Gu Duo repeatedly reminded that the existence of a Chinese medicine clinic was shocking in the alliance, and she must not expose its existence before she was fully sure of it. But that short 4-second video was so touching. Lu Jinggu hesitated for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she sighed and expressed her concerns. It's okay to build a Chinese medicine clinic for you, but your family may not let me go this time. Last time, my family let you down. Gonsun-chi lowered his eyes slightly, so as not to scare her with uncontrollable rage every time he mentioned this matter. But this time, I can promise that I will never let the same thing happen again. She pursed her lips and said nothing. In fact, she didn't believe in this promise. After all, Gonsun-chi was not the head of the family. If Gonsun Ping was determined to make another decision, he didn't have enough position to stop him. Unexpectedly, he said something shocking. I can implant a nano-bomb in the brain and give you the controller for safekeeping. The bomb will be set to explode immediately if it is forcibly taken out, so that if Grandpa makes a mistake again, you can use me to threaten him. She was shocked and blurted out, you are crazy. Gonsun-chi laughed. Everyone said I was crazy. This is simply a deliberate misinterpretation. I couldn't help but stare at him. But he said calmly, it was the Gonsun family who made the mistake first. If this can make you feel relieved, heart, so that my research can proceed smoothly, why not? Besides, although it cannot be taken out, it will. It does not mean that it cannot be taken out. What does it matter? You are not the kind of person who likes to blow people's brains for fun. Who likes to blow people's brains for fun? The kind of guy you are talking about does not exist. She was madly complaining in her heart, and she was speechless and firmly rejected the proposal. No. 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 Gonsun-chi wanted to persuade her, but she waved her hand vigorously. Besides, the Chinese medicine clinic will not give it to you directly. He shut up immediately. Sure enough, to deal with a research madman, Only involving his experiments can make him calm down. After thinking about it, she opened the light brain and quickly drafted a contract. And then showed it to Gong Sun Chi. He read 10 lines at a glance. And was surprised before he finished reading. Your skill also has a recycling function? It is destruction. She corrected seriously. Buildings can be built and destroyed. So what? If you agree to this agreement, I will make a formal one later. Okay. Gong Sun Chi did not hesitate. Think it through. He was too decisive. So she became more cautious. If you really can't stop your grandfather, I will destroy the entire Taoyuan number 2 directly. And I will not build any Taoyuan-related buildings for the Gong Sun family in the future. Don't think about it. I think this is fair. Gong Sun Chi said indifferently. Grandpa is old. And it is difficult to change his superior mentality. Or rather, those people have forgotten the feeling of being ordinary people. It is time to let them know that the world does not really revolve around them. She couldn't hide her surprise that he still had such thoughts. But since Gong Sun Chi really thought it through, she didn't refuse, and sent a copy of the draft contract to the legal department of Taoyuan Group, asking them to issue a formal version as soon as possible. And the matter was settled. Her thoughts were still on the wormhole crossing technology. And she couldn't help but say, if you have any progress in your research, or take new pictures, please let me know as soon as possible. Of course, you are the biggest supporter of this research. He smiled and nodded. Only then did she notice that Gong Sun Chi was in a much better mood. It seemed that the reason for his bad temper had been found, and his research had been frustrated. TSK. She sighed for the nth time. He was indeed a research maniac. When the two returned to the private restaurant, she found that the atmosphere here was a bit stiff. She asked Senua secretly, but unfortunately, he was not interested in such a gathering of nobles. Except for welcoming them at the beginning. He did not show up again, and she did not know what happened in the room. After a quick look, no one else wanted to explain. Lu Jinggu shrugged and took the initiative to say, we've rested enough. Let's go back to the capital planet. Unexpectedly, most of them actually said goodbye. In the end, only Sun Yuqing, Fan Lunding, Gong Sun Chi and Xie Su returned to the capital planet. What was going on? Did they give up spying on her skills? Although she was not afraid of being spied on, she felt relieved to have fewer people watching her. Of course, she was happy about it. She didn't even ask the reason, and waved goodbye to those people happily. Little did she know that after the carriage set off, Da Chi Feiyuan, who stayed on planet 43, cursed for 10 minutes. The construction in the afternoon went very smoothly. The area of the capital planet was not large. After upgrading Taoyuan number 14 to level 4 in one go, she successfully lit up a new optional starting point on the vertical and horizontal star map. Those who have confirmed to participate in the Zonling plan have built a virtual room on the star network as a place for daily communication. Each family has arranged a special person to stay here 24 hours a day so that they can get the news as quickly as possible. There is a whole wall in the room showing the Zonling star map, which is linked to the one in the Taoyuan system and will be updated synchronously. Therefore, the location of the capital star is lit up for only a few minutes, and the heads of each family have all logged on to the star network. Looking at that light, everyone has mixed emotions in their hearts. According to the previously agreed agreement, once the capital star is completely covered by Taoyuan, the zoning plan will officially begin. These nobles who can occupy the upper half of the pyramid are not slow people. Looking at this freshly baked delicious cake, they all know that this is a huge benefit, and also a fierce collision with the existing order. What will the future be like? No one can give a definite answer for the time being. But no matter who it is, they have secretly made up their minds to seize the initiative. The original top streamers wanted to continue to maintain their positions, while the original mid streamers wanted to take the opportunity to climb up. This plan had just begun, and the invisible smoke of gunpowder had already spread. Chapter 327. What a coincidence. Lu Jinggu didn't care about these open and secret struggles. According to the previous agreement, she directly set the capital star as the first starting point. In an instant, the vertical and horizontal star map changed again. The light spots of other optional starting points changed from gold to silver, and the light spot representing the capital star, with a ginkgo tree symbol on it, suddenly expanded outward. Originally, only the pattern of this planet was glowing, but now with the planet as the center, the beautiful golden green light expanded rapidly. The 3 satellites of the capital star were soon covered, and Sun Yuqing and the other four suddenly had a tacit understanding and clicked on the communication at the same time. Then, they saw the actions of others. So Sun Yuqing, Gong Sun Chi, and Xie all stopped and watched Fan Lunding dial the communication method of the commander of the First Army. The call was connected in less than 3 seconds. And Valentine got straight to the point. Has there been any changes in the First Army's base? Changes? The commander of the First Army was a little confused and hesitated for a moment before saying, no. However, before he finished speaking, there was a loud report outside. Valentine saw that the other party intended to let the soldiers wait, and immediately said, listen to what happened. The commander of the First Army naturally followed suit and called the soldier in. Report to the commander. The pollution detector in the base is damaged, and it is necessary to apply for expert inspection or direct replacement. Why is the pollution detector broken? The commander was a little surprised. This kind of thing is of course a must for the 3 legions. But in fact few people take it seriously. Their base is the most central location of the Alliance. If high pollution is detected here, it means that the entire Alliance has fallen and no one can escape. Therefore, the 3 legions directly under the capital star have always regarded this detector as a decoration and paid no attention to it. However, this attitude certainly cannot be made public. So he glanced at Valentine and immediately said, I go and take a look. Valentine did not say anything, and the commander immediately understood and walked out with the communication turned on. The pollution detector needs to be stored in the open air. It stands to reason that there should be special people responsible for cleaning up the stains and guarding. But since the commander did not care, these arrangements were naturally loose. So what they saw on the light screen was a dirty machine. Judging from the dirty appearance alone, it would not be wrong to send it directly to the garbage dump. The commander's face was a little ugly, but no one was in the mood to blame him for these details. Valentine said directly, come closer. Let's see what the detector shows. In fact, they already knew why the soldiers reported damage. Because the pollution detector was emitting a high frequency, harsh alarm. Generally speaking, this means that the machine has detected a drastic change in the composition of the air. While issuing an alarm, the machine will also quickly analyze the air composition and display it on the screen. The person who views it can immediately see the pollution level from the data. But when the camera got closer, everyone found that the screen of the machine was showing garbled characters. After a little thought, everyone understood that the Taoyuan purification function covered 3 satellites, and the air composition must have changed. But it changed in a good direction. The pollution detector noticed the change and immediately began to work diligently. But it was obvious that this change was not written into its program during development. So the final result was a bunch of garbled characters. It can be basically confirmed that the purification function did take effect. But Valentine still carefully contacted the commanders of the 3rd Army and the 4th Army. The pollution detectors in each station were screaming. Finally, he asked the commander of the 3rd Army, Chris, how he felt now. This was the only person in the Capital Star's direct army who had short-term residence in Taoyuan. And he really gave the answer they wanted. I feel like I'm in Taoyuan number 1. Lu Jinggu watched the entire communication process and unexpectedly found that the commander Chris actually showed a hint of nostalgia. Okay, being open-minded is also an advantage. In short, the first step of the Zongheng plan was confirmed to be successful. After Valentine hung up the call, Gong Sun Chi had also completed the calculation. It is best to build the next Taoyuan on Planet 11. He explained the reason. Since there are already Taoyuans on Planet 3 of the Black family and Planet 6 of the Sin family, as long as they are upgraded to cover both planets, they can be connected to the capital planet Taoyuan and cover planets 1, 2, 4, 5, and 78. Then according to the size of the planets after Planet 8, with the current highest level of Taoyuan, Level 5, as the upper limit, it is concluded that directly building a Level 5 Taoyuan on Planet 11 is the best solution. Lu Jinggu didn't care which planet to build on, as long as the Alliance or the planet owner allowed it. But he found that Valentine and Sun Yuqing's expression suddenly looked a little strange. She couldn't help blinking and asked in confusion, Is there anything wrong? Not really. Sun Yuqing looked at Xie. Fan Lunding also looked. Only Gong Sun Chi looked calm. Planet number 11 is the ancestral temple of the Xie family. Apart from the Xie family, even women who marry into the Xie family are not allowed to set foot on it. I understand. She couldn't help but hold her forehead. Gong Sun-chi knew that this planet was troublesome. But he still proposed such a plan. Isn't this asking for trouble? As if he could see what she was thinking. The research madman said unconvincedly, the numbering distance after the 11th planet is too far. Even if it can cover all the planets, it cannot be connected with the first 10 numbered planets. As for the 7th to 10th planets, they may not be suitable for building Taoyuan. She temporarily flipped through the information on the star network. And then she knew why Gong Sun-chi said so. Planets 1, 2, 4, and 5 are sandwiched between the capital planet and Planet 3. And between Planet 3 and Planet 6. Building a paradise there will not only waste resources, but also fail to connect with the paradise after Planet 6. Planet 7 belongs to the Dachi family, and is also a planet that is forbidden to outsiders. Moreover, the Dachi family has been building a lot for hundreds of years, and the entire planet is covered with its family's unique buildings. To build a paradise, a part of their ancestral home must be demolished first, so that there is enough space for the giant tree to land. Planet 8 is the Hero Cemetery, the burial place of all heroes since the birth of the Alliance. So it is naturally inappropriate to build a lot here. Planet 9 is too small, and it can be covered by almost a level 2 paradise. The scope of expansion is also extremely limited, and it cannot exist as a vertical and horizontal node. Planet 10 is the planet where the artificial sea of the mermaids is located. Now that the mermaids have moved away, this place has not been transformed yet, and the area is also too small to be competent for the position of a node. After all the calculations, it turns out that only star number 11 is the most suitable. What a coincidence. So everyone looked at Siesu, who was shrouded in a curtain, waiting to see what she would say. But Siesu must have known that if the Xie family refused, other families waiting to share the cake of the Zongheng plan would also put pressure on the Xie family and force them to compromise. Chapter 328 My Mother Wants to See You. The beautiful figure was motionless, and the curtain blocked everyone's sight. No one knew what Siesu's expression was now. Gong Sun-chi was the most impatient. After waiting for a while, he frowned and said, "What exactly is the Xie family planning?" Siesu seemed to be startled. His figure swayed slightly, and a clear and elegant voice came from under the curtain. The Xie family will naturally support this plan. But, sure enough, there was a but, and everyone showed an attitude of listening attentively. My mother hopes to meet Miss Lu. Lu Jinggu thought for a while before realizing who the mother Siesu was talking about was. It was Xie Ling, the head of the Xie family of this generation. A very mysterious person, occasionally appearing in public with a mask on. In this era of such advanced information, there is not even a photo of Xie Ling on the star network. In addition to her appearance, Xie Ling's other information is also very vague. In addition to knowing that she is a 3S level strongman, the outside world does not know what her awakened skills are and what effects they have. Why did the mysterious head of the Xie family suddenly want to meet her? Others were obviously surprised by this request. And Gong Sun-chi was even more direct. Why? Siesu answered without ambiguity, "I don't know my mother's decision." It was the same as not saying anything. Lu Jinggu frowned slightly and asked, "I wonder when and where Miss Xie wants to meet me. It would be convenient to meet by communication. And now is fine." But her intuition told her that the meeting Siesu mentioned was not this kind. Sure enough, my mother invites you to go to planet number 11 tomorrow. Everyone was shocked again. She also narrowed her eyes slightly. A forbidden place that only Xie family members can set foot on. Why did Xie Ling make an exception and let her go? There are many doubts. And the Xie family is so mysterious that people dare not make promises casually for a while. As if seeing her hesitation, Siesu explained again, since the Xie family has participated in the Zongheng plan, they will naturally support it with all their strength. However, star number 11 is of great significance to the Xie family. My mother also hopes to personally explain to you which buildings have taboos, and hopes that you will pay attention when building Taoyuan. This makes sense. After all, she was also asked to conduct a field survey before the construction of Taoyuan on the capital star. However, for some reason, she was still a little hesitant and couldn't help but look at Sun Yuqing and Gong Sun-chi. Although the former was surprised, he didn't worry, so he smiled at her. The latter seemed to be thinking about something, but didn't say anything extra. As for Valentine, he was a smiling fox. No matter what he said, she would not believe it. Although she had made up her mind, she did not agree immediately. Instead, she asked, "If I do not accept this invitation, Will the Xie family reject the construction plan of Planet 11? Xiesu seemed to chuckle. Of course not. But the Xie family has even donated the land of the ancestral temple. So naturally there should be some compensation. She blinked, somewhat confused by this sentence. The next second, Xiesu had given the answer. My mother is very optimistic about Master Gu. If the two families can get along well, maybe the level of their offspring can break the current mental power limit of the alliance. If so, it is okay for the Xie family to make some sacrifices at this time. Her face sank. Not to mention that Gu Duo is already her boyfriend. It is naturally unpleasant to be coveted by others. Just saying that Xiesu mentioned these things at this moment always makes people feel that there is an ulterior motive. Unexpectedly, someone reacted more strongly than her. Gong Sunchi sneered. You said it as if Gu Duo would do whatever you want. Why don't you try it? Gu Duo's temper was more or less known to his peers in the 7 parliamentary families. He didn't give Xiesu face, but the other party's face was blocked by the curtain. And it was impossible to see what Xiesu's expression was at the moment. Only the voice was still calm. That's the matter of the Gu and Xie families. Master Qi, don't worry about it. After replying to Gong Sunchi, she brought the topic back. I wonder what Miss Lu thinks. She actually wanted her to give an answer immediately. Xiesu always gave people the impression of being gentle as water, with a first love face without any aggression. But at this moment, she suddenly showed the other side of water. Lu Jingu narrowed her eyes slightly. She was no longer a small shrimp that could be manipulated by others. She was not afraid of the Xie family. So she smiled slightly. Miss Xie is so kind. I can't refuse. In that case, the Xie family will welcome you. This matter was settled. Taoyuan on the capital planet had been built, so there was no need for them to stay here. When they left, the Ministry of Law sent the formal contract, and she and Gong Sunchi went to planet 555. After the two signed the contract, Gong Sunchi designated a well-guarded room in the Research Institute to build a Chinese medicine clinic. The room was already empty, which showed that he had been prepared for a long time and was determined to convince her. Since Gong Sunchi was the manager of Taoyuan No. 2, he had the highest authority except her, so he could control the entry and exit and opening of the Chinese medicine clinic, and he could also ensure that the secret was kept as much as possible. Thank you. Looking at the well-equipped Chinese medicine clinic, Gong Sunchi spoke softly. She didn't need these. She just wanted to see the experimental model of the wormhole crossing. Gong Sunchi took her there. It turned out that there was a very small wormhole near the 555 star, which had always been used for his research. This time he fixed the experimental model here. It was impossible to go to the wormhole to watch directly, and Lu Jingu only checked the monitoring screen of the wormhole from the instrument. Wormholes cannot be directly observed by the naked eye, so there are only some complex lines in the monitoring screen that she can't understand. Gong Sunchi introduced it to her, but she was still confused, and finally gave up helplessly. I wait until you do the experiment next time to come and see it. She was not only curious about the world on the other side of the wormhole, but also always had a bold guess, and she just wanted to confirm it immediately. It's a pity that this kind of thing is not subject to her will, and in the end, she can only temporarily put those thoughts in her heart. The invitation to Planet 11 is tomorrow. Sun Yuqing invited her to start from Planet 6, which would be a shorter journey. Although she suspected that the Xie family had other purposes, she also made some preparations. But she did not intend to find Gu Duo about this matter. Unexpectedly, she received a communication from Gu Duo before leaving. The Xie family invited you to Planet 11. Why didn't you tell me now? His expression was very serious, as if this was a very important matter. Blinking, she smiled and said, since the Xie family invited me in public, if something happens to me, the Xie family will have to face the anger of more than 1 or 2 families. There is no danger in this appointment. Isn't there a black beast appearing on the border recently? I don't want you to be distracted at this time. Gu Duo was silent for a moment, and his solemn expression melted quietly, looking at his girlfriend with a sweet smile. He suddenly shook his head gently. I always feel that you are still the weak one at the beginning. She raised her eyebrows slightly and curled her lips. Don't say it. I was almost pissed off by you before. Gu Duo showed a confused look, obviously not getting the power of his poisonous tongue at all. The spaceship is about to take off, but there was no time to explain these at this time. She changed the subject. Is there anything you want to tell me? Chapter 329 Awkward and idiotic way of opening the way. Gu Duo really had something to say. There has been little news about Xia Ling. But my eldest brother once said that her skills may be related to her brain. Brain? This statement was very strange. And she couldn't think of what kind of skills it would be for a while. Well, the Xia family is too closed. And there is not much information available. You must be more careful. He did look uneasy. Also, if a man from the Xia family offers you wine, don't drink it. She laughed. I know I can't drink much. Don't worry. If there is wine at the table, I will definitely taste it. No. I mean, the customs and procedures for the men of the Xia family to marry and the women of the Xia family to marry are completely different. If a man from the Xia family likes a woman, he will offer her a bowl of wine. If the woman drinks it, it means that she is satisfied with him, and they can have their wedding night that night. She was so shocked that her pupils trembled. Why didn't anyone tell her about such an important thing before? She never expected that the Xia family actually had this very ethnic minority style. She asked hurriedly, please explain it more clearly. It's not that she feels good about herself, but she always feels that this custom is very deep, and she doesn't want to fall into it carelessly. Unexpectedly, Gu Duo shook his head. I don't know. How could it be? Everyone knows this custom. Why do you say you don't know? This custom of the Xia family is public, but more details have never been announced. And no one knows what the Qingyuan wine looks like. The Xia family has always had more women than men, and there are even fewer women who marry into the Xia family. But in history, all those who married into the Xia family have lived in seclusion, like the Xia family members, and have hardly appeared in public, let alone circulated a single word. She couldn't help but doubt, this is too suspicious. Has no one ever thought of investigating the situation of those women? They didn't lose contact after they got married, and they often contacted their natal families, but they all strictly abided by the rules of the Xia family. For Gu Duo, such a weird rule of the Xia family has existed for a long time, and his elders didn't think there was anything wrong, so it also affected his judgment. Lu Jingu felt a creepy feeling. No matter how strict the management of a family is, there will always be one or two rebellious people who try to rebel against the family or look at the outside world after hundreds of years. The Xia family did not have such a feeling. Not only that, but people from outside quickly integrated into the Xia family after entering it. As if, she found a suitable description. It was as if the Xia family was a bottomless dye vat. No matter what color the people who entered were, they would be quickly covered by the color of the Xia family. However, this was only her feeling. After ending the communication with Gu Duo normally, she thought about it and contacted Lu Yi through the Taoyuan system. It was not that she did not trust her boyfriend, but after realizing the weirdness of the Xia family, she had more concerns. If she could not contact other people in time, Lu Yi and Wan Qia, who still had some authority over the Taoyuan system, could become an effective channel for her to save herself. However, she did not want to involve the little girl, so she only contacted Lu Yi. The spacecraft roared into the universe, and the mysterious Xia family's number 11 planet slowly unveiled its veil in front of her. After entering the atmosphere of planet 11, Lu Jingu realized that the planet was completely covered with camouflage instruments, just like what she did to planet 7133. So everything she saw outside the atmosphere was fake. And now she passed through that illusory barrier and really saw the original appearance of the planet. The first feeling was magnificent. The most conspicuous thing on the entire planet was the huge stone temple, which had a very ancient and simple style. The huge stones formed a very mysterious pattern on the ground, and there were huge braziers everywhere that never stopped day and night. As the spacecraft gradually approached the ground, men and women wearing white cloaks that covered their whole bodies tightly could be seen kneeling on the ground, seemingly praying for something. All the scenes gave people the illusion of being mistakenly in ancient times. The spacecraft shook slightly and landed on the ground. Lu Jingu walked out of the spacecraft and saw two women with long curtains, leading a group of people waiting for her. The Xia family dressed like this, and it was really difficult to tell who was in front of them. Fortunately, a voice came from behind the left curtain. Miss Lu, my mother asked my sister and I to come and greet you. This is Xia Su. She looked carefully for a few times and finally found a word Su embroidered in dark patterns on the lower left side of her curtain. She breathed a sigh of relief. At least, she wouldn't have to worry about these people changing positions slightly, and she would lose track of who was who. According to this experience, she looked carefully at the curtain on the right again, and sure enough, in the lower right corner, She found a dark pattern of E. She remembered that the Xia family information said that Xia Su had a sister named Xia E. So it seemed that this was her. Just after observing these, Xia Su had already made an invitation gesture, and the two rows of people behind the sister separated like petals. Then, like a magic trick, each of them held out a flower basket filled with colorful petals. They walked on both sides in front, constantly throwing petals into the air. And she and the sisters walked in this artificial rain of flowers. Lu Jinggu felt very embarrassed, thinking that this picture was artificial and immature. But Xia Su spoke sincerely. In fact, my mother has mentioned it many times before. Now that the Xia family can use these real petals again, we have to thank Miss Lu. You're welcome. You're welcome. Feeling some petals falling on her head, she curled her toes in embarrassment, wishing she could dig out a Nuwa temple on the spot. Their target was obviously the building in the distance that looked like a temple. After estimating the distance and the speed of advancement, and then looking at the number of petals remaining in the baskets of the Xia family servants on both sides, she breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. There should be no more after another 20 meters. However, she never expected that the Xia family would arrange a relay. There were 2 rows of flower baskets neatly placed on the ground in front. Not one step more. Not one step less. When she walked in front of the flower baskets, the petals of the previous basket were scattered cleanly. The servants of the Xia family bent down in unison, put down the flower baskets, and picked up new ones. The last petal scattered in the sky had not fallen clean, and the new bunch had already flown into the air. She had a terrible premonition that this kind of middle school behavior of clearing the way would continue. 10 minutes later, she couldn't even hold on to her embarrassed smile, and just looked at the huge building that was already in front of her with a calm face that looked indifferent to life and death. There were many people standing outside the building. Most of them also covered their faces with cloaks or curtains. Only 3 men did not wear cloaks and hats. Sister Xia Su greeted the 3 people, and she heard the sisters call them priests. It seems that the Xia family has indeed retained the original sacrificial style, and the building in front of them may really be a temple. She became more alert. After all, primitive sacrifices often involve some bloody or weird customs, and once someone violated a taboo, it would easily arouse the anger and even hatred of the entire tribe. She had to be more careful. Chapter 330 Xia Ling. The sisters Liuxiu talked in a low voice with the 3 priests for a while, and then saw the leading priest come up with a smile. He first performed a courtesy she had never seen before, and said at the same time, "We are not very happy to have a distinguished guest." The tone of his voice was very strange, as if it had a special rhythm, as if he was chanting. It was nice to hear, but it was a bit tiring to the ears. Lu Jinggu looked at them calmly, and after a while, he also performed a salute, an ancient etiquette of the flower-growing family, and at the same time, he also greeted them. Who would have thought that when he moved like this, petals would fall from his head? I forgot about this. She had just scattered so many petals along the way, and she must have stood here with a head full of petals. Blinking, she forced herself to suppress her shame and anger, and stood up straight with a calm face. The priest in front of her suddenly raised his arm. She didn't react for a moment. She only smelled a wisp of elegant fragrance and a warm touch that had gently swept over her head. "There are still a few petals on your head," he said with a smile and quickly retracted his action. This action was undoubtedly too intimate, but it was too late for her to object. The other party separated immediately after the touch, and did not do anything else that made her feel uncomfortable. Just thinking of Guduo's instructions, she still sank her eyes slightly and nodded expressionlessly, making it impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry about this action. The priest seemed to have no other intentions, and turned to spread his hands gently. "Please." She walked in calmly. "This is indeed a temple." After entering the door, you can see that there are huge stone statues in front of the 3 walls on the left, middle and right, which are dedicated to 3 goddesses. However, probably because of the long time, the statues have signs of wear and tear, and their faces are also a little unclear. What attracts attention is the things in the hands of the 3 statues. The statue on the left should be holding a flower in its hand. I don't know what material it is made of. The layers of petals are so beautiful that they are dripping with water. There seems to be light flowing in the faint blue. It is the blue rose, the symbol of the Xia family. In the arms of the statue on the right are a pair of babies. The swaddling clothes are slightly open, and you can see that there is a blue rose in the middle of the forehead of each baby. The thing held in the palm of the statue in the middle is the most different. It is actually a couple holding hands and gazing at each other affectionately. Their eyes are carved very cleverly, so although their faces are a little blurry, the feeling of deep love is conveyed very clearly. But when she looked at the statue of the couple, a strange feeling floated in her heart. The two people were also wrapped tightly in cloaks, so their figures could not be seen at all, and because their faces were roughly carved, it was difficult to tell the male and female. She looked up at the statue in the middle for a long time, and suddenly heard the priest chuckle. "Miss Lu, are you curious about Goddess Tao?" Goddess Tao? As time went by, she gradually made up for the common sense of the alliance, but she still didn't know much about the mythology system of this world. Not to mention that the Xie family was originally very closed and mysterious. What is the origin of this Goddess Tao? She didn't know at all. The priest looked at the statue high above devoutly. Goddess Tao is our past, present and future. What a strange statement. But she wisely remained silent and did not make any comments on their beliefs. As soon as the priest finished speaking, the Xie family members around him saluted the statue of Goddess Tao. Fortunately, they only did this, and did not take the opportunity to worship, but quickly took her to continue walking inside. There was a door on the left and right sides of the statue in the middle. They walked on the right side, passed through the corridor supported by tall stone pillars, and layers of lavender gauze curtains appeared in front of them. Going in further, there was a square room, which reminded her of the cartoon Saint Seiya she had watched before. In the room, Miss Saori's room in Greece was very similar to the one in front of her. Through the gauze curtain, she could vaguely see a graceful figure lying on a stone recliner covered with luxurious velvet. This was the first person whose figure she had seen since she came to Planet 11. The identity of this person was about to be revealed. Sure enough, the next second, everyone around her bent down deeply. The three priests called Master Priest, the Xiesu sisters called Mother, and the other servants of the Xie family respectfully called Master of the House. After a moment, a lazy came. Xiesu said softly, "Mother, Miss Lu is here. Please come in." Lu Jingu pursed his lips calmly. Is there really such a thing as a charm skill in this world? Otherwise, why did her blood and chi surge uncontrollably after hearing just a few words from the mysterious Xie family patriarch? She even had an inexplicable illusion of a heartbeat. The mental power surged slowly. And at this moment, she was very fortunate that her mental power had been tempered by illusion and had its own refrigerator. Attributes. It is perfect for calming the mind. Anyway, now she carries the most pocket-sized mobile paradise with her when she goes out, so she doesn't have to worry about Huan's spiritual power taking the opportunity to mess up. A servant has gently lifted the gauze curtain, and she finally saw Xie Ling herself. After coming to the alliance, she thought she had seen all kinds of beauties. Isabella, who was charming without knowing it. Miss Anna, who was as noble and gorgeous as a rose. Xiesu, who was as beautiful as a lotus. And Oikingzi, who was gorgeous and sexy. However, if they stood in front of Xie Ling, they would all become foils. Her beauty transcends gender. Perhaps only the elves can compete with her. But the elves are ignorant and innocent, and lack the mature and charming charm. The mermaids, who are naturally charming, may be comparable to her in temperament, but they lack the 3 points of laziness and innocence. The contradictory temperament is so harmonious on Xie Ling that people want to take a second look after taking one look, and even have the strange idea that if they can get close to her, they will have no regrets in their life. Lu Jingu almost fell, and after coming to his senses, he felt scared. Fortunately, Xie Ling kept her secret. If she often walked outside, who knows how many people would fall in love with her. After calming down, she didn't dare to look at Xie Ling anymore, and bowed her eyes. Hello, Miss Xie. Miss Lu. There is no need to be polite. Please sit down. Xie Ling still leaned on the recliner. If it were someone else, receiving guests like this would definitely make people feel very rude. But for her, it seemed that no matter what she did, it was right, and people couldn't bear the slightest displeasure. Lu Jingu sat on the stone chair next to him as he said, and the servant served a glass of light blue drink. Xie Ling's voice was soft and lazy. This is the blue rose juice that is unique to the Xie family. Please try it. Miss Lu. She blinked her eyes mischievously as she spoke. She was clearly not a little girl anymore, but she did this action without any sense of disobedience, which made people want to scream. So cute. So beautiful. Chapter 331 Tao Rose. Lu Jinggu felt that anyone who refused Xia Ling would be really ungrateful. And she was obviously a very sensible person. So she picked up the cup obediently. The dark blue liquid swayed slightly, reflecting a very beautiful luster. And a faint fragrance drifted into her nose. She suddenly remembered that she had just smelled this smell on the priest's sleeve. It seems that it is the fragrance of this blue rose. The cup mouth has been brought to her lips. She suddenly paused, put the cup down naturally, and asked with a smile, I have something I don't understand. I hope you can solve it. Xia Ling's eyes swept over her face, and she smiled gently. Miss Lu, just ask. It is a consensus among everyone that ancient species have long been extinct. So this blue rose? There is no need to say everything. A smart person can hear the music and understand the elegant meaning. Xia Ling laughed. She was not graceful when she laughed. She bent over and covered her abdomen. But she still gave people a feeling that she couldn't look away. Lu Jinggu only took a glance and forced his eyes down. This woman is really dangerous. It seems that it is instinctive to seduce people. After a while, Xia Ling stopped laughing. Miss Lu is really sharp. Sure enough, the Xia family didn't want to hide this matter at all. The surviving ancient species of the Alliance are indeed not only the ginkgo tree, but also the blue rose of the Xia family. Xia Ling spoke calmly, as if this was not a secret that could shock the entire Alliance. In fact, its name is not Blue Rose, but, she dragged out the tone, like a small hook, hooking people to follow her voice and think. What is it called? Xia Ling tilted her head slightly and opened her red lips. Tao Rose. Tao? It's the same name as the god worshipped by the Xia family. So what is the connection between the two? She thought of the three statues. If the left, middle and right represent a certain order, then the blue rose in the hand of the left statue is either the starting point or the end point. But no matter which one it is, it makes people confused. There is too little information, and she can't sort out the meaning of the three statues. If you can't figure it out, just put it aside. She kept smiling. It turned out to be the Tao Rose. The name is as beautiful as the flower. But since the Xia family also has a surviving ancient species, why don't other people know it? She asked directly, and the other party answered unambiguously. Of course, it's because we deliberately concealed it. Is it so straightforward? She didn't know how to react for a while. Xia Ling covered her mouth and chuckled. Miss Lu, do you find it strange? In fact, we have no other intention to conceal this matter. But the Tao Rose can only survive in the Xia family, and it has no effect on the deterioration of the Alliance environment. We have never been good at interacting with the outside world, so we decided to keep it to ourselves. So that's it. She nodded gently to show that she understood. But she felt that this statement had some loopholes. But Xia Ling looked frank. As a first-time visitor, it was not easy to ask aggressively. Anyway, she asked these questions just to avoid drinking rose juice. Gu Duo's warning was still ringing in her ears, and the person who sent the rose juice was covered with a cloak, and she couldn't even tell whether it was a man or a woman. She really didn't dare to take the risk. What if the so-called Qingyuan wine is actually another name for rose juice? She was a little tired. It was really troublesome to deal with such a mysterious family. After secretly sighing, she brought up the main topic, about the issue of building a paradise on Planet 11. Unexpectedly, Xia Ling interrupted her just as she started. Let's not talk about this for now. Lu Jinggu, ? That's why I came here. Xia Ling had already stood up lightly. Her long skirt made of stacked tulle was tightly bound by a belt. Her upper body was a chest wrap style. When she moved like this, the visual effect was so exciting that she dared not look at it any more as a woman, and quickly looked away. The distinguished guest has come from afar, so he must go and see the rose garden that our Xia family is proud of. Xia Ling said so, and without waiting for her answer, she made a gesture to lead the way. The head of the Xia family was so proactive, and it would be a bit ungrateful if she didn't go. Anyway, the conversation could be held anywhere. After thinking about it, she followed suit. She thought she was going to walk over again, and she secretly prayed that there would be no more flower petals opening the way. But after she walked out of the temple, she saw two large soft chairs made of gold and inlaid with gems. Strong coolies stood around the soft chairs. When they saw them coming out, they lowered the front of the soft chairs and raised the back so that they could walk on them. Xia Ling went straight to the soft chair on the left, and a handsome young man followed closely behind her. Then she saw her leaning against the man like a boneless person, as if she was using him as a backrest. 2 more servants in cloaks followed, kneeling on both sides, one holding a golden tray with fresh fruit still stained with crystal water droplets, and the other holding a golden long-necked pot and a gem cup. This arrogant behavior was shocking. Lu Jingu looked at another soft chair and hesitated. It was embarrassing enough to have flowers blooming, and this was no less embarrassing. However, Xiaoling was already calling her, "Miss Lu. Let's go. I just walk." In fact, she wanted to say, "Isn't the hovercraft good? It's fast and stable." Xiaoling chuckled. "The rose garden is a bit far. Miss Lu, you should get on the soft chair quickly." Glancing at the sturdy men around the empty soft chair, her expression suddenly turned cold. If they can't serve the guests well, they will be a bunch of waste. The coldness flashed away, but the 4 sturdy men suddenly trembled and knelt down to Lu Jingu. "Miss Lu, please sit up." She frowned slightly, and felt that she saw the coldness under the luxury of the Xie family. Pursing her lips, she walked onto the soft chair without saying a word, but resolutely refused the 3 people who came up to serve her, and just sat cross-legged, not trying to hide her suspicion. The soft chair was lifted steadily and walked northward. Xiaoling was fed a few grapes leisurely, and suddenly smiled. "Miss Lu is really as kind-hearted as the rumors say. You are lucky to be able to complain about these hard labors." Since the other party took the initiative to bring up this topic, she was not polite. There was a sneer on the corner of her mouth, and her tone was firm. "In my opinion, all people are born equal, whether they are poor or rich. It cannot be the reason to decide someone's life or death." Strange point of view. Xiaoling still smiled, not offended at all, and seemed to be quite interested in arguing with her. But in fact, people are destined to be different from birth. Not only rich or poor, but also capable. Just like these hard labors. If there is no job I provide, they will go to the border to work as coolies, which is not only more difficult, but also life-threatening. In comparison, although the Xie family is strict, they let them have a place to live. Isn't it better? She couldn't help but turn her head to look, but saw that Xiaoling seemed to be really confused. Her beautiful lips pouted slightly, and her eyes were full of confusion. Chapter 332 Plan Exposed. Topics like human rights and equality cannot be explained in just 1 or 2 sentences. Lu Jingu was silent for a moment, and finally just shook his head, and did not continue the topic. The thoughts of the alliance members became more and more deeply rooted as the gap in spiritual power levels became larger and larger. She had also thought that if Taoyuan did not appear, the pollution in this world would continue to develop, and one day the entire universe would become an uninhabitable dead place. The alliance has only 2 paths. Either go or adapt. No matter which path is taken, the mortality rate of ordinary people is the highest, and they may even be wiped out. So this is a thought created by objective conditions, and it is not easy to change. Fortunately, Taoyuan chose her, which gave the world more hope. She pondered in her heart, but her senses were still sharp, and she clearly felt 2 eyes looking at her. For some reason, Xiaoling seemed to be particularly interested in her. The rose garden of Xie's family was indeed far away. They had to walk by manpower, so it took longer. When they arrived, it was almost dusk. The sun was setting, and everything within sight was coated with a layer of gold. However, the tall roses in the garden were already breathtakingly blue, although the color of this rose was also very conspicuous when embroidered on the Xie family's robes before. The shock it brought was never as strong as it was now. There were at least thousands of tall roses in full bloom in the huge garden. The color of Klein blue was mysterious and strange. When you look at it, you always feel a sense of thrill, but you can't bear to look away. Lu Jingu was the same. She looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her without blinking, and didn't realize that her face had revealed an obsession. The soft chair landed gently on the ground, and she walked towards the rose garden in a trance. Xiaoling didn't move, and her soft chair didn't even land on the ground, so her sight was quite condescending. The beautiful pair of watery autumn eyes looked at her from behind, and the almost imperceptible spiritual power slowly flowed out and enveloped her back. Seeing her being enveloped by her own power, Xiaoling's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. However, something strange happened. The cold spiritual power suddenly twisted and twisted, as if an invisible hand suddenly grabbed Xiaoling's power and pulled it out. Xiaoling's face changed, and she could hardly control her movements and almost stood up from the soft chair. However, the feeling of having her spiritual power forcibly pulled away only lasted for a second. Lu Jingu turned around lightly, and the obsession on his face had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a half-smile. At this time, Xia Ling still had something to understand. With a light tap on the armrest of the soft chair, her chair was gently placed on the ground, and the young man who served as the back of the chair quickly raised his hand to support it. Xia Ling stood up gracefully, but her gentle smile was gone. It turns out that you were not fooled at all. Sleeves, rose juice, rose garden. Xia's plan is very meticulous and progressive. She smiled, as if she was not the one being calculated. But unfortunately, I was not fooled. I'm curious. How did you stay awake? Everyone has their own little secrets. I'm sorry I can't tell you. She shrugged. Xia Ling did not ask, but changed the subject. In fact, Miss Lu, this is just to make yourself suffer more physical pain. Why bother? Since you are in my Xia family's rose garden, it would be very rude not to enter and take a look. From what you said, you have to go in? That's right. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy the important roses of the Xia family after I go in? Miss Lu, you can try. It seems that this flower is different from what you see with the naked eye. There are mysteries inside. Enter the rose garden and feel it yourself, and all the questions will naturally have answers. Although the previous plan failed, Xia Ling did not have any worries. In fact, using force can achieve the same results. But she shook her head with regret. I don't like to use violence. This is not beautiful. Miss Lu should not resist. Such a robber's logic makes people want to laugh. But she knows that in the hearts of these nobles, who are used to being high and mighty, it may be true. You don't cooperate with me to calculate you. It's your fault. Seeing that she didn't answer, Xia Ling sighed with regret and suddenly opened her arms. A powerful mental power gushed out, which was completely different from the hidden and almost non-fluctuating state just now. She was a little surprised at this time. It was the first time she saw that a person's mental power could be completely different. In a flash, she suddenly felt that this special feature of Xia Ling's power was familiar. But she didn't have time to think about it. She was standing at the entrance of the rose garden. If she was pushed a few steps forward by the opponent's power, she would fall directly into the garden. Although she was a little curious about the reason why Xia Ling insisted on letting her in, she was not stupid enough to take risks even though she knew there was a problem. So she released her power without reservation. There is a natural gap between the two of them. She is now S level, while Xia Ling is a solid 3S. It stands to reason that she would be suppressed without any resistance after a confrontation. However, her power comes from Huan, and she is a natural top predator in mental power. In addition, every time she is controlled by Huan, she has a deeper understanding of mental power control. At this time, she is not obviously at a disadvantage when she is weak against the strong. Xia Ling finally became a little serious, and there was a little fear in her eyes when she looked at her. But it was only a very subtle trace. After all, this was her home court. The mental power confrontation between the two strong men was naturally noisy. And soon there were Xia family members wearing long robes, or covering their faces with curtains running from all directions. Xia Su and Xia Yi were naturally among them. Xia Su's voice was gentle. Miss Lu, my mother just wants you to feel the beauty of the Xia family. Why do you have to be so nervous? Having said that, the two sisters did not hesitate to assist. Only then did she realize that Xia Su's skill was similar to sound attack. A few graceful songs sounded, and she was not careful for a moment, and immediately felt confused in her mind. The mental power that was fighting against Xia Ling was slightly relaxed, and her feet took a step back involuntarily. Lu Jinggu reacted immediately, and immediately closed his hearing. The next second, a voice that reached the sky suddenly sounded. Xia Yi, who had not spoken all the time, also began to sing. If this was a concert, this light and relaxed high note would definitely ignite the whole audience. However, at this moment, the continuous dolphin sound was like a sharp thorn, which pierced her mental barrier with 1,000 holes in a few seconds. She never thought there was such a skill. She was pushed back 2 steps before she was caught off guard. She was only 1 step away from the rose garden. Chapter 333 Turnaround. Xia Ling's smile deepened, and she spoke again. Miss Lu, we really have no ill intentions. We just want to invite you to the rose garden. Why do you have to resist so much? Wouldn't it hurt our harmony if we continue to fight like this? When Miss Lu comes out of the rose garden, I'm afraid she will regret it. Although she said so, the Xia family's attack showed no sign of easing. Lu Jinggu couldn't concentrate on speaking. So she just gritted her teeth and held on. With only one thought in her mind, she must not be forced into the rose garden. Although she didn't know what was wrong in the garden. The Xie family clearly had bad intentions. So naturally they couldn't do as they wished. After being promoted to S level, it was the first time that she squeezed her mental power like this. The cold tentacles deep in her mind were a little restless. But she carried the mobile paradise with her. So the movement of the music seemed very hesitant. If she had to, she wouldn't mind taking a risk. But now? Xiaoling suddenly frowned. What is she doing? Everyone saw that Lu Jinggu was clearly struggling to hold on. But suddenly he stretched out his hand very hard and slowly moved towards his waist bag. She had to be very careful. Otherwise, if she let out her breath, her mental strength would collapse. And she would immediately fall into the rose garden behind her. Stop her. Although she didn't know what she was going to do. Xiaoling's heart was alarmed. And she immediately shouted. But after she finished speaking, she immediately added, don't damage her waist bag. Everyone knew that Lu Jinggu of Taoyuan Group could always take out some good things that had never been seen before. The things he wanted to take at such a critical moment would definitely not be ordinary things. And Xiaoling was also greedy for a while. Because of this supplement, the Xie family, who originally planned to attack the waste bag directly, immediately changed their strategy. Several burly laborers rushed up and tried to forcibly snatch the waste bag away. As she reached into her waste bag, a laborer's rough palm also grabbed the waste bag strap and pulled hard. The waste bag fell off. Xiaoling showed a happy expression. It worked. However, as the waste bag left, her hand slowly slid out. And the pink on her fingertips was very conspicuous. Xiaoling's eyes became fierce. And she no longer cared about the so-called hospitality. And the 3S level mental power burst out. No matter what was between her fingers, it would be smashed together with her palm. System prompt. The Taoyuan flower branch was detected to be attacked. And the self-protection measures were automatically activated. A faint protective shield emerged, protecting the slender flower branch. And of course also protecting the palm holding the flower branch. But the impact force still reached Lu Jinggu's body. She spit out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards involuntarily. Behind her was the rose garden. Although she was about to fail despite the injury, a smile appeared on her face. Before falling backwards, the arm holding the flower branch swung lightly. If this were a movie, this moment would be a slow-motion shot. And all the actors' eyes would certainly be focused on that pink. In fact, at this moment, Xiaoling felt her heart hanging for the first time since she became the head of the Xie family. The flower branch fell almost vertically to the ground, naturally faster than the person falling down. System prompt. Contamination detected. It needs to be purified before the peach garden can be built. Do you want to start purification? Note, peach garden has not been built. Purification requires the host's mental power. Please do not purify when the mental power is not good. Yes or no? She chose yes without hesitation. The remaining mental power was consumed rapidly. And at this moment, the mobile peach garden that could only cover one person was not on her body because the waste bag was taken away. So the cold tentacles deep in her mind waited for an opportunity to come out, quickly blurring her mind. However, compared to the previous situation where she had no memory at all, now she just felt that her thinking was slow and a little out of control, which was much better. She even had time to tease Juan, whose mental power she didn't know if she had self-awareness, and said, "Tool man, we meet again." The mental power needed to purify the polluted body was naturally supplemented by Juan. It seemed like a long time had passed. But in fact, everything happened in the blink of an eye. When the terrified scream sounded, a giant tree rose from the ground at the same time, and a warm feeling washed over her body. Lu Jinggu seemed to hear a roar from the depths of his mind, and those cold tentacles quickly retracted. But she smiled slightly, seized the moment before the tentacles disappeared, and dropped a building in the newly born paradise. After doing all this, she fell to the soft soil with a bang. What did you do? Xiaoling was no longer lazy, and rushed up screaming. She had just been injured and overconsumed her mental power. At this time, her hands and feet were sore, and her whole body was weak. She had no power to resist. Xiaoling pinched her neck. Her breathing was blocked, and soon her face turned red. At this moment, the head of the Xie family was like a madman. He strangled her with all his strength and cursed her viciously. Suddenly, a sound of swish rang out in the air. Xiaoling cried out in pain. covered her left arm, and retreated. An arrow pierced her arm, and the feathers were still trembling. The other members of the Xia family seemed to be frightened and suddenly came to their senses. They rushed to Xia Ling to protect her. Levi, Qing'an and Wang Qia came out of the Qianhu division one after another. Both elves had their bowstrings fully drawn. The arrow just now was shot by Levi. After regaining the right to breathe, Lu Jinggu immediately took a deep breath. After a few times, he suddenly laughed out loud. Sister! Wang Qia ran over to help her up. Are you okay? After she sat up, the scratches on her neck were naturally more conspicuous. The little girl's eyes were immediately blazing with anger. She turned her head and shouted, How dare you hurt me? Sister! Look at me! Lu Jinggu interrupted her. Why are you here? She didn't send a message to Wang Qia, just because she didn't want to involve the child. The little girl who was just speaking in a stern voice paused, and her face immediately returned to a simple look when she turned around, when Brother Li got the news. I happened to be in the elves. How could I not come to help my sister when she was in danger? But you are still a child. Sister, I am not young anymore, Wang Qia emphasized. I am 13 years old. Although it is said that the level of spiritual power can be determined at the age of 12 in the Alliance. And some children from poor families will start to take odd jobs to supplement their family income at the age of 12. She still hopes that Wang Qia can get in touch with these things slowly. Qing'an spoke at this time. The elf cub should also learn to hunt and be independent at her age. Someone helped to speak, and Wang Qia looked at her more expectantly. Okay. Anyway, I'm here. Are you so unscrupulous just because you have a few helpers? Xia Ling's face was mixed with green and red, and she didn't know whether she was angry or in pain. Lu Jinggu, you destroyed my rose garden today. Pay with your life. A scream shook the earth. Chapter 334 The Girl in Flowers. Green leaves and blue orchids stood in front of her without saying a word. Lu Jinggu had the heart to look back now. Because of her fall, she had already sat in the rose garden, but the sea of orchids had disappeared. The spring scenery in the garden was reduced to dead branches and leaves in the blink of an eye, and none of the roses that seemed to glow were left. It was obvious what the pollution body mentioned by the Taoyuan system was. But in the time it took to look back, the two elves and the Xia family had already started fighting. The elves were exposed to the Alliance not long ago, and the first impression they gave everyone was beauty. Today, the Xia family had the honor of being the first to experience their fighting power, which was also strong enough to rival their beauty. Wang Qia was vigilantly guarding beside Lu Jinggu, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. And suddenly someone pulled her clothes. The little girl immediately turned around. What's wrong? Sister? Is there anything to eat? In an instant, she was sure that she saw the helplessness on the little girl's face. She also knew that it was inappropriate to ask for food when she was so nervous. But her snacks were all in her waist bag, and her mental strength needed to be replenished urgently. What could she do? Wang Qia was speechless, but she still took out some food. They all knew that Lu Jinggu had the habit of carrying snacks with her, so they didn't know when they started to carry snacks with them. Perhaps they were just prepared for such a day when she could take it out whenever she needed it. She stuffed the food into her mouth without hesitation, and just as her mental strength recovered a little, she planted a tree directly. Then the second tree, the third tree. For the elves, the more plants there are in the environment, the more combat power can be exerted to the limit. Planet 11 was not their home ground, but with her, she could turn the situation around and become the elves' home ground. The earthquake just now lasted only a moment, but she was not at ease, so she was so anxious to change the surrounding environment. A few minutes later, something unexpected happened, proving that her worries were not groundless. Taoyuan system suddenly sounded an alarm. External forces were detected trying to destroy Taoyuan core. Taoyuan number 15 activated orange level defense counterattack system. In order to prevent Taoyuan core technology from leaking, the core will self-destruct if necessary. 10 minutes after the self-destruction, Taoyuan number 15 will collapse. Please be prepared. So Taoyuan system has self-destruct function? This is the first time she knows. And the system is like facing a great enemy, which also indirectly shows that Xia family's backhand is really powerful. Just thinking about it, the ground shook violently. Not only the own side was affected by the vibration, but also the elves and Xia family members were affected for a while. Both sides tacitly did not want to be taken advantage of by the enemy, so they separated suddenly and waited for the earthquake to pass before fighting. However, The next moment, the ground cracked, and thorny vines shot out, covering the sky and the sun. More gaps appeared, accompanied by countless tangled thorny vines. Is this a rose vine? Lu Jinggu looked at the vines that kept coming out from the ground in shock. According to this number, the ground must have been hollowed out by the rose vines. Right? Taoyuan number 15, because the trees she had just planted had been upgraded to level 1. The coverage area was not large, so not far away was outside the Taoyuan boundary. A lot of soil suddenly bulged, as if something huge was squeezing out from below. In the eyes of everyone in fear, a huge blue rose bud rose from the soil. A lot of thorns supported the bud and gradually rose, gradually becoming shoulder to shoulder with the Taoyuan giant tree. Then the bud cracked open, and the layers of petals quickly unfolded, revealing the position that should have been the heart of the flower. There was no common pistil, but a woman. The slender figure had a slightly drooping head, and most of the smooth body was covered by long hair. Because the rose was held high by the thorny vine, they could see what the drooping face looked like. Lu Jinggu's eyes widened, and he murmured, "Goddess Tao." Yes, the one that appeared in the huge Tao rose was exactly the same as the three statues. The woman's eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly, as if she was about to open her eyes. Intuition sent out a sharp alarm, indicating the danger of this woman in the flower. All the Xia family members had already knelt on the ground when the rose appeared, mumbling something in their mouths. At this moment, seeing that the woman in the flower was about to wake up, Xia Ling's mother and daughter, as well as all the Xia family members with curtains, suddenly all came out with their mental power. The other people with cloaks covering their faces, and those slaves did not resist at all, and were tied up one by the mental power turned into ropes, and then thrown directly at the thorny vines. The entangled thorny vines seemed to have consciousness, and caught the flying human body in midair. No! Suddenly realizing what the Xia family was doing, she couldn't help but exclaimed, and the little mental power she had recovered gushed out to pull the person back. Lui Qinglan and Wan Qi also realized what was about to happen, and hurriedly tried to save people. However, it was too late. The Xia family's actions were unexpected. The thorny vines seemed to cooperate. Some of them entangled the flying figures, while others waved to block their attacks. As soon as her mental power came into contact with these thorny vines, she found that they had extremely strong resistance, and mental attacks could not work well. Without hesitation, she wiped her neck and took off the toy gun. Bang, 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 she fired all the bullets in one breath. The power of the pistol did not disappoint her. 2 bullets could break a thorny vine. However, there were too many thorny vines in front of her, and she was still unable to save them. She watched the thorny vines entangle the figures, and under the cover of her companions, she sent those people to the huge Tao rose. The feet of the girl in the flower were deeply hidden in the heart of the flower. At this moment, countless thorny vines as thick as a child's arm suddenly popped out from under her feet, directly piercing the hearts of those people. In just a moment, the bodies of those people shrank, and the cloak slid open, revealing a piece of human skin. They were all sucked dry. At this moment, Lu Jinggu and others still had nothing to understand. Those servants and slaves of the Xia family were the sacrifices of this terrible Tao rose. And the flower girl, who had absorbed so much flesh and blood at once, finally slowly opened her eyes. They then discovered that there were no pupils in the flower girl's eye sockets, but 2 groups of deep black mist. Even in Taoyuan, her breathing was burning. Even when facing the source of pollution, she had never seen such a concentration of pollution. Although it had not been attacked, a faint light appeared above Taoyuan. It was Taoyuan's defense system, which was automatically activated because of the poisonous mist in the eyes of the flower girl. Taoyuan's performance of facing a great enemy made her more vigilant in her heart. For a while, she dared not move without permission. She quickly called Lui and Qinglan over, and did not stop Xia Ling from taking the rest of the Xia family out of Taoyuan. Chapter 335 Alarms continue. The girl in the flower moved gently. She just waved her hand, and countless thorny vines stabbed Taoyuan at a very fast speed. Before Lu Jinggu could react, the protective shield above was already banging, and the huge force impact continued to burst out with light. At the same time, the system prompts continued to sound, suffering from high frequency and high concentration pollution. The feng shui value dropped by 100 points. Suffering from high frequency and high concentration pollution. The feng shui value dropped by 100 points. suffering from high frequency and high concentration pollution. The feng shui value dropped by 100 points. She couldn't count how many times the system alarmed in an instant. She only knew that in an instant at Taoyuan number 15, the feng shui value of level 1 directly dropped below the passing line. And it was still dropping. Cold sweat instantly soaked her whole body. And she suddenly felt like she was dreaming back to the purification of Dubai. Without time to think, she immediately called up the system interface and started planting trees, shouting, "Go back and get food. The more the better." Wanchi reacted quickly and ran into Kinhusi immediately. Soon, in addition to her, there was a large group of elves, and the Wanchi tribe followed, including pregnant women. Nonsense! What are you doing here? She was a little angry. There was a huge pollution source that she had never seen before. Pregnant women were more fragile than ordinary people. What if the fetus was affected? After being scolded by her, the other party was not afraid at all. Instead, he stiffened his neck and said, "Miss Jean needs help. How can I not come? Don't worry about me. Eat quickly." Although it seemed a little funny to say eat quickly in such a critical moment, the fact was that she really had no time to say more. She grabbed a can of easy-to-swallow beverage and gulped it down. After the mental power became stronger, this recovery power was not so obvious. But at least, she had some spare energy to choose some ornamental buildings that consumed more mental power. After the elves put down the food, they immediately lined up in attack formation in silence, took out the bows and arrows they almost always carried with them, and began to fight back. The stings were too painful, so they could not directly cause damage to the huge Tau Rose for the time being. But the elves' archery skills were excellent, and they never missed their shots, successfully blocking many stings that attacked the Taoyuan protective shield. The opponent's attack frequency decreased, and the feng shui value that was falling wildly was at least stabilized. After taking a breath, she had realized the key to this battle. She stuffed a handful of food into her mouth again, chewed it casually and swallowed it into her stomach, and built a barracks directly without waiting for the recovered mental power to surge up. At the same time, she immediately called up the back end to set up and dispatched all the troops distributed in various Taoyuan. At this time, she only thought about dealing with this terrible enemy, and did not expect that such a large-scale mobilization of the Taoyuan army would immediately attract the attention of all parties. But even if she thought of it, she didn't have time to take care of those things now. The alarm of her instinct did not stop. She had a hunch that if she could not destroy the huge Tau Rose, Planet 11 would be her burial place. A large number of troops poured out from the barracks. The girl in the flower seemed to feel threatened, and suddenly let out a sharp roar. All the thorny vines stopped at the same time. And then in the blink of an eye, dozens or even hundreds of thorny vines entangled with each other, forming countless large and small hammers. Be careful. The power of these hammers is much stronger than when they are scattered. Even if the arrows penetrate into them, they can't stop them at all. Boom! The collision sounded one after another, and the whole Taoyuan trembled because of it. System prompt, warning. The damage of the air defense system is 10%, 20%, 50%, which has exceeded the maximum damage that can be repaired by itself. Please pay attention to avoid air attacks. Crack, as if the sound of broken glass sounded. And then the faint light shield appeared with several spider web-like cracks. Then, the most damaged parts, the spider web cracks collapsed, and holes of different sizes appeared directly. The girl in the flower immediately caught these flaws, screamed again, and the hammer made of thorny vines hammered down on these places. In a flash, Taoyuan Army 1, Army 2 and Army 3, which were the first to gather from the barracks, had assembled several strange weapons. The soldiers in control pressed the switch, and several thin sticks rose up, each aimed at a hole. Close your eyes. Release. When the army's order sounded, Lu Jinggu also subconsciously closed his eyes. And by the way, he covered Wanchi next to him. At this time, she was very glad that she did so, because even through the obstruction of her eyelids, she could feel several dazzling lights flashing by. Ah! An angry roar sounded. She opened her eyes curiously, and found that the girl in the flower was losing her temper, looking at the tangled thorny vines that suddenly had a few blank spaces. I knew why the other party was so angry. One attacked and the other was defended, and both sides suffered losses. It seemed that the Taoyuan army could indeed temporarily resist the attack of the flower girl. She was relieved and started the crazy construction work again. in order to stabilize the feng shui value just now. She had no time to think about how to arrange the formation. She just planted trees wherever it was convenient. Now she can finally plant it well. Only by relying on the bonus of the feng shui formation can the feng shui value of Taoyuan number 15 be increased to a value sufficient to fight against the opponent. She glanced at the position of the flower girl, secretly estimated it, turned around and started the construction. At this time, the ordinary attack of the elves temporarily lost its effect, and Greenleaf also freed up his hands to help. She did not refuse, and even called Wanjia. Since he refused to leave, he should help over there. He quickly explained his arrangement to the two people, and the three of them acted separately. On the other side, the flower girl vented her anger and launched a third round of attacks. And her tactics changed again. Countless flower buds grew on the thorny vines, which were only the size of ordinary roses. But they bloomed in a very short time. When the flowers were in full bloom, they suddenly sprayed out blue pollen. In an instant, the pollen was all over the sky. These powders drifted with the wind, and it was difficult for any weapon to hit them. However, the Taoyuan army also quickly changed its response method. Some soldiers came out alone, all of whom were people who had awakened mental skills related to wind. These people joined forces and almost easily created a tornado. The pollen was thin, and the tornado was strong, but it took only a blink of an eye to sweep away the pollen. However, the girl in the flower did not look angry at all this time. Lu Jinggu occasionally looked up and happened to see a smile on the corner of her mouth. Not good. She felt something was wrong. But before she had time to think about what was wrong, she saw the soldiers who had joined forces to blow away the pollen suddenly screamed and hugged their heads, falling to the ground and rolling. Chapter 336 I Can't Remember. A soldier fell near Qinglan, and she immediately squatted down to check. After a moment, her expression was solemn. His mental power has been polluted. Lu Jinggu immediately thought of the pollen. To put it bluntly, mental power skills are a special use of mental power. Depending on the awakened skills, the mental power will gain different attributes and lethality during use. Since skills are another manifestation of mental power, it is theoretically possible to influence the user's mental power through skills in turn. Now the theory is obviously connected to reality. Fortunately, the system prompt sounded soon, and after consuming a wave of feng shui values, the mental pollution of these soldiers was purified. But the pain caused by the injury to mental power cannot be eliminated in a short time. Although they are very tough, they have to retreat to the second line to rest temporarily. The girl in the flower snorted in dissatisfaction. And it seems that she is not satisfied with the attack range caused by the pollen. But this is enough to give people a headache. Now no one dares to use mental skills to directly disperse the pollen. They can only watch countless blue powders fall into Taoyuan through the holes in the protective shield. Fortunately, Taoyuan can still purify these polluted things. But the feng shui value has been consumed a lot again. After all, there are too many pollen. We can't go on like this. Greenleaf has some system permissions, and can vaguely sense the fluctuations in the feng shui value of Taoyuan. This monster doesn't dare to enter Taoyuan, so it wants to exhaust us to death. We can't just sit there and wait for death. I know. She nodded. But it is a super pollution source. If we go out, we will not have an advantage. Use the mobile Taoyuan, Greenleaf said firmly. Equip each of my tribesmen with one. The elves have high mental resistance and are not easily polluted. With the mobile Taoyuan, they can also fight when they go out. Too dangerous. She didn't want the elves to take such risks. They had been secluded for too long before. Although they had high mental resistance, they were actually the least accepting of pollution compared to other races in the alliance. The Wanchi tribe suddenly said, "Let us go." Yes, we have been transformed and are not afraid of pollution. There were only a few people, but the Wanchi tribe was eager to fight. They surrounded her and asked for battle. Even the pregnant one was very excited. "Stop it," she said helplessly. "You are just a few people, and you are not enough to be killed by those thorny vines." And in her impression, the fighting power shown by the Wanchi tribe is not very strong. Unexpectedly, they were very persistent. The pregnant people were persuaded to stay, but the others were determined to fight no matter what. In the end, it was Wanjia who took the initiative to persuade her. "Sister, you haven't seen the real ability of our tribe yet. You have helped us so much. So let us help you this time. This is not a joke. You may die." She was a little annoyed, thinking that the little girl was really too naive. Warriors of the Wanchi tribe would rather die standing than be cowards, and put all the burdens on their benefactors. These people are stubborn. Which is really a headache. Even Greenleaf came to persuade her. And the pollen of the flower girl seemed to be inexhaustible. If this continues, the feng shui value of Taoyuan will be insufficient. Only someone could distract the flower girl's attention, so that she would have enough time to upgrade the peach garden. Lu Jinggu narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Okay. The Peach Garden Army listens to my orders. The Peach Garden Army is here. Cooperate with the Wanchi clan and the Elves clan to temporarily hold the enemy back. Yes. Greenleaf. Little Bud. The mobile peach garden is up to you. Since the ranges of the two peach gardens cannot overlap, Greenleaf and Wanchi Bud can only stand on the edge of peach garden number 15 and frantically create a mobile version. Fortunately, only the smallest mobile peach garden is needed to cover one person. And there is no need to adjust the range size. So the manufacturing speed is very fast. Several Wanchi clan members, who are not afraid of pollution, guarded the two people to prevent the flower girl from taking the opportunity to make trouble. 10 minutes later, the Peach Garden Army and the elves rushed out with a mobile peach garden each. The flower girl laughed. Jia, as if mocking them for not knowing their own strength. And the long thorny vines were like whips swinging, making loud snapping sounds in the air. This was destined to be a tough battle. Lu Jinggu took a few glances and didn't dare to waste any more time. While frantically recovering his mental strength, he began to set up a formation for Taoyuan number 15. To purify this super pollution source, the feng shui value must be very high. If the feng shui value cannot be stabilized, so she needs a feng shui formation that is more suitable for the current critical situation. At this moment, there was only her and the pregnant Wanchi tribe woman in Taoyuan. When the other party saw her squatting down suddenly, he thought she was feeling uncomfortable. Just as he was about to ask something, he heard her mumbling to herself. What did the master say at the beginning? The 5 elements are mutually generated, right? What else? Circulation? Repetition? Damn it. Why can't I remember that formation? She hit her head in frustration. After all, it was a memory from her previous life. And it was just an insignificant episode when she was crossing mountains and rivers to find various traditional folk customs that were almost extinct. The more anxious she was, the less she could remember it. She wanted to take her head off and shake it hard. Miss Jean, don't be anxious. The pregnant mother of the Wanchi tribe was so scared that she quickly hugged her arm. How can you hit your head like this? I can't remember. She looked up pitifully. I can't remember the most important part of the feng shui formation. If you can't remember, let's change it. The other party blurted out words of comfort. And a voice from Biling interrupted. You can't remember because you are too flustered. Calm down. Calm down. I believe you. Looking up in surprise, a group of people came out of Qianhusi at some point. Gu Duo strode over, grabbed her with his ape arms, and pulled her into his arms. The cool spiritual power enveloped her. And he said in a deep voice, don't be anxious. Recall carefully. His voice was low and magnetic, as if there was really a magic power that soothed her anxiety. As he spoke, a passage seemed to appear in her mind, and her soul flew into this passage, constantly going down. Down. The light soul suddenly became heavy, and the deep passage disappeared in an instant, replaced by a small mountain village surrounded by green mountains and green waters. She looked around in confusion and finally remembered. This is the village where she met the feng shui array master. At the beginning, she and her colleagues asked all the way to find this place in order to pursue a folk art that was almost lost. They didn't know how much hardship they had suffered on the road. However, when they entered this village, she and her colleagues were stunned. It stands to reason that such a place that is almost not connected to the outside world should be poor and backward. And people's lives are poor and miserable. And their mental outlook is naturally decadent and numb. In the process of searching for and protecting folk arts, she has seen many such places. But it's different here. This village is like Chapter 337 Level 4 Achievement. Lu Jinggu remembered her thoughts at that time. She felt that this village was like the legendary Peach Blossom Spring. Although it was isolated from the world, it had its own happiness and satisfaction. Based on her work experience, such a village must have traditional skills that were almost forgotten by the outside world. So she and her colleagues stayed for a while. It was indeed a treasure village. And it was that time that she discovered her interest in the ancient concept of feng shui. Knowing that this was her own memory, she was quite emotional and walked forward along her memory. Then she saw the master. He was very old, with wrinkles all over his face, and he could sit at the door for a whole day on a recliner. He always held a square piece of clay in his hand, and his fingers, wrinkled like old branches, gently scratched on the clay, and he muttered mysterious sentences. But she knew that the simple clay actually represented the earth of the ancients' round sky and square earth. Those seemingly unconscious scratches were actually practicing various feng shui formations, taking advantage of the fact that no one could see her. Lu Jinggu sat on the mud ground in front of the master and began to scratch on the mud. The master recited, "The world is endless. The 5 elements are endless." The dusty memory suddenly became clear, and she laughed. "I remember it." The master couldn't hear her voice, and was still practicing the feng shui formation. But she bowed respectfully and said softly, "Thank you." The picture in front of her shattered, and the whistling sound of the flower girl commanding the thorn vine to attack came into her ears. She looked up at Gu Duo with a smile on her face. "I remember it." "Yeah." He seemed not surprised at all, and suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips lightly. Lu Jinggu opened her eyes wide in surprise, and noticed from the corner of her eyes that everyone else had a wide-eyed expression. Ahem. Her cheeks were hot, and she cleared her throat at a loss. The person who caused everyone's pupils to tremble was calm and gently pushed her. "Do what you should do. Leave this to us." As he said, he turned and walked out of Taoyuan. Sun Yuqing, Sun Haicheng, Yida, and Xing Lian, who followed him, all put away their surprise and followed his footsteps. But everyone smiled at her teasingly when they passed by her. Even Sun Yuqing, who walked like a fairy. She was speechless, and she thought pretentiously that Gu Duo was really annoying. He came so suddenly that people were not prepared at all. But she couldn't help but say, "The enemy is a super pollution source." Gu Duo waved his hand to reassure her. Wanjia had already prepared a new mobile Taoyuan, and the 5 of them immediately joined the battle. Compared with the well-coordinated elves and the Wanchi tribe, who were not afraid of pollution, the 5 of them had stronger individual combat power. Gu Duo, Yida and Xing Lian put on their mechas as soon as they got the mobile Taoyuan, and they completely swept away a large area of thorny vines. Yida was not a melee member, but his mecha had the most weapons, which was simply a mobile turret. As for the sisters of the Sin family, they were both natural walkers of this generation of the Sin family. Their saint skills also had a restraining effect on pollution. With the attack of the 3 mechas, they could just temporarily restrict the movement of the thorny vines and give them more opportunities. The elves and the Wanchi tribe quickly consciously adjusted the battle rhythm and formed a cooperation with the 5 of them. The Taoyuan army was even more outstanding in combat quality, and almost immediately became the sharpest knife under Gu Duo's command. Suddenly, the girl in the flower screamed in pain. It turned out that Yida seized the opportunity and took advantage of the moment when all parties were restraining the thorny vines. A laser cannon passed through the Chong obstacle and attacked the girl in the flower for the first time. That shot landed on the huge petals of the Tao rose, blasting a petal into slag. "The petals are fragile. Concentrate your attacks," Gu Duo ordered immediately. Seeing that they were not losing to the flower girl, Lu Jinggu's heart became more stable, and he opened the map of Taoyuan number 15 and began to lay out. There were too many plants planted randomly before, occupying a lot of space, so they had to be planned first, and those that should be destroyed to make room. The feng shui formation she wanted to arrange was also the most complicated one so far, so she didn't dare to arrange it directly, and had to plan it on the map first. Moreover, this formation could not only focus on the area in front of her, but also take into account the position of Taoyuan number 15 after the upgrade, which was a great test of her mental arithmetic ability. She took a deep breath and put all the chaotic thoughts out of her mind. In order not to be disturbed, she simply used her mental power to cover up all 5 senses. For a moment, she seemed to have become a blind and deaf person, shrouded in absolute silence. Only the map of Taoyuan number 15 in her consciousness was extremely clear, and her thoughts became smoother than ever before. She paused for a moment with her wrist raised, and then began to write and draw on the map that only she could see. In the eyes of others, she was gesturing in the air strangely, and the plants in the paradise around her disappeared from time to time, and a few more appeared there from time to time. As she adjusted, the feng shui value of Taoyuan also fluctuated. Fortunately, Huazong was surrounded and beaten by a group of people at this time, and she could not spare the time to deal with Taoyuan for the time being. Her forehead was gradually covered with beads of sweat. This complex feng shui formation consumed too much mental energy. But the effort paid off. Taoyuan rushed to level 3 in one breath. According to the previous distance between the two sides, the level 3 Taoyuan was enough to cover the position of Huazong. The only variable was that under the huge Tao rose, the soil suddenly rolled like waves, driving the Rose and Huazong to retreat instantly. This monster can move. She narrowed her eyes slightly, not very surprised by this. So what if you can run? Can you leave planet number 11 directly? Wait until Taoyuan covers the entire planet, and see where you can run. Ignoring the furious Huazong, she turned her head and continued to improve the formation. Level 4 was achieved. However, planet number 11 is not small in size, and if you want to cover it completely, you must upgrade it to another level. At this time, the flower girl's hiding range was very small, and some of the thorny vines had nowhere to go and could only appear in Taoyuan. Just like the black beast was forcibly purified when it entered the Taoyuan range, these thorny vines began to make a chi-chi sound in an instant, and black smoke came out of their bodies. The feng shui value began to fluctuate wildly. Green Leaf and Wan Chia had previous experience and both showed worry. But after a moment, the two laughed in surprise. If someone could see the feng shui value number on the Taoyuan giant tree, they would find that it was like riding a roller coaster, going up and down wildly. But in general, it remained within a fixed range, and there was no need to worry about the problem of downgrading due to consumption. After confirming this, her heart was more stable, and she simply ignored those thorny vines that looked fierce but were actually weak, and continued to concentrate on arranging the feng shui array. However, new problems arose. Chapter 338 cut off the tail to survive. Her mental power had been at the bottom since the beginning, and she had not been able to fully replenish it. After setting up the feng shui formation to upgrade Taoyuan to the 3rd level, her mental power was at the bottom again. She had already stuffed a lot of food in her stomach before, and Lu Jinggu felt that even if there were delicacies in front of her, she would have to spit it out after eating another bite. In short, she had no means to quickly restore her mental power for the time being. Looking at the battlefield, the flower girl seemed to have no other means, but the less space to maneuver, the tighter the defense of the thorny vines, and Gu Duo and his attacks were less likely to hurt the main body. In general, the two sides are currently in a delicate balance. Gu Duo. She raised her voice. The ice blue mecha turned its head and looked over. She pointed to her head and saw the mecha's movement pause slightly. The next second, Xing Lian's mecha ran over, covering Gu Duo and retreating quickly. The huge mecha rushed directly into the peach garden, and with a few clicks, it cut off the few remaining thorny vines that had not been purified. After that, the metal fuselage turned into flowing water, and Gu Duo jumped out and landed in front of her. The two of them had already had a tacit understanding, and he directly released his mental power to circle the person. Without wasting a second, she directly materialized an ornamental building, 5 elements and 8 wastelands, the dark yellow of heaven and earth. This is the mysterious power in the traditional culture of the flower-growing family. At this moment, the two ends of time that should have been separated by thousands of years strangely overlapped. She borrowed the power of the Interstellar era to reproduce the ancient miracle. After the last building representing the 5 elements fell, the world seemed to be quiet. The girl in the flower suddenly became violent. Probably she had already anticipated the arrival of failure. Beautiful light flashed on the giant tree in the peach garden, and the spring water gushing out from the roots of the tree rippled gently. The warm wind swirled across the land, and a faint light flashed several times like breathing. The system prompt came as promised. A super pollution source was found. Purification began. Please maintain sufficient feng shui value. On the vertical and horizontal star map, the position of star number 11 lit up. Her previous guess was correct. Although the flower girl could move, she could not exist away from this planet. At this moment, the monster made a sharp cry. An extremely thick poisonous fog came out of his eyes. Even if Taoyuan's purification power was strong, it could not purify the poisonous fog instantly. Lu Jinggu hurriedly asked everyone to stay away from the location of the flower girl. Soon the huge Tao rose, and the location of the flower girl were shrouded in black fog. But the black fog only delayed for a while. Under the blessing of the endless array, the feng shui value of Taoyuan number 15 was always maintained at a safe value. and the purification power was naturally unaffected. Finally, the color of the thick black fog gradually faded until it disappeared, revealing the hidden interior. Everyone then realized that the petals of the huge tall rose had closed again, and were trying to drill underground. But the place covered by the peach blossom land had a maximum height upwards, but no such limit downwards. So it would be useless even if she drilled into the earth's core. The outer petals withered quickly, and soon turned into ash. As the stacked petals decreased rapidly, the humanity in them could be vaguely seen. It seemed that the fate of the flower girl being purified was already doomed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A sudden change. With a thud, the remaining bud shot something into the sky like a cannon. It was wrapped in a black poisonous fog, and the speed was extremely fast, so no one could see clearly what it was. And in the sky that was originally empty, a transparent outline was suddenly seen vaguely. Invisible spaceship. Guduo's tone sank, and he quickly put on the mecha again, and the jet started immediately, sending him into the sky. Xing Lian and Yida followed closely behind. The ice blue sword was raised high, and the spiritual power flowed endlessly on the blade. With a loud shout, Guduo slashed the sword fiercely. The shadow of the spaceship in the air suddenly began to flicker like a TV image with a bad signal. When it fell with a powerful move, the outline of the spaceship also disappeared. After removing the mecha, Guduo's face was very gloomy. Xing Lian was very surprised. Isn't the research on time and space jump technology always bottlenecked? And it must be realized with the help of space jump stations? The invisible spaceship just now. If I'm not mistaken, is it a space jump? Guduo said nothing, and nodded slightly after a moment. Judging from his expression, he could guess that the situation was serious. Lu Jinggu took the initiative to speak. Do whatever you want. I finish it here. He paused, looked at her deeply, and said in silence for a moment, okay. He looked at the Tsin sisters again, and before he could speak, Tsin Yuqing said quickly, I report to the parliament. But Guduo, be careful. We haven't received any news about the breakthrough in time and space jump technology. I'm afraid the Xia family has already given up their neutral status. Guduo pursed his lips. I know that it's hard to distinguish between friends and enemies now, and the Tsin family should not be careless. After saying that, he looked over again. From today on, you can't be alone, and it's best not to leave the protection range of Taiyuan. If possible, prepare as many mobile Taiyuans as possible, and I will send someone to get them. Okay. No problem. Be careful. He has never been a talkative person, and after holding it in for a long time, he only said these 4 words. The air was filled with an oppressive feeling of impending storms. The young lovers met in a hurry, and they had to separate again before they could say a few intimate words. When they looked at each other, they both noticed each other's reluctance. No one urged them. They suddenly became busy, muttering about various things to do, and all turned their backs to them and walked away. Lu Jinggu threw herself into Guduo's arms, feeling that her waist was tightly held by several people. Are you going to catch the Xia family? Yeah. Did they escape to the contaminated area? 9 out of 10. Her heart tightened. The situation in the contaminated area was too strange. Even though she had been there once, she was still extremely worried. But she couldn't say anything to stop it. The Tao Rose finally survived by cutting off its tail. If it couldn't be completely eliminated, and the Xia family had the opportunity to hide and cultivate 1 or more Tao Roses, it would become a big problem one day. Forcing herself to concentrate, she quickly said, there are 2 Taoyuan on star 7444. One is hidden underground, and the other is a military fortress on the ground. If you want to chase, you can use these 2 places as bases. As she spoke, she opened the Taoyuan system, and said Guduo as the manager of these 2 Taoyuans. Of course, there were endless words of advice. But Guduo was not impatient at all, and just agreed one by one. But she realized that she had started to talk in circles. So she stopped on her own initiative and said hard, let's go. We all have a lot of things to do. As she said that, she wanted to withdraw from his arms. But she felt his arms suddenly tighten, holding her tightly in his arms again. And then he bent down and kissed her deeply. Chapter 339. The sky has changed. The thought of so many people here only appeared in her mind for a moment, and she lost the ability to think. Guduo's kiss was gentle and fierce, as if he wanted to swallow her soul into his stomach. When they separated, she felt a little dizzy, and walked out of the posture of hand and foot, and finally took a few steps back. At this time, the feeling of shame and anger gradually came up. She stared at Gu Duo and wanted to say something. As soon as she uttered a sound of Gu, she was shocked to find that her voice was delicate and hoarse at this moment. And she quickly closed her mouth again. Gu Duo saw why she was hesitant to speak. And there was a little more smile in his eyes. For such a person who rarely smiled, even this little change was very obvious. She quickly glared at him again, intending to warn him not to laugh. But she didn't know that at this moment her eyes were full of spring, and her face was flushed. No matter how she glared, it was not threatening at all. Instead, it made people shake their hearts and minds. And it was even more difficult to control themselves. Gu Duo felt his blood boiling at this moment. He swallowed several times before reluctantly looking away and said in a deep voice, "I go first." This sentence made her full of love dissipate a lot. She said him softly, watching Gu Duo calling Xing Lian and Yida, and finally remembered the missing person. After thinking about it, she didn't ask. But Gu Duo said in a deep voice before entering the Qianhu division, "I tell you about that matter in detail later." She nodded again and followed them into the house. After watching them go around the counter, Xing Lian opened the door first, and Gu Duo walked out first. Xing Lian followed closely behind, and Yida took the door handle and suddenly looked at her deeply. She tilted her head in confusion. "Miss Ajin, I apologize to you on behalf of my sister." "Apologize?" She was puzzled. Yida lowered her eyes. She made a serious mistake. "But the Lord didn't give her a heavy sentence for my sake. But I can't just pretend nothing happened. Now the Lord is about to go to the battlefield. I can only be thick-skinned to accompany the Lord for this journey. When this is over, I will ask to leave, and will not let the Lord and you see me again." This sounded a little ominous, and her heart skipped a beat. She wanted to persuade him a few words, but Yida had already walked into the door quickly. Qian Huzi's magical door made a bang sound, and there was no one in front of him. Frowning and thinking about it, she quickly sent a message to Gu Duo. "Yida is in a bad mood. Pay more attention, and don't let him get stuck in a dead end because of Yif's mistake." After a while, the reply came back, still in his usual simple style. But he has never been a person who agreed but didn't take it to heart. So she was more relieved. Walking into Taoyuan number 15. The planet with a strong style was completely different at this time. In order to arrange the endless feng shui formation, she used the terrain management function of the Taoyuan system to change some locations that did not meet the requirements of the formation, including the huge temple of the Xia family. It was also when she checked the system log that she realized that the underground below the temple was the so-called ancestral temple of the Xia family. But this ancestral temple was also very strange. It was neither a tablet nor a tombstone, nor a portrait, but a bunch of Tao roses. She was shocked when she walked in according to the system instructions, and blurted out, "Why haven't these pollutants been purified?" Only when she saw the system prompt did she realize that these were not real roses. They were specially made eternal flowers. Perhaps because they were already dead, there was no pollution on these eternal flowers. So purification naturally did not work. I have to admit that the unpolluted Tao roses are actually very beautiful, and they are still shining after being made into eternal flowers. Just thinking of the scene of the flower girl sucking a lot of blood and flesh in an instant, she felt a chill and didn't want to get close to these immortal flowers. In the end, the elves made several large boxes with vines and put all the immortal flowers into the boxes. She planned to send these words to the Research Institute of Taoyuan Group to see if they could figure out what it was. In case the Xia family who escaped really made another monster, it would be easier to solve the problem if you know yourself and the enemy. After fighting for so long, she felt very tired. In addition, she had no good feelings for Star 11, so she didn't plan to build anything on Taoyuan 15. She only built a post station and returned to Star 7133. As for the nobles who were eagerly waiting, they only received a message from her at the gathering point of the Star Network, indicating that Star 11 had completed the vertical and horizontal networking. The nobles who had previously discussed and obtained the trial operation rights could start sending representatives to the Elf office in Taoyuan 6, i.e. Mars, to register the address of Taoyuan for trial operation. And then, they could start making preparations. Such a disrespectful attitude naturally caused dissatisfaction among many nobles, especially after the news of the Xia family's accident spread. They wanted to know what happened on Planet 11. But they found that they could not find Lu Jingu. After she returned to the secret base, she fell asleep immediately. It took her a whole day, and night to relieve the discomfort caused by the forced recovery of mental strength and the rapid consumption. She was awakened by hunger. She got up with weak hands and feet and found some food. Then ate while opening the star network. She didn't know until she saw it. She realized that the outside world had changed. The topic of the CF family secretly cultivating a super pollution source rushed to the top of the star network's hot topic list. And countless people were shocked. Some people claimed that they had felt that something was wrong with the CF family a long time ago. Some people who supported the CF family hysterically said, "It's impossible." There were also people who were slacking off and anonymously posted battle posts, like other nobles may not be clean either. In short, the star network is now in a complete mess. And people from all walks of life have spoken out. But the most voices are still to know what the CF family is going to do. Planet 11 is the real hinterland of the Alliance and a super pollution source. It sounds scary. If there is a slight accident, the most prosperous and important planet in the entire Alliance may be covered by pollution in an instant. At that time, everyone will have nowhere to run. When they think of a monster lurking next to their bed, for who knows how long, most people feel precarious. Even though the conspiracy of the CF family has been exposed and the super pollution source is said to have been solved by the Taoyuan group, most people are still very worried. Because of the news that the CF family escaped, Sun Yuqing did not agree to the proposal of the parliament to temporarily conceal. She even released the news without passing the parliament. No matter how others blame her afterwards. The storm has already formed. Now many people on the star network are questioning, how will the CF family be dealt with after the escape? If Gu Duo had not sent a message on behalf of the 7th Army in time, indicating that the 7th Army was ready to intercept or pursue the CF family who escaped at any time, Sun Yuqing would be under greater pressure. Gu Li quickly stood up to support his son's decision this time. And even the retired old military god of the Gu family, Gu Duo's great-grandfather, spoke out. With their call, the 2nd, 5th, 6th, and 9th armies of the Gu family, which had the greatest influence, also expressed their willingness to obey the Alliance's orders at any time and to capture the escaped CF family members. Chapter 340 Revisiting the Old Place. Lu Jinggu watched the big fight on the Star Network. And when he was about to post something, he suddenly had an idea. He clicked on the Taoyuan system and saw the tab of Taoyuan number 10 flashing. He opened it and saw that it was a reminder of an attempted illegal intruder. She frowned slightly and contacted Gu Duo immediately. What's wrong? He was obviously busy, and there was a lot of noise around him. But he still agreed to her communication application at the first time. Taoyuan number 10. Oh, that's the fortress on star 7444. Just now, the police reported that someone attempted an illegal intruder. Did the CF family go there? It shouldn't be. Gu Duo pondered and shook his head. The distance of a time and space jump is limited. This is not the technical limit, but the limit of the pressure that the human body can withstand. The most powerful people in Xia Ling's group are not as good as me. If I wasn't used to his way of speaking, I would really think he was showing off. But she knew very well that this sentence translated into, if I can't do it, Xia Ling can't do it either. Okay, but that's a polluted area. How can there be living things? What about black beasts? Black beasts are naturally wary of the purification power of Taoyuan, and generally won't deliberately approach and try to break in. Gu Duo nodded thoughtfully, and quickly said, I will send someone to take a look. And I also have something to find you. What? When you are free, build a Taoyuan at the 7th Army's base. I need a post station so that I can move quickly. Will the parliament allow it? She was a little surprised. Her boyfriend was stationed at the border, and she had long wanted to build a Taoyuan there to facilitate their travel. But this is not allowed. In the light screen, Gu Duo suddenly moved, and the noisy sounds around him quickly disappeared. It seemed that he walked to a secluded place with no one. Seeing his appearance, she guessed that he was going to say something that was inconvenient for others to know. And she became more serious. Sure enough, he whispered, there is news from my father that we may have to prepare for war. After a pause, he explained, the Gu family's army has the right to act arbitrarily during wartime. As long as the commander judges that it is beneficial to the battle, he can kill first and report later. Nodding, she understood what Gu Duo meant. In short, he now has more authority and can handle many things flexibly. And the benefits of having a Taoyuan post station are obvious. She was about to say, I go there right away. And the Taoyuan system began to flash again. She opened it and took a look. Her eyes narrowed slightly. And she changed her words. I let Xiaoya go and build Taoyuan for the 7th Army. Okay. After hanging up the call, she walked to the post station of star 7133 while dialing Wanqia's call. The little girl was actually very happy to get the task. And she agreed to it immediately, patting her chest and promising, I will complete the task. And she had already sat in the carriage. The target was star 555. Since the siege by the 3rd Army, she had never set foot in Taoyuan No. 2 again. This time she came here and found that it had changed a lot. In order to upgrade Taoyuan and cover the entire research institute, she used many different types of ornamental buildings, including various climbing plants. But when these plants materialized, they all came with their own climbing poles. In other words, they could basically regulate the direction of their climbing. But Gong Sunqi didn't know what he was thinking, and later added many climbing frames, gradually leading these plants outside the research institute. Now the outer wall of the entire research institute is almost covered with various plants. People who don't know the inside story would never think that this is actually a serious research institute. On both sides of the gate of the research institute, roses were in full bloom, and she inexplicably felt like she had passed through a flower gate. She didn't inform anyone before coming here, so when the old housekeeper saw her, he was quite surprised. Miss Ajin? The old man rubbed his eyes dramatically, and after making sure that the person in front of him was not an illusion, he immediately laughed. Why are you here? Are you here to see Master Qi? Are you reconciled? The old housekeeper was a wise man, and it was impossible for him not to know what happened before. But at this moment, he didn't mention it at all, and deliberately made it seem like the two juniors had a conflict. When Lu Jinggu heard it, she knew what was going on. It seemed that he didn't agree with Gong Sun Ping's choice at the time, but it was inconvenient and impossible to stop him because of his status. She has now come to her senses. One thing is one thing. Gong Sun Qi and the old housekeeper have nothing to do with that matter. So she nodded along with the other party's words. Yes. Who would always care about Gong Sun Qi? That naughty kid. Probably no one has ever used naughty kid to describe Gong Sun Qi. The old housekeeper was stunned for a long time before reacting, and couldn't help laughing. Where is that naughty kid now? She glanced at the Taoyuan system and found that the alarm was still flashing. But there was no further prompt. It seemed that Gong Sun Qi had not succeeded yet. The young master is in the secret laboratory. The old housekeeper was a little embarrassed. Except the young master. No one else can get close to it. She nodded secretly. It seemed that Gong Sun Qi had indeed kept his promise and tried his best to protect the secrets of the Chinese medicine clinic. In this case, she certainly couldn't force her way in, but just said, you must have a way to contact Gong Sun Qi. Please tell her that I'm here and see if he is willing to meet. If he doesn't want to, she will remotely set the Chinese medicine clinic on star 555 to close to see if he wants to come out. However, Gong Sun Qi didn't let her use this method. He came over quickly after getting the news. This time he met. He was still in a wheelchair. She glanced at him curiously and worriedly. He was noticed by him and patted his leg indifferently and said, I was too absorbed in the experiment some time ago and accidentally got injured. It's okay. The body is the capital of revolution. If you want to do more research, you have to take care of yourself. After all, I couldn't help but persuade him. Gong Sun Qi's expression was very strange. Half smiled and half unhappy. But he nodded in the end. I understand. The old housekeeper on the side acted relieved. Miss Ajin's words are still useful. Immediately, he was glared at by the naughty child. Don't talk nonsense. After a pause, he added, she and Gu Duo are probably getting married soon. You like her so much. Remember to prepare a gift. Miss Ajin and Master Gu Duo are together. The old housekeeper looked very surprised. Never expected Gong Sun Qi to suddenly mention this. Her face suddenly turned red, but she still forced herself to nod calmly. Yes. Then he hurriedly said, but we just started. It won't be that fast. He glared at Gong Sun Qi as he said that. The old housekeeper sighed slightly. As if a little melancholy, she looked over in confusion. The old man smiled again. It's great to be young. Looking at you always reminds me of my youth. So that's why. She also smiled and said sweetly, I have seen how brave you were in battle. It's a bit too early for you to say you are old. Chapter 341 Gold Swallowing Beast Card Recovery Ceremony. Who doesn't like to hear good words? The old housekeeper smiled even more happily. walked up and pushed Gong Sun-chi's wheelchair and asked, "Where do you want to entertain Miss Jean?" "What do you want to entertain?" Gong Sun-chi pouted. "She doesn't come to the temple for no reason. Just push me to the small garden." Lu Jingu didn't refute. So the old housekeeper really pushed the wheelchair to a small garden. As soon as she saw the open environment around, she knew why Gong Sun-chi chose this place. This environment is not easy for people to eavesdrop on information. The old housekeeper said, "Miss Jean is a rare visitor. You should have a meal before you leave." "Right. I have learned several good dishes." She wanted to refuse, but she paused when she saw the old man's expectant gaze. She couldn't bear to disappoint him. So she nodded. "Sorry to bother you." "No. No." The old housekeeper's face was full of smiles. "Then I ask someone to bring tea over. You two can chat." Having said that, he still carefully covered Gong Sun-chi's legs with a thin blanket before leaving. Looking at the old housekeeper's back, she sighed. "The housekeeper really cares about you. Gong Sun-chi, you are quite happy. Such a research madman. If it weren't for the old housekeeper's careful care, his life would definitely be a mess." Unexpectedly, Gong Sun-chi sneered. "Aren't you happy? You melted the ice cube of Gu Duo. Why do I hear sourness?" She joked. "What sourness?" The naughty child stared. She deliberately pretended to be suspicious. "Gong Sun-chi, you wouldn't." "What wouldn't you?" Looking at his eyes wide open, he seemed a little nervous, like a cat with its fur standing up. She couldn't help laughing. "You don't think that your childhood sweetheart has a girlfriend? So you are no longer the best in the world? So you are jealous?" Never been joked like this before. Gong Sun-chi was stunned for a while before he realized the meaning of this sentence. And the nervousness was immediately replaced by anger. And he actually raised his arm to hit her. Lu Jingu was not afraid of him, and quickly stepped back a few steps so that the other party could not reach her. And she made a face happily. After waving his arms a few times, he found that unless he used his mental power, the intention of hitting people would not be realized. He was immediately a little annoyed, snorted, and turned his head away like a child throwing a tantrum, refusing to look at her. "You're still angry." After teasing the child, she finally got down to business. "I gave you the Chinese medicine clinic so that you can do research. Why do you look like you're going to tear it down?" Gong Sun-chi was surprised. "How did you know?" Of course, it was the Taoyuan system that prompted her. But she wouldn't say it, just curled her lips. "Why do you care how I know?" She walked over and looked at him steadily. "It's not allowed anyway. How can I study if I don't tear it down? For that kind of technology that seems to be wormhole crossing, I have to look at the core inside to have a chance to reverse the implementation method." "I don't care." She admitted that what Gong Sun-chi said made sense. But there was no way. The Taoyuan system would not allow it. The warning in the system just now was that if the Chinese medicine clinic was dismantled, the core would be self-destructed. And it was forbidden to build a new Chinese medicine clinic. In other words, there was a penalty for destroying the buildings of the Taoyuan system, which was prohibited from use. It is still unknown whether this punishment has a time limit, but she still tried not to trigger the penalty. After all, in her opinion, the Taoyuan system has emotions and is not a cold AI. It has helped her a lot, so she doesn't want to do anything to hurt it. Gong Sun-chi looked at her unconvinced, and neither of them seemed to be willing to give in. She threw out her trump card. "If you don't agree, I will take back the use rights of the Chinese medicine clinic." Gong Sun-chi was caught. "You are so cruel." This means she had to compromise. "Let's sign a supplementary agreement," she further requested. Humph! The naughty kid looked even darker. However, he had agreed verbally, and he was not a person who would go back on his words. It was nothing to sign a supplementary agreement. The two quickly completed the procedure, putting the supplementary agreement into the previous contract. She smiled and said, "That's good. Don't think that I dare not hit you just because you are Gu Duo's girlfriend." Gong Sun-chi exploded. Ha ha ha, she couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, teasing a naughty kid to explode is really stress-relieving. As for whether Gong Sun-chi was decompressing or increasing the pressure, she shrugged her shoulders. Who knows? The old housekeeper's cooking skills were indeed good. After having a satisfying lunch, she said goodbye. After returning to planet 7133, she finally got some good news. The recovery instrument that she had purchased at the trading house last time has arrived. When she took the instrument out of the temporary warehouse of the trading house, she never expected that it would be so big. It was 2 stories high and looked like a whistle magnified countless times. But there were very few buttons on it. Only one. The start button. According to the manual, after the instrument was started, no human intervention was required. It would conduct a comprehensive analysis of the items put in, and then try to restore the raw materials. However, this kind of restoration had a chance of failure, and also required sufficient energy support. The higher the energy level, the higher the success rate. In addition, the more items provided for analysis, the higher the success rate. She couldn't understand the professional terms, but she roughly understood them. Speaking of energy mines, she immediately thought of Snow God. Since the Snow Queen's palace began to produce, it has basically maintained an output rate of 5 to 7 pieces of Snow God energy mines per week, and the Taiyuan army secretly moved them to the warehouse of Star 7133. Now there are nearly 100 pieces of Snow God energy mines in the warehouse, which are just right for the recovery instrument. Like a hard-working hamster, she first moved out the fabrics and clothes dyed with Danxia stone liquid that she had purchased before, opened the item input port behind the restorer according to the instructions, and stuffed all these things in. Then she diligently moved a large pile of Snow God energy ore over, opened the board under the restorer, and piled the energy ore neatly in. Now she knew why the restorer was so huge. There were 30 pieces of Snow God energy ore, which were like big square bricks. Then she pressed the start button with great expectation. After a few seconds of silence, the restorer began to make a humming sound. Why does this sound a bit like an old car that is about to be scrapped? Fortunately, although the sound is strange, this is indeed a brand new instrument, and there is no problem in running it, because she filled the energy cabin below in one breath. The energy display screen, like the power, slowly turned green. But 5 minutes later, she watched the green grids being pressed down one by one. After counting, there are 10 green grids on the screen, which means that in just a few minutes, 3 pieces of Snow God energy ore are gone. It is said that 1 piece can supply a warship with full power for a month. It is listed as military supplies by the Alliance and only circulates in a very small amount on the black market. 1 piece is worth 1 million super energy. In just a few minutes, 3 million is gone? This is not a recovery device. It is a gold-eating beast. Sure enough, the designer made such a large energy cabin for a reason. Chapter 342. It's done. While she was complaining for a while, the second green energy grid also began to flicker, indicating that 3 more energy mines were about to be exhausted. I don't know what will happen if the energy is exhausted before the analysis and restoration is completed, but the fabrics dyed with Danxia stone liquid are limited. She dare not take risks. She can only run to the warehouse and move more Snow God energy mine. One trip after another, Lu Jinggu felt like she had turned into a brick mover. If it weren't for her strong mental power now, she could use her mental power as a tray and run around like this. She would be exhausted. I regret it. After using it this time, I'd better put the recovery device directly near the warehouse. While making fun of myself to pass the time, I opened the energy cabin of the recovery device and looked inside. It was already half empty. I quickly put the newly moved Snow God energy mine in. No wonder the instruction manual specially marked that the energy cabin can also be opened to energy when the recovery device is working. Nearly 100 pieces of Snow God energy minerals. And after counting them, more than 60 pieces were actually consumed. If this consumption was told to others, Gu Duo would probably think she was extravagant. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint her. The restoration instrument analyzed the fabrics, and finally came up with more than 60 materials, including Danxia stone liquid. This was something she had not thought of before. These fabrics were all artificial products before the appearance of Taiyuan. Completely synthetic products. So there were so many types of raw materials. The restoration instrument was more humane in this regard. After analyzing various raw materials, the user could choose which one to try to restore. She naturally chose to restore Danxia stone liquid. The restoration consumed more than 30 pieces of energy minerals, and the inventory was almost completely consumed. In the end, a basin of light pink liquid was obtained. She felt that this basin was not Danxia stone liquid, but diamond liquid. She covered the basin with the most pious attitude and carried it to Star 7132 with a solemn look. I haven't found Danxia stone yet, but I got a basin of Danxia stone liquid. Can you see if it can be used? She remembered that when the children of the Wanchi tribe were 1 month old, They would use Danxia stone liquid in combination with other medicines. So she asked this question. Several Wanchi people carefully opened the lid, and one of them took chopsticks and gently dipped a little in the liquid in the basin, then put it into his mouth to taste it. The young couple who were about to become parents looked at it expectantly and nervously, and their hands were tightly clasped together, which showed that they were nervous. Lu Jinggu was actually very nervous. If this basin of Danxia stone liquid could not be used, she was really at her wit's end. The few seconds seemed as long as a century, and the person who finally tasted it smiled. It can be used. It is extremely pure Danxia stone liquid. This amount, if it is well preserved, it will be enough for at least 50 children. She collapsed in the chair at once, feeling a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had fallen. The Wanchi people couldn't help cheering, but no one dared to move too much. They didn't rush over until they put away the precious Danxia stone liquid. She was caught off guard and was lifted up by them, and was thrown several times in the air. Thank you, Miss Ajin. Miss Ajin is the benefactor of my tribe. All the children of my tribe should call you mother. The last one is unnecessary. It was not easy for the Wanchi people to calm down, and another emotion quietly enveloped them. The pregnant woman was emotionally unstable and cried first. When she cried, her husband also hugged her, and his eyes were red. Their faces became like abyss evil ghosts because of the experiment, and they were only more scary when they cried. But Lu Jinggu didn't feel terrified, just watched with emotion. This kind of surviving a disaster, in despair, suddenly grasped the impact of hope. But crying was very restrained. Soon, there was a lot of crying around her. The Wanchi people had experienced the same suffering, so they could empathize with her. After letting them vent their emotions for a while, she handed the tissue to the pregnant woman and gently persuaded her, if the mother is in a bad mood, the baby in the belly will also be affected. Stop crying. For the baby to grow up healthy and strong, you have to be happy. For every expectant mother, this is for the good of the baby in the belly is probably the most useful persuasion. The other Wanchi people heard her persuasion and comforted each other to suppress their emotions, so as not to make the expected mother uncomfortable again. After venting, their emotions were much better, and they were busy celebrating in the evening. But they were not without worries. She could see that these Wanchi people were still worried about something. They looked at her hesitantly for a few times, but quickly looked away and did not express their worries. But she could guess without them saying it. There were 5 children who escaped from planet 7444. But until now, there is still no news about the other 4. She had tried her best to find out, but the 4 children seemed to have disappeared. But this kind of thing is not something that can be rushed. If there is no news, there is no news. It is pale to say anything. She pretended not to know, and helped the Wanchi people prepare for the evening celebration. When it was almost time for dinner, Wanchi came back. Taoyuan number 16. The base of the 7th Army had been built. The little girl brought a message. The 7th Army seemed to be preparing to go to the contaminated area. Her heart tightened, and she became worried subconsciously. But Wanchi had something to say, and the little girl cleared her throat and tried to imitate Guduo's tone and expression. The whole army is very busy, and I may not be able to contact you for the time being. Don't worry. I will contact you as soon as I am free. After a pause, the little girl said seriously, I will miss you, and you should also miss me often. Hearing this, the Wanchi people all booed in good faith. She blushed, and realized something was wrong after a while. She deliberately asked fiercely, Did Guduo ask you to tell me the last sentence? Wanchi giggled, Oh, my sister found out. I added the last sentence. But, the little girl looked mischievous. I think that's what Brother Gu must think. She initially called Guduo Master Gu, then Uncle Gu, and now it has changed to Brother Gu. Lu Jinggu keenly caught the meaning of it, and felt her cheeks getting hotter. In order to hide her discomfort, she rushed to Wanchi and scratched her. The little girl laughed and screamed for mercy, and her laughter flew to the sky. At this time, none of them knew that such a happy and comfortable time would become a luxury for a long time in the future. At Wanchi's enthusiastic invitation, she stayed at star 7132 tonight. After the elves accidentally found out, they strongly requested her to visit star 7131 as well. She was quite helpless about this competing for favor behavior, but she still went to star 7131 the next day as they wished. Chapter 343 Everyone wants to become relatives. The elves' home construction is faster than that of the Wanchi tribe. Now the tall tree of life is full of various newly built houses by the elves. Because the elves like to be close to nature, and like to get along with animals, of course. They are not soft-hearted when it comes to eating meat. She specially moved a group of cubs from the forest park some time ago. So when she came out of the post station, she was not surprised to see several fur balls hanging on Dudu's head, back, tail, and even on his big thick legs. "Hi, Dudu." Lu Jingu said hello to the big white bear with a smile. After meeting Dudu in the elf's hometown last time, she quickly conquered the big white bear's heart with the snack she brought with her. When she left, the sentimental bear hugged her and Lily and cried again, letting her know for the first time in her life that tears, like rain, was actually a realistic school. After the elves moved out, every time Dudu saw her, he would always come up to her, ask for food or act cute. But this time, Dudu glared at her fiercely when he heard her voice, and the words "no hope in life" were written all over his face as big as a basin. He didn't come over to act cute anymore, and walked away leisurely. Levi, who came to pick her up after hearing the news, happened to see the scene. Lu Jingu was puzzled. How did I offend Dudu? Was it because the way I petted the bear last time was not satisfactory to it? But Levi was trying to hold back a laugh. I don't know why. The cubs like to hang on Dudu, and they will keep crying if you grab them by force. The tribe members thought it was noisy, so they let Dudu be a nani. It's taking its anger out on you. So that's it. A white bear nani. It's a little cute when you think about it. No wonder Dudu was staggering, and she couldn't help laughing. The white bear seemed to have heard their laughter, and suddenly turned his head and glared at her fiercely, with a cub hanging on his head. This look was not lethal, but made people laugh even louder. The elves have gradually adapted to life in the outside world, and the entire 7131 planet seems to be in good order. But they are not without worries. The elf queen has not woken up yet. The new tree of life is very healthy, and naturally no longer needs the vitality of the mother. But we don't know why the mother refuses to wake up. There was a little worry between Li's eyebrows, but the doctor of the tribe had checked and sent the queen to the Chinese medicine clinic. The conclusion was that the queen's strength was gradually recovering and her body was not weakening. Maybe she would wake up by herself when her strength returned to the peak. So generally speaking, he was not overly worried, and he told her excitedly that when he and Qinglong rushed to Planet 11 to help, a big happy event happened to the elves. This is why they must invite her to come over. Following Greenleaf, she took the elevator all the way to the level of the Golden Palace, and then climbed up the stairs formed by the branches to the top of the Tree of Life. She already knew what the great joy was. On the thick branches, 3 green elf fruits were swaying gently in the wind. The new Tree of Life had already borne fruit, which meant that new elves were about to be bred. The birthing pool had been prepared long ago, but the elves obviously did not expect that the Tree of Life would bear fruit so quickly. While being stunned by this unexpected surprise, they did not forget to give her the honor of picking the first elf fruit. I pick it? She didn't dare to do it herself. It's not good. What if I hurt the child inside? Applying the process of human reproduction. These elf fruits are the placenta that wraps the baby. Although they look very strong, she is still afraid. However, the elves will become very slow at times. This is the first batch of elf children since the beginning of their new life. And this new life was brought by Lu Jingu. So they are willing to express their gratitude in this way. Moreover, she just learned today that when the children of the elves are still in the fruit, they will feel the touch of the outside world, especially the person who picked them from the mother tree. They will always remember the smell and touch of this person, and naturally have more feelings for this person. In other words, in the elves, a race with a very special way of continuing offspring. The act of picking the fruit means linking relationship. So the elves will not pick the fruit randomly. For example, the fruit that gave birth to the royal family can only be picked by the current royal family. After listening to the elf's explanation, she was even more reluctant to do it. What's the point of picking it like this? Even if she and Guduo didn't mind Wutong being a mother and a father, this little elf was too pitiful after being born. Seeing that she really refused with true feelings, the elves did not force the benefactor, but many elves showed disappointment. Blinking, she always felt that the elves were just like Dudu, and she couldn't understand them. Since she didn't pick the elf fruit, the elders arranged 3 elf families that were ready to raise children to pick 3 fruits and send them to the birthing pool. She took the opportunity to secretly ask Greenleaf, why do they all look disappointed? Originally, everyone thought that after you picked the elf fruit, you would be the godmother of these children. Everyone hoped to raise your godsons and goddaughters. So that's it. She was a little amused. These elves' brain circuits are really weird. Although they failed to successfully get god kinship with her, the elves quickly put this matter behind their minds and pulled her to prepare for a bonfire party. They are children of nature, and they feel most comfortable in an environment with a tent under the sky. So they lit a blazing bonfire, ate delicious food, and sang elf songs. Slowly, the relocated cubs also gathered together. After being fed a few bites by the elves, they decisively abandoned Daddy Dudu and chose the elves. Some climbed on their shoulders, some flew on their heads, some hugged their thighs. There were all kinds of cute looks. However, perhaps she did not have the special affinity of the elves. So no cubs came to her on their own initiative. Lu Jingu did not care, and roasted the meat happily. By the way, so far, the cooking skills of the elves had not made much progress, which is really a sad shortcoming. When the roasted meat in his hand exuded a strong aroma, a hesitant figure came over, turning his head. It was Dudu Daddy with a tangled face. She laughed. Okay, Dudu, don't be angry. I give you barbecue. Okay? Then she saw the big bear's eyes light up, and suspicious water stains appeared at the corners of his mouth. But he still tried to keep a straight face, stretched out his huge and chubby paws, and gestured back and forth at her. She understood what he meant. 1 serving of barbecue was not enough. He wanted 5 servings. She burst into laughter and whispered, "Aren't you afraid that the green leaves will see and criticize you? You have gained weight again recently, right?" "No. Dudu has been taking care of the children recently, and he has lost weight." Chapter 344 Dream? Reality? Lu Jingu did not escape the enthusiastic elves and Wanchi tribes. After the latter learned the news, they immediately rushed to join the bonfire party. She was forced to drink several bowls of fine wine. When she was drunk, she slept in the new purple house of the elves. When she was half asleep, she seemed to hear someone calling her. Who is it? Calling her soul in the middle of the night? She tried to ignore it, but the voice was persistent in her ears, disturbing her sleep. Finally, she could not bear it anymore. She got up from the bed, rolled up her sleeves, and walked out angrily. Don't let her find out who is calling in the middle of the night. She must let people know what it means to have a face full of flowers. She rushed out of the purple house, but saw that there was silence between heaven and earth, and only the flowing moonlight covered everything on earth. The voice seemed to be frightened by her, and it slipped away all of a sudden, becoming extremely weak and almost inaudible. She yawned, thinking that since the other party had run away, she was dizzy and just wanted to go back to the warm bed to continue her sweet dream. However, as soon as she turned around, the voice rang again. After a pause, she realized that this person was determined to get beaten. Since you invited her sincerely, why should she be polite? The brain dominated by alcohol was slow to think, and after she decided to beat up the disturbing people, she could no longer think of anything else. She turned around and rushed to the elevator. Up. She poked the vines in a rough voice. The voice was indeed above, but the vine elevator could only go up to the Golden Palace. After she came down dizzy, she stood on the platform in front of the palace and thought for a long time, as if she had forgotten what to do. The voice was a little hurried, and it sounded like a provocation to the drunkard. She was so impatient to be beaten, so she had to satisfy him. So she squinted her eyes to identify the direction, and then she walked higher up the tree of life. But after she had walked a few steps, a gentle question suddenly came from behind her. Where are you going, Miss Lu? She turned her head blankly, and saw a silver-haired woman who appeared on the platform outside the palace at some point. The moonlight seemed to have a preference for her, gently enveloping her, making her seem to have a circle of silver light. Seeing her looking over, the silver-haired woman smiled on her palm-sized face. She walked a few steps forward, until she came to the slope formed by the branches of the tree of life, and reached out to her, who was already standing 3 steps above the slope. Miss Lu, it's dangerous over there. Come here quickly. It took her slow-moving brain a while to figure out the meaning of this sentence. She was a little confused and muttered, "This is the place leading to the results. What's the danger?" But the silver-haired woman gave her a good and close feeling. She seemed to have the scent of green leaves and blue orchids on her body, which made her familiar and reassured. Compared with the sneaky call, the silver-haired woman made her want to get closer. So when the other party urged again, "Come here quickly," she gently placed her hand in the other party's palm. For a moment, she seemed to hear the breathing of the forest, the laughter of the wind, and the strong pulse of the tree of life. But these sounds only flashed by, so fast that people couldn't tell whether they were illusions or real. The silver-haired woman pushed down, and she couldn't help but walk down the slope. Look! The other party gently pointed behind her. Looking back blankly, the ramp made of branches of the tree of life disappeared, replaced by a single plank bridge, one end of which was vaguely placed on the platform in front of the palace, and the other end was submerged in the black vortex, and it was impossible to see where it led to. But there was no doubt that the black vortex gave people a bad feeling, and she was awakened from her drunkenness all of a sudden. The alcohol in her body turned into sweat and soaked her clothes. A gust of night wind brought a chill. She looked carefully and found that there was no one around her. With a start, she suddenly opened her eyes and found that she was still lying on the bed in the purple room. So it was a nightmare. But the memory of this dream was too clear. Sitting up, she suddenly felt something in her hand. Looking down, it was a long, slightly curly silver hair. The next morning, she told Greenleaf and others about the content of the nightmare and took out the silver hair. The elves all opened their eyes wide. Greenleaf carefully took the hair and looked at it, then handed it to Qinglan. Sister Wang, take another look. I'm afraid I made a wrong judgment. As soon as she finished speaking, Qinglan slapped her hard. I don't believe you can't even recognize your mother's hair. Lu Jingu was not very surprised. In fact, when she saw this hair, she had already guessed it. When she first saw the sleeping elf queen, she was deeply impressed by the long silver hair that spread out like seaweed. Greenleaf and Qinglan looked at each other, and suddenly ran away together. She hurriedly followed. Soon, the three rushed into the palace. The three elders were smiling and inspecting the birthing pool. In fact, the three elf fruits placed in it still looked empty. But in the eyes of the elders, this was the hope of the elves. They were so healthy and strong, and naturally worth being happy. Seeing the prince and princess rushing in without any image, the elders in a good mood were not angry, but just said lightly, be more stable. Don't forget the demeanor of the royal family. The next second, Lu Yi showed the hair in her hand. Miss Jean saw the queen mother last night. The smiles of the elders froze on their faces, and the whole person seemed to be frozen. A second later, the elder took the lead and started running. So the group ran towards the queen's bedroom again. The layout here is exactly the same as Lu Jingu's memory. Behind the layers of gauze curtains is the big bed where the queen slept. The beautiful elf queen still has her eyes closed, lying on her back with very proper movements, and looks no different from before. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Qinglan continued to check inch by inch, and finally had to admit that the queen's sleeping position had not changed, even the position of a hair. Lu Jingu was also at a loss. The face in the dream was indeed the elf queen's. What happened? A group of people surrounded the queen's bed, and the atmosphere of disappointment inevitably spread. Until the elder slapped his head. I remember it. Swish, everyone looked at him. The elder ran out without saying anything, causing others to run wildly again. She had not been to the other side of the palace, and only today did she know what this place was. It was the library of the elves. After entering, she immediately looked around curiously. The books here were collected by the elves before they retreated from the world. Most of the pages were actually various leaves. The magical thing was that these leaves looked very watery, and it seemed that they had not changed because of leaving the branches and the influence of time. The elder rushed to a bookshelf and searched for it. After a few minutes, he held up a large leaf and shouted, "Found it!" Chapter 345 fell down. The great elder spread the leaf flat on the table for everyone to see, and everyone quickly gathered around. Lu Jingu also looked over curiously, and then, embarrassed, the words on it were completely unrecognizable. Others were reading very seriously, and she didn't want to disturb them, so she looked around. This library was too new to her, and she couldn't help but stretch out her fingers and gently touch the leaf books, thinking that if she could learn this technique, it would surely attract more people to enter the library. I understand what the great elder means, Greenleaf suddenly said. So what Miss Jean encountered was actually... She pricked up her ears, wanting to know what happened last night. But after waiting for a while, she didn't hear anything else. Damn, Greenleaf. Why didn't you finish your words? She turned her head in dissatisfaction, but bumped into the elves' terrified eyes. She wanted to ask them what happened, but a delayed tingling sensation suddenly came. It was as if 1,000 needles pierced her body at the same time, and she felt pain everywhere. and there was a sticky touch on her body. She lowered her head with difficulty. And then she found that her clothes were soaked with blood. Ah! It turned out that Lu Yi was not deliberately teasing people. But blood was flowing out of her ears. So her hearing was affected. When she figured out this problem, she fell to the ground with a thud. At the 7th Army's base, a number of spaceships were waiting in the airport. On the command ship, Yida's steady voice sounded through the communicator. Check the spaceship's energy, weapons, ammunition, and mobile Taiyuan. Each ship reports in turn. Number 1 has completed the inspection. Everything is normal. Number 2 has completed the inspection. Everything is normal. Number 3. Number 4. Report to the commander. All fleets are ready and can set off. Gu Duo immediately ordered, set off. All members listened to the order. Set off. According to the number, the fleet took off with a bang and rushed into the air in a 3-3 formation. When the command ship took off, a sudden dull pain grabbed Gu Duo's heart, making him feel difficult to breathe. Yida and Xing Lian were on his left and right sides, and immediately noticed that his breathing rate had changed. My lord! Yida stopped Xing Lian from shouting with his eyes, and asked in a low voice. The discomfort came and went quickly, and he felt nothing at this moment. So he shook his head gently. Nothing. Proceed as planned. The two looked at Gu Duo's face carefully, and found that there was indeed no problem. So they retracted their gaze. Gu Duo narrowed his eyes, and gently touched the optical brain. The 7th Army's action this time was very secretive. The base and the fleet had generously used super stealth devices. If someone spied on it, unless they entered the 7th Army's base in person, they would not be able to find that it was already an empty camp, and the fleet was covered by the stealth device. Even if other spacecraft passed by them, they would never find any clues. The inconvenience was that in the stealth device, all communications were restricted, and they could only use specially set secret channels to communicate with each other. After pressing his chest, he could only suppress his hidden worries. When the 7th Army fleet secretly entered the contaminated area, the elf doctors had already examined Lu Jingu thoroughly. The conclusion was strange. They could sense that there was a strange power messing with her body, but they could not tell what power it was, let alone eliminate it. Isn't this too strange? Greenleaf paced anxiously. Miss Jin's mental power is already S level. How can ordinary power hurt her? If someone higher than her level takes action, how can you find out? The elf doctors were also puzzled. They discussed urgently for a long time, but did not come to a reasonable conclusion. There was no way. Greenleaf had to call Dudu, tie a small bed on its broad back, and then put the unconscious person in it, and sent Lu Jingu back to star 7133 smoothly to the Chinese medicine clinic here. After a round of examination, she was the same when she went in and when she came out. There was only a long examination result at the head of the bed. Greenleaf read through the whole thing at a glance. The situation in her body was the same as the elf doctors had judged. There was indeed a force that was constantly destroying her body. And this force could not be solved by the magical Chinese medicine clinic because the special power of this world cannot be forcibly stripped away, which may cause unexpected results. Greenleaf's eyes only briefly stayed on the 3 words, this world, and quickly put away the test results. No matter what the reason, he just wanted to know the result. The good news is that the Chinese medicine clinic did not really do nothing, but gave her a pill called Xingxi pills, which mainly played the role of quickly healing internal and external injuries, at least stabilizing the deepening injuries in her body, giving him enough time to find a solution. In addition to the medicine that Lu Jingu had taken, there was also a small glass bottle with 4 more Xingxi pills attached to the test results. This medicine can only be taken 5 times a person's lifetime. If you take more, it will be ineffective and harmful. The effect of 1 pill can last for 1 day. I hope you can find a solution as soon as possible. If you can tell me, I will be grateful. This is the words attached to the test results. Lu Yi wrote down the effect time of the medicine and didn't care about anything else. Now he can't solve the problem by himself, and he must ask for help. The first reaction was Gu Duo, but the communication was always unreachable. The elf, who always pays attention to elegance, couldn't help cursing and called up another communication. Lu Yi? Sun Yuqing was very surprised and didn't guess why the elf contacted her. When she learned that Lu Jingu was in trouble, her face sank slightly, and she immediately said, send her to Planet 6. Then, there was another examination in the advanced medical cabin, And the results were exactly the same. He knew why she was unconscious and injured. But he couldn't solve the problem. Sun Yuqing's eyes were heavy. And he thought of many possibilities in an instant. Unlike Lui, she knows more information. So she is more sensitive. Although Lu Jinggu seems to be always outside the core forces of the alliance. In fact, she has become an existence that cannot be underestimated by all parties. It is not uncommon to not get her help, so that she cannot help others temporarily, or even more cruelly destroy her directly. The question now is, who did it? Several names came to mind, but she was more or less familiar with the methods of these people, and none of them could correspond to Lu Jinggu's current situation. But one thing is certain, there is a way to solve the problem. Find the owner of this power and save people. Li frowned, but we don't know who did it. I will find someone else to help. You watch her situation and notify me immediately if there is any change. Okay. Sun Yuqing turned and went out, quickly contacting several people. Not long after, the people who received the communication came out of the post station one after another. Chapter 346 Impossible Event. A group of people gathered at the Sun family. After listening to Lu Ye's explanation of the current situation, Gong Sunqi looked around and frowned. Why didn't Gu Duo come? We can't contact him now. Sun Yuqi explained. Humph. He snorted in dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything more. Although they didn't know Gu Duo's situation, they were still keenly aware of what might happen and tacitly didn't pursue the issue. Gong Sunqi moved his wheelchair forward. Show me the inspection process and results. The display screen of the medical cabin reproduced the inspection just now. In addition to him, Sun Yuqing also notified Sun Haicheng, Isabella and others, thinking that there would be strength in numbers, and perhaps there would always be results. But she still placed her greatest hope on Gong Sunqi after all. He had studied all kinds of strange powers in his research institute, and perhaps there would be some discoveries. However, Gong Sunqi kept frowning and said nothing. This attitude only shows that he had no idea about the power in Lu Jinggu's body. Sighing secretly, Sun Yuqing actually had another plan in mind, to make the situation public. Miss Agent of Taoyuan Group is now regarded by many people as savior and great benefactor. Knowing that she is in trouble, many people must be willing to try to help. But doing so is also very risky. If someone with bad intentions wants to fish in troubled waters, it may cause trouble. And making the situation public also means that the other companies will know. And there will be constant trouble at that time. But in the end, compared with Lu Jinggu's safety, those are nothing. Gong Sunqi obviously thought so too. He looked up at Sun Yuqing and said in a deep voice, send the person to the research institute. The defense there is tighter. No one can see her before finding the culprit. Sun Yuqing was about to agree, but Isabella hesitated and said, this power. I may have seen it. If she hadn't lived in the spotlight for a long time, she might have been frightened by the eyes that gathered at this moment. But at this moment, the beautiful superstar just calmed down and explained quickly, I have been followed many times. Once I was invited to Miss Anna's charity banquet, and I also encountered such a thing. Then a very similar power helped me solve the stalker. But at that time I left quickly to avoid attracting media attention. So I can't be sure whether the subsequent symptoms of the stalker are the same as Ajin. Afraid of misleading others, she was very cautious in her words and only added at the end, but the symptom of bleeding all over the body is indeed the same as Ajin. After listening to her, the others looked at each other. Gong Sunqi slowly changed a pair of glasses. This kind of power is very rare, and the probability of two identical ones appearing at the same time is too low. This situation can basically be regarded as an impossible event in the experiment. Sun Yuqing nodded. Anna should have a lot of masters arranged by the family hiding. Hee. The Black family. Gong Sunqi sneered. He didn't say anything threatening, but everyone present felt their hair stand on end. That crazy energy was too scary. The next second, he had already turned around in his wheelchair. I go negotiate. You contact Anna. Sun Yuqing stopped him helplessly. Calm down. I'm very calm. Gong Sunqi looked at her from above the lens, while pinching his fingers until they made a crackling sound. Who would believe you like this? However, Gong Sunqi said again, don't worry. I know my limits. The four looked at each other, and Sun Yuqing slowly loosened her hand, and he left immediately. Sun Haicheng asked, sister, what can we do? From what Gong Sunqi meant, he had basically put the blame on Blake. If this was true, it would involve the fight between several giants. and ordinary people really couldn't play any role. Sure enough. Sun Yuqing thought for a moment, shook her head and said, "It's better to be quiet than to move. Wait until I contact Anna." Unexpectedly, she failed to contact Anna. The person who took over the call was the personal maid Susan. "Why is it you? Where's Anna?" Sun Yuqing frowned slightly. Susan didn't dare to look directly at the head of the Sun family. She bowed her head and saluted, and answered respectfully, "The young lady's skills were upgraded yesterday. The master arranged for the young lady to retreat temporarily to familiarize herself with the skills. She can't talk to you for the time being." What a coincidence. Everyone who heard this answer couldn't help but frown. The timing is too coincidental, which always makes people feel that something is wrong. But this reason is so reasonable that people can't find any problems. Given Anna's favor in the Blake family, it is not too cautious to treat her. Sun Yuqing could only hang up the call first and send the result to Gong Sun Chi. After a while, only one message came from the other side. It's really a coincidence. It should have been a line of text messages without emotions. But everyone felt full of sarcasm from it. It seems that he doesn't believe a word of it. Sun Yuqing couldn't help but worry. Her fingers fiddled with the light brain address book, and several times fixed on Gong Sun Ping's name. But in the end, she swiped past the person and dialed the old housekeeper's communication instead. "Miss Sun." "Hello." The old housekeeper's smiling face appeared on the screen. "Hello." In terms of age, the other party can be her elder. So Sun Yuqing was very polite. For some reason, Gong Sun Chi has gone to the Black family. I'm afraid that if he gets crazy, things will get out of control. Do you want to inform Grandpa Gong Sun? The old housekeeper's smile faded slightly, and he spoke faster. "Thank you, Miss Sun, for telling me. I will handle it here." After hanging up the call again, Sun Yuqing sighed, and suddenly felt a little worried about the Black family. After Gong Sun Chi sent that ironic message, he waited at the post station. Not long after, the light brain lit up, and the person with the note, Black Ghost, replied to his previous application. "Master Chi is here. The Black family is honored. The post station line has been opened, and we are waiting for Master Chi to come. Joe Black." Heh. With a sneer, Gong Sun Chi used the pedal to drive the wheelchair into the carriage. A few minutes later, he appeared on the number 3 star of the Black family. Welcome. As the head of the family, Joe Black certainly would not personally go outside the post station to greet the guests. But Gong Sun Chi was not neglected by anyone, regardless of his status or personality. So the person who came to greet him was also very important. Ford Black, the third in command of the Black family. He was not as famous as the brothers Joe and Valentine in the Alliance, and his mental power was only A+. But he was very good at winning people's hearts. Anyone who had contact with him said that talking to Ford gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. So sending him to pick people up was also a way for the Black family to express goodwill. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. However, the person Ford greeted was Gong Sun Chi, the craziest person in the Alliance. Before he finished speaking, the violent force had swept over, and Ford felt as if a mountain was slowly pressing down on his head, and his bones all over his body cracked a few times. Don't talk nonsense. Hand the person over. Chapter 347, A Sudden Turn of Events. Whom? Ford looked innocent, but Gong Sun Chi didn't quite believe him. He casually threw out something. A small button-like thing with a metallic sheen, which changed its shape very quickly as it flew out, and finally appeared to be a metal rope with 2 flat ends. Following the force of the throw, Ford Black was tied up in an instant, and with a slight click sound, the flat heads came together again, tightly fixing the metal rope. Ford was shocked. He was knowledgeable and recognized at a glance that this metal rope was a new weapon developed by Gong Sun Research Institute during the last border battle. Although it looks like a rope, it can be marked by the user's mental power. After it is thrown out, the whole process of decomposition, binding and merging can be completed within 0.03 seconds. When the user does not activate the mental power, it is just a binding tool. But once the mental power mark is triggered, even the strongest body of the King Kong Black Beast can be cut into pieces in just 5 seconds. He is only an A+ level. Even if he uses all his mental power to protect his body, he can't reach the physical strength of the King Kong Black Beast. Ford was sweating coldly and dared not move. He said tremblingly, "Master Chi, we can talk about it. We can talk about it. Who are you looking for?" Why don't you tell me the name? As long as the person is still in this alliance, I will dig 3 feet deep to find him for you. Gong Sun Chi stared at his eyes. At this moment, he believed Ford's ignorance. However, he still had no intention of letting him go. Instead, he took out something and played with it on his fingertips. When he saw the thing clearly, Ford's cold sweat broke out faster. He recognized it again. It was a super high-efficiency mental bomb, which was also a weapon developed by Gong Sun Research Institute for border battles. Each one was only the size of a ping-pong ball, and only needed a trace of B-level mental power to detonate. As for the power, let's put it this way. A medium-sized star like Star 3 can be completely razed to the ground with just 10 such bombs. After Gong Sun Chi took out the bomb, he did not tighten his pocket. From his angle, he could clearly see that there were at least 20 such bombs in it. It was enough to blow up Star 3 twice. It would be strange if Ford Black didn't guess that this man was here to cause trouble. He finally knew why Gong Sun Chi avoided his right hand when he tied him up. With a bitter smile, he slowly raised his arm at a non-threatening speed and dialed the communication of the head of the family, Joe Black. In front of Gong Sun Chi, the light screen lit up. And before Ford had time to speak, Gong Sun Chi had already said coldly, "Let me speak." Ford didn't dare to refuse, so he could only adjust the angle of the light screen so that the people on the screen could see Gong Sun Chi. Joe Black showed the most common polite smile of the nobles. Just as he was about to speak, Gong Sun Chi said, "I give you 10 minutes to hand over the person. Otherwise I will blow up your nest." Joe Black immediately stopped smiling and stared at him with a bad face. Gong Sun Chi, don't be so arrogant. I've always been so arrogant. The person who was warned sneered. What can you do? Joe Black stared at his face like a venomous snake, as if he was judging whether his words were mostly threats or whether he really intended to do so. Gong Sun Chi played with the bomb again and again. His eyes kept looking at the time. 10 minutes passed in such a silent confrontation. Gong Sun Chi said sarcastically, "Don't cry until you see the coffin," and threw the bomb easily in his hand. The blood-like mental power was like a pair of wings, carrying the small bomb to fly farther. The faces of the blacks on both sides of the light screen changed. Joe Black cursed hack without any manners and quickly hung up the video. As the Black's base camp, Planet 3 naturally cannot be without defense measures. But the question is, how many people can directly attack this planet from the inside? It's not that the Blacks are arrogant. After all, most battles now have entered the interstellar era, and ground defense is more used for air defense. The same is true for Planet 3. Only the most important buildings are equipped with all-round defenses that can resist attacks, including those from underground. After Joe Black hung up the communication, he immediately activated the defense of Planet 3. But it was still a step too late. There was a loud bang and screams came one after another. "Fuck! Madman!" Unable to hold back, Joe cursed again and quickly turned on the monitoring of Planet 3, and saw a large area of scorched earth in the east. The light points representing communication flashed wildly. But he didn't have time to care about others, and clicked on Ford's communication application again. Not surprisingly, Gong Sun Chi's face was still on the other side of the screen. He had another bomb in his hand, and looked over with a nasty smile. "The next bomb won't be thrown where no one is. Gong Sun Chi, you lunatic. You are declaring war on the Black family." Joe Black gnashed his teeth and quickly sent several messages. "If you say so, then so." He adjusted his glasses and said nonchalantly, "I've said it before. Don't touch people you shouldn't touch." Joe Black knew that they were careless this time. He never expected that in addition to Guduo, who would stand up for that woman, the madman of the Gong Sun family could actually do this. However, he didn't intend to compromise. Looking at the several messages that had been sent, his face showed a heavy look, as if he had been forced to do so. "Gong Sun Chi, you keep asking me to hand over someone, but you should at least tell me who to hand over?" Gong Sun Chi narrowed his eyes. At this time, half of the second 10 minutes had passed. Joe Black seemed to be worried that he would throw bombs again without thinking about anything, and spoke quickly. "Let's not talk about the two families first. This is Black's main planet. Do I want to see you mess it up? Gong Sun Chi, I know you are crazy, but if you insist on fighting to the death, do you think I am afraid of you?" This combination of soft and hard tactics made him seem more sincere. Gong Sun Chi frowned slightly, and his heart was a little shaken. However, after going through the matter, he became firm again. No one except the Black family had the ability to do this. Not to mention that Anna Black could not be contacted at this critical moment. It was clearly the usual method of the brothers Joe and Valentine. Send your daughter/niece out before doing something bad, so as not to pollute the pure rose of the alliance. So he sneered and was about to say something. Suddenly his light brain shook and a message popped up. Anna, where is Ajin? I will take people to rescue her now. Even though Gong Sun Chi's brain was quick, he was still shocked by this sudden stroke of genius. His first reaction was, what is the Black family doing again? But Miss Anna's next message popped up. The one who plotted against Ajin is Susan. The spaceship I was on just took off, and I have already controlled her. Tell me where Ajin is. Susan's skill will be fatal within 30 hours after it is activated. Chapter 348. Anna is here. Gong Sun Chi suddenly turned around and left. Joe Black was also stunned by this sudden change. However, Gong Sun Chi got on the carriage directly and looked at Ford outside coldly. Why don't you send me back? Ford Black didn't dare to make a decision, and only looked at the light screen inquiringly. Joe Black was thinking about what tricks Gong Sun Chi would play again. But within 2 seconds, he heard a crazy and cruel voice from the light screen. Oh, by the way, the second 10 minutes are here. Ford, send him away. Without time to think about it, Joe shouted loudly. Ford almost rolled and crawled into the post station, set the route for immediate departure with the fastest one-handed operation speed in his life, and sent the crazy plague god away. Because he was too flustered, he didn't notice that after Gong Sun Chi said that, he just played with the bomb in his hand and had no intention of throwing it out. And Joe Black, who might have noticed this, couldn't see Gong Sun Chi sitting in the carriage because of the direction of the light screen. Joe Black cursed again. Fuck. You lunatic from the Gong Sun family. He turned around and contacted a secret account first. After a moment, Susan's face appeared on the other side. The little maid looked a little nervous. This is normal. After all, what she was asked to do was hidden from her master. As a loyal personal maid, it would be strange if she was not nervous. Joe was very satisfied with Susan's performance during this period, but he did not show it. Instead, he directly gave a long list of instructions. I have arranged everything on star 964. The poor there are pitiful enough to attract Anna's attention for a long time. You must ensure that Anna will not come into contact with messy people. Wait for my order before letting Anna come back. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, Master Joe. Susan answered quickly with her head down. Take good care of Anna. When he talked about his daughter, his voice became much gentler. She is destined to be the most noble and pure princess in the Alliance. Don't let those dirty people affect her. Yes. Joe felt a little reluctant. This time, he sent his daughter away. It would take a long time for them to see each other again. Would his jewel in the palm of his hand, his most precious little princess, be uncomfortable living outside? Will she miss home? Will someone bully her? But after a short while, he had thought of many possible things and almost couldn't help but ask Susan to let the spacecraft return directly. But he caught a glimpse of the surveillance screen of Planet 3, and the glaring black immediately stopped his impulse. Now the Black family is not safe, and Anna can't take risks. So he turned to give a few more instructions about Anna's life, and then hung up the call directly. She was just a little maid, not worth his extra thought. But he was much more cautious in the next call. Not only did he enter the secret room that only he and Valentine could open, but he also used 5 encryption methods before dialing the call. Gong Sun Chi didn't know all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He had already sent out the message "See you on star 6" before the carriage entered the no-signal stage. He arrived soon, and Sun Yuqing was very surprised when he received the news and rushed over. The result is so soon? He was still sighing in his heart. Worthy of being a madman. This speed is a bit too fast. Gong Sun Chi shook his head and walked out in his wheelchair, saying, "Monitor this signal and see if it is coming this way?" Although she didn't know why, Sun Yuqing immediately ordered people to do it. A few minutes later, the servant reported, "The signal is on a spaceship. According to the route, it should be coming to Planet 6. So whose signal is this?" Anna Blake. He gritted his teeth. And the damn plotter. Sun Yuqing's face changed. Anna is involved? This question was not abrupt at all. After all, they all knew how much Blake doted on Anna, and he was willing to get her involved in any dark things. So this was too strange. Gong Sun Chi raised his eyes and sneered. No matter what, I will kill this person. She didn't say anything about this. The terrible killer who could plot Lu Jinggu so silently. Only his death could make everyone feel at ease. Miss Anna's spaceship needs to fly from Planet 3 to Planet 6. And it takes 4 hours to fly at full speed. But Gong Sun-chi just waited at the airport. And no one tried to persuade him. Later, the old butler came from Planet 555. He was not surprised to see his young master so persistent, but stood straight behind Gong Sun-chi's wheelchair, glancing at him. Gong Sun-chi sneered. Grandpa knows? The old master is old. And if he is not prepared, I am afraid that the old master will not be able to bear it. The old butler replied calmly. TSK. I see that Grandpa is in good health. And he is still jumping up and down with these people. Master. The old housekeeper sighed. It's okay if others say so. You know best where the master is in trouble. Gong Sun-chi didn't answer. And the two fell silent again. The shadow of a spaceship appeared in the sky. And they both looked up. Miss Anna's spaceship has arrived. After the hatch opened, Miss Anna ran down with her skirt lifted up. This was an extremely unethical move for the nobility. The strange thing was that Ms. Meg, who followed closely behind, didn't say anything to stop her. When the two sides got closer, they found that Miss Anna's eyes were actually red, and her smooth front was also a little wrinkled. Sun Yuqing, who received the news, was a little surprised. Such an embarrassed look really didn't match Anna's usual image. But now Miss Anna was obviously in no mood to care about these things. When she spoke, her voice was still crying. How is Jean? Sun Yuqing wanted to answer the situation is still stable, which was also a kind of comfort to Anna. However, Gong Sun-chi spoke first. Oh? Isn't it too late to cry the cat over the rat now? Sun Yuqing wanted to hold her forehead. It seems that Gong Sun-chi was really angry about Lu Jingu's accident this time. Although he was not as tolerant as them before, he was not so ruthless. Miss Anna trembled all over after hearing his ridicule. Ms. Meg glared. Master Chi? What you said? No. Ms. Meg. You don't have to speak for me. But Anna stopped her. He's right. I found it too late. The beautiful little princess of the Black family looked gloomy. And this was the first time they saw such negative emotions on her face. She turned her head to look at the cabin door and said softly but seriously, Susan, get off the boat. A shrunken figure appeared at the cabin door. The violent mental power appeared instantly, making people think that Gong Sun-chi would not be able to control himself and kill people on the spot. Susan's face was pale, but she didn't dodge. Instead, Miss Anna hurriedly stopped him behind her. Gong Sun-chi, I know you are very angry, but only she can unlock Susan's skills. Let's go save Agent first. After hesitating for a while, she bit her lip and whispered, and I also hope you can save Susan's life. Chapter 349 Wake Up. Why? Gong Sun-chi stared at Anna. His violent mental power was like a knife, and the tip of the knife was right at the tip of Anna's nose. The people present had no doubt that if Anna's answer did not satisfy him, he would definitely dare to take action directly with his madness. The rose of the alliance, this noble and pure flower, is not worth mentioning in the eyes of a madman. The old housekeeper tensed his body, and one hand was already on Gong Sun-chi's shoulder. Master. However, before he finished speaking, Ms. Meg suddenly stood in front of Miss Anna. As a standard noble housekeeper who is very strict with others and herself, standing in front of the master like this is simply challenging Ms. Meg's life creed. So she looked extremely stiff. Of course, this may also be due to Gong Sun-chi's powerful mental pressure. After all, her mental power is only B, in front of the mental power of 3s and full of murderous intent. She is just like a fragile baby. However, Ms. Meg still forced herself to face this mental force, and said firmly, Master Chi, there is a reason why the lady asked you to spare Susan's life. You shouldn't draw your sword against a noble lady for this. This is not what a gentleman does. Such words are of course useless to Gong Sun-chi. And his answer is very bachelor. I am not a gentleman. Ms. Meg obviously choked for a while, and said after a moment, no matter who you are, you should not vent your anger on others at will. Anna came out from behind her at this moment, smiled comfortingly at Ms. Meg who looked at her disapprovingly, and then whispered, anyway, please let me treat Agent first. She pursed her lips slightly, and tried to straighten her body in Gong Sun-chi's blade-like sight. I will personally apologize to Agent and explain the reasons why I want to keep Susan, if Agent still agrees to execute her after that. She closed her eyes lightly, and it was obvious that what she was about to say was beyond her ability to bear. But soon Miss Anna put away her fragile look, and her eyes became firm again. I will do it myself. This sentence once again surprised everyone. And Sun Yuqing even felt a little bit reluctant. As a natural walker, she was very sensitive to any natural changes brought by the wind. And human emotions were even stronger. So how could she not feel it? So she was very sure that Anna's words were sincere. But she knew very well that this girl couldn't bear to hurt even a small insect before. Gong Sunchi, you should stop at the right time. Sun Yuqing couldn't help but say, the most important thing is to wake up Ajin. This got to the point. Gong Sunchi snorted coldly. And the old housekeeper, hearing the music and knowing the elegant meaning, immediately pushed the wheelchair and walked in front. Sun Yuqing shook his head helplessly. This person really turned the tables. I didn't know that this was the Gongsun family's number 2 star. Soon, he led Anna and the other two to the medical room. Lu Yi and others were still guarding here. And Lu Jinggu was still unconscious in the medical cabin. You'd better not play any tricks. Gong Sunchi unceremoniously wrapped Susan tightly with his mental power. This time Anna didn't react. So the sea level maid immediately felt the terrible pressure. And her clothes were soaked with cold sweat. But everyone else could see that Gong Sunchi was very measured this time. For the murderer who almost killed someone, this little punishment was harmless. Moreover, even if Gong Sunchi didn't make a move, Sun Yuqing couldn't just let Susan release Lu Jinggu. Necessary threats and precautions were inevitable. So this time, even Miss Anna didn't speak. She stood next to the medical cabin and looked at her little maid solemnly. Susan, wake up Ajin properly. This is the first step for you to know your mistakes. Susan, who hadn't spoken from beginning to end, stared at the pressure at this time and looked at Anna tremblingly. There were so many strong people surrounding her. But the little maid still only had her master in her eyes. She looked expectant. Miss, I have corrected myself. Will you forgive me? A trace of pain flashed through Anna's eyes. She slowly avoided Susan's sight and did not answer. Expectation gradually cooled and finally turned into endless regret and pain. The little maid lowered her head and slowly walked to the side of the medical cabin. Opening the cabin door, she raised her eyes and looked at the unconscious person. Invisible and colorless mental power flowed out of her eyes. Except for Anna and Ms. Meg, everyone showed surprise. Generally speaking, everyone's mental power always has biased attributes. So mental power will also have some color. But Susan's power is completely transparent. And there is almost no fluctuation. If they hadn't been using mental power to monitor and guard, it would be almost impossible to detect. With such a magical mental power, it's no wonder that Lu Jinggu was caught unknowingly. In the mental power's perspective, in the middle, the fine spiritual power threads flowed out of Susan's eyes and fell on Lu Jinggu's body. A magical scene appeared. The power that was disturbing her body seemed to be pulled and slowly floated out of her body. Everyone realized that those powers were in the shape of fine needles. And the number was no less than 1,000. In other words, during this period of time, there were 1,000 needles wreaking havoc in Lu Jinggu's body. Just imagining it makes people tremble. Gong Sunchi clenched his hands on the armrests of the wheelchair. If it weren't for his reason telling him that Lu Jinggu was not out of danger, he would have wanted to cut Susan into pieces right now. As soon as those needles left Lu Jinggu's body, they immediately turned into soft silk threads and merged with Susan's power. The little maid hadn't taken back her spiritual power yet, and the power that had been forcing her suddenly shook hard. All the gap in level made her powerless to resist. She was directly beaten and flew out, hitting the wall next to her, and spitting out blood. Miss Anna turned her head reluctantly, but did not speak for mercy. Gong Sunchi didn't intend to stop, and his blood-red mental power stabbed the little maid who fell to the ground like a sword. Gong Sunchi paused when there was a noise in the medical cabin. The old housekeeper quickly pushed the wheelchair and sent him to the medical cabin first. Everyone quickly gathered around. Lu Jinggu was slowly opening his eyes, but he was shocked when he saw a circle of heads above him. What are you doing? But then he found himself lying in the medical cabin. The memory before the coma slowly came back, and she quickly sat up to check her body. There was no blood, and she had changed her clothes. Looking at the surrounding environment again, she blinked and saw that this was the Sin family. What's wrong with me? She was confused. You were ambushed. Gong Sunchi frowned. You are an S-level person after all, but you have no vigilance at all. Are you a child? This time, I was lucky to find a solution. If I was unlucky, you would be a corpse now. You also caused me to put down the experiment at hand and run to save you. Do you know that my experiment is at a critical juncture? If it weren't for Guduo, who would care about you? He talked a lot, criticizing Lu Jingu so much that he felt ashamed. Everyone looked at him sideways. Who was the one who was so angry that he wanted to kill several times before? Chapter 350 Susan's Confession. Gong Sun-chi was about to burst out with anger, and Lu Jingu quickly bowed and begged for mercy. Brother Gong-sun, Uncle Gong-sun, Grandpa Gong-sun, I know I was wrong. Can you please stop and tell me what happened? She called him randomly, and Gong Sun-chi's words were immediately choked in his throat. After a long time, he snorted and ordered very arrogantly, "Push me to rest. Let others repeat her stupidity." The old housekeeper held back his laughter, greeted her first, and then pushed his young master to leave. Just when he reached the door, Gong Sun-chi suddenly turned his head and pierced Susan with his eyes like lightning. The latter had already climbed up from the ground, but there was blood at the corner of her mouth and a large blood stain on her chest, looking quite pitiful. However, he would not sympathize with the little maid, so he wanted to take her away. Miss Anna said first, "Please let Susan confess herself." Lu Jingu felt that the other party looked at him earnestly, how to deal with Susan in the future. Listen to Ah Jin. I will never say anything more. Just woke up. Still feel confused. But from Anna's words, I have roughly guessed that this danger is related to the little maid. Glancing at Gong Sun-chi, who was not going to give in and still staring at Susan like a wolf, she thought for a while and said, "Let me figure things out first. You've worked hard, so take a rest first." Humph. A woman's kindness. However, despite saying so, he still restrained the oppression all over his body and let the old housekeeper push the wheelchair away. She climbed out of the medical cabin, and a group of people also went to the living room next door. After they all sat down on the sofa, Susan knelt down in front of everyone with a plop. She lowered her head and told everything one by one without waiting for anyone to ask. The more Lu Jingu listened, the more surprised he became. He never expected that the plot of this matter would actually start from a few years ago. The first time Susan felt dissatisfied with her was when she accompanied Miss Anna to live in Taoyuan No. 1. Everything she saw at that time was disrespect, neglect, and contempt for her master in the eyes of the little maid. After several exchanges, especially after the proposal to open a service between Taoyuan No. 1 and No. 7 was rejected, Susan developed a deep disgust for her. Coincidentally, something else happened at that time, the kidnapping of Senua and Isabella. Lu Jingu was startled and felt very strange. Didn't Miss Anna send people to deliver gifts to each family that time, and accidentally sent out the box containing the two people? Susan was obviously still hostile to her at this moment, so she smiled sarcastically. "Do you still think it was a coincidence? Susan, you are my personal maid, and your words and deeds all represent my upbringing." Anna's face was pale, and her tone was a little weak, but her words still had the power of thunder to the loyal little maid. Susan's face changed, and she immediately restrained all her disrespectful expressions and explained honestly. It turned out that it was not an accident at all. The real accident was that Anna discovered the secret in the extra box when she checked the gifts. She never expected that there would be a criminal who used her like this. Anna was also very angry at the time, and she wanted to arrest all the staff and the staff who came to help temporarily on the spot. But Ms. Meg persuaded her. The charity dinner was about to start, and guests had arrived one after another. If she got angry at this moment, the dinner would inevitably be affected, and Miss Anna's reputation would also be damaged. People who have been ingrained with these educations since childhood are very likely to listen to such advice. But Anna also has her own insistence. She wants to send these two innocent people back. Ms. Meg arranged the gift that looked like an accident and rescued Senua and Isabella calmly. After that, Miss Anna went home and told the two masters about the incident, demanding severe punishment for those who damaged the honor of the black family. The two masters agreed. Indeed, when Sun Yuqing protested to the black family, they quickly threw out several servants and staff members. All kinds of evidence were very complete, and those people also pleaded guilty. Even if she suspected the possibility of taking the blame at that time, she did not find any problems. But the masters told me. Susan couldn't help showing a trace of resentment to her again, but soon remembered something and secretly looked at the master. Anna's face turned even paler, and her straight figure seemed to be shaky. What was even more surprising was that Ms. Meg ignored etiquette and sat on the armrest of Miss Anna's chair, gently holding her master's shoulders, letting the girl lean on her, and supporting her with this action. Anna's fragile appearance was like a hammer hitting the little maid. Whether it was anger, resentment, or unwillingness, all these emotions disappeared. Susan was completely depressed and said everything almost calmly. In fact, the reason is not complicated at all. The brothers Joe Black and Valentine Black have long seen Susan's admiration and loyalty to the master. So they used this to brainwash Susan and made her believe that Lu Jinggu was disrespectful to the master. They borrowed the reason of caring about Anna and took the opportunity to brainwash her every time after asking Susan about Anna's situation. The loyal servant who had decided to devote his whole life to the master had the idea of the master is worried and the minister is humiliated. The master is humiliated and the minister dies. Under the deliberate provocation of the two, the hostility towards her became more and more serious. And the reason why an ordinary girl with sea-level mental power was chosen by Joe and Valentine to stay with Anna is naturally special. The most special thing about Susan is her mental power skill. It is a magical skill called Thousand Needles. It is activated by looking at a person. Since it has no lethality before the time is right, it will not cause the instinctive defense of the strong. Combined with her mental power with almost no power fluctuations, it is one of the strongest skills for assassination. When the time was right, Joe and Valentine began to hint to Susan that the world only needed one pure rose that could save the hearts of the people. The existence of Lu Jinggu took away Anna's glory. She was so disrespectful to the young lady that she deserved to die 10,000 times. The subtle hints made Susan make a bold decision. At this time, Anna took the initiative to have frequent contact with Lu Jinggu because of the issue of protection of endangered species. So Susan seized this opportunity. She suddenly realized, no wonder I always felt someone staring at me with ill intentions when I met Anna those few times. Was it you who used the skill at that time? Susan nodded, because I was afraid that it would cause trouble to the young lady if someone found out. I had to plant all the needles into your body several times. After that, the 1,000 needles lurked in her body. But Joe told the little maid not to do it when Anna needed her. Otherwise it would cause trouble to the young lady. So Susan never activated this skill. Chapter 351 Plea. Until recently, Miss Anna's skills were suddenly upgraded. Joe Black arranged for his daughter to retreat to adapt to the new skill strength, and then took the opportunity to tell Susan that Lu Jinggu had done something extremely bad, which would have a great impact on Anna's future life and might even endanger her life. The little maid who was devoted to her master had no hesitation when she heard it, and immediately activated the mine that had been buried for a long time. However, the 1,000 needle skill still had a long pre-swing after it was activated. After the initial attack, it would take a full 30 hours for 1,000 needles composed of mental power to break out of the body. And at that time, the person who was hit would definitely die. After Susan explained everything, she curled up into a small ball and lay on the ground, as if she had lost all her vitality. But the others were extremely frightened. No wonder Joe and Valentine spent so much energy to arouse the little maid's hatred for her little by little, until she couldn't help but take action. If she hadn't been lucky enough, and the Chinese medicine clinic was 2 against the sky and had been hidden as a trump card, then she might not have escaped death this time. Moreover, with a delay of 30 hours, if it is used for assassination, 100 alibis can be prepared. Lu Jinggu didn't know what to say for a moment. The Blake brothers actually valued her so much. Is this an affirmation from the enemy? As for the direct culprit, her feelings were also complicated. Who would have thought that she would actually see the horror of blindly loyal people in the Interstellar era? The first person to speak was Anna. I still remember that you came to me when you were 12 years old, and there were 4 girls with you at that time. Her eyes were red, and one look at her made people feel very distressed. And Susan showed a look of despair. No matter how loyal she was, the little maid knew that the lady's discomfort was caused by herself. Such a recognition would probably make her more uncomfortable than killing her. Anna did not wait for Susan to answer, but continued, I was only 9 years old at that time, but I had to learn a lot of courses. As my personal maid, you also had to learn a lot. Those children did not persist. Only you, who had not read much when you were selected, gritted your teeth and completed all the courses. Then in the second year, when you were 13 years old, you awakened your skills. Miss Anna seemed to be lost in memories. After that, my personal maid was suddenly decided. I always thought it was because you worked hard enough. But in fact, at that time, Dad and Uncle were interested in your skills. Right? Susan was probably numb from the pain, and just nodded gently. Anna seemed to have suddenly lost all her strength and fell directly into Ms. Meg's arms. For the first time, this strict housekeeper showed an expression other than serious in front of everyone. He looked at the girl in his arms with pity and sadness, and whispered, "Miss, you need to rest." However, Anna shook her head. "No. But what I need is the truth." Anna sat up again, and this time she looked at Lu Jingu. "Ajin, I didn't control my subordinates well, and you encountered such a terrible danger. I'm sorry for this apology." Lu Jingu couldn't just say it's okay. She had to admit that she couldn't do it. Who can just walk around the gates of hell and act like nothing happened? But she couldn't vent her anger on Anna. Her strong empathy made her feel Anna's pain almost immediately. As she thought before, once the terrible truth was exposed, Anna's world would completely collapse. And the impact it brought could even completely destroy a person. So in the end, she chose to remain silent. Anna was not dissatisfied with such an attitude. Instead, she let out a long breath, looked at the little maid who seemed to have lost her soul, and asked softly, "How does Ajin want to deal with her?" "This question can be answered," she said without hesitation. "Her skills are too weird. In order to prevent others from being harmed, I will put her in the prison of Taiyuan. As for whether to execute the death penalty, she has not yet made up her mind." Anna nodded slightly, and Susan seemed to wake up all of a sudden, crying, "Miss, don't let me leave you. Please, I am willing to spend the rest of my life to make up for this mistake. I can drink the solvent, even if I am only qualified to be your chores from now on. Please don't let me leave," she cried and cowed out, although there was a carpet on the ground. Her forehead quickly turned red, which showed how much force she used. Anna stared for a while, and her eyes slowly moved to Lu Jingu's face. The person being looked at couldn't help but frown slightly. If Anna pleaded for Susan at this time, it would be a bit too much. Sure enough, the other party spoke softly. "Ajin, I want to ask for your permission not to lock her up and let her continue to follow me." Her face darkened. She didn't say anything. Her expression said it all. Sun Yuqing sighed, and couldn't help but persuade, "Anna, we all know that you are kind-hearted, but this is not an ordinary mistake. Don't make things difficult for Ajin. Don't you feel sorry for your personal maid? But don't you feel sorry for the inexplicable danger suffered by your friend?" Anna's face turned pale again, as if she couldn't bear such words. But she still insisted on what she said. "Ajin can get any compensation for this matter. But Susan..." She closed her eyes and finished her words with difficulty. "Please promise me anyway." She stood up shakily with the help of the chair. The noble little princess of the Black family actually lowered her noble head and asked in a humble manner. Susan let out a beast-like roar and almost rushed over madly. "No. Miss. Susan goes to jail. And I can die. Miss, you can't do this." However, Anna didn't move, always maintaining that humble posture. Lu Jingu stood up suddenly, staring at the back of the other person's head in disbelief. She didn't think that anyone was born noble and couldn't bow their heads. But she didn't expect Anna to do this at this moment. What's the difference between this and forcing her? It's just a seemingly gentle way. Originally thought that the two were already friends. Now she just wanted to sneer. Anger burned like a flame, making it difficult for her to maintain her rationality, and blurted out, "Even if we can only be enemies from now on, will you insist on pleading for this murderer?" Anna's shoulders trembled, but after a moment, she slowly nodded. Boom! Lu Jingu only felt a sound in her head, and anger almost broke through her intellect. A kind of pain of being betrayed by a friend filled her heart. But she calmed down and turned to Sun Yuqing and said, "Borrow a solvent." At this point, Sun Yuqing had no way to persuade, so she could only sigh lightly and call someone to send a mental power solvent. Shaking the lavender liquid, she raised her chin slightly and looked at Anna provocatively. She said she was willing to drink the solvent to stay with you. You wouldn't be reluctant to give up even that, right? Chapter 352 Amazing Choice. Anna was stunned for a moment, probably because she didn't expect her to say such a thing. Susan reacted very quickly and rushed over quickly. Lu Jingu didn't dodge either, so the bottle of mental power solvent was easily snatched by the maid. "I do," Susan said firmly, "as long as I stay with the lady." As she said that, she opened the lid and poured the solvent into her mouth. Snap! With a light sound, the lavender solution flowed out of the bottle mouth and wet a small piece of carpet. Lu Jingu stood up suddenly. "What do you mean?" "Just now." Anna made a move and knocked the bottle in the maid's hand away. This was the first time she saw Anna's mental power. As the most noble princess of the Black family, although she was also an S-level strongman, she almost never needed to take action herself. In addition to the awakened skills unique to the Black family, purification, there are 2 other skills that are mainly for comfort and healing. In terms of skills, there is no offensive power at all. But if the mental power is used directly, it is obviously not something that Susan can resist at this level. Miss Susan burst into tears. Anna walked over, and the emotional little maid hugged her legs and almost cried to death. Gently touching the little maid's head, Anna met Lu Jingu's angry eyes. She really couldn't understand it. She was obviously the biggest victim in this matter. Why did this group of people act as if she was the villain? This subtle sense of déjà vu made her mood even more irritable. She was no longer as close to Anna as before, and said coldly, "Miss Anna, you don't think that a murderer who attempted murder can be exempted from any punishment, right?" Unable to hide her anger and disappointment, she couldn't help but sneer. "Maybe if the matter falls on you, the saint, you can forgive everything generously. But I can't do that. Today I tell you clearly that she can either go to Taoyuan to jail or drink the solvent. There is no third way." "Yes." "What?" She didn't hear what Anna said clearly, and replied subconsciously. "I said, there is a third way." Anna stood straight, as if she had escaped from the pain just now. Only those who knew her could see that her always bright amber eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, no longer shining with the spirit of the past. "Oh!" Lu Jingu laughed in anger. "What is the third way?" as she asked. She swore in her heart that if Anna dared to say anything about monetary compensation, she would hit her in the face. However, Anna turned her head and said, "Ms. Meg, please take Susan outside first." Ms. Meg looked deeply at the girl, who looked back without giving in. The 2 of them stared at each other for a moment, and then Ms. Meg gave in, walked over to hold Susan's arm, and said without question, "Get up. Don't embarrass the lady again." This sentence was more useful than any imperial decree, and Susan quickly got up. Lu Jingu frowned deeply, and was about to speak, but was beaten by Anna. "You are all here. Ms. Meg and Susan can't run away privately." "Ah, Jean." After calling out this name, her eyes became sharp and stabbed like a sword. Anna paused and changed her words. "Ms. Lu, I just want to talk to you privately." In fact, she didn't want to do what the other party wanted. Anna's choices today disappointed her too much, and now she just wanted to retaliate fiercely. However, Sun Yuqing sighed, patted her hand gently, and whispered, "Give it a chance and see what Anna wants to say." "Okay." She turned her head away from the master and servants, and heard the door knock twice. There were only 3 girls left in the living room. She didn't want to speak, but just sat back, hugged her arms in front of her chest, and subconsciously made a defensive and distant gesture. Awkward silence spread in the room. Who would have thought that a few days ago, although the 3 of them had different positions and identities, they were friends in private, but in just one day, their relationship has been turned upside down and can never go back. Finally, it was Sun Yuqing who broke the silence. "Anna, what do you want to say?" "Sister Sun." Anna suddenly used the childhood name for each other. "Can you give me another portion of the solvent?" "That's no problem. But why didn't you think it through just now? When the servant of the Sun family brought the solvent just now, he brought a box with 3 slender bottles in it." Now Sun Yuqing directly took out a bottle and handed it over. Lu Jingu sneered, thinking that this person was really inexplicable. He had just refused, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Anna held the slender glass bottle gently at her fingertips, and the beautiful Union Rose whispered, "Susan was just used, and her family is very ordinary. If she drinks the solvent, even if she stays with me, she will have no hope in her life." She never expected that the other party would speak for the murderer at this moment, and she just felt annoyed. Everyone in the world has no choice, but it is definitely not an excuse or reason to hurt others at will. Sympathize with the perpetrator. Then the victim is so innocent. If she dies under Susan's skills this time, who should she go to cry to? She was impatient to listen to these holy light shines everywhere truths, and was about to interrupt. But Anna suddenly changed the subject. "In addition, Susan is still useful to me. If she takes the solvent, she will be disabled and can't help me." These words are not at all like what the kind-hearted Miss Anna can say. For a moment, both the angry Lu Jingu and the helpless Sun Yuqing were shocked. The slender and white fingers gently opened the lid of the solvent, And Anna suddenly smiled, but I am different. I am the little princess of the black family. It doesn't matter if I don't have mental power. The air was suddenly filled with a strong floral scent. And the two defenseless people were confused for a moment. Oh no! It was Anna's soothing skill. Dream Garden. Lu Jinggu and Anna were at the same level. And it took a little longer for him to be hit. Sun Yuqing was at level 3s. And it only took her 1 second to break free from that illusory state. However, it was too late. The empty glass bottle slipped from Anna's fingertips. She bit her lips tightly, and trembled wildly because of the intense pain. Lu Jinggu's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously rushed over. Anna had already fallen into Sun Yuqing's arms. She curled up like a shrimp because of the severe pain, and then stretched like a very tight string. The overlapping noble dress was soon soaked with sweat. However, even so, Anna bit her lips tightly, and didn't make any sound. Even if she no longer had any friendship with this girl, she couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. The alliance rose that the public saw was beautiful, kind, noble, and gentle. No one knew that under these appearances, there was such a tenacious heart. Sun Yuqing was angry and anxious. Are you crazy? Is that kind of person worthy of your life? While she was talking, she wanted to call someone to deal with it urgently. But Anna held her hand tightly and spoke with difficulty. Sun. Sister. Please. Chapter 353, The world suddenly changed. Lu Jinggu couldn't understand Anna's choice. And Sun Yuqing obviously couldn't either. But both of them heard the determination from her intermittent words. Crazy. Really crazy. Sun Yuqing murmured to herself. But under the gaze of those amber eyes, she really couldn't do anything. But Lu Jinggu knew that even if he called someone, it would be useless. Once the mental power dissolving agent was taken, it was irreversible. Even if he was sent to a Chinese medicine clinic, Anna would always be in the ranks of useless people. The silent torture lasted for an hour. Anna bit her lips, but she endured it without making any sound. She suddenly figured out why Anna let the two servants leave. With Susan's foolish loyalty. If she saw her most beloved master suffering like this because of her, she would probably hit her head and die. The effect of the dissolving agent gradually disappeared. But Anna was still twitching slightly because of the sequelae of severe pain. Sun Yuqing dared to move her at this time, and helped her to the sofa. After resting for another quarter of an hour, the weak person finally recovered some strength and whispered, Sister Sun, please lend me a set of clothes and veil. Anna looked like a person fished out of the water at this moment. And it was indeed inconvenient for her to meet people in this state. Sun Yuqing had no choice but to follow her wishes, and let the servants come in from another door of the living room. Help her to the side. Change her clothes from inside to outside. And put on a veil to cover her face. After a rest, the noble and reserved noble lady appeared in front of them again. If she hadn't just witnessed the other party's embarrassment with her own eyes, it would be no different from before. Lu Jinggu looked at Anna, who behaved so well that there was no fault to be found, and felt mixed feelings in his heart. Hate? There was still some. Angry? It didn't subside completely. But at the same time, there was also a trace of regret mixed in. Maybe she shouldn't be too aggressive. But who would have thought that Anna would do this? She had always thought that the other person was innocent. A pure white lamb living in the dream woven by her relatives. Until today, she suddenly realized that she did not know the real Anna. No. Or it should be said that perhaps no one in the entire alliance really understood. What exactly was Anna going to do? However, the little princess of the black family obviously had no intention of explaining. After the servants cleaned up the living room, she let Ms. Meg and Susan in. The two of them noticed at a glance that the master's clothes had been changed. Susan was anxious and afraid, and rushed to Anna's side and looked eagerly. Miss, what's wrong with you? Your clothes. Anna raised a hand to stop the little maid's concern, and only asked softly, Miss Lu, can you forgive Susan's mistakes now? What else could she say except turning her head angrily? With such an attitude, even a fool could see that although she was unwilling, she still acquiesced. Susan's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. As long as she didn't leave the lady's side, she felt that there was hope in life. The matter has been resolved. So I take my leave first. Like every noble lady, Anna said goodbye to them meticulously and left. Until the spaceship took off. Lu Jinggu felt that it was all like a dream. And a nightmare. Gonsun Chi really took a break before. So when he heard that the murderer had left unscathed, he was furious. What's wrong with you? This kind of person is mentally ill. This time he thought you neglected the master and killed you. And next time, he might dare to do it. You actually let the tiger go back to the mountain? Have you been with Anna, the saint, for a long time? And you have been infected? Seeing his excitement, she believed that if she was not sitting in a wheelchair, the other party's hand would definitely poke her forehead. She couldn't explain what kind of mentality she had. After Anna and her group left, she and Sun Yuqing agreed not to disclose the previous things to the outside world. Therefore, there was no way to explain to Gong Sun Chi at this moment. She could only avoid his spitting and said helplessly, "Anyway, the person has left. So let it be. I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. If you don't pursue it, I will," Gong Sun Chi said firmly. "I will never let that lunatic go. You calling others crazy is really unconvincing." At this time, she already knew that Star 3 was almost, or had been, blown up by Gong Sun Chi. Someone who could do such a thing actually called others crazy. While complaining in her heart, she persuaded, "Anna has already explained to me. I am satisfied. This matter ends here. Please go back and do research quickly. I am still waiting for the result." Gong Sun Chi was still cursing. And she emphasized, "I know you care about me. But I have decided not to pursue it anymore. Please obey me." As she said that, she put her hands together with a pleased expression. Gong Sun Chi's voice suddenly stopped. And the next moment, he turned his head and muttered, "Who cares about you? If I wasn't afraid that Gu Duo would come back and tear down my research institute, who would be willing to take care of these trivial matters?" Lu Jinggu smiled but didn't say anything. Not arguing with the naughty kid. He patted the armrest. "Let's go. Let's do the experiment. We don't have to see some idiots." When he said idiot, he looked at her so obviously. It would be better to directly report her alliance resident code. Under Gong Sun Chi's urging of hurry up. "Still not leaving. Are you leaving or not?" The old housekeeper said goodbye to everyone slowly, and then pushed him to the post station. Lu Yi and Isabella did not participate in the follow-up, but they trusted Lu Jinggu blindly. Since she said that the matter was over, they didn't say much, just said goodbye and left. Now they are all very busy. In the end, only she and Sun Yuqing were left. And she finally had the opportunity to complain. "What's going on? What do you think she is thinking?" She didn't even want to call her Anna, which showed that she was really annoyed. However, Sun Yuqing couldn't figure out Anna's thoughts, so she could only shake her head helplessly. Sun Haicheng suddenly rushed in. "Sister, something happened." She directly enlarged the light screen to the maximum, so they all saw the explosive news that just appeared. The 8th Army, the 10th Army, the 11th Army, and the 12th Army declared rebellion and occupied dozens of planets around the base with thunderous force. Among them, the 8th Army surrounded the base of the 7th Army. At the same time, the Black family announced that the cause of the pollution has been found and strongly demanded that certain families, who deceived the world and stole the reputation, take the initiative to explain this. In addition, dozens of middle and high-level noble families have suffered assassinations of varying scales. Many people were injured, and a few died. Now many families are in chaos. There are a total of 12 armies in the alliance. Now 4 have rebelled. Among the remaining 8 armies, the 1st, 3rd, and 4th armies are directly under the capital and stationed near the capital star. The remaining 5 armies respect the Gu family. But the border was unstable some time ago. The 2nd, 5th, and 9th armies were all in battle and could not be withdrawn. So the 6th army was urgently mobilized to quell the rebellion. Unexpectedly, after she woke up from a coma for only 2 days and dealt with some things, the situation outside suddenly changed. Chapter 354. What happened that night? She already knew that Gu Duo couldn't be contacted, and since only the 6th army was ahead to suppress the rebellion, she guessed that the 7th army was probably carrying out some mission. It's not that she didn't try to call Gu Duo, but she still couldn't get through. She was anxious, but now she could only suppress it. Lu Jinggu was worried. 4 armies rebelled. Wouldn't it be too arrogant to send only the 6th army to fight? Sun Yuqing had just received a call and shook her head at this time. Not really. I just received a notice that everyone decided to send the 3rd and 4th armies out. And 7 families. No. Now 6 families were required to sign the order to transfer the troops. This was a more reasonable operation. As the head of the Sun family, Sun Yuqing had to be present at such a major event. So she left first. Lu Jinggu couldn't be idle either. The situation of the alliance suddenly became so chaotic, and the things that Taoyuan group had to deal with suddenly increased. Her communication and mailbox were about to burst. Instead of such inefficient remote work, she decided to go back to Taoyuan Earth directly. The top executives of Taoyuan Group soon followed, and EP reported on their work on behalf of everyone. Let's not talk about all kinds of trivial matters for now. The biggest problem now is that a large number of people are pouring into various Taoyuans. The army rebelled, and the people of the Alliance who were used to comfort, black beasts rarely appeared around ordinary people, were in a panic for a while. Especially the planets close to the rebel army. Almost as soon as the news came out, the flight tickets were snapped up. Everyone tacitly felt that the farther away from the place of rebellion, the safer it was. The Alliance hinterland has better public security. And of course, it is a popular choice. The immigration policy of each planet is different. But in general, the closer the planet is to the hinterland, the more difficult it is to move in. In contrast, Taoyuan's resident status has a certain threshold, but it basically does not restrict ordinary, temporary residents. Not to mention that Taoyuan has always performed very well, so it has become another major choice for refugees. Even because more and more people are refused entry by the hinterland planets, Taoyuan has become the first choice for most people. This is quite difficult for Yiping and others. After all, Taoyuan has always adopted a steady development strategy. The sudden influx of so many people has caused great pressure on all aspects. It just so happens that these staff members know better than ordinary people that whether Taoyuan Group can operate normally depends on Lu Jinggu. So no one dares to make a direct decision. Now they all look at her eagerly hoping to get instructions. After thinking for a while, she made a decision to collect. Most of these people are civilians. If they are turned away, the biggest possibility is to return to their original place of residence. But as these people worry, they are too close to the place of rebellion. And for some reason, she always feels a little uneasy in her heart. The drastic changes came too quickly, and people had almost no time to think, and could only respond subconsciously. But she always felt that there was something discordant in what was happening now. It was just an intuition, without any evidence. She couldn't even say what was wrong. Therefore, she couldn't warn anyone. She could only quickly deal with the problems facing Taoyuan Group and quietly open the Taoyuan system interface to look at it. At present, the warehouses of various peach gardens have abundant stocks. But she did not dare to be careless and gave Wanchia a new task. She wanted to turn all the other planets in the solar system into resource stars. The reason for choosing this place is that the solar system is far away from the rebellion and not in the heart of the Alliance. Even the pollution area where the black fog spreads has nothing to do with this place. Even before the construction of the Earth Peach Garden, it has been forgotten by most of the Alliance people. From the geographical location, the safety factor here is very high. However, these planets can only be visited one by spacecraft, and Wanchia will have a hard time during this period. As for Greenleaf, she also has a task. But before the arrangement, it was the elves who called her first. When she arrived at star 7131, she was quickly welcomed into the Golden Palace. As soon as she entered, she saw a familiar leaf on the table. And then she remembered that before Qianjun fainted, the Great Elder took them to find this. She didn't have time to hear Greenleaf's explanation that day. But today she finally knew what happened that night. To be precise, she should be bewitched by a mental skill. According to the records of the elves, this is also a rare skill that cannot act directly on the body, but only on the mind. Before using this skill, the caster must first obtain the target's mental coordinates, or in layman's terms, an important memory of the other party. Once obtained, the skill can be activated, and then in sleep, by simulating this memory, the target's mind can be devoured or destroyed. She reinterpreted this skill with her own understanding, which is similar to the effect of hypnosis, and can achieve the goal without anyone noticing. But the unknown caster was unlucky, as he chose to cast the spell when she was a guest of the elves. That night, she lived in the purple house closest to the Golden Palace. If calculated by vertical distance, she was less than 30 meters away from the sleeping queen. The elves had very strong mental power and good resistance. The queen, who had fed the tree of life with herself, had merged with the mother tree to some extent. Even if it was a brand new tree of life, this fusion still existed. The queen's sleep was not unconscious. In fact, since the birth of the new tree of life, her mental power was gradually recovering. So the elves were worried that she would not wake up. But they did not feel desperate. It was just so coincidental that the queen's mental power entered the scene where the skill lured Lu Jinggu. Then, the other party naturally failed. She only realized at this time that the voice clearly wanted her to walk up the disguised ramp. If the queen did not appear in time to bring her back, no one knew what was waiting for her at the top of the ramp. She broke out in a cold sweat after realizing it belatedly. She was shocked to realize that all kinds of conspiracies were already stacked around her. And even though her mental power was already strong, she was still unable to defend herself. The elves came to her to solve this problem. The reason why this skill was recorded in the elves' library was actually because their ancestors had encountered troubles because of it, and they suffered a lot at the beginning. So after learning from their mistakes, the elves developed a method to fight against this mysterious skill. Brain occlusion. Hearing this name, Lu Jingu was in a trance for a moment. It was as if something had broken in, but the elves did name it this way. And this method was indeed similar to the skills in a certain magic novel. As long as you are proficient in this skill, even in your dreams, any means of invading her mind will be difficult to succeed. Even if there is a very powerful force trying to break in, she will be aware of it. Miss Jean, I suggest you learn this method immediately and master it in the shortest time possible to prevent the enemy hiding in the dark from making another move. The Elder's serious advice. Chapter 355 Portable Wormhole Channel. Now that the world is in chaos, even if the Elder doesn't say so, Lu Jingu is going to give it a try. Fortunately, when she was learning brain closure, she didn't have any difficulty like a certain protagonist. Although the techniques taught by the elves were very ordinary, they couldn't resist their enthusiasm. Of course, the most important thing is that she is smart enough. I give myself a thumbs up in my heart. It only took one day to master the use of brain closure. In fact, it is a way of using mental power through a special operation path. It can close the channel between your brain and the outside world to a certain extent. In addition to being able to effectively resist this skill called Dreamland, it can also resist attacks from higher level mental power to a certain extent. According to the elves, the general brain is like a yard with only a fence, and the little mouse can easily get in through the gap. But after learning brain closure, her yard has been upgraded to a reinforced concrete wall. If the mouse wants to get in again, it can only dig a hole, and the noise is naturally much louder. After that, she just needs to keep mastering this method. And in such a short day, the situation outside has changed again. The 3rd and 4th armies directly under the capital have set out to suppress the rebellion. The parliament has sternly warned the rebels that doing such rebellious things will not end well. And the noble families who were assassinated finally had time to respond, and jointly issued a wanted order to catch this daring organization. From the scene of the incident, the assassins had a common habit and were obviously from the same organization. The first suspect was of course the 1,000 killing group, and soon this suspicion seemed to have been confirmed, because all the stalls that the 1,000 killing group took business from were withdrawn, leaving no one behind. If they hadn't done something wrong, why would they run away? For a time, there was a fever among the nobles for the 1,000 killing group. Lu Jingu looked around the news and finally found that now he could not help except to continue to run Taoyuan well. Either the army was fighting or the nobles were wanted, or the upper class was quarreling in the parliament. After all, she was one of the new nobles who had risen in recent years, and she did not deliberately integrate herself. So the nobles never completely regarded her as one of their own. Now, it seems that she is just like ordinary people. In addition to paying attention to various news on the Star Network, her life has to go on as usual. In addition to contacting Gudu regularly every day and continuing to reap the results of failure, her life is basically back on track. More than a week later, the trade house brought new news back by the caravan. In fact, each caravan often brings some messy demands, such as some places hope to provide more meat products, some places prefer cute goods, and even propose such outrageous requirements as hope to provide living bodies for research, preferably human bodies. Of course, she ignored it directly and closed this fixed trade route. So she guessed from the beginning that there should be some new needs from some trading partners, but she just hoped that they were not unreliable. As a result, the news came from the seller of the recovery device. Because the recovery device was the first batch of products, the other party had attached a request when selling it, hoping that the caravan could bring back a feedback after using the recovery device. Lu Jingu thought it was a handy thing, and had already entered the experience and details of the use into the background of the trading house. When the caravan set off some time ago, they took this experience away. As a result, the seller of the recovery device now brought a new request. They wanted to acquire the Snow God Energy Mine. She realized that although the other party had developed such a magical machine, there was a shortage of energy there, and all energy must be prioritized to ensure life needs. It is difficult to apply for enough energy for a large energy consumer like the recovery device. Looking at the message brought back by the caravan, she was speechless. You are all short of energy. What is the reason for inventing such a gold-eating beast? She didn't know the mental journey, but the message showed that they actually have a great demand for the recovery device now, and they want enough energy in order to improve consumption as soon as possible. It can be seen that the other party is really anxious, because they are the first party to actively provide a trade list so far. The caravan brought back a long trade list, which listed all the trade items that the other party could provide, as long as she agreed to the transaction of the Snow God Energy Mine. All the goods on it could be discounted by 30%. The other party also repeatedly stated, all goods. They can provide her with the maximum quantity without affecting people's livelihood. This trade list is really long, with at least hundreds of goods on it, and most of them are extremely high-tech products. It can be seen that this is a place where the technological development is several levels higher than that of the Alliance. She had long been suspicious of the so-called trade route of the trading house, and always felt that the wormhole crossing technology was actually used, but it was more secretive. Otherwise, how to explain that the caravans often bring back some surprising things? However, over the years, she has also summed up some experience. Like the world of restoration device, there are actually not many that are better than the Alliance. Most of them are about the same or worse. Now this trade list confirms her guess, because among a bunch of goods whose uses she can't understand, she saw something that Gong Sun Chi would definitely like. A portable wormhole channel device. She lightly clicked on this product and decided to try a trade first. The Snow God Energy Mine consumed last time has not been replenished much. She left 5 pieces, and put all the rest in the temporary warehouse of the trading house, and at the same time sent a note to the other party. Due to the consumption of the previous recovery device, there is only so much for the time being. If it is not enough, portable wormhole channel, the purchase price, she can pay in installments, etc. Then there was a 7-day wait. When the caravan came back, they actually brought what she wanted. By the way, it was indeed paid in installments. After a 30% discount on a portable wormhole channel, it actually required 50 Snow God Energy minerals to be enough to pay for it. So expensive. I hope this thing is worth it. She took out the things stored in the temporary warehouse and studied them curiously. From the appearance, this thing is worthy of the word portable. The whole thing is a bit like the fingertip gyroscope that was popular in the previous life, and it can even rotate. It also requires energy to open this thing. She couldn't help but feel fortunate for her wise decision. Fortunately, the portable wormhole channel is probably a mature product, and the energy consumption is not large. A Snow God energy block is enough to support it for a long time. The manual also wrote that the speed of energy consumption is related to the size of the object passing through the channel. If it is a living thing, it will consume more than a dead object of the same size. Although it is magical, these are not surprising. What really surprised and delighted her was another function of the portable wormhole channel. Chapter 356 asks Gong Sun Chi to solve the puzzle. Special note: the portable wormhole channel adopts the highest scientific and technological achievements. After using the positioning coordinates, it can achieve the function of backtracking time. The laboratory has proved that the success rate of this backtracking is as high as 95% or more, and the floating value can be controlled within 0.5%. The more accurate and powerful the positioning coordinates are, the higher the backtracking accuracy rate is. Everything that appears during the backtracking process is an illusion. It can be interacted with but not taken away. The damage caused is real during the duration of the backtracking. Therefore, the company solemnly warns users not to commit suicide during the duration of the backtracking. If you die during the backtracking time, you may cause permanent death or other unpredictable consequences after the backtracking ends. If such consequences occur, the user will be responsible for them. Reading the 2 paragraphs over and over again, the more I read, the more magical it feels. Isn't this traveling through time? But there are some contents that she can't understand. What is the positioning coordinate? After thinking about it, she dialed Gong Sun Chi's communication. After a long noise, the screen lit up. The face that was revealed was cleaned up, but it was done in a hurry. It was obvious that he was in a mess before. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Gong Sun Chi. What are you doing? You know, although he is a research maniac, he is not a wild person. Every time he appears, he is meticulously cleaned up, giving people a sense of coldness of inhumanity. But this time, it makes people wonder if he just rolled on the ground a few times. There are still several spots of dust on the white lab coat. Gong Sun-Chi's face was grim. There was a problem with the experiment just now. Is there anything wrong? She glanced at the other person's forehead, but did not expose the fact that he was sweating profusely. She asked doubtfully, generally, in various instruments, if positioning coordinates are needed. How are these coordinates determined? Gong Sun-Chi did not expect her to ask such a question. He was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. Your question is too general. Different instruments require different coordinates. For example, for time-space jumps, positioning coordinates are a set of 100 by 100 vertical and horizontal coordinates. The collection will be based on these 10,000. The space marked by the coordinates is used to calculate the consumption required for the jump. After a pause, he gave another example. For example, a blood tracker also needs positioning coordinates in jargon, but its positioning coordinates are physical objects. That is, the blood, hair or skin of the tracked person. She nodded thoughtfully. So, the positioning coordinates can be physical objects or data. So what does it mean that the more accurate the positioning coordinates, the more powerful it is? After thinking for a while, he added, I can understand accuracy. But what does it mean to be powerful? Why do you ask these questions? He was very curious. But Lu Jinggu smiled but said nothing. Gong Sun-Chi knew that he was not going to answer. So he rolled his eyes and answered the second question unhappily. The concept of powerful positioning coordinates is a term that only emerged in the academic world more than a decade ago. Since some coordinates are physical objects, physical objects can be good, bad, complete or not, etc. For instruments that use physical objects for tracking and positioning. Of course, the more complete and the more information the object carries, the better the positioning effect. Let's take the blood tracker as an example. Blood has the best tracking effect, followed by other body fluids. Hair and skin has the worst effect, and may not even track any information. He said it very easily, and she nodded repeatedly to express her gratitude. Thank you. Great scientist Gong Sun successfully received a sidelong glance, and Gong Sun-Chi hung up the phone with I want to do an experiment. The light screen went out. Her face sank, and after hesitating for a while, she dialed the old housekeeper's communication. Miss Jean. The old housekeeper appeared on the screen with a smile on his face. Did you fail to contact the young master so you came to me? Although the old man was old, he was much more comfortable than Gong Sun-Chi when he talked and joked. But at this time, she didn't want to greet the old housekeeper, and said straight to the point, I just talked to Gong Sun-Chi. Do you know which laboratory he is in now? The old housekeeper was a little surprised, but still answered, in the secret laboratory. The one that only the young master can enter. That is the Chinese medicine clinic. Her expression became even uglier, and some guesses were about to come out. The old housekeeper saw something wrong and looked more serious. Is there something wrong with the young master's experiment? Not really. After considering the language, she said tactfully, I suspect he may be using himself for experiments. You might as well find a reason to check his body later to see if there are any recent injuries or scars. I understand. Thank you, Miss Jean, for reminding me. The old housekeeper thanked him very solemnly. After hanging up the phone, she heaved a sigh of relief. If she was right, Gong Sun-Chi was really messing around. She just hoped the old housekeeper could persuade him to stop. After thinking for a while, she let it go and looked at the time to contact Gu Duo every day. However, no one answered the call, and there was no response to the messages she sent every day. Sighing lightly, she sent another message as usual, and flipped through it. There were one message each in the morning, noon, evening and before going to bed. Now there are dozens of messages she sent. But there is no message from the other party. Alas, being a military wife is so nervous. But who makes you like it? Patting her cheeks, letting herself put aside these useless worries temporarily, she turned her head to continue studying the portable wormhole channel to divert her attention. According to the instructions, press and hold the center of the instrument for 5 seconds, and only heard a beep sound, and the instrument vibrated gently. She stepped back a few steps cautiously. Then she saw that the round instrument, the size of a fidget spinner, stretched out 4 thin antennas. After the antenna stretched to about 3 meters high, it branched out into 3 branches, and then 12 branches lit up, forming a light gate in the middle space that was large enough for one person to enter. But at this moment, the light gate looked very dim, a bit like power-saving mode. The instrument suddenly made a sound, warning, insufficient energy. Warning, insufficient energy. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. She was well prepared, and put a piece of cut snow god energy or into the matching energy conversion box, and heard a few beep, beep sounds, and the light gate gradually became brighter. Finally, a faint silver vortex appeared in the middle of the light, which looked very mysterious. Of course, she didn't dare to try it casually, but just curiously turned around a few times, and then planned to close the wormhole channel. Just as she reached out her hand, the light brain suddenly flashed, and someone called her. When she picked up the phone, it turned out to be Zell. Ajin. Zell's cheeks, which were now much fuller, were full of worries. I'm afraid I have to trouble you with something. I'll be right there. As she answered, she turned off the instrument, put the instrument that had turned back into a small form into her pocket, and turned to go to the post station. Chapter 357, the capital of all industries. The appearance of the Mermaid Bay has changed a lot now. The construction has been completed. The white beach divides the blue sea and the beautiful fairy tale style town, making people feel like they are in the fairy tale world of Disney. In the white tide foam, Zell and others were rising and falling in the waves. Seeing her appear, Zell quickly changed into a human form and walked over. Ajin. Since the mermaids moved, they have been physically and mentally comfortable and have a good appetite. Now everyone has gained a lot of weight and their beauty has been increased. Take Zell for example. After turning into a human form, his height is about 190 centimeters. His long curly hair does not make him too feminine, but adds a bit of temptation to his charming face. She blinked and sighed at the beauty of the mermaids for the 100th time. However, this beauty is somewhat evil. No wonder the legend always gives the mermaids the name of Siren. Uncle Zell. Now she is called the mermaids by Isabella's generation. If you have anything to ask me, please come to me. It's about the continuation of our race. Zell's face was serious. She suddenly remembered something. There's something wrong with the mermaid eggs? Yes. Zell's beautiful face was full of sorrow. We have been trying to hatch these children, but without the help of the guardian spirit, we can't do it. The two walked on the beach and said, we can feel that these eggs are beginning to show signs of decay. Jean, I know this may be a little difficult for you, but can you please think of a way to help us wake up the guardian spirit as soon as possible? Ding, the race joining task is activated. Do you accept the challenge of the mermaids joining? Yes or no? The system prompt suddenly popped up. She slightly widened her eyes and quickly chose yes. I was secretly surprised before that there was no prompt for race joining after the reconstruction of the Mermaid Bay. It turns out that the key is here. Yes. For a race, the most important thing is to be able to continue smoothly. Zell's request. It's not difficult to say. After all, Taoyuan's system has clearly indicated that as long as the buff of the capital of all industries reaches 100%, the guardian spirit of the mermaids will wake up automatically. But it's not easy to say it's easy. She has tried it before. Humans with alien blood entering the Mermaid Bay will not increase the buff of the capital of all industries. She even protested to the Taoyuan system for this, saying that there should be no discrimination against mixed-race people. But the Taoyuan system ignored it and had no reaction even if she talked her mouth off. This attitude can only mean that the Taoyuan system has no right to change this setting. She was helpless. There were many people with alien blood in the alliance, but there were only a few pure-blooded aliens left, and they basically belonged to the category of endangered. She borrowed the influence of Taoyuan group to invite these aliens to Mermaid Bay for vacation. And she took great pains to increase the buff of the capital of all industries to 17%. It's still a long way from the maximum level. Looking at the task progress bar, she was also full of worries. After thinking about it, she decided to ask Zell if he knew any news. Uncle Zell, do you know that in the history of the mermaids, there is a city of all industries or similar names in the Mermaid Bay? Originally, it was just a casual question without hope. But the mermaid was surprised. Huh? Ah, Jean is really knowledgeable. And he even knows this? Her heart was pounding. And she hurriedly asked, can you tell me about it? Zell recalled, that's what was recorded in the diary of my great-great-great-great ancestor. Long before the Alliance appeared. The alien races. Of course, they didn't call themselves that at that time. Were prosperous. And there were many strange races of all sizes. Among them, there are three most powerful forces. They are the Sky Overlord Dragon Clan, the Earth's Darling Elves, and the Sea Lord Mermaids. Among the three major races, the dragon race is mysterious and powerful, and does not like to interact with the outside world. Only occasionally will it appear in front of other races. The elves are kind and beautiful, and have good relations with all races. The attitude of the mermaids towards foreign races is between the first two, because their city is built deep under the sea. Most races cannot go there without the help of the mermaids. So in general, the mermaids have little contact with the outside world. But as Lu Jingu learned, the mermaids have a very special way to preserve objects with the help of the guardian spirit. In history, mermaids and elves lived side by side, and their friendship gradually deepened, until the mermaids promised to help preserve the tree species of the Tree of Life. This magical skill gradually spread. Every race has some things that they hope to preserve for a long time. But not every race is confident to hand over things to others for preservation. The process of testing, tug-of-war, negotiation, and so on is difficult to describe one by one. But in short, small villages began to appear near the Mermaid Bay, and gradually developed into a small town. So the Mermaid Bay was just a real bay at the beginning. And after a long period of development, it finally became what she sees now. At the beginning, all races did come here just for the special abilities of the mermaids. But later they got used to conducting various trading activities in Mermaid Bay. Because this place is in the common sphere of influence of the elves and the mermaids. It is safer and more reliable than anywhere else. At that time, someone joked that if the dragons were willing to send people to take charge, this would be the safest place in the universe. So at that time, in the town of Mermaid Bay, almost all races in the universe could be found. And the goods and services provided here were naturally all kinds of strange. There was only what you couldn't think of, and nothing you couldn't find. So slowly, the name of the capital of all industries spread. I see. She was fascinated by what she heard, and couldn't help asking a question. Since the capital of all industries was formed because all races gathered here, why aren't humans counted in it? To be honest, isn't the human race considered a race? Unexpectedly, Zell's face darkened, and he suddenly felt angry. Her S-level mental power made her extremely sensitive to these emotions. The two of them were walking side by side at a very close distance. Zell's sudden change of mood stimulated her mental power to instinctively start a defense. When the defense is launched, it will naturally repel the creatures around it. So Zell was pushed away several steps. Because of this, he woke up from his sudden emotions. Sorry, I scared you. He took the initiative to apologize. Not really. She shook her head. Just now. She didn't finish. But it was obvious what she wanted to ask. Zell sighed and looked at the blue sea. In the distance, his people were still playing in the water, and faint laughter came with the wind. After a long time, he whispered, because after the appearance of humans, it did not bring prosperity, but slaughter. Chapter 358 Time Experience Hall. Lu Jingu had never expected to hear such a tragic history. It is impossible to know which planet the first humans to appear in the universe came from. But the memory inherited by Zell from his ancestors made him remember the situation when this new race appeared. It was a race that brought blood and fire as soon as it appeared. Humans are weak against most alien races. But the war weapons they developed are almost unimaginable for all alien races. And human nature seems to have an aggressive factor. After they appeared in the sight of the cosmic race, they began to plunder resources frantically. Planets, energy, materials. There is nothing that humans don't want. The low voice stopped, and Zell didn't want to explain this dark history. But Lu Jingu was still there. She remembered that in the fragments of time, Seta-In was vigilant against her, even if he knew that there was not enough time. He was unwilling to easily entrust the fate of the race to her. Zell sighed deeply and forced a smile. Of course. It's different now. Ah, Jean. You are different from others. And those things have nothing to do with you. She couldn't say anything. Follow Zell's words and take advantage of the situation? But it is undeniable that this body is the descendant of those humans. But don't accept such a view. So many heavy blood debts are not something that anyone can bear. In the end, she just smiled reluctantly and didn't mention the matter of the capital of all industries. But why the human race is not recognized by this buff? She already has the answer. In the end, she could only promise to try her best to find a way to solve the problem of the guardian spirit. But in fact, she had no idea at all. Facing Zell's thousands of thanks, she felt like running away, running into the town under the pretext of checking. She scratched her head in distress. Now the town is already bustling. She can't let it be empty. And in the future, Jiren Bay will become a tourist destination. As early as when Jiren Bay was open to the public, merchants with a keen sense of smell had already flooded Taoyuan Group's mailbox with applications for settlement. Now the carefully selected stores have gradually settled in and also entertained some tourists. However, due to the rebellion and other things, the number of people going out to play has decreased sharply, and the flow of people in the town is naturally not as good as before. Even so, Lu Jinggu has seen a lot of people along the way. It's a pity that these people can't provide progress in increasing the capital of all industries. How can we find 100 pure-blooded aliens? She was very distressed. If you ask me, the scenery of Taoyuan Group is nice, but the recently launched Time Experience Hall is also very interesting. Ah? Have you been there? I haven't even grabbed a ticket yet. I also benefited from my cousin. You know, he is one of the R&D personnel of the Time Experience Hall. I really envy you for having such a capable cousin. Unlike my relatives, none of them are as good as me. It's okay. When the situation stabilizes, I will ask my cousin to give me 2 tickets. At most, I can give him a copy of the out-of-print album of Goddess Isabella that I collected. That's too much for you. I will buy the album. I bought 3 copies of the out-of-print album before. Fuck. You are amazing. You can grab 3 copies. The voice of the conversation gradually faded away. But Lu Jinggu stayed where he was. The name of the Time Experience Hall caused a flash of thought like a meteor. It was too fast. She didn't catch it for a while, but she intuitively felt that it was something very important. So she held her head and thought hard. After thinking for a long time, she simply opened the Star Network to search for relevant information about the Time Experience Hall. This is a new type of entertainment project that has just been open for half a month. It is said to be the latest research result of a company controlled by a noble. After inputting enough data, this machine can restore itself and simulate a certain period of history. After wearing a specific device, tourists can travel through history and experience the past life. When this thing first came out, many people laughed at some companies for wanting to make money. What is the difference between this and a holographic game? However, the high praise from the first batch of guests invited to play gradually aroused the curiosity of many people. It has only been half a month since the official opening, and the Time Experience Hall has become hard to get a ticket. She suddenly remembered that Taoyuan Group seemed to have received a few free tickets. But she was too busy and had no time to play. So she kept them there and planned to send them out as employee benefits after a while. She quickly contacted Yiping. Fortunately, the 5 free tickets were still well received by Yiping. I come get it right away. She did what she said. She soon appeared at Taoyuan number 1 and took a ticket from Yiping. She first looked at the flight from Taoyuan number 1 to the planet, where the Time Experience Hall was located, and then booked a tour 3 days later on the official website with the ticket. She had a feeling that the problem that bothered her would be answered in this play. That night, she boarded the spaceship, and after 2.5 days of sailing, she finally arrived at the planet where the Time Experience Hall was located. As one of the most popular tourist destinations today, the bustle in front of the Time Experience Hall did not seem to be affected by the situation at all. But she still learned from other people's conversations that before the news of the rebellion broke out, reservations here could not be made 3 days in advance. So she was lucky? With this feeling, she slowly walked into the door. First, she had to go to a special place to wear special equipment, and the robot butler came up to help. When the various instrument wires were attached to her temple, she raised her eyebrows slightly. I always felt that this scene was a little familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen it for a while. It took the robot butler more than 10 minutes to say that it had been debugging. When she came out of the room, several people in the room next to her, who were also used to wear equipment, were ready to come out. They were all here to have fun, and everyone was friendly to each other. Since they bumped into each other, they smiled and nodded to say hello. She followed suit, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Strangely, she still had a vague impression of a few of the people who came in this batch. When they lined up to enter the door, they were about a dozen people behind her, due to the limited number of rooms for wearable devices. The time experience hall is divided into different groups. Once the room is full, it will be suspended. A rough calculation of the distance between each other can only mean that after she entered the experience hall, the people in other rooms have changed 2 or 3 groups. In fact, this is nothing. After all, the robot butler just now has been debugging the machine. These machines are public. If tourists use them too much, there will be some problems. Maybe she just happened to be there. She didn't know why. But she was very concerned about this problem. She deliberately slowed down and soon fell behind this group of tourists. The next group of tourists went in to wear the equipment. It took less than 3 minutes from entering the door to leaving. Chapter 359. We meet again. Lu Jinggu frowned and stood at the corner waiting for several waves of tourists, but did not find the second person who took so long. She walked slowly in among this group of tourists and touched the thing hanging on her waist, which looked a bit like a microphone battery box. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly released a ray of mental power. She delicately controlled this trace of power and wrapped the entire device like a silkworm spinning silk. The light around her gradually dimmed, and the starry sky lit up a little bit. She seemed to be walking on a road composed of galaxies. Then the light of a certain star became brighter, and suddenly flew up and hit her. Remembering what she heard in the entrance notice, she knew that this was the beginning of the experience, and she did not dodge. The illusory starlight hit her nausea, and the instruments on her body started at the same time, and the picture in front of her suddenly changed. The bustling world gradually appeared. She looked down at herself. The light and comfortable clothes on her body had turned into a light yellow suspender dress. The phone in her left hand was covered with a mobile phone case with a picture of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. In her right hand, she held a matcha cone of a certain brand. Someone was chattering next to her. She turned her head and saw that it was her college roommate. She remembered that it was the summer after graduation. Everyone had made an appointment to go out for dinner. They should be on the way to the restaurant now. The inexplicable sense of familiarity became stronger. But before she had time to think about it, her arm was pulled by one of her roommates. The young girl who had just graduated ran into the store next door with laughter and hand in hand. This is a store specializing in selling all kinds of cute things. The girls like everything they see and chatter about it. She liked it very much back then. But this time, Lu Jinggu just stood silently in the middle of the store, listening to the roommates calling. But her eyes did not fall on any of the products. She took another look at the cone in her hand. The matcha color was mixed with a few small red beans. The weather was hot, and the ice cream had melted a little, and began to slowly flow down with sweet liquid. She suddenly chuckled and threw the cone away. The things that should have landed on the merchandise counter suddenly disappeared in the air. At the moment the cone disappeared, everyone stopped moving. Only she was still strolling. Walked out of the store, and looked at the quiet blue sky. The light paths were crisscrossed in the air, and the suspension cars on the light paths were driving in an orderly manner. Of course, they were all still now. If this is the time experience, it's really unqualified, she muttered to herself. In the Earth era, where were the suspension cars? But if it was just to reproduce the 2 keywords, road and car, the scenes on the various planets of the Alliance were basically like this. The things sensed by the cocoon-like mental power were clearly transmitted to her mind, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she suddenly released all her strength. Boom! A thunderclap sounded in the sky, and a clear cracking sound came from behind. The tall buildings, the light-path suspension car, the crowd of people in the shops, all disappeared. She returned to the room that seemed to be dotted with stars. She slowly pulled out a half-arm-long sharp knife from her leg, and the S-level mental power attached to the blade. With a light wave, it turned into a crescent-like rainbow light and flew out. Crack! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared in the darkness in front of her, and white light came out. The crack expanded rapidly, and finally the darkness in front of her collapsed. While looking at the people behind the wall in astonishment, she had taken off the pieces on her body and threw them on the ground. Long time no see, Lu Hongda. She smiled slightly. My good brother. Of course, anyone who is not stupid can hear how insincere this good is. She walked forward easily. In fact, there was a layer of glass wall between her and Lu Hongda, and the mental power that was probing forward was blocked. She knew that this was not ordinary civilian glass, but the special type used in Gong Sun Chi's laboratory, which could block the release of mental power and had strong earthquake and impact resistance. It could be regarded as the Alliance version of super strong tempered glass. She suddenly destroyed the function of the instrument. When she came out of the time illusion, Lu Hongda's face changed. Now he saw her standing in front of the glass in silence. But he relaxed. He leaned on the experimental table and sneered, "My dear sister, you brought this to me yourself. Although I don't know why you can successfully upgrade to S level. It's a pity that this is a modified protective glass for dangerous experiments. S level mental power is not enough to destroy it." He laughed wildly and pressed his finger on a button. "You don't like the dream just now, right? It doesn't matter. We can change it." As he spoke, he pressed the switch. The wall behind him opened with a bang, and the robot butler walked out. But at this moment, it had removed its disguise and revealed its true appearance. This was not a civilian robot at all, but an armed machine, a modified one. At this time, it raised its left hand horizontally, and the black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at her. As it approached, it mechanically warned, "Please don't resist. Please throw away the weapons in your hands. Please cooperate with my work. Otherwise you will bear all the consequences." And in its right hand, it held a set of instruments that were exactly the same as before. It would be too difficult to use a knife to deal with such a robot. Lu Hongdao looked at her back with a sneer. What if she had weapons? You can only surrender. Lu Jinggu did throw away the knife in his hand. The robot detected this action and judged that she was very cooperative, and the danger level was reduced. So it also lowered its left arm slightly, and continued to approach. She didn't move. So the robot walked to her side smoothly, and stretched out its left palm from the muzzle. And it was ready to put the instrument on her again, since it was already exposed. Lu Hongdao ordered in a disgusting way, "Put on the suppression ring as well. Robot, the suppression ring will affect the capture effect. Are you sure you want to wear it? Put it on. What if it affects the effect? We have plenty of time," he repeated impatiently. The robot's abdomen opened, revealing the storage box inside. At this moment, Lu Jinggu turned her palm, and suddenly a candy-colored ball appeared on her fingertips. She smiled slightly and muttered something in a low voice. The sound was too small, and even the robot close at hand could not capture the content, let alone Lu Hongdao, who was separated by the glass wall. Without giving them more reaction time, she reached out and threw, and the candy was accurately thrown into the robot's storage box. Unauthorized foreign objects invaded, and the robot's first reaction was to close the storage box according to the program regulations. She threw herself to the ground, and at the same time raised her hand to protect the back of her head. A dull boom sounded, and the robot suddenly broke into countless pieces. Her mental power formed a shield in time, and she was not hurt by any debris. When she turned over and jumped up, she had a toy gun in her hand. Chapter 360, Fire. Lu Hongda's face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to treat the thing in Lu Jinggu's hand as a toy. Who has ever seen a piece of candy blow up an armed robot? And Lu Jinggu didn't give him too much time to think. He just raised his gun and fired 3 shots. Bang, 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 under the guidance of her mental power. Her shooting was comparable to that of a sharpshooter. All 3 bullets hit a point on the glass. After a while, Lu Hongdao became arrogant again. He did have a reason to be arrogant. Under the attack of such high-intensity bullets, the glass wall only had a few more cracks. But compared with the overall thickness of the wall, it was obviously nothing. "It's really strong," she muttered. Lu Hongdao was still laughing. She frowned impatiently and shouted, "Shut up. You're so noisy." Such behavior would make the other party angry and embarrassed. Lu Hongdao stopped laughing and put on a face that asked for a beating. "Don't resist. I will give you a beautiful dream." "Ha." She rolled her eyes. Did the Earth civilization have dreams of flying cars and light paths? That's why she immediately noticed something was wrong. In the previous life, magnetic levitation had not been widely used, let alone floating cars. Who was the brainless person who came up with this picture? Now I know. Since it was Lu Hongdao who came up with it, she was not surprised at all. After all, this person is a typical supporter of the Earth history is useless theory. In fact, before the appearance of Taiyuan, this argument was quite popular. For people like them, the past of the Earth era is even a shame. The technology is backward. The personal strength is low. And a mere disease can easily kill people. Broken hands and feet may also leave a lifelong disability. So Lu Hongdao didn't know that period of history at all. Which is why he made such a big flaw when he constructed the illusion that confused her. Maybe if you tell him now that the flaw is those hovercrafts, he will still think, what? Earth technology doesn't even have flying cars. Is it so backward? Instead of thinking that there is something wrong with him, it can be regarded as a disguised. Why not eat meat? Sure enough, after realizing why she woke up from the illusion so quickly, Lu Hongda didn't think it was his problem at all, but became angry and embarrassed. Who knew you were so sick? Are you from Earth? Have you experienced that era? Your mind is full of life on Earth. I think you have been driven crazy by the illusion crystal core. What did you say? Originally, she was taking something out of her small school bag, but she suddenly stopped when she heard the words, and her eyes became very dangerous. Illusion crystal core? Lu Hongda realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and his expression paused, revealing a hint of regret. But seeing her standing in the empty room full of debris, as if she was helpless and could only rage helplessly, he became proud again. Oh, I forgot. You still don't know. My lovely sister. You originally had the opportunity to become the first head of the Lu family after it became a top noble family. But it's a pity that you didn't live up to your expectations. You obviously had such a high degree of spiritual power matching with one. But in the end, you didn't succeed in awakening. Do you know how disappointed that old immortal was? He was too proud and wanted to appreciate the panic and helplessness after knowing the truth from a closer distance. So he left the console and walked to on the other side of the glass wall. With naked malice, he continued to expose the unknown crime. It's a pity that he was still a little soft-hearted. The experiment failed, but he couldn't bear to kill you. He also told those people that maybe they could observe you for a few more years. After all, the mental power injected was too little, and it might take time to activate. But who knew that you were obviously living a luxurious life in the Lu family, but became more and more neurotic, so that the old man had to agree to your mother's request and give you a planet to relax according to the rules of the coming-of-age ceremony. Hearing this, she already had a guess. It seems that behind the increasingly bad relationship between Lu Jue and the original body, there is another person's shadow. She asked tentatively, so you played a role in the process? How did I play a role? Lu Hongda spread his arms exaggeratedly. It was obviously you who suddenly went crazy. So the old man sent you to planet 7133 at my suggestion. No wonder. She said that there was a sense of disharmony in the matter. Although Lu Jue was a rubbish father, he was wholeheartedly committed to the Lu family's upward mobility. He valued Lu Nianjun's talent as a builder so much that he shouldn't have let Lu Nianjun's only daughter die even to appease her. But it was different because Lu Hongda was involved. Recalling the things in her original body's memory that almost drove her crazy when she lived in the Lu family, she narrowed her eyes. In the past, she thought it was caused by Lu Jue's neglect and indifference. But now it seems that the culprit is also this good brother. That's right. Seeing the other person's face full of smiles, she suddenly smiled too, and slowly took out the pink transformation stick that was very girly from her bag, and smiled brightly. What a pity. You wanted me to die quietly on planet 7133. But not only did you not do it, but you also made me awaken my mutation skills, and step by step to where I am today. She gently turned the transformation stick, and her smile became sweeter. Speaking of which, I have to thank you a lot. You really deserve to be my good brother. What is more heartbreaking than the sincere gratitude of the enemy? Lu Hongda's smile froze on his face, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched, showing a twisted look between hideousness and anger. Although she learned a secret related to herself, she didn't really care, and aimed the thing in her hand at the crack made by the previous bullet. Lu Hongda finally realized something was wrong. What do you want to do? While saying this, he wanted to run to the control console. However, it was too late. A crisp shattering sound was heard, and the entire glass wall was instantly turned into powder. There was nothing blocking the two of them anymore. The powerful mental power was like a tiger out of a cage. Lu Hongda was slapped by the huge force, like a fly being slapped against the wall. With a snap, he couldn't get up for a long time. Lu Jingu stepped on the glass fragments and walked out, still holding the pink toy in his hand. However, Lu Hongda's face was already full of fear. Well, our 79 atomic cannon, both in appearance and effect, is in the same vein as toy guns and candy bombs. She walked straight to the man lying on the ground and smiled faintly. I still prefer to talk like this. The atomic cannon was aimed directly at Lu Hongda's head. She asked directly, tell me, who do you work for? And what do you want to do today? Lu Hongda bit his cheek, his eyes rolling. Boom! A loud noise scared him, and he screamed. It turned out that she didn't want to waste time. So she blasted the console to pieces with one shot. Then turned the gun head and aimed it at Lu Hongda's waist and said lightly, I can send you to Taoyuan for treatment within 3 minutes. So even if only half of your body is left, I guarantee that you will not die.